Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate kidnapped by Kaido to be his son-in-law 1kk. Chapter 1 Mythical Beast Cell Through Platinum Form. 145 cells have been fused, 273 cells have been fused, 162 cells have been fused, 102 cells have been fused, 138 cells have been fused. The second half of the grand new route, Wanukuni, on the Ghost Island. A cell made entirely of sea stone is isolated on the shore. Inside, sat a young man about 17 or 18 years old. He was burping and looked depressed. The ground was covered with clean white bones without any flesh on them. Listening to the pleasant metallic sound coming from inside my mind. The young man shook his head inwardly. I have been in this world for half a month, and I haven't even escaped from Ghost Island. That's right. Luo Fan is a traveler from Blue Star and has his own system. The system is called the can opening system, and cans can be exchanged through shock value. There are 4 styles of jars: white common, blue fine, purple rare, and gold legendary. White can, 10,000 blue can, 100,000 purple can, 1 million. Gold pot, 10 million on his first day in the pirate's world. The system rewards a novice gift package, a legendary gold pot. Ding dong, the gold jar is opened. Obtained, mythical beast species cell fruit platinum form, devil fruit 1. Thinking back to his experience of opening the can on the first day, Luo Fan burst into tears. This damn system actually gives out rewards randomly. This caused the randomly refreshed black sperm fruit to accidentally fall into the hands of a local pirates group. Fortunately, his efforts paid off. He took advantage of the dark and windy night, risked his life, and successfully stole the black sperm fruit and swallowed it. Open black lens bracket name. Luo Fan close black lens bracket age. 17 advertisement, evaluation, an outstanding young man who is unknown. Fruit. Mythical beast cell fruit platinum form, unawakened. Skills. None. Title. None. Open black lens bracket cell. 1,685,700 close black lens bracket, shock value. 3. After glancing at the system pop-up window in his mind, Luo Fan breathed a sigh of relief at the results of the past half month. The cell devoured more than 1 million, and the only pitiful 3 points of shock value were obtained when he stole the devil fruit. The introduction to the fruit's abilities opens. This fruit can give people the ability to divide and fuse cells. In its normal form, it can continue to split, and by absorbing protein it can increase in value. It can stack its own body, making it gigantic, and its strength will be greatly enhanced. Can awaken multiple morphological modes: multicellular sperm, golden sperm, platinum sperm. Is it the same ability as black sperm in One Punch Man? That monster beat up a bunch of S-class heroes. As for why he, who possessed the power of the fruit, was captured and watched like a bird. Because, the ones who caught him were the beast's pirates. As a senior comic fan, he couldn't help but greet all the ancestors of the system. What are beast's pirates? In this world, there are only 4 pirate groups that dominate the sea like emperors. They're called the 4 emperors. The beast's pirates are a group of pirates led by Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, who is known as the strongest creature in the world. Others start with all kinds of awesome tricks and soar to the sky, but he starts with landing with the 4 emperors group. This kind of experience is G terrible. It's just very strange that the beast's pirates didn't kill him right away, but imprisoned him on the island and provided him with good food, drink and sleep every day. He was not taken directly to Tudun like other prisoners. This made Luo Fan feel very strange. Not only was he not killed for stealing the devil fruit, but he was treated like a great man. Just yesterday when he was urinating, he accidentally overheard the conversation between the 2 givers. It seems that Kaido has not returned yet, so he has not been dealt with. As long as Kaido doesn't come back, I can live one more day. It's not a good idea to just sit here and wait to die. I have to find a way to escape. Luo Fan muttered to himself. He had been observing the surrounding terrain and environment these days. Advertisement. Although Onigashima is Wanukuni's territory, it is an isolated island, separated from the other 6 townships by a river at a considerable distance. There is no way to cross without a boat, but all the ships were concentrated at one pier, and the island was heavily guarded, so stealing a ship was simply a pipe dream. If water doesn't work, then there is another way, and that is from the sky. With my current strength, I wonder if I can defeat the 6th Emperor Batman. It wouldn't be a bad idea to ask him to give me a ride. Thinking of this, Luo Fan looked not far away, where stood a wretched man with bat wings and wearing black armor. Just when he was thinking about how to trick the 6th Emperor over. Suddenly, blow, a whistling sound suddenly came from the sky. What followed was an extremely hot temperature that instantly enveloped half of the sky. Suddenly, Luo Fan felt his heart tremble, and felt an inexplicable pressure sweeping over him. He couldn't help but look up. Just see. A man who looked like a pterosaur suddenly appeared. His entire body, including his face, was covered in black clothes. He wore a mask, a helmet with goggles, and a black double-breasted suit with 2 skull patterns on the collar. There are ornaments on his arms and legs, a long sword hanging from his waist, and flames surrounding the back of his head. Huh? It's Jin. Luo Fan's pupils widened and he recognized the person instantly. This was the first of the 3 disasters he had seen since he came to this world. Kaido's #1 admiral, a man with a bounty of 1.39 billion berries. Oh shit. No one else has such luck. Just when he was about to escape, he was targeted by the 3 most powerful disasters. Jin's eyes were very cold. He rushed down, walked in front of Luo Fan, and said coldly, "Boss Kaido wants to see you." With that, Jin opened Seastone's cell door. Looking at the open cell door and the fresh air blowing in, Luo Fan did not feel a bit relaxed or free. Instead, it made him distracted and it took him a long time to react. Kaido is back, and I have to see myself. Chapter 2 Be my Kaido's son-in-law. No, I refuse. Ghost Island, deep in the base camp, at this time. In front of a bonfire, a group of people were cheering. And among this crowd, a figure as big as a mountain was chanting to the sky. He has black hair, a pair of long horns like a dragon's horns, a long beard like a dragon's whiskers, and a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm. He is half naked, with an X-shaped scar on the right side of his abdomen. He wears a purple top around his waist with 2 gold chains hanging from the bottom of the top. He wears dark green loose pants with a shimanaga tied around his waist and a purple fluffy cloak, like a devil in the world. He carried a wine gourd with the word Tien printed on it. At his side, a mace looked extremely cold under the moonlight. Humph. You blind bastards, how could this guy steal the fruit? Kaido stood up and glanced at his men around him with angry eyes. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell to the extreme point. Everyone looked terrified and didn't dare to look up or speak. At this time, Quinn, who was wearing a big braid, came out quickly and said, "Boss Kaido, we were all drunk at the time and didn't pay attention. It's my fault. If you want to punish me, punish me." After taking a look at Quinn, Kaido slapped him directly. Now that things have come to this, what else can Lousy say? Is that kid coming over? Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. At this time, Jin had already slid down from midair with Luo Fan. "Boss, this kid is here." When he landed, Luo Fan felt as if the moonlight in front of him was blocked by a huge monster. It was dark and filled with an invisible sense of oppression. When he looked up, a sentence flashed through his mind. Kaido is the strongest in single combat, people say. Among all living things on land, sea and air, the pirates are known as the strongest creatures. Kaido of the beasts. I met Kaido at the beginning. The system is *@. Luo Fan looked heavy-hearted, but luckily he had integrated more than 1 million cells in the past month, and his body's power and strength were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Therefore, he quickly adapted to the pressure that was deliberately directed at him. "Are you the one who stole the fruit?" Kaido frowned, looking down at the young man in front of him who was as small as an ant. Luo Fan nodded. When people are hungry, they want to eat. It's an instinctive reaction. How can it be called stealing? As soon as these words came out, everyone present looked at Luo Fan in disbelief. Is this guy going to die? How dare he argue in front of Kaido? No one has ever eaten this fruit. Tell Lousy the truth about its abilities, and then I may consider not killing you. Kaido's voice became a little deeper. Ever since this fruit fell into the hands of the beast's pirates, it has been protected and not allowed to be swallowed immediately. Because most of the people around him are already demon fruit power. When a mysterious fruit that has never been heard of appears, it must be swallowed with caution. If a garbage power is obtained, your life will be ruined. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Luo Fan looked at a piece of meat that was even bigger than him. Luo Fan walked forward, reached out his hand and touched the piece of meat. In an instant, a dark light burst out from his palm and spread over the entire piece of meat. In just a few seconds, the piece of meat was melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only bones. 1650 cells have been fused. After fusing the cells, Luo Fan slowly said, "My ability is to fuse cells and use them for my own benefit." Buzz. At this moment, Kaido, Jin and Quinn's minds went blank. Fusion cells. Use it for your own benefit. They had never heard of this kind of fruit ability. Someone, bring all the meat here. Boy, if you have the guts, fuse them all for me. Kaido couldn't wait to witness this ability that would break his cognition. So he asked his men to carry all the meat on the island. 2 hours later, on the ground, there were bones piled up like a mountain. All the food prepared on Ghost Island that night was swept away by Luo Fan at lightning speed. And in this crazy fusion, an astonishing number emerged in Luo Fan's mind. Current cell count, 865, 108, 652, 00, more than 80 billion cells. The number of cells has increased nearly 10,000 times compared to 2 hours ago. Everyone in the audience was speechless as they watched the scene before them. The white bones were piled up into a mountain, without a trace of meat clinging to the surface. They were sucked clean. If this were a living person, wouldn't he be sucked to death on the spot? Does your ability work on living people? Quinn asked with difficulty, his throat dry. At the same time, his eyes were slightly red, or to be more precise, it was the red eye disease caused by jealousy towards Ultimate. Living person? Luo Fan shook his head and said bluntly, "No, I can only fuse creatures without any vitality." He was not bragging. After all, when he was caught, he tried to use this ability to suck the gifters away. However, it was of no use. Later he realized that the prerequisite for his fusion was dead matter that had lost its vitality. Advertisement, come on. Let Lousy see how strong you can be after fusing so many cells. Before Luo Fan could react, Kaido had no choice but to pick up the mace at his side and chop it down on Luo Fan's head. It's over. Kaido's ordinary attack is not something that the young man can handle now. Quinn wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The mace came down with a sharp sound of breaking through the air and causing gusts of wind. Boom! What followed was an earthquake that shook the entire Ghost Island. 1 minute later, the smoke gradually dissipated. In front of Kaido, a huge pit gradually appeared. Jin and Quinn looked at the huge pit in astonishment and couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. I guess that guy is unlikely to survive. With this level of lethality, even I would vomit blood on the spot. Quinn covered his eyes, already planning in his mind to be responsible for collecting the bodies. But just as he reached the edge of the pit, he saw a figure standing there at the bottom of the pit, as steady as a pine tree, without moving at all. Luo Fan even patted the dust off his body, lifted his bangs, and smiled slightly. It's okay, it's not a big problem. Shit. Boss Kaido. He's fine. Quinn's eyes almost popped out when he saw the scene. Not only him, but also the people around him had shock on their faces after hearing these words. Is this guy a pervert? He actually dared to take the attack from the strongest creature head-on? Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 121. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 134. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 109. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 102. Listening to the continuous stream of prompts in his mind, Luo Fan raised his lips slightly as if he had discovered a new world, and whispered. So this is the way to increase the shock value. At this moment, Kaido's face changed from indifference to excitement. He couldn't help but grin and said, very good, boy, you have great potential. Do you want to consider becoming Lousy's son-in-law? As soon as these words came out, Luo Fan's mind immediately emerged with a woman who was carrying a mace, was carefree, liked to be second year, and claimed to be Kazuki Oden. No, I refuse, Luo Fan responded subconsciously. If he really agreed to this, wouldn't he have to spend the rest of his life in this godforsaken place with a middle school girl? If you really marry young, what about his Nami, Robin, Vivi, Momosagi, Rebecca? Someone. Throw him into the dungeon. Chapter 3 Yamato. Rejection? I am not worthy of him? The next day, the news completely exploded within the Beast's pirates, causing a commotion among countless people. Just last night, Boss Kaido spent a night in jail just to negotiate with a young man. What to negotiate? Master Yamato's marriage event. The result didn't seem to be very ideal, because they heard Boss Kaido crying and getting drunk. It's over, this is a complete failure. At this time, Tuden, a prisoner quarry surrounded by rocks, is dotted with chimneys towering into the sky. Black exhaust gas constantly drifts out from them, covering the airspace with a thick layer of smoke. As the head of Rabbit Dawn, Quinn is here to inspect the prisoners as usual. While eating his anko soup, he saw a skinny, short old man, sweating profusely as he moved a stone brick. He said unhappily, Bingoro, you old fool, are you slacking off again? After being scolded by Quinn, Bingwulong did not dare to refute and forced a smile. Master Quinn, don't be angry, I will definitely move all these things. Seeing Bingwulong's frail appearance, Quinn raised a triumphant smile. Just remember your identity. Just at this moment, the prison guard Zhang Babanuji came over and said respectfully, Brother Quinn, Master Jack is back and he wants to see you. Hearing this, Quinn yawned and stretched his fat waist. That boy is back? Came to the monitoring room. At this time, a stocky fishman with 2 pigtails was sitting on the sofa. When he saw Quinn coming in, he immediately sat up and asked, Brother Quinn, I heard that Governor Kaido is looking for a son-in-law? Quinn glanced at Jack and said, well, it seems you were well informed, however, it didn't work out. In response, Jack was silent for a few seconds, and then he was a little puzzled. What is the origin of that guy? Why does Governor Kaido attach so much importance to him? Quinn said calmly, some time ago, a mysterious fruit appeared on our Ghost Island. We were planning to find someone to eat it to see what the fruit's ability was. But some time ago, a brat who got into Ghost Island from nowhere stole the fruit and ate it. And the ability displayed by that fruit is very strange. It can enhance strength by fusing cells. That's why Boss Kaido wants to marry Master Yamato to her. These few short words sounded so casual in Quinn's mouth. However, every word seemed to strike Jack's mind like a fierce hammer. He froze in place for a moment. Advertisement after a moment, Jack said in a hoarse voice, and then? That guy rejected him. Kaido cried all night last night because of this. Aren't you afraid that this will be a disaster for you? Quinn swallowed a mouthful of anko soup and sighed. As one of Kaido's 3 signature brands, he was naturally very clear about it. Kaido has always wanted a son to inherit his great cause in the future. But fate played a trick on her and she gave birth to a daughter. In order to fill this void, he raised his daughter Yamato as a son. Of course, to a large extent, Kaido has always hoped to find a guy with strength and potential to be his son-in-law. After all, the family is big and the business is great. Once, Quinn volunteered himself, and Kaido gave him a thunderous 8 trigrams on the spot, and called him a fat pig and a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. As for Jin, although he is very handsome, he is cold and has no interest in women. As for Jack, needless to say, he is a fishman, and Kaido is afraid that his offspring will become hybrids. There is no need to consider other people, either they are too old or have no potential. But now it's different. A newcomer with great potential appeared on Ghost Island. And still very young. Even Jin, Quinn, and Jack among the three calamities had never possessed such terrifying power at this age. As if he could see through Jack's thoughts. Then, Quinn shook his head and said, "Put away your little thoughts. I know you have always had a crush on Master Yamato, but your bloodline cannot pass the test of Brother Kaido." Humph. Since Governor Kaido has spoken, what else can I say? Jack stood up, clenched his hands, and turned away with some dissatisfaction. At this time, on Ghost Island, in a cell with flickering candlelight, two gift-givers were guarding the door. At this time, the antelope could not help but start mumbling. "Have you heard? Whitebeard's second squad leader has been captured?" "Well, I heard that Whitebeard has already challenged Marineford. It seems that the identity of the captain of the 2nd Division is not simple." Advertisement. Besides this news, what else is there? "Oh, by the way, didn't you know that Governor Kaido has personally appointed his son-in-law, our Master Yamato, and he will be getting married soon?" "What? How could that guy marry the daughter of the governor? That's too enviable." "Shush, keep your voice down. From what I heard, that guy was kidnapped and rejected Governor Kaido." In the guard's room, sitting there is a woman with ombre white hair. She closed her eyes and rested, with her hair parted in the middle and the hair on both sides of her temples naturally falling to her chest. She had a pair of red devil horns on her head. Her hair was tied into a ponytail with 2 orange hairpins, and she had golden earrings on her ears. She was tall, wearing a white sleeveless close-fitting kimono with a blue pattern and 2 diamond-shaped patterns in front of her large weapon. She had a huge rope tied around her waist. She wore a long red skirt and a pair of red clogs on her bare feet. She had originally planned to close her eyes and rest, but after hearing the conversation between the poets outside the door, a flash of extreme anger suddenly crossed her face. "What? Kaido, that B******************** D. wants to marry me to someone else? Who wants him to marry me?" The next moment, Yamato jumped up without hesitation, picked up the mace and walked out of the room. The 2 gift-givers at the door saw Yamato coming out and felt something was wrong. "Oh, Master Yamato, where are you going?" "Go kill that Kaido guy." As he said that, Yamato suddenly swung the mace in his hand and knocked out the 2 gift-givers instantly, then left the guard room. After a moment, Yamato arrived at the gate of the governor's headquarters. Just at this moment, Jack the Drow, who had just rushed back to report, ran into the angry Yamato. "Master Yamato, long time no see." When Jack saw Yamato, he walked up to him, bowed his head and touched his chest in greeting. "Kindness." Yamato just responded casually and rushed into the base camp. But when Jack saw Yamato exuding murderous intent and carrying a mace as if he was about to commit murder, he immediately realized that something was wrong and immediately stood in front of him. It seems that Master Yamato is a little unhappy. Jack saw some clues. "If you don't get out of here, I'll kill you too." Yamato didn't say anything, but swung the mace towards Jack. Seeing this, Jack calmly blocked with his left hand and took the stick with pain. He quickly explained, "Master Yamato, you misunderstood me. Are you angry about what happened to Kaido last night?" "How do you know?" Yamato put away the mace and glanced at Jack coldly. It seems that Master Yamato is also very dissatisfied with the governor's arrangement. As if he had caught a glimmer of opportunity, Jack grinned and sneered. "How about this? I'll kill that guy for you, right?" Chapter 4. Breaking through 1 trillion cells, strength surges. 3 days later, rabid in prison, a young man was taken to Onigashima. Despite Kaido's repeated persuasion, Luo Fan refused to give in. He refused to agree to be Kaido's son-in-law, and he has been on a hunger strike. Kaido was afraid of losing such a potential son-in-law, so he had no choice but to put him under house arrest. "You can move freely, but your actions will be monitored by Quinn." Sitting on the shore of Ghost Island, Luo Fan looked at the turbulent river in front of him. Recalling the last time Kaido's ordinary attack killed millions of his cells. Of course, for him who already has more than 80 billion cells, the death of a few million cells is just a drop in the bucket. But at the same time, as his deeds fermented on Ghost Island in the past 2 days, he has reaped a lot of rewards. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 112. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 125. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 137. Congratulations to host for getting a shock value of 101. Every time a shock value is generated, it means that someone is shocked by what happened to him. Open black lens bracket name. Luo Fan close black lens bracket age. 17. Evaluation. A top pirates rookie who is emerging. Fruit. Mythical beast cell fruit platinum form, unawakened. Skills. None. Title. None. Open black lens bracket cell. 879, 605, 605, 00 close black lens bracket. Shock value. 101, 204. The evaluation has gone from excellent to top. Does that mean I now have top-notch abilities? Luo Fan's heart was filled with emotions. The increase in strength brought about by this cell fusion was quite terrifying. Now, he urgently needs to find a touchstone that can measure his combat effectiveness, that is, to test what the top level is. Kaido was definitely more than just the top level. After all, the ordinary attack he took head on 2 days ago caused millions of his cells to wither, which showed that the opponent's level was far above his own. As for Jin, Quinn and Jack among the 3 calamities, these 3 may be good touchstones. Of course, as a steady man, Luo Fan still has to find a way to fuse cells faster. Although he has been valued by Kaido, advertisement. But who knows if that guy will suddenly change his mind and beat him to death with a stick when he gets drunk one day. In addition, the material resources on Ghost Island cannot be enjoyed by him alone. Therefore, daily food can no longer meet his current needs. The food on Ghost Island is limited. I have to find a way to fuse more cells myself. You know, the food on Ghost Island cannot be eaten by just him alone. Luo Fan contacted Quinn through Den Den Mushi and applied for a boat to go hunting in the waters near Wanukuni. After learning of this request, Quinn arranged for a real fighter Hold'em to accompany him. A prisoner is always a prisoner, even if he is valued by Kaido, he is still not free. Hold'em, keep an eye on that guy. If he dares to leave Wanukuni's waters, report to me immediately. Quinn blew out a deep smoke ring and gave an order to hold him inside the Den Den Mushi. Now, Hold'em, who was already driving a pirate battleship, patted his stomach and promised Den Den Mushi. Don't worry, brother Quinn, if this kid dares to slip away from under my nose, I will kill him immediately. When Quinn heard this, his face was full of black lines, and he warned him again and again. I advise you not to be impulsive, I don't want to carry your body. Not long after, Hold'em took Luo Fan through the waterfall of Wanukuni and arrived at the outer sea of Wanukuni. When the ship left Wanukuni's territory, at a glance, there's the boundless sea, the fishy breeze blowing on your face, and the sunshine spreading the joy of the world. The vastness of this world is highlighted at all times. I really want to leave Wanukuni as soon as possible. Luo Fan tried hard to suppress the urge to embrace the outside world. But the next second, Hold'em warned him, although Governor Kaido ordered us not to attack you, I advise you to give up the idea of escaping, otherwise Brother King will catch you back immediately. Luo Fan just chuckled and didn't refute, his heart was already in turmoil. A familiar line inadvertently floated through his mind. A real man is born between heaven and earth, how can he be depressed and inferior to others for long? 10 days later, the sea near Wanukuni. A group of givers under the command of the beast's pirates crossed the waterfall and went out to hunt. Every once in a while they would come out to hunt fish in the nearby waters to replenish supplies on the Ghost Island. However, when the ships of this group of givers just landed in the nearby sea. Crash. The bottom of the boat landed on the sea, splashing up waves and bones. Advertisement: a rain of bones tinkled down on their heads. At this time, Speed, who was in charge of the team, picked up the bones on the ground in surprise and was extremely surprised. How could there be so many fish bones? At this moment, a terrified voice came from above. Look at the sea. Everyone's eyes began to turn to the sea ahead. All I saw was the vast sea. At this time, the corpses of fish and sea kings appeared on the sea. The white bones swayed in the wind, forming a terrifying sea of white bones. Even under the scorching sun, this sea of bones is extremely creepy. Gulp. Are all the nearby sea kings dead? Everyone on the beast's pirates looked at the scene in disbelief. A vast expanse of bones. There is no blood. Even the flesh on the bones was scraped off. Who on earth did this? Then, Speed began to order his men to start hunting nearby sea kings. 2 hours passed. The contributors on the ship all gave the same answer. Report to Lord Speed, there are no sea kings in the eastern waters. There are none to the west, just a few small fish. There's none to the south, there's none to the north. Holy shit. What on earth just happened? Speed was sweating and trembling. She couldn't believe that all the nearby sea kings were killed. In the sea of bones. An isolated boat. Luo Fan was sitting cross-legged on the boat, watching the numbers jumping in his mind. Current number of cells, 1,375,000, he successfully exceeded 1 trillion cells. Chapter 5. Unrivaled level. Open the can and perform light footsteps. 1 trillion cells is approximately equal to 1 trillion cells. The combat power of a trillion cells? How powerful would it be? Thinking of this, Luo Fan couldn't wait to open the system information interface. Open black lens bracket name. Luo Fan close black lens bracket age. 17, the up-and-coming pirates rookie. Fruit. Mythical beast cell fruit platinum form, unawakened. Skills. None. Title. None. Open black lens bracket cell. 1,375,000 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket shock value. 1,212,040 close black lens bracket. He actually reached an unrivaled level of strength. Luo Fan couldn't help but gasp at the sudden increase in his strength. Although he had plundered the entire sea area, not even a few small fish were left. This kind of improvement in strength seems to be no different from cheating. This cell fruit is so terrifying. It was the first time that Luo Fan felt that he was possessed by the Emperor of Europe and was able to draw out such a pervert fruit ability. Now he began to hesitate whether to try to draw a jar for fun. After all, he had reached a shocking value of 100W, so he could exchange it for a purple jar for fun. System. Give me a purple can, ding dong. Exchange for purple can 1, minus 1000, shock value. Ding dong, is the purple can 1 open? Open. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining light footsteps. Immediately, a mysterious and unfamiliar memory instantly flooded into Luo Fan's mind and was then engraved into every muscle and bone. The next second, Luo Fan took a big step forward. Blow. The whole person was like a ghost, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, messy and swift, silent and breathless. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 meters away. This skill is simply invincible. Luo Fan was overjoyed. He never expected that a purple jar could produce first-class body skills, and he could master them instantly without having to study hard himself. In this case, if the subsequent jars contained some top-level armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, or even more terrifying skills, wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, Luo Fan's desire for shock value became even stronger. Yes, if you want to open more jars, you have to do something. ... What? Say that again. Advertisement. Have all the fish and sea kings near the sea been looted? Rabbit bowl. Inside the monitoring room, came the voice of Quinn cursing. When he heard Speed's Den Den Mushi and saw the scene of a sea of bones in front of him. Even though he was a big boss with extremely cruel methods, he could no longer keep his composure. The sea near Wanukuni has been plundered. The fish and sea kings are gone. Thinking of this, Quinn immediately thought of Luo Fan who went out to sea some time ago. It must be that guy's doing. A-hole. He ate all the food nearby. Thinking of the scene that night when Luo Fan was able to blend all the food on the island, Quinn was 100% sure that it was Luo Fan who did it. You know, that's a whole ocean of food. A food resource for everyone in Wanukuni. However, in just 10 days, it was completely looted. If you can't hunt for food, then Onigashima and even Wanukuni will face a catastrophic problem. Food shortage. What on earth is that guy Hold'em doing? Quinn immediately picked up the Den Den Mushi and tried to contact Hold'em, who was responsible for monitoring Luo Fan. Now, Hold'em, who had been unconscious for an unknown period of time, was finally awakened by the Den Den Mushi in his arms. When he sat up in a daze, Luo Fan had already disappeared. Hey, Boss Quinn. Hold'em didn't know what was going on, so he answered the Den Den Mushi call. Immediately, greetings from Quinn's ancestors appeared on the other end of the Den Den Mushi. But Hold'em's memory only stayed at that Luo Fan said he would give him a gift and asked him to close his eyes and look forward to it. Until he saw the scene before him. Only then did he feel that he had gotten into big trouble. ... Wanukuni. The city of flowers. The busy streets are crowded with cars and people coming and going. Advertisement. But on the street, the two people's clothes were particularly eye-catching. This is a young man with long purple hair. One side of his hair is combed to cover the right side, and the other side is shaved off, revealing his 3 white eyes. He wears a white and green horned hat, a black and white mask, a white shirt with a gray tie, a white cape, dark gloves, green pants and boots, and has a tattoo with the word, page 1, on his body. He is Peggy Wan, one of the Flying Six. According to previous regulations, today is Friday and he is in charge of patrol. At the same time, Runti, who loved Peggy Wan's sister very much, followed her happily. Xiaopei, you are the most handsome guy on this street today. The two sisters were chasing and playing in the street, attracting the attention of many passers-by. But when they saw the labels on the clothes of the two people, they looked away in fear the next second. Just at this moment, among a group of Wanukuni residents wearing kimonos, one figure was particularly eye-catching. Runti, whose sixth sense was extremely sharp, immediately looked in that direction. Just see. Among the crowd, a young man in a white shirt stood out. His clear and distinct features were as if cut by a knife, and he was extremely handsome. Sit in front of a noodle shop and enjoy the pork bone ramen cooked by the ramen boss. Ah, Xiaopei, that man is so handsome. I changed my mind. Today he is the most handsome guy on this street. Runti couldn't help but blurt out like a fangirl. After hearing this, Page 1, who originally didn't want to pay attention to it, immediately became jealous and stared at this particularly abrupt uninvited guest. Next second, he came to the noodle shop, pulled a stool, sat down, turned sideways, and looked at the young man in front of him coldly. At this time, Luo Fan just picked up the bowl and drank the pork bone soup in one gulp. Then, a long burp sound came out of his mouth. Boss, this noodle tastes good, but the ingredients are too simple, only pork and fish, so I don't enjoy it very much. The noodle shop owner smiled and joked, hey, customer, this is pork bone ramen. In this day and age, it's good to have meat to eat. But my old man said that someone once ate dragon meat and said it was the most delicious ingredient in the world, but that's just a legend. When he heard the bill, the noodle shop owner, who was preparing the next order of ingredients with his back turned around with a smile. But then I saw a familiar face sitting next to Luo Fan. The noodle shop owner's face suddenly changed, as if he was dead, and he fell to the ground with a thud. His voice trembled with fear. Lord Peggy Wan. The Flying Six are responsible for maintaining order on the streets of Wanukuni. Naturally, most of the local store owners recognize their faces. Obviously, Peggy Wan was recognized at a glance. You don't seem to be from here. Peggy Wan glanced at Luo Fan beside her and asked coldly. Chapter 6. Blast the general's mansion with one punch and go straight to the headquarters of the Filiu. Luo Fan nodded slightly and took a sip of tea without paying attention. Boss, pay the bill. The noodle shop owner noticed the growing coldness on Peggy Wan's face, and quickly waved his hand to urge Luo Fan. My guest, I won't charge you for this bowl of noodles, please leave quickly. You're looking for death. Seeing that, Luo Fan ignored his words. The blue veins on Peggy Wan's forehead spread out like branches, and her body was expanding madly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, he transformed from a short man of about 1.7 meters into a Spinosaurus as tall as a tree. The entire roof of the noodle shop was broken, which immediately attracted countless eyes from passers-by. Lord Peggy Wan, please calm down. The noodle shop owner screamed in fear. Before he could kneel down and beg for mercy, Luo Fan pointed a hand at Peggy Wan's head and said calmly, Boss, if I can get you some dragon meat, can you make me another bowl of noodles? Boom. Next second, Peggy Wan's dragon claws suddenly grabbed towards Luo Fan's position, but missed. His eyes suddenly blurred and he only saw a flash of afterimage, and in the blink of an eye Luo Fan's figure disappeared. What kind of body movement is this? It's so fast. Peggy Wan narrowed her eyes slightly, turned around, and saw Luo Fan holding a teacup, looking at him quietly. At this time, Runti also came over, and seeing Peggy Wan attack Luo Fan without saying a word, she hit Peggy Wan with her head. Xiao Pei, how could you do that to this handsome guy? I apologize to you on behalf of Xiao Pei. Runti looked at Luo Fan with a somewhat infatuated look and bowed quickly. Get out of the way. However, the jealous page Wan had no intention of stopping and rushed towards Luo Fan again. There is no other reason. Because this guy actually dared to ignore his question. Call. The terrifying dragon claws grabbed towards Luo Fan, and even the air made a whistling sound. However, after transforming into a Spinosaurus, Page 1's strength was unprecedentedly enhanced, and his speed also became extremely rapid. Roll. This time Luo Fan did not choose to dodge, but punched out instead. The moment the fist collided with the opponent's dragon claw, a deafening metal collision sound spread from it. The next second, Page Wan's body flew backwards like a broken sack and slammed heavily into a house. Xiao Pei. Seeing this, Runti was both surprised and angry. She knew only too well how terrifyingly powerful her brother was in Spinosaurus form. However, the person in front of him was able to knock his brother away with just one punch. Who is this person? Now, advertisement. Rabbit Bowl. Quinn, who was sleeping soundly in the monitoring room, was suddenly awakened by the ringing of a Den Den Mushi beside him. Damn, who disturbed Lousy's nap? Quinn opened his eyes cursing and was about to swear at the Den Den Mushi person. Brother Quinn, this is bad. Someone is causing trouble near the flower capital. Hearing this, Quinn yelled, why did you call Lousy for such a small matter? Aren't there the Flying Six on patrol? Go find them and solve it. As he said this, he was about to check the surveillance footage of Julie. As soon as the picture unfolded, the next second, Quinn felt as if he was falling into an ice cave, and he jumped up from the chair. Just see. In the picture, a young man in a white shirt was chasing two people on the street. Among them, Runti was carrying the bleeding Peggy Wan and running wildly on the road, and he did not stop even if he bumped into passers-by. But when Quinn saw clearly the pursuer behind him, his face suddenly became uneasy. Oh my god, Luo Fan is chasing the Flying Six. Just a moment. The three of them left Julie and headed straight for a magnificent and towering ancient building. Quinn recognized it immediately. That ancient building is actually the Shogun's palace, the puppet regime supported by Kaido. The Kurozumi snake's residence. With one punch, the terrifying fist wind suddenly compressed into an invisible air shield, rushing out in a straight line, distorting the space, like a flood rushing thousands of miles. Instantly rushed towards the ancient building. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying sound of huge waves. The next moment. In front of me, there is a ruin. Damn it. Luo Fan attacked the shogunate. Quinn could no longer sit still. He realized the seriousness of the situation. This guy Luo Fan actually possessed the strength to defeat the Flying Six in such a short period of time. First they looted all the fish in the waters near Wanukuni, and now they are causing trouble in the flower capital. He is always making trouble, and the most serious thing right now is that he attacked the shogunate. He stared at the surveillance footage in a daze for a long time. Kurozumi Orochi is the shogun of Wanukuni. The ruler in name only, however, he is just a puppet supported by Kaido. Advertisement. But the problem now is that Luo Fan raised the gate of the general's mansion to the ground with one punch. In this case, it means that the beast's pirates took the initiative to attack their allies. Quinn was watching the surveillance video with sweat all over his forehead, and he was shaking with anger. It was unbelievable, he didn't expect that letting this guy go would grow up to be so terrifying. But then, a sinister smile gradually appeared on his face. Damn it, Luo Fan thinks Wanukuni is his home. No, we have to arrest him. Quinn was already somewhat unhappy with Luo Fan, so naturally he was so angry that he stood up on the spot and picked up the exclusive phones of the other members of the Flying Six. The other side. Beast's Pirates, inside the Assassination Organization's office. They are the senior officers of the Beast's Pirates and are managed by Quinn. They are second only to the Three Great Disasters, and are composed of the 6 strongest real fighters, all of whom are Devil Fruit Zone, ancient species, ability users. At this time, Fuzifer, Black Maria, Sasaki, and Babanuki sat together playing cards. It seems like I'm lucky today. After Fusfer played his last card, he glanced at the chips piled in front of him and smiled slightly. No more playing. I'm the one who's losing money all the time. Babanuki threw away the cards in his hand in annoyance and was about to turn and leave. Just at this moment, the telephone in the office rang. Hello, I'm Quinn. Quinn's hurried voice came from the other end of the line. Quinn, what's wrong? Fu Sifu looked confused. Whenever Quinn called, it was always something bad. The other members looked at Den Den Mushi. Listen carefully. Go to Flower City right now and bring a guy named Luo Fan back to Lousy. Luo Fan. The Flying Six were stunned at first and did not react immediately. Only Black Maria was somewhat familiar with the name, and she asked back, is he the young man who has been in the limelight recently, Master Yamato's fiancé? Yes, it's him. You guys can go now. However, before Quinn on the Den Den Mushi could say anything. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying fist wind came rushing through, breaking through the wall on one side and shattering Quinn's Den Den Mushi into pieces. Before Fei Lu and the others could come to their senses, two figures fell heavily in from outside and bumped into Babanuki. Huh, Runti, Peggy Wan, why is it you? Babanuki caught the two men and looked at them in horror as they were covered in bruises. Chapter 7. The horrifying art of cell splitting. Peggy Wan was seriously injured, and Runti was also seriously injured. Who was it that severely injured the two Flying Six at the same time? Until outside, a strange and magnetic voice broke the silence. Hey, beautiful lady, how could you take my ingredients away? While everyone was still in shock, a voice slowly came from far away along with the figure. When his outline was completely and clearly revealed to everyone, Fu Sifu, the strongest of the Flying Six and also considered the boss, suddenly looked terribly gloomy. He looked at the young man in front of him with disdain. This was the first time someone dared to break into the headquarters of their killer organization without permission. And obviously, this newcomer successfully angered them. Are you Luo Fan? Fu Sifu raised his head slightly and questioned. It seems that I am quite famous. Luo Fan couldn't deny it. With a slight smile on his face, he looked at Fu Sifu who was wearing a bright red helmet with bull horns. At the same time, he also felt the strong murderous intent coming towards him. Of course, he also had some understanding of Fu Sifu. One of the strongest agents of the former world government's internal spy organization, CP9. He was hijacked by Red Hair, Shanks while transporting rubber fruit 13 years ago, resulting in the fruit being taken away and the mission failing, and he was thrown into prison. Zoan Cat Fruit, ancient species, owner of saber-toothed tiger ability, bounty, 546 million berry, possesses impressive strength. Even though the bounty is far less than that of the three big names, it has always coveted their position. Besides, some bounties don't represent strength, like when a marshmallow-eating animal fights a battle worth hundreds of millions with only $50. At the moment, Fu Sifu is undoubtedly his best touchstone. I'll give you 5 seconds to get out of here and I won't bother you. Fu Sifu threatened coldly. However, Fu Sifu had just finished speaking. Luo Fan just yawned, and walked into the headquarters of Flying Six, then walked straight towards Babanuki, pointed at Peggy Wan in his arms and said, Hey, I don't want to hit anyone, please give me my ingredients back. At this time, Peggy Wan, who was already seriously injured, was so frightened that his whole body twitched as he watched Luo Fan approaching step by step. He shouted with great difficulty, Save me. Laugh. The next moment, Fu Sifu appeared behind Luo Fan, first gathering all his strength on his index finger, and then stabbed out with his armed and hardened finger at super speed. This blow actually pierced Luo Fan's chest completely on the spot. Dead. Seeing this, everyone looked at Luo Fan who fell to the ground. However, before their smiles could bloom on their faces, the next second, a scene that made everyone freeze happened. Just see. On the sofa where Fu Sifu was originally sitting, another Luo Fan was picking up the cards that had just been scattered on the table and took a look. Whose luck is this? It's so bad that there's not even a bomb. Huh, why are there two Luo Fans? Advertisement. A Luo Fan fell on the ground, and another Luo Fan appeared on the sofa without anyone noticing. Fusifu, Sasaki, Black Maria and others were all struck by lightning. This guy's fruit ability is very strange, everyone be careful. Black Maria had heard that Luo Fan had the ability to fuse cells. But what about this clone? What exactly is this guy's fruit ability? Dazzled. That's absolutely impossible. Fu Sifu was very shocked and he did not act rashly again. He realized it belatedly. Yes, how could a guy who was valued by Boss Kaido be killed so easily? Have you had enough fun? Suddenly, another familiar voice was heard. Outside the door, two more people walked in slowly. Gulu. Two more Luo Fan. At this moment, Fei Liubao and the others were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the three Luo Fan who appeared in the room. And at this time, Luo Fan's real body was sitting on the sofa. He looked at the expressions of these people with a joking look and listened to the voices coming from his mind. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 235. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 247. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 268. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 208. Congratulations to the host for getting the 301 shock value. Including the sensation caused by his accidental destruction of the gate of the general's mansion just now, and the shock of the Flying Six when they saw multiple versions of themselves. At this rate, he'd soon be able to open cans happily again. Luo Fan didn't care about the clone that Fu Sifu killed. His cell division is much more powerful than a certain Hokage's shadow clone, which needs a strong enough Yamato with a large amount of chakra to maintain it. But he doesn't need it. He can obtain endless cells by fusing cells. Besides, he already has 1 trillion cells now, so he can split into hundreds of millions of himself. You know, every cell can split into a clone. However, there is a limitation. The fewer cells a clone has, the weaker its strength is, and vice versa. And was killed instantly by Fu Sifu. Just one of his cells. An insignificant cell. What do you want? Fu Sifu took a deep breath, his expression gradually became serious, and his previous disdain had long since disappeared. I want to take that dinosaur away. And since you just attacked me, you must pay the price. Luo Fan walked towards Babanuki calmly, and then in front of everyone, he knocked Runti and Peggy Wan unconscious with 2 knife strikes. Since I have to pay a price, I would rather fight you to death. Fu Sifu is not someone who is easy to mess with. Even if the other party has displayed a very strange fruit ability, it is impossible to make him surrender like this. Advertisement. Absolutely impossible. Even the 3 major brands are not enough. The city of flowers, brothels. A wretched man with short limbs, a big head and a small body, a small crown on his head, a mustache, and a square face, was squinting. Listening to the singers playing in front of me. He was in a leisurely mood, shaking his head, drinking and laughing. This person. He is the current shogun of Wanukuni and an ally of the 4 emperors Kaido. Kurozumi the giant snake, even though he was immersed in the pleasures of wine and **X. But, around the brothel. But a group of ninja troops dressed in different clothes appeared. Among them, a man with a head as high as a middle finger is in charge of leading this army. They are the Onawabanshu of Orochi, responsible for the safety of the snake's entry and exit. Ha ha ha, Xiaozi has become more and more beautiful recently. Today, Kurozumi Orochi did not stay in the shogun's mansion as usual. Instead, he went to a brothel and listened to some folk songs. In order to meet his sweetheart Xiaozi, he dressed elegantly today. However, when a horrible explosion sounded in my ears, he followed the direction of the sound and soon identified it. The direction from which the explosion sound originated. It turned out to be his own general's mansion. Kyushiro, come out. Kurozumi Orochi looked puzzled and immediately shouted to the people around him. Immediately, a man with a very strange appearance, half drunk and half awake, walked out slowly. What's wrong, General Kurozumi? The sleepy Kyushiro yawned and couldn't help asking. Let's go see what's going on. Why is there an explosion in the direction of the general's mansion? Kurozumi Orochi command path. A few minutes later. Kyushiro ran back in a hurry. General Kurozumi, it's bad, the front gate of the general's mansion has been razed to the ground. Chapter 8. Fusi is not defeated. The extremely strong son-in-law. What did you say? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a golden needle piercing Kurozumi's brain, deeply irritating his nerves. He was so angry that he overturned the table in front of him to the ground on the spot. You bastards. Who dared to do this? Go and find out for me. Kurozumi Orochi immediately summoned Fukurokuju and other Onawabanshu and asked them to investigate the matter. The attack on the general's mansion showed that someone was challenging his regime. Especially Kyushiro, after hearing the news, his face, which had been drunk and half dead all day, gradually became solemn. Could it be that Lord Nishiki and Lord Momonosuke have returned? But think about it, there are still 2 years before the agreed time, so it shouldn't be them who did it. 2 hours later. Rabbit bowl over here. Because after Fusifu suddenly hung up the phone, Quinn had been trying to contact them. But I found that I couldn't make any calls using the Den Den Mushi. What on earth are those guys from Fei Liubao doing? Why don't they answer Lousy's call? Quinn couldn't help feeling depressed and suspicious. Could something have happened? My damn sixth sense came true. Next second, Fei Liubao finally responded again. As soon as the Den Den Mushi was connected, bad news came from the other end. Brother Quinn, it's bad, Fusifu has been defeated. I could tell it was Black Maria's voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Quinn's face turned pale and he couldn't utter a single word. Fusifu was also defeated. At this moment, Quinn felt his scalp tingling. He fully recognized Fu Sifu's strength, although the bounty was far less than that of his third brother Jack. But it is no exaggeration to say that his strength is close to Jack's. That being said, Luo Fan now has the ability to fight at the top level. If we let him go on like this, the top fighters of our beast's pirates will be wiped out by him. No, I have to take care of this myself. Advertisement. Quinn was completely unable to sit still. He had to solve this matter himself. Otherwise, if Boss Kaido found out, he would kill him. Now, in an open space, Luo Fan's white shirt was torn at the wrists and arms, his body was covered in dust, and his entire right hand was twisted like a pretzel. In front of him, a giant saber-toothed tiger orc was lying in a pool of blood, with fist marks all over his body. Ahem. Fu Sifu was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, his pupils were bloodshot, his face was full of unwillingness, and he stared at the young man in front of him. You've been killed by me countless times, and you don't know armament Haki, but you were able to break my defense with your powerful strength. Why? Why is this? As a Grandmaster Marine who is a strong taijutsu master, he not only possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities, but also masters armament Haki. He has many advantages. But he discovered the other party's shock. Throughout the entire battle, he found that he had killed Luo Fan countless times, but he always seemed to have no end of the opponent. After killing one, dozens more would appear. It was as if he was being used as a test subject, constantly studying his moves. But what really defeated him was the opponent's endless and terrifying power. Every heavy blow was a condensation of pure strength. Once is fine, but what if it happens thousands of times? Even though he had the double protection of iron body and armament Haki, he still couldn't withstand the crazy punches pouring down like a rainstorm. Luo Fan saw Fu Sifu's confused look and naturally knew what the other party was thinking. He smiled slightly and said, "You killed only some of my cells. This time I only lost less than 1 million cells in total, probably 1/100th of my 100,000. As he spoke, Luo Fan's entire right hand, which had been twisted into a pretzel, completely recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Physical strength. He has 1,000,000,000 cells, and can be replenished continuously through cells. As for the strength, that goes without saying. The power compressed by 1,000,000,000,000 cells. Immune to death, you. Furthermore, even if every time he attacks, his bones will be shattered and his internal organs will be ruptured due to the reaction force, he can quickly heal and regenerate through cell reorganization. Damn it. This fruit ability is too perverted. No wonder I heard that Lord Kaido cried for several days in order to win him over." Fu Sifu gave Luo Fan a high evaluation in his heart, closed his eyes immediately and lost consciousness. This was seen by the other Fei Lu brothers who followed them. But he has such amazing strength at the age of only 16 or 17. Is this generation going to make a big splash? Sasaki pressed his hat down and fell into deep thought. Advertisement. This young man brought him tremendous pressure. Even in the previous battle, the opponent did not crush Fu Sifu with thunderous force. However, the final result was that Fu Sifu was defeated without any injury. This was without any injury. Brother Quinn is on his way. Black Maria reminded. The other side. Street of the Flower City. After some searching, the Anawabanshu and others learned roughly what happened at that time from the residents on the street. Fu Lu Shou summed up several important clues. At that time, Peggy Wan and Runti, two of the Flying Six, were in charge of patrolling the streets, but for some unknown reason, the two of them had a conflict with a young man in a white shirt. When Fu Lu Shou returned to the general's mansion with these clues. At this time, on the sedan chair carried by 8 people, Kurozumi Orochi was waiting with an angry look on his face. "Report to the general, we have a clue." Fu Lu Shou came in front of the sedan chair and spoke earnestly. "What clues? Tell me." Kurozumi Orochi held his mustache, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "I heard that a very remarkable young man came to Flower City. He was very handsome and wore a white shirt. He had a conflict with 2 members of the Flying Six who were patrolling at the time, and then attacked the general's mansion. It has to be said that Fukurokuju was not only the captain of the Anawabanshu, but also a wise military strategist who grasped the key target in one go. Send someone to find him out right now." However, Kurozumi Orochi's order had just been passed down. After a long time, just when there was no news from the target. On the street, bursts of rustling sounds came from far away and got closer and closer. Everyone involuntarily looked towards the source of the sound. I saw it not far away. A young man was dragging a giant Spinosaurus that had fainted, walking swaggeringly on the street, seemingly heading towards a noodle shop. But what made Kurozumi Orochi and others gasp was that they did not pay too much attention to the young man at the first time. But it was the giant Spinosaurus that he was dragging in his hand. Wait, isn't that guy Peggy 1 from the Flying Sextuplets? Chapter 9. The General gave you face. Kick Kurozumi the snake. Peggy 1, that's a member of the Flying Six. But now, Peggy 1 was dragged half dead on the street by a young man. "General, we found him. He is the attacker." Fu Lu Shou narrowed his eyes slightly and pointed at the young man not far away and shouted. "Oh, are you sure about the man who attacked the shogunate? Come, capture him for this, General." Kurozumi Orochi frowned, waved the small fan in his hand, and gave orders to everyone. At this time, Luo Fan, who dragged Peggy 1 to the Tonkatsu ramen restaurant, did not notice anything unusual around him. The owner of the ramen restaurant was busy cleaning up the stall which had been in a mess due to a fight with Peggy 1 not long ago. "Boss." Luo Fan came forward and said hello. Hearing this call, the ramen boss was frightened and turned around quickly, and saw Luo Fan standing behind him. "Young man, why are you here again? Get out of here quickly. If Master Peggy 1 comes back, it will be a big trouble." This time, the ramen boss who saw Luo Fan looked as if he had seen a disaster, his face was filled with extreme fear, and he quickly drove the people away. Luo Fan scratched his head embarrassedly, then took out a small bag of money from his waist and threw it into the boss's hand. This is compensation to you, boss. Didn't you say that dragon meat is the most delicious meat in the world? I have found the ingredients. As he spoke, Luo Fan pointed to a dinosaur behind him. The ramen boss looked in the direction that Luo Fan pointed, and saw a Spinosaurus lying behind Luo Fan with foam at the mouth. Because it was facing away, the ramen owner couldn't see the dinosaur's head clearly. Young man, you are really capable. Where did you get this dinosaur? Let me tell you, the most delicious part of dragon meat is the tail. And you have to wait a day or two before you can eat it. Dragon meat is very difficult to prepare. The ramen boss patted the Spinosaurus tail and praised the strong tendons in the meat, saying it would be very chewy after cooking. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Fan walked directly behind the Spinosaurus, grabbed his tail, and pulled it hard. Tear. The thick dragon tail was broken off and thrown in front of the ramen owner. Okay, boss, take it and process it. If you do a good job, I can give you more money. Luo Fan clapped his hands, then kicked the Spinosaurus dozens of meters away. Since there's nothing good to eat elsewhere, there's no need to stay. However, Luo Fan had just left the tonkatsu ramen restaurant. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, several darts shot from the left. Luo Fan simply stomped his foot and turned into a shadow, dodging all the darts. Someone, catch him. As the voice rang out, the 10 ninjas of the Onawabanshu surrounded Luo Fan from all directions almost the moment the voice fell. Someone from the general's mansion. Luo Fan's eyes revealed a hint of impatience as he glanced at these strangely dressed ninjas. At the same time, he looked up. He saw a wretched man with a mustache glaring at him in a sedan chair 100 meters away. His eyes were round like copper bells and his face was sallow. One can tell at a glance that he has been addicted to alcohol and S*X for a long time and has no energy at all. Advertisement. This person. Naturally, it is the current shogun of Wanukuni. Kurozumi the giant snake. I actually met this wretched man. Luo Fan felt that his retina was contaminated by this disgusting guy, and he complained in his heart. Kiyoshiro. Kurozumi Orochi looked at the young man in front of him, his eyes revealing extreme displeasure. He never expected that someone would dare to attack his general's mansion. Could it be that? Are these the remnants of Kazuki Oden? Wrong. If they were remnants of the party, why would they act alone and attack his gate? In an instant, Kyushiro, who was standing beside Kurozumi Orochi, raised the corner of his mouth. With a light laugh, his figure suddenly appeared in front of Luo Fan like a shadow. However, he did not attack with thunderous force, but glanced at Luo Fan with a cold look. It was you who destroyed the general's mansion. In this regard, Luo Fan recalled carefully that when he was chasing Fei Liube, he did destroy an extremely ugly gate. It turns out that was the general's mansion. Luo Fan could only spread his hands. Who let it get in my way? Immediately, the scabbard in Kyushiro's right hand made an ear-splitting buzzing sound. The knife was pulled out in an instant. A sword energy gathered and slashed towards Luo Fan. Light steps. Luo Fan raised his eyes lightly, neither hurriedly nor slowly, and his body was in a trance. Bang! The sword energy passed by him and dissipated. He actually dodged my sword energy within 2 meters. Seeing this, Kyushiro was extremely surprised and stared in disbelief. You know, today, he enjoys the title of the best swordsman in Wanukuni. When it comes to swordsmanship, no one is faster than him. This scene, it not only deeply stimulated Kyushiro. Even the big snake Kurozumi who was carrying the sedan chair had a look of fear on his face at this moment. Kyushiro, what are you doing? His voice was a little angry and trembling, and one even wondered if Kyushiro was letting him win. This sudden situation made him recall the time when Kazuki Oden led his men to attack the shogun's mansion. How many years has Wanukuni been here? There has never been such a powerful enemy. Everyone, come on. Advertisement. Fukurokuju was very alert and immediately ordered the Orochi Onawabanshu to rush forward. In an instant, the people on the street were frightened and ran away. A murderous atmosphere suddenly filled the surroundings. Want to take action? Then let's do it together. Luo Fan said lightly without caring at all. Just see. Next second, Huang Shilong swung the long sword again, and with it as the center, terrifying and violent sword energy shot out wildly, attacking Luo Fan at a tricky angle. However, Luo Fan's speed is very fast, although he has not learned the observation Haki's capture technique. But he was able to accurately dodge the attacks every time through his terrifying movements using the Lingbo Weebu technique. As the saying goes, look back and take it out, the ghost knife is invisible once it is opened, move, move. Soon, he moved horizontally a long distance and left the attack range of the sword energy. He easily resolved the opponent's moves. What a fast speed. Huang Shilong was covered in cold sweat, and an inexplicable feeling of suffocation oppressed his entire body. Just at this moment of trance, Kyushiro was in a trance. Luo Fan has disappeared like a ghost. Where are the people? Everyone was surprised and didn't wait to react. Kurozumi Snake, who was sitting on the sedan chair, suddenly felt an invisible air pressure rising above his head. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. What's going on? Why is my heart beating so fast? A strong premonition came over him, and Kurozumi Orochi just reacted. At some point, a pair of eyes were looking down at him with extremely cold eyes. Just see. Luo Fan had appeared behind him without anyone noticing. and was looking at him with a smile on her face. A-hole, how dare you offend this general? Kurozumi the snake turned around and shuddered all over. Bang. However, before he could react, the next second, he was like a kite that had been disconnected from the sedan chair. He instantly flew out of the sedan chair and glided in the air for hundreds of meters before crashing into a tall building. General. This moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Someone is trying to assassinate the shogun in Wanukuni. The next moment, countless shock values ran up wildly. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 258. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 267. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 242. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 251. Chapter 10. Tear the Yamato no Orochi apart with bare hands. Devour. And this scene. When Kyushiro below saw this, his blood boiled, but he tried hard to suppress his inner excitement. Unexpectedly, he had been waiting for almost 20 years for his revenge plan. For the past 20 years, he has been planning to assassinate Kurozumi Orochi all the time. But what's the use of that? He knew very well that the real ruler of Wanukuni today was not Kurozumi Orochi, but Kaido of the Beasts who had supported him to serve as a puppet regime. Even if he could kill Kurozumi Orochi, so what? Wanukuni's current situation would not change at all. General. Seeing this, Huang Shalong pretended to be angry and killed Luo Fan in order to continue disguising his identity. Although the knife flashed, the speed was extremely fast. However, Luo Fan was faster and easily avoided the attack. Of course, this slash also has enough water in it. Master Fu Lu Shou, should we still take action? The Anawabanshu and others all turned their eyes to Fukurokusho. Among this group of people, Kyushiro is now known as the #1 swordsman in Wanukuni. If even a strong man of this strength can't restrain Luo Fan, then there is no hope for others. Just when I was in a dilemma. Roar. Suddenly, a low voice gradually sounded between heaven and earth. Just see. Advertisement. In the direction where the Kurozumi snake had just disappeared, a huge figure was constantly expanding and appeared on the tall building. A-hole. How dare you offend this general? When the giant creature revealed its true form, the residents on the street below and the people in the general's mansion were completely dumbfounded. On a tall building, 8 scaly dragon heads stood up, overlooking everything around them. They merged into one, talking to each other, their scarlet pupils emitting endless anger. It was like a demon from purgatory. The general's ability is actually the legendary Yamato no Orochi. Oh my god, there is such a fruit ability in the world. It turns out that the general has been hiding his strength. No wonder he keeps asking us to take action. The Anawabanshu and their subordinates could not help but kneel down and worship, looking at the 8 dragon heads whose appearance alone was enough to make people lose resistance. Especially some people on the street. After seeing the monster, everyone was scared and hid. Yamato no Orochi. Is this a legendary monster? That guy is hiding so deeply. Kyushiro's pupils narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but feel fortunate that his assassination plan had not been carried out, otherwise he would have no chance of defeating this legendary monster. No wonder he didn't take action but instead recruited a group of powerful warriors. This is the reason. Just when everyone was imagining how powerful Kurozumi Orochi was. Luo Fan looked at the Yamato no Orochi, which looked extremely stupid and cute yet also vulgar, and couldn't help but feel like retching in his throat. He was very familiar with the abilities of Kurozumi Orochi. The user of the snake fruit, the mythical beast type, and the Yamato no Orochi form. Logically speaking, the users of the mythical beast type fruit, such as Kaido, Sengoku, Marco, Luffy and others, are all powerful warriors with top combat power. But this kind of god-level fruit was put into the possession of Kurozumi Orochi, which was a complete waste of resources. It was completely wasted, except for being used to fake death and resurrect to scare ordinary people. It can be said that he is just a good-for-nothing who spends his days in debauchery and drinking. Advertisement. Often waste is unaware of itself. Boom. The next moment, the Kurozumi snake jumped down from midair and smashed a huge hole on the ground. Among the 8 dragon heads, a dark-colored one stared at Luo Fan coldly. What is incredible is that Kurozumi Orochi did not take action immediately, but said to Luo Fan, "Little guy, join my shogunate. I will not pursue today's matter." Ha! When these words were spoken, Kyushiro and the Anawaban were all shocked. What? General Kurozumi is offering an olive branch to the other side. Why is this? Hee. Luo Fan, who had already seen through everything, just smiled and ignored it. Being a useless subordinate like you, I advise you to look in the mirror. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Fan rushed straight towards the Yamato no Orochi without any hesitation. Seeing Luo Fan coming suddenly, Kurozumi Orochi did not attack immediately, but instead shouted to the people around him, "Stop him." However, it happened in a flash, in just a moment. Luo Fan jumped high, bypassing everyone's obstruction, and landed on the head of Kurozumi snake. "I'm going to tear you apart with my bare hands." Luo Fan suddenly grabbed a head with both hands and twisted it. Crash. On the spot, a head was torn off and thrown to the ground with flesh and tendons. In an instant, bright red blood gushed out and one of the Yamato no Orochi collapsed to the ground with a bang. The lifeless head was tightly grasped in Luo Fan's hand, and a dark light emanated from his palm. Swallow.
Chapter 11 Thunder from Father-in-Law 8 trigrams. This kind of fruit is completely useless in your hands. Fusion of 1,203,500,000 cells. You can get more than 1 billion cells by devouring a dog head. After Luo Fan heard the prompt in his mind, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. There were no longer enough resources near Wanukuni for him to continue fusing more cells, but now he had found another way out. Fuse some cells of fruit ability users. Then these 8 dog heads are worth more than 8 billion. Isn't this a pure experience gift package that is delivered to your door? Kurozumi the snake howled in pain, shaking his head in anger, like a mad dog, opening his mouth and biting Luo Fan. But due to his huge size and clumsy movements, he didn't even touch Luo Fan's clothes. But this scene seemed extremely humorous. It was like swinging a heavy hammer, attacking the souls of the Onawabenshu and the Shogun's mansion. Character. Over the years, Kurozumi Orochi's character has always been that of a hidden and peerless demon king who disdains to attack anyone, but is followed by many powerful people. This stereotype makes everyone think that Kurozumi Orochi is as invincible as Kaido. But now, in front of everyone, Luo Fan tore off the first head of the Kurozumi snake. Just one was enough to cause the faith of everyone in the general's mansion to begin to collapse. In addition, the people of the City of Flowers, whether they were shop owners, street vendors, the elderly, the weak, women and children, all witnessed history with their own eyes. At this moment, there are thousands of emotions, and this emotion is more of a resonance. A resonance of hatred for the Kurozumi Orochi. See Circle Calendar 1520 Yen. Suddenly, a strange young man broke into Wanukuni's territory and tore the shogun apart with his bare hands. Shock, fear, and disbelief kept changing on their faces. Under the dark rule of Kurozumi Orochi for nearly 20 years. His inhumane tyranny, weakening, fooling, tiring, humiliating, impoverishing and abusing the people, wantonly plundering the people's wealth and indulging in wine and women all day long, caused the people of Wanukuni to have only fear of him and not the slightest respect for him. It was a far cry from the days when the Kazuki family ruled, and the lives of ordinary people seemed to have suddenly fallen into hell on earth. Therefore, most of the Wanukuni people miss the prosperous scene during the Kazuki Sukiyaki period. However, today a young man stepped forward and personally pulled down the high and mighty General Kurozumi Orochi from the altar. It turns out that the Kurozumi snake is not as scary as rumored. Kill. Good kill. Advertisement. Kurozumi Orochi, God has finally sent someone to take you away. For so many years, we have endured humiliation and hardship just to bear witness to this history. Could this guy be the 9 Scarlet Sky heroes who disappeared 18 years ago? Some elders began to become suspicious. But Luo Fan looks too young and the timeline doesn't match. If a powerful foreign invader directly provoked Wanukuni, this kind of thing would basically be impossible to happen. You know, this is the territory of the beast's pirates. No matter what, from this moment on, Kurozumi the Great Snake has been pulled down from the altar. The most excited one was none other than Kiyoshiro. After seeing the Invincible persona that Kurozumi Orochi had always created collapse in an instant, the blood flowing through his body was boiling with desire for the revenge plan. What are you looking at, you bastards? Come and help me. Kurozumi the snake roared at Kyushiro and the others. But no matter how he howled and shouted like a madman, the collapse of faith is undoubtedly the most terrifying. As a death warrior who has always been valued and trained, he has been instilled with the legend and power of General Kurozumi since childhood. The scene before them made Fukurokusho, the imperial court guards, and the people from the shogun's mansion all have dry throats, smile bitterly, and look at each other in bewilderment. Because the shogun whom they loved and supported so much turned out to be such a despicable waste. 1, 2, 3. 7. Luo Fan rode on the Yamato no Orochi, nimbly dodging his attacks and effortlessly breaking off heads one by one. Just a few breaths of time. All 7 heads were absorbed by Luo Fan, and the Yamato no Orochi was left with only a lone commander who could only wail and command. In the end, he was frightened to the point of turning pale and collapsing in a pool of blood. With one more life, I can kill you completely. Luo Fan reached out his hand and stroked the last dog head of the Kurozumi snake, but did not act immediately. This person is a puppet supported by Kaido. If he is killed like this, will he vent his anger on Kaido? After all, he just wanted to gain some shock value along the way. There has to be a specific reason to kill someone. The other side, Quinn, who rushed over after hearing the news, twisted his fat buttocks as thick as a tree and ran quickly on the street, like a tank passing through. Advertisement. That damn guy Luo Fan actually destroyed Laozi's assassin organization. Laozi will teach you a lesson. And just as he was running towards the Flower City, suddenly, the originally clear sky was now filled with dark clouds, and terrifying flashes of lightning resounded through the sky. A powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire Flower City. Quinn felt an inexplicable chill down his spine and looked up. Just see. A huge figure flew straight into the sky, emitting a terrifying dragon roar. The dragon roar turned into sound waves, shaking the layers of sea of clouds, and the figure gradually emerged from them. This is a green dragon that is 100 meters in size, covered with layers of scales all over its body, flashing with dazzling sharpness. The dragon simply opened its mouth and burped. In an instant, the air for several miles around was suddenly filled with the smell of alcohol. Below, the people of Wanukuni were horrified and terrified. He is coming. Yes, Kaido, run. Kaido is coming. The terrifying yet familiar scene flooded into every citizen's mind like a crazy memory. Before they could react, boom, the huge object fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the house collapsed in an instant, with smoke and dust billowing. Yeah, Kaido is here. Kyushiro looked embarrassed, with his right hand on the scabbard. The real boss, who killed his lord, finally appeared. The giant dragon in the sky circled for a while. As if he was an emperor inspecting the surroundings, he looked around and found the Kurozumi snake lying in a pool of blood. Especially when he saw Luo Fan riding on him, his body paused and his bright pupils dilated immediately. Hick, I heard that you've been in a lot of trouble recently. Have you grown wings or something? Do you still want to stay in the dungeon? Kaido drunkenly glared at Luo Fan. Facing the questioning, Luo Fan broke out in a cold sweat, and the terrifying pressure was as strong as ever. This is the scrutiny from the four emperors. However, Luo Fan did not retreat. He looked directly at Kaido with a calm expression. How about you let me go? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Kaido raised his head and laughed. The next second, his face changed drastically and he yelled at Luo Fan. You stinky boy, don't even think about leaving if you don't marry Laozi's daughter. As he spoke, the giant dragon suddenly shrank into the form of a human, and a mace appeared in his hand. Strands of lightning fell from the sky and wrapped around the mace. Come on, take Laozi's thunderous 8 trigrams. Chapter 12 Golden Light Curse. Kaido, please be my son-in-law. Kaido swooped down from the sky, holding a mace wrapped in lightning above his head, with a terrifying haki wrapped around its surface. Buzz. Thunder continued to be heard in the air, and the man and the stick became one, as if a meteor was falling. Damn it. If this move really comes, even Lingbo Weebu can't dodge it. System. I want to draw a lottery. Luo Fan's scalp went numb and he felt as if his body was locked by an invisible pressure, with no way to escape. In the original plot, after Luffy defeated Doflamingo, his bounty soared to 1.5 billion, and he was recognized by the world government as the 5th emperor. However, even Luffy in Gear 4th form, with his entire body covered in armament haki, was killed instantly by the thundering 8 trigrams and returned to his original form. Now, if he had to take this blow head on without the protection of armament haki, I really don't know how many cells would die. Shock value. 1,050,400. Ding dong. Exchange for purple can 1, minus 1,000, 00 shock value. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden light spell. Suddenly, a terrifying golden light spread out from Luo Fan's body. Boom. The lightning struck, submerging the entire area with a bang. Suddenly, the entire ground was shaking wildly as if a wild beast was struggling violently. The deafening explosion made people within a few kilometers radius cover their ears involuntarily. The residual power of the stick spread out, turning into circles of terrifying ripples, instantly blowing all the people around away. Kaido. Kyushiro gritted his teeth, retreated several meters, and left several footprints on the ground before he stopped. He felt mixed emotions, as Kaido, who had defeated Lord Odin through conspiracy, now possessed such terrifying strength. With this gap, can he still avenge Lord Odin? Until the lightning faded and the smoke cleared. At the center of the explosion, Kaido stood there with a mace on his shoulder. At this time, Kurozumi Orochi, who had only 1 life left and chose to lie down and pretend to be dead, saw Kaido appear. He quickly got up from the ground, and he couldn't hold back his tears. He cried to Kaido, Kaido, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, this guy would have beaten me to death. Kaido raised his eyes and stared at Kurozumi Orochi. What's going on between you and him? The reason why Kaido appeared here was because his subordinates tipped him off. Although Quinn concealed something, the news still reached Kaido's ears. Advertisement. First, Luo Fan looted the fish in the nearby waters, causing food shortages in Wanukuni. Second, Luo Fan had friction with the Flying Six and fought with them in the flower capital. Even Fu Sifu, the most powerful of the Flying Six, was defeated by him. You know, a few days ago, Luo Fan was just a little guy in his hands who could be easily crushed to death, but now he has the strength to defeat the top fighters. Kaido came here specifically to verify this. This guy attacked my general's mansion, so I naturally cannot let him go. If I hadn't been careless, I would have killed him long ago. With Kaido's support, Kurozumi Orochi instantly gained confidence and immediately straightened his chest. Only, next second, but a voice struck Kurozumi Snake's heart like lightning. Oh, so you are so strong, why don't you try again? Along with the appearance of this voice, behind Kaido, Luo Fan raised the corner of his mouth and appeared in everyone's sight. He's not dead. Oh my god, that's an attack from the 4 emperors. Gulu. This guy is too powerful. At this moment, Huang Shalong, Fu Lushou and others almost popped their eyes out and looked at Luo Fan as if they had seen a ghost. Especially Kurozumi Orochi, he trembled all over, and felt his body stiffen, his tears immediately welled up in his eyes. Ah. Kaido, hurry and kill him for me. Kaido was very surprised after taking a look at Luo Fan who was unharmed. He even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This is one of his most terrifying moves, the thunderous 8 trigrams. Dozens of times stronger than the last normal attack. Did he use Haki to carry it down? No, he didn't feel any Haki flowing through Luo Fan's body. But this did not prevent Kaido from liking Luo Fan. He suddenly laughed out loud and nodded with great satisfaction. You were able to take Lousie's thunderous 8 trigrams head on without using Haki. You were AF asterisk 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 G monster. You are worthy of being the son-in-law chosen by Lousie. Being called a monster by a monster. As soon as these words came out, all of a sudden, the people in the general's mansion looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit, and their faces were pale. Kurozumi Orochi's overjoyed face suddenly froze as if petrified, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Kaido, what did you say? This guy is your son-in-law. Even Kyushiro and others were surprised. Advertisement. Kaido's son-in-law is so powerful. Too. Otherwise, how could he be recognized by the strongest creature in the world? Now, the revenge plan will probably be more difficult. A trace of unwillingness flashed across Kyushiro's face. If you don't want to die, be careful with your words. How do you talk to Lousie's future son-in-law? Kaido's eyes were like a Shinigami sickle, staring directly at Kurozumi's snake. From the beginning to the end, in his eyes, Kurozumi Orochi was just a chess piece that he could manipulate at will. He would use it when he wanted to, and kill it when he didn't want to. Facing Kaido's indifferent attitude, Kurozumi Orochi was filled with rage, but he dared not speak out. Today, he lost all his face in front of his subordinates. But even so, what can he do? The opponent is Kaido, a man who is said to be the strongest creature in the world and has a body comparable to that of a god. Forget it, this general is magnanimous and will let bygones be bygones for what happened today. In the end, after Kurozumi Orochi found out about the relationship between the two, he realized that continuing to argue would only make him more embarrassed, so he just waved his hand in anger, asked the people from the shogun's mansion to bring a sedan chair over, and left in disgrace. At this time, Quinn, who had been running non-stop all the way, also arrived at the crime scene. When he saw Kaido and Luo Fan standing together, he trembled all over and felt something was wrong. It's over. If Brother Kaido knew that this kid had caused so much trouble under my nose, he would definitely not let me go. Thinking of this, Quinn shouted, Brother Kaido, let me punish this brat. The next second, his body began to expand wildly and turned into a giant Brachiosaurus. He swung his thick and long neck and leapt high into the air. Brachiosaurus bomb. In an instant, a layer of black armament Haki spread over his head, and he rushed towards Luo Fan with an extremely fast headbutt like a cannonball. Seeing this, Kaido's face was full of black lines, and he swung the mace and swept it casually. Get out of here. Don't hurt my rich son-in-law. Bang. Immediately, Quinn was hit hard by a stick, his body flew 100 meters away, fell heavily to the ground, and fainted. Then, Kaido came up with a flattering look on his face and said, Boy, just promise to be my son-in-law. We Beasts Pirates are a big family. As long as you can agree, the future will be all yours. More pie in the sky online. Luo Fan inexplicably found Kaido pleasing to the eye and treated him like a father. However, he still shook his head. What if I refuse? Baga. Take another thunderous 8 trigrams from Lousie. Chapter 13 Top Armament Haki. Prison Break. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye after the flower capital Shogunate was attacked by a mysterious person. The news, which had originally spread throughout the streets and alleys, was deliberately suppressed by the Shogunate. Even some people who saw what happened that day would be visited by people from the Shogunate and given verbal warnings. If they continued to spread the news, they would face imprisonment. It can be said that in order to save his own face, Kurozumi Orochi has tried his best to cut off the source of information from the flower capital to prevent it from spreading to other places and damaging the image of his Shogunate admiral army. Even so, Fukurokuju, Onawabanshu and Kiyoshiro have now kept silent about the true identity of Kurozumi Orochi. They continued to serve this useless general, but in their hearts they were still afraid of the Beasts Pirates behind him. It was noon. Tuden, a prisoner mining site. Inside the damp, cold and gloomy seastone prison. Luo Fan rested his hands on the back of his head, listening to the occasional whipping sounds coming from outside. At this moment, his face was full of confusion, and he muttered to himself, logically speaking, the things I caused cannot be just this shocking. After he caused a big fuss in Flower City 2 days ago, the situation did not escalate to the extent he expected. Open black lens bracket shock value, 2058070 close black lens bracket. 2 days passed and the shocking value was only over 2 million. This result was most likely caused by Kurozumi Orochi suppressing the news and preventing it from spreading to other villages. The Golden Light spell is indeed a good self-defense spell, but it consumes too much energy. Luo Fan still feels scared every time he thinks back to Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams 2 days ago. If he hadn't drawn out the Golden Light spell in time, he really didn't know how many of his cells would have been killed. This is still Kaido's normal form. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying if he were to take on his complete orc form? After all, Kaido is the culmination of Conqueror's Haki and the mythical beast Devil Fruit, so his strength is unquestionable. How could a newcomer like him, who had only been here for less than a month, challenge this? You have to practice for at least 2.5 years to be qualified. However, this also made Luo Fan gradually realize that although he was evaluated as having extraordinary combat power, he still had no chance of winning against Kaido. There is no doubt that above the peerless world, there is definitely a higher level of combat power. System, exchange 10 blue cans and 1 purple can for me. Luo Fan waved his hand and decided to exchange all the shock points into jars, so as to get some European Emperor possession. Ding dong, exchange for 10 blue cans, minus 100,000 shock value. Ding dong, exchange for 1 purple can, minus 1 million shock value. Ding dong, do you want to open the can? Luo Fan rubbed his hands, addicted to gambling. Open. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining one time anywhere door *1. Ding dong, congratulations on getting stamina potion *1. Advertisement. Ding dong, congratulations on winning sumo slap *1. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining the intermediate steering skill. Ding dong, congratulations on winning space ring 10 square meters *1. Ding dong, congratulations on winning 5 million Baileys *1. Ding dong, congratulations on getting non-stop spinning crystal shoes *1. Ding dong, congratulations on getting White Eyes 24-hour trial card *1. Ding dong, congratulations on getting Bad Ghost 24-hour experience card *1. Ding dong, congratulations on getting stamina potion *1. This is what came out of the 10 blue cans. The most speechless thing is that he got 2 stamina potions, which are of no use to him. As for the rest, it's pretty good. It can be said that the last time I got the Lingbo Weebu body movement skill from the purple jar, I was already blessed with good luck. System, please give me something good, otherwise all my work will be in vain. Ding dong, congratulations on winning the top armament Haki. Oh my god, it's really coming. Ding dong, redeem purple can 1. Congratulations on getting the top armament Haki. It's finally here. Luo Fan's pupils shrank sharply and he took a breath of cold air. Open black lens bracket top armament Haki close black lens bracket. Hardened makes the body harder than steel, but cannot improve its own defense and attack power. In addition to being used on one's own body, it can also be used on objects. Entangle wrap the gas-like armament Haki around the body. It can be wrapped around weapons, and can also be wrapped around flying objects, arrows and bullets, for a certain period of time. External release, you can gather the armament color on your hands or weapons and release it, directly evolving into substantial attack power or defense power. It can deliver a powerful impact, form a protective wall, and even defend against invisible attacks. Internal destruction, a way to use armament Haki externally, which can penetrate the surface of an object and directly destroy the inside of the object. As for the other items, Luo Fan only clicked on the skill of intermediate steering and put them all into the space ring. The space ring is a purple ring, which fits perfectly on the middle finger of his right hand. It is obviously tailor-made for him. Open black lens bracket name, Luo Fan close black lens bracket. Age, 17. Evaluation, a rising star in the pirate's world. Fruit, mythical beast cell fruit platinum form unawakened. Skills, light footsteps, golden light curse, top armament Haki, intermediate steering skill. Title, none. Advertisement, open black lens bracket cell, 1008296056050 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket shock value, 58,070 close black lens bracket. In general, his dodging and defense are now at their best. As for face-to-face killing, the top-level armament Haki is definitely not inferior to anyone. Kaido once said that if you want to become a strong person above all others, you must rely on the powerful Haki. Relying solely on the user of fruit abilities is useless. Of course, armament Haki is just one type of conqueror's Haki. There are 2 other very important Haki, one is observation Haki and the other is conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki represents the natural king's demeanor of the owner. It is an innate Haki, which is something you are born with from the womb. If you don't have it in this lifetime, it will be difficult to have it. Can be used together with armament Haki, the power will be even more terrifying. As for observation Haki, like armament Haki, it can be learned through personal enlightenment. The current Luo Fan is still lacking observation Haki. Otherwise, if he met a man of Kaido's level, he would still not be qualified. I have to try out the effects of this top-grade armament Haki. Thinking of this, Luo Fan glanced at the seastone handcuffs that locked him, and his hand suddenly released a trace of black gas that penetrated the surface and went straight into the inside. Snap. In an instant, the seastone handcuffs were torn into pieces, and the bomb device inside turned into waste. Then he looked at the cell door and clenched his right fist. In an instant, a layer of extremely dark black substance quickly appeared on his entire arm, and then gradually turned into something purple like lightning. This is hardening and winding, and the release process is very natural and stress-free. Then he waved towards the door in front of him from a distance. Boo! A purple Haki flew out like a sharp sword, causing the surrounding air to burst into a terrifying buzzing sound, and even the space began to become extremely dark. Speak out loud. Boom! The huge rocks exploded with a shocking sound, as if hundreds of artillery shells had exploded, causing waves of terrifying energy ripples. When this extremely terrifying force appeared in Tudandu. At the same time, on Ghost Island, Jin was lying on the ground as usual. This was his unique way of training. He used his observation Haki to spy on every move on the island. As the first admiral of Beast's pirates, his armament Haki has already reached the top level, but his observation Haki is always a little bit unlucky. Katakuri. Just when he was practicing with his imaginary enemy. Sudden, an invisible and violent force pierced his back like a golden needle, making him stunned. Huh, someone has cultivated top-level Haki. Then, a frightened voice came from a Den Mushi. Lord Jin, it's bad, the prisoners of Rabbit Dawn have escaped. Chapter 14. Treating Yamato to noodles, the clown turned out to be me. Sky. Jin's figure quickly passed by Julie, Baiwu, Zaime and other places. He suddenly landed the rabbit bowl. Where's that fat pig Quinn? Didn't he take good care of the rabbit bowl? A top Haki warrior just appeared. Moreover, the degree of fluctuation seemed to be even greater than his. The scene at Tuden was in a mess, with many cell doors broken, but some of the prisoners did not escape. Only a small number of people escaped. The reason is simple, even if they escape, they cannot leave Wanukuni and will be caught sooner or later. Could it be that kid? A figure popped up in Jin's mind. Luo Fan. Jin found the dungeon where Luo Fan was imprisoned. It was empty except for the door that had been blown into pieces. Looking at the countless small stones scattered on the ground, there was still a trace of Haki in the air. Jin's pupils condensed violently, and he said to himself, did this guy cultivate top-level Haki in prison? Wrong. This is absolutely impossible, that's top-level Haki. He practiced for decades before he was able to cultivate top-level Haki, and he is also a genius in the field of Haki. But now, instead of letting him believe that a guy of 16 or 17 years old has cultivated top-level Haki, it is better to kill him directly. The City of Flowers. Yamato wanders the streets wearing a Shinigami mask. Because her figure was much taller than that of ordinary people, and especially her elegant appearance, she attracted a lot of attention at once. Damn it, I must go to Rabbit Dawn and kill that guy with my own hands. Just yesterday, she learned from Jack that Luo Fan was imprisoned in Rabbit Dawn. So I sneaked into a ship, left Onigashima and followed the route directly here. At this time, a tonkatsu ramen restaurant, the aroma that hit his nose made Yamato's stomach rumble. Ah, I'm so hungry. Never mind, let's eat something first. So she followed the source of the fragrance and came to the door of a noodle shop. Advertisement. Boss, give me some ramen. Yamato put down his mace and sat down. I'm sorry, young lady. Today our shop has been booked by someone else, so we can only accommodate him now. The ramen boss smiled apologetically and bowed. As soon as these words came out, Yamato frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashed across her clear and beautiful eyes, and she casually threw out a bag of money. I'll only eat one portion, this should be fine. She was so hungry that she couldn't stand it anymore. Boss, is my dragon bone ramen ready? At this time, Luo Fan, who had just escaped from the rabbit bowl, happened to come to the door of the noodle shop. He planned to have some dragon bone ramen before escaping Wanukuni. After all, as a pure foodie, dying in front of food is not worth mentioning. But when he saw a lump of something sitting at the door of the ramen shop, he subconsciously looked up. I saw a woman pouting with a look of grievance on her face, holding her chin with both hands. Oh my god, Yamato. Luo Fan was stunned. This was the first time he met Yamato. The contours of her face were extremely clear, her skin was as white as jade, and her big, beautiful eyes were as clear as lake water. She looked like a loli with a devilish figure. It makes people recite a poem in their hearts. Ah. Yamato, oh Yamato, you are so beautiful, tall and strong and, you are tolerant. Luo Fan thought that at 1.88 meters tall, he was not short and could be said to be much taller than an average person. However, in front of Yamato, he looked so petite. If this happens after marriage, it would be like a toothpick stirring a water tank. Dragon bone ramen. Yamato's attention was all on eating. She just glanced at Luo Fan and moved to the side. It only took a short while. The ramen boss came out holding a bowl as big as a water tank. In the bowl, a layer of ramen is topped with a large piece of meat and sprinkled with a few sesame seeds. The rich bone broth is milky in color, and the aroma it exudes makes people drool. Grunt. Stimulated by this, Yamato's stomach started growling again. Thank you, boss. Luo Fan glanced at Yamato's throat rolling and almost couldn't help laughing, but he pretended not to see it and picked up the chopsticks, picked up the noodles and started eating. Yamato watched Luo Fan sucking the noodles and soup, and tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. Can you give me a taste of your dragon bone ramen? Advertisement. Yamato felt that Shang was confused and finally couldn't help but ask. Seeing Yamato's pitiful expression, Luo Fan ate up all the remaining dragon bone ramen in front of her. You. Seeing this, Yamato gritted his teeth in anger and his eyes suddenly turned red. But in the next second, Luo Fan said to the ramen boss, Boss, give her one too, it's mine. As soon as these words came out, Yamato was shocked and looked at Luo Fan in disbelief. She sounded like she wanted to cry and asked weakly, Are you really going to treat me to a meal? Since she was a child, Yamato has lacked care from those around her, especially her father Kaido, who has always kept her imprisoned. She was also given handcuffs made of sea stone with bombs placed inside. If she dared to leave Wanukuni, the bombs would be activated and kill her. And now, someone actually invited her to eat noodles. When the delicious ramen entered her stomach, Yamato could no longer hold back her tears. She couldn't help but choke up and said, Thank you for treating me to ramen. My name is Yamato, please give me your guidance in the future. Luo Fan was not surprised to hear Yamato's voice become a little gentler and more polite. After all, Yamato's life experience is miserable enough. She has a dead father like Kaido, who has always regarded her as a powerful fighting force and wants to use her, and at the same time trains her according to the standards of the future general of Wanukuni. It can be said that no one has ever really cared about her since she was a child, which is why she was so moved that her nose was running after eating a bowl of ramen. This reminded Luo Fan of the classic story of how a girl could be picked up by spending 5 yuan on snail noodles. A big part of the reason is the lack of love from the original family, and the same is true for Yamato. Luo Fan wanted to pat Yamato's shoulder, but found that he could only touch her back. He comforted her, "Eat slowly, don't choke. You are such a nice person." Yamato wiped the tears from her eyes and smiled. For the first time, she felt the feeling of someone caring about her, and that person was a handsome young man. Ahem. No, I don't like men. I am a man myself. Yamato struggled intensely in his heart and shook his head. Wait until Yamato finishes eating. Luo Fan casually asked, "What are you doing in Wajadu?" In response, Yamato said frankly, "Kill one person. Isn't it just to kill your father Kaido? But Kaido should be in Onigashima, is it possible that he came to Flower Capital to wash his feet? Besides, with your half-baked ability, killing 4 emperors is just asking for trouble, isn't it?" So Luo Fan began to advise earnestly, "Young people, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Killing someone means paying with your life. Think more about your elderly parents." Luo Fan started to use Blue Star's method of chanting scriptures to educate prisoners. Just as he said this, Yamato frowned and turned to look at Luo Fan. "Strength. Why do you have to worry about killing a prisoner?" At this point, Luo Fan almost choked himself on the tea he had just passed to his mouth. He asked in confusion, "What did you say, kill a prisoner?" "Yeah, I'm hunting down a guy named Luo Fan." Chapter 15. Yamato was pushed down. "Thank you for being so handsome." After these words were spoken, Luo Fan finally recovered from choking on water, but his face turned black the next second. What? Did he hear it right? Yamato wanted to kill him. Without noticing the sudden change on Luo Fan's face, Yamato clenched her fists and continued to talk to herself. "Before I kill him, I will torture him severely, whip his skin, pull out his tendons, and then tell him that I will not marry him." At this moment, Luo Fan felt an inexplicable chill running from head to toe. Luo Fan still pretended to be curious and asked, "What's the problem between you and this Luo Fan?" After twisting his chin and thinking for a while, Yamato said, "Because he wants to marry me. I am a man, and my father didn't even get my consent, he just found a guy for me." Wait, is there something wrong with this kid? He calls himself the old lady and says he is a man at the same time. It seems that Yamato has been deeply poisoned by the sailing log of a certain MLM master since childhood. His thoughts have become very extreme and he has begun to be unable to face his own gender. "No, I have to straighten her out no matter what." At this point, Yamato was still furious. "The main thing is, I heard from others that he rejected my father, but he himself didn't know what was going on. I heard that the guy named Luo Fan was extremely ugly, very short, and not very strong. My father actually sold me out for such a person. It's really abominable." Ha-choo ha-choo. Luo Fan felt his nose itchy and sneezed several times in succession. The veins on his forehead bulged slightly and his clenched fists made a creaking sound. Damn it, who on earth slandered me like this? However, due to some misunderstandings of Yamato, Luo Fan chose not to reveal his identity. "Okay, I'm leaving now. See you if there's a chance." Luo Fan stood up from the stool, waved his hand, and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, Yamato stretched out his right hand, placed it on his shoulder, and moved his face closer, almost touching Luo Fan's nose. "You must be quite strong." Advertisement. Hearing this, Luo Fan couldn't help but be stunned. He clearly didn't show any of his strength, but Yamato revealed it all. It seems that this girl is not as silly as imagined. "How do you know?" Luo Fan looked calm, with his face turned sideways. Yamato said truthfully, "Because you are not good at hiding your aura, you must know that observation Haki can hide your aura. Since you are treating me to noodles, I will tell you some common sense about observation Haki. Observation Haki is a power that allows you to strongly sense the sound of an opponent. Once you increase this power, you can read the position and number of enemies outside your sight. You can also sense attacks, predict the opponent's next move, sense the strength of a creature, and sense the emotions and thoughts of a creature. These are the basic abilities of observation Haki, and the range and strength vary from person to person. Of course, observation Haki has a lot to do with psychology, so you need to be calm to use it. You can't use observation Haki when you are emotionally agitated and have lost your mind. In fact, it's true that although Luo Fan is a senior Pirates fan, he can't organize such professional terms to summarize the observation Haki. Besides, he also knew that the top-level observation Haki could foresee what would happen in the future, but this level was extremely difficult to reach. As far as he knows, only Katakuri can see a period of time in the future. Then what? As soon as Luo Fan finished speaking, Yamato suddenly smiled evilly and swung his fist at him. Bang! Luo Fan reacted instinctively and a layer of purple armament Haki quickly covered his abdomen. He took the punch steadily without being hurt at all. Shit, Kuchi, your armament Haki is even stronger than mine. Yamato was overjoyed. Her observation Haki was reliable and she noticed the extraordinariness of the young man in front of her. Are you crazy, girl? Luo Fan pointed at her head unhappily and rolled his eyes at Yamato. Didn't your parents tell you that men and women shouldn't touch each other? Advertisement. Yamato saw that Luo Fan was a little angry, so he quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, I just want to be friends with you. Oh, I forgot to ask, what's your name? Luo. Luo, can you fight with me? I haven't had a good fight in a long time. I don't know if my strength has improved over the years. Yamato picked up the mace under his feet and looked full of fighting spirit. A flock of crows flew over Luo Fan's head, bringing with them a little bit of. This girl must have been kicked in the brain by a donkey. Not only did she not show any substantial thanks after inviting me to dinner, such as making an appointment to go somewhere and turn off the lights at night, no, at least she wouldn't do anything to the person who invited her to dinner. Luo Fan ignored it and continued walking forward. Seeing this, Yamato raised the corner of her mouth and a sinister smile emerged. Then she swung the mace in her palm in a circle, and a sharp light flashed in her pupils. Thundering 8 trigrams. The next moment, Yamato rushed towards Luo Fan at an extremely fast speed with an iron rod wrapped in lightning. Thunderous 8 trigrams. These 4 words deeply irritated Luo Fan's nerves. It was such a weird thing. Have you had enough of the trouble? Luo Fan stomped his feet and dodged to the side, avoiding Yamato's mace by a few centimeters, then he grabbed Yamato's right wrist with his left hand. Ah! Yamato screamed in panic and felt her body lose balance. A terrifying force suddenly lifted her up high and then pushed her down heavily. When she was about to fall to the ground, Luo Fan pulled back and held her in midair. At this moment, Yamato could clearly see the face in front of him, which was less than half a foot away, and it was full of seriousness and anger. Yamato's shocked face turned red unnaturally. I was actually defeated by one move, ah. I'm really impressed by his handsome expression. Chapter 16 Kaido lets him go and delivers the letter to the redhead. Looking at Yamato's fixed eyes, Luo Fan immediately let go of Yamato. Leave. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the spot. Yamato stared blankly, sniffing the lingering fragrance of someone in the air, and his face felt inexplicably hot. Her uncontrollable heartbeat accelerated, making her feel inexplicably hot and uneasy. He had never felt this way before, and she even touched her cheeks and forehead subconsciously. The weather today isn't very hot. Another day passed. Twilight. As the sun sets in the west, wisps of thin clouds appear and disappear like a beauty's gauze dress. Sitting on the beach as always, Luo Fan enjoyed the symphony brought by the sunset. The cool sea breeze, the happy fish on the waves, the seagulls spreading their wings in the afterglow, this combination of movement and stillness alone is enough to feast your eyes. We need to find a boat to leave here, otherwise Kaido will come looking for us and it will be troublesome. Just as Luo Fan was about to get up and leave. At this time, an uninvited guest fell from the sky, and his appearance made the temperature around him hotter. It seems that he has been found after all. Luo Fan looked up at Jin, who was like a stone man with no expression in front of him, and said in a deep voice. You are very courageous, but also very ignorant. Jin said coldly, his eyes as cold as ever. If you want to fight, I'm always here to accompany you. Luo Fan was calm, with his hands behind his back. Jin's pupils dilated and he was slightly angry, but he quickly calmed down. Brother Kaido wants to see you. He said he doesn't need to pursue the matter of Rabbit Donbury. You are lucky. Jin, who usually doesn't like to talk, deliberately mentioned this at the end. In his opinion, this was a huge change that the Devil Fruit ability brought to Luo Fan. I don't envy him nor pursue him, he's just a useless guy who can only rely on the power of his fruit. After simply saying 2 words, Jin soared into the sky and left the place. Looking at Jin's disappearing figure and the expression on Luo Fan's face, he naturally knew that the other party's real intention was not to drink, and he also saw through the trace of disdain in the other party's eyes. This strong disdain is obviously a prejudice of the stronger party towards the weaker party. But Luo Fan didn't care, knowing that he had only been practicing for less than half a month. I wonder what the Lunaria chicken wings taste like. I'll have to try them later. Advertisement. Ghost Island. Inside the Beast Base camp. Next to a huge throne. The 3 signature characters were standing straight in a row, Jin, Quinn, and Jack in that order, all highlighting their status in Beast's pirates. And on both sides below the steps. Standing to give gifts, real fight, flying 6. Almost all of Kaido's core combat power is now gathered on Onigashima. On the Fei Liubei side, Fu Sifu and Runti, who were covered in bandages, stood together. Why didn't Peggy Wan come? Fu Sifu looked at Runti curiously. Logically speaking, the 2 sisters should be inseparable, but now one of them is missing, which makes people feel a little uncomfortable. When this was mentioned, Runti was stunned for a moment, and said casually, Xiao Pei was seriously injured and can't get out of bed for the time being. Luo Fan broke her brother's dragon tail, and now his entire hip and hind legs are missing a piece, and he can't get out of bed for half a year. At first, Runti planned to find an opportunity to secretly avenge her brother. But after hearing that Luo Fan had recently defeated Fu Sifu and the people from the general's mansion, she gave in from the bottom of her heart. On the steps, Quinn glanced at Jin beside him, and every time he thought of what happened a few days ago, he suddenly felt out of favor, and said in a low voice with a wronged look on his face. Damn it, brother Kaido actually beat me up for that guy. Seeing his indignant look, Jin didn't know whether to smile or laugh. He could only cross his arms and said coldly, is he afraid that you will kill his son-in-law? I'm satisfied with what you said. If brother Kaido hadn't stopped me, I would have smashed that kid's head into pieces. Quin's anger subsided a little. But the strange thing is that Kaido indulged Luo Fan to an extreme, whether it was the severe damage to the Fei Liube, the commotion in the general's mansion, and yesterday's Two Dawns jailbreak. Even Kaido wasn't mad about it. This made Quin feel very surprised. Why did brother Kaido's temper become so good? Jack listened silently at the side, his eyes becoming more and more gloomy. He secretly clenched his fists. He didn't expect that Luo Fan was now so loved by Governor Kaido. If this continues, Master Yamato's marriage will be settled. Soon, Kaido also arrived. After walking to the throne and sitting down, Kaido glanced around with a cold gaze and said in a deep voice, are you all here? Luo Fan hasn't arrived yet. Jin's face was gloomy. As soon as these words came out, the people present were extremely angry. How dare that guy show up here? But Kaido was not angry about this, and glanced at Jin who was standing like a statue beside him. Jin, who do you think is responsible for the top-level Haki that appeared in Rabbit Dawn? Advertisement. Jin shook his head. No suspicious persons have been found so far. The appearance of a top-level Haki expert in Wanukuni is a very scary thing. You have to know that this is Kaido's base camp. If the other party takes advantage of the situation one day, the loss will be huge. So when a time bomb is placed next to you, even Kaido cannot afford to make any mistakes. After all, there may be an astonishing secret hidden in Wanukuni. Kaido once had an unrealistic guess, whether the top armament Haki owner who appeared in Wanukuni would be Luo Fan. But when I thought about the fact that he was just a guy who hadn't even learned armament Haki, I immediately dismissed the idea. You have to know armament Haki, how many people cannot cultivate it in their entire life, and how many take decades to achieve enlightenment. It is no exaggeration to say that those who can cultivate armament Haki within 10 years are all talented geniuses, and those who can cultivate it in just 1 year are called monsters. But what about Luo Fan? Less than a month in jail. Straight to the top-level armament Haki. Isn't this a human being? Isn't this just pure cheating? Even Kaido himself doesn't dare to talk such nonsense. A moment later, a figure slowly came to the base camp. The moment he appeared at the door, countless pairs of eyes that seemed to want to eat people were cast over, some of which were filled with fear. Luo Fan is here. Seeing this, Kaido quickly waved at him with a smile on his face. Come here, brat. Question mark question mark question mark. This kind of ambiguity immediately shocked everyone present. Oh shit, when did Lord Kaido become so amiable? Aren't you here tonight to punish Luo Fan? I haven't seen him for a few days, and this guy has become stronger again. Fu Sifu used his observation Haki to sense the aura emanating from Luo Fan's body, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What is puzzling is that most people would hide their strength, but Luo Fan did not hide it at all and was completely outwardly showing it. Why does this guy always act so high profile? The ones with the ugliest expressions were Quin and Jack on the stairs. They also sensed it with their observation Haki. Huh, this guy, doesn't he even know observation Haki? Although Quin was a little unhappy, he had to admit that Luo Fan now made him feel a little threatened. After Luo Fan came to Kaido, the latter looked him up and down, and then said, Luo Fan, although I don't know how you escaped from Rabbit Dawn, it was also your personal ability. I can let you leave Wanukuni, but there is a prerequisite. Kaido didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. After these words came out, Jin beside him lowered his head slightly. Brother Kaido, are you really going to let him go? Kaido's eyes flashed. He nodded, took out an envelope sealed with beeswax from his arms, and handed it to Luo Fan. Deliver this letter to the red-haired man, and I will let you leave Wanukuni. Chapter 17. Open the can and get a ghost ship as a reward. Hiss. Many people present gasped. What? Send a letter to Red. The Beast's pirates have always been at odds with the Red Hair pirates, and there have been no less than 10 battles of varying sizes between them. I'm going alone, Luo Fan asked, raising his eyebrows to confirm again. Kaido nodded in agreement. Wow, I have to say that Kaido, this old guy, doesn't know how to get along well with others. He makes me run so far to deliver a letter. Haven't you ever added a phone number and chatted in person using Den Den Mushi? If he refused, he would have to stay in Wanukuni. If you accept it, it is certainly a commendable courage, but it can easily become a fatal question. Who knows what was written in Kaido's envelope? What if Kaido said some vulgar words to greet the red-haired old mother in the envelope? He could imagine the scene in the next second. A critical hit from Red Hair, a critical hit from Beckman, a critical hit from Lakelu, a critical hit from Yasop. Then the next day, a news headline said that an unknown newcomer had died fighting the Red Hair pirates on his own. Brother Kaido, are you letting this kid go and die? Quin naturally knew Kaido's character very well. He had long disliked the red-haired guy and would beat him to death every time they met. Now, he directly sent a newcomer to deliver a message to the red-haired guy. You know, a newcomer has neither the qualifications nor the status. Sending a letter is an indirect insult to the other party. It is better to just say that he is going to die. As we all know, above this vast ocean, there are 4 extremely powerful pirates who rule their respective territories like emperors in the second half of the Grand New Route. Among them, there was a group of up-and-coming people who became the dominant force in the shortest time, and they were the Red Hair Pirates. If you're scared, you don't have to answer it. Kaido smiled. What is Kaido up to? Advertisement. You begged me to be your son-in-law before, and now you are willing to let me go. It's just a piece of cake. Luo Fan said this without any hesitation and expression. As soon as the words came out, the noise in the room stopped abruptly. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were inexplicably focused on Luo Fan. FK. This guy is really capable. He agreed without even thinking about it. Does he not know who the redhead is? I don't think this guy will come back. He will definitely die at the hands of the red-haired gang. ... Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 175. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 162. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 152. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 158. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 154. ... However, they were always worried that Luo Fan might change his mind and run away. Suddenly, Jin took out a pair of seastone handcuffs and buckled them around Luo Fan's right ankle. After the deed is done, if you can return to Wanukuni alive, I will personally remove the handcuffs for you. The time limit is 10 days, otherwise the handcuffs will automatically explode. Also, you rely too much on the power of the fruit. This time, meeting red hair is not a good thing. What you lack now is the understanding of Haki. You must know that if you want to be above everything, mastering powerful Haki is the only way. And red hair is a man who has cultivated Haki to a new realm. His Haki is even more terrifying than Laozi's. Only by looking directly at the strong in the Haki realm can you feel the feeling of being stared at by the abyss. Only then can you stop being impetuous and get rid of your dependence on the power of the fruit. Kaido said slowly and earnestly. To Luo Fan, it sounded like a son caring about his father. After Luo Fan put away the envelope, he couldn't help but ask, when is the latest time to leave? Advertisement. Tonight, Kaido said, glancing at Jin beside him. Jin nodded, took out a bag from behind, and threw it to Luo Fan. Take care of yourself. These 4 short words encapsulate Jin's touching, warm wishes. Luo Fan took the bag and left. After opening the bag, there were some compasses, nautical maps, Bailey, and some intelligence information. Open black lens bracket shock value, 1305540 close black lens bracket. After accepting the task in front of thousands of people and showing off, he accumulated 1 million shock points in the blink of an eye. At most, it was just enough to open a purple can. He had no intention of opening a gold can. After all, the population and map of Wanukuni were so small. Even if he made a big fuss here, it would be difficult to accumulate 10 million shock points. Unless he can create a huge shock value worldwide. And he had his own plans for all this. Some time ago, he happened to hear from some gift givers that a major event was taking place. The Whitebeard pirates have issued a challenge to the Marineford headquarters. Isn't this a typical Summit War? If I could show up in Summit War like Buggy the Clown to increase the shock value, would it explode? Luo Fan was already thinking about how to reap a wave of shocking terror around the world. Of course, before that, what was Kaido's intention? Why did he ask me to write this letter to the red-haired man? We still don't know the whereabouts of the red hair pirates. It would be a waste to use the anywhere door. Luo Fan thought that after all, it was a disposable item, and after using it, he didn't know whether it would be easy to open it later. System. Exchange for a purple can. Ding dong. Exchange for purple can, -1 million shock value. Open. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a ghost ship, Flying Dutchman, *1. Chapter 18 Yamato, I can't give up the ocean for you. Flying Dutchman, a ghost ship cursed by the god of the sea. It can never land and can never sink. It has an incredibly fast speed, comparable to 36 knots. The hull is very strong, equipped with unlimited power, and has the ability to self-repair. Boo. In front of Luo Fan, a mysterious fluorescent white light appeared out of nowhere. When the light faded away, a glass bottle was revealed. The transparent glass bottle contains a world, with an ocean with surging waves, a sky with lightning and thunder, howling storms and heavy rain, and a huge broken ship on the sea. It really is a ghost ship. Luo Fan looked at the boat in the bottle and felt inexplicably chilly, as if an army of ghosts could jump out of it at any time. However, this ship actually has a speed of 36 knots, can repair itself, and most importantly, has unlimited power YYDS. After putting all the bags and glass bottles into the space ring, Luo Fan planned to use the Flying Dutchman only after reaching the waters of Wanukuni. Otherwise, once this ship, which surpassed all current shipbuilding techniques, came out, it would probably trigger a frenzy of snatching. Hey, little guy, where are you going? You don't want to go with me to pick a boat? At this time, Quinn followed from behind and looked at Luo Fan reluctantly. Although they were about to leave, Kaido still arranged for people to prepare a ship with sufficient supplies. No, I prepared the boat myself. Luo Fan shook his head in refusal. Then it's up to you. Quinn blew out a smoke ring and didn't care too much. Since Luo Fan had his own boat, he could have fun. At the same time, the other side of the base camp. Hidden in the woods, Yamato, who had been squatting in the grass, was closely observing every move of the base camp. According to the information she had obtained, Luo Fan would be summoned by his father today, so she had been squatting here, planning to ambush Luo Fan. Just when she was getting a little impatient, suddenly, a person slowly walked out from the gate of the base camp, and a familiar face gradually came into her sight. It's Luo. Why is he here? After seeing Luo Fan again, Yamato's face unconsciously showed a hint of surprise. Forgetting the ambush on Luo Fan, she immediately jumped out from the bushes. Hey, Luo. Hearing someone calling him, Luo Fan turned around suddenly. Advertisement. I saw a woman running towards me not far away, waving at me. Especially the scene of the two weapons moving up and down, it made my blood boil. Yamato. But seeing Yamato rushing towards him again with the mace, Luo Fan realized something was wrong and was about to take a stance. As a result, Yamato suddenly threw the mace in his hand aside, then raised his head and chest, opened his arms, and rushed directly towards Luo Fan with a bear hug. Because he was several heads shorter than Yamato, Luo Fan's face was directly embraced by that gentle place and he was instantly trapped in it. Hey, big brother, don't hold me so tight. I can't breathe. His nose seemed to be blocked by extremely soft cotton, and Luo Fan's face turned red. Yamato realized his own gaffe, and somewhat embarrassedly let go of Luo Fan. He scratched his head, stuck out his pink tongue, and whispered, "Isn't this because I'm too excited to see you? Good man, you can take out your weapon and kill people just because you are excited. If you do this again next time, I will confiscate the weapon. By the way, why are you here?" Yamato asked with a confused look on his face. Luo Fan spread his hands. A relative asked me to come here and asked me to take a love letter to his lover. Yamato didn't know what Luo Fan meant, but Luo Fan continued, "I'm leaving here." Hearing this, Yamato paused for a moment, then asked, "Well, where are you going? Julie Township or the flower capital?" "Leave Wanukuni." Luo Fan glanced at Yamato and said lightly. "Leaving Wanukuni." When Yamato heard this, her face that was originally full of joy gradually became a little dazed, and her voice became a little weaker. "Are you not coming back?" In response, Luo Fan smiled and said, "Maybe, perhaps. Of course I have to tease this girl. Maybe. To Yamato, these words sounded like I would never come back, and he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. I don't know why, but Yamato just felt his nose sore and his tears dry. The last time someone said this to him was a guy named Ace, and now another guy she favored was leaving. She had been unable to leave Wanukuni because of the handcuffs, otherwise she would have left Wanukuni long ago and gone on a trip around the sea. After all, she has memorized Kazuki Oden's logbook every day over the years, just so that one day she can explore the world described by Kazuki Oden. "Will you come back to see me?" Yamato's face showed some expectation. Advertisement. There was no answer. After a moment of silence, Luo Fan's pupils deepened a little, and he nodded tenderly and affectionately, "I think I will come back." He almost couldn't help but add a quote from a scumbag. "I loved you, but I love the sea more." Just as he finished speaking, Yamato suddenly moved forward, half squatted, closed his eyes and gently touched Luo Fan's forehead with his lips. At this moment, Luo Fan was slightly stunned and looked at Yamato quietly. Yamato's tender face was already flushed, and even her two fingers were circling involuntarily. "Don't get me wrong, I kissed you because we are friends. I hope you can remember my smell and come back to me one day." Luo Fan shook his head and smiled, waved his hand, then turned and left without saying anything more. "Yamato, I can't give up the ocean for you." Looking at the bright white moonlight, it shines on the gradually receding figure until it disappears completely. Yamato felt mixed emotions, as Ace had once promised her that he would come back to see him. And now 2 years have passed, and she hasn't received any news about Ace. "Master Yamato, what are you doing here?" At this moment, Jack, with a fierce look on his face, appeared behind him. Yamato turned around, his face immediately showing seriousness and determination, and his voice became a little colder. "I'm waiting for that guy named Luo Fan. Didn't you say he would come to the base camp tonight?" After this was said, Jack said in confusion, "Didn't he just walk out of the door?" "Walked out the door? Why didn't I see him?" Yamato glanced around, then pinched his chin and thought seriously whether he was too happy to see Luo just now that he neglected Luo Fan passing by. After careful thought, she was sure that apart from Luo, there was no third person at the scene. Could it be that I was really careless? Yamato scratched his head. Seeing that Yamato's ambush was fruitless, Jack looked upset and asked, "Have you ever seen a guy in a white shirt come out?" "The guy in the white shirt? No. Wait, what did you say? White shirt." Immediately, a face with a smirk on its lips immediately appeared in Yamato's mind, and the expression on Yamato's face gradually solidified. "Luo. Wait. Luo equals Luo Fan. Ah, that damn guy is Luo Fan." Chapter 19. The boat that can't stop crashes into the Big Mom pirates. 3 days later. The second half of the Grand Line, New World. A tattered ship with a big hole in its sail can still sail quickly on the sea surface as if there is no resistance. Because of its speed, it broke through the sea surface, creating waves several meters high that spread in all directions like a shark. Standing at the helm, Luo Fan looked at the map in his hand and the vast ocean, his heart inevitably filled with waves. The world outside is still better. Now that he is far away from Wanukuni, he has regained his freedom. As for the seastone ankle cuffs that Jin had put on him, he had thrown them into the trash 3 days ago. Therefore, whether or not to send a letter to Hongfa depends entirely on his personal credit. It's been 3 days, and I haven't met a single living person. This sea is really huge. After all, although this is the age of navigation, it does not mean that the population density at sea is high. It is no exaggeration to say that you may not see a single ghost for at least a month. Others have crew members and can organize entertainment activities for entertainment. But Luo Fan was alone on the boat. Besides fishing and flying, you can only fish. 60 nautical miles from the town of Sigro. At this time, one fishing boat after another is inspecting today's results. It's a great harvest today. We caught so many fish, enough to eat for a while. As fishermen at sea, the happiest thing for them every day is collecting the nets. Looking at the nets full of fish, they feel inexplicably excited and happy. Just at this moment, on the boat, someone suddenly screamed, "Ah! Look, that is." When the fishermen looked in the direction the lookout had pointed, their faces instantly froze. Just see. In the sea less than 5 nautical miles ahead, a shabby ship was sailing on the sea, breaking through the wind. The fishermen who were in charge of going out to sea to fish couldn't help but think of the stories that the old men who had gone out to sea before had told them countless times. According to legend, man-eating ghost ships often appear on the sea. Once fishermen encounter a ghost ship, they will be forced to become ship slaves and will never be able to be reborn or return to land. And now, when they saw the dilapidated ship, a breath of death suddenly swept over them. Could this be the legendary ghost ship? Advertisement. Oh my god, how can it be so fast? And it's floating on the sea. Some people began to notice that the broken ship was not touching the water at all, but was floating in the air more than 10 centimeters above the water. On the Flying Dutchman, Luo Fan was turning the steering wheel with a headache on his face. He discovered that the ship had a fatal flaw. It couldn't stop. Damn it, system, please tell me where the anchor of this ship is. How can I make it stop? Luo Fan found that the ship was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins and could not be stopped at all. What's more, the system doesn't provide any instruction manual in advance, which is really a headache. The Flying Dutchman has no anchor. Its belief is to fly on the sea forever. Never land. The system's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Luo Fan's face. Does this mean that he has no choice but to jump ship? At this moment, he had seen a small island marked on the map nearby, and on the island there was a town called Sigro. There are some pubs here that specialize in gathering intelligence. So he had to dock the Flying Dutchman on this island. Furthermore, there were not many supplies left on the ship. 1 hour later, Luo Fan stared ahead with a telescope until the coastline of a small island gradually appeared in his field of vision. Are we in Sigro town? Then let's prepare to land on the island, but the question is, how should he get the ship to dock? Just as Luo Fan fell into deep thought, suddenly, he discovered that several ships were approaching his sailing path on the straight route. Kindness. There was a very flamboyant flag hanging on it, with a picture of a skull wearing a pirate hat and pink curly hair, and especially the eye-catching big mouth with lipstick on it. When he looked closely, Luo Fan couldn't help thinking of an old woman. Big Mom Pirates. He is really the chosen one as always. At the beginning, he landed at Kaido's base, Onigashima. Now the first wave of people he met when he went out to sea for the first time was the Big Mom Pirates. However, judging from the size of the ship, it was just a pirates group under Big Mom's command, which meant that Charlotte Linlin had no chance of being on these ships. Thinking of this, Luo Fan relaxed a little. After all, his ship was really easy to attract envy. If he really encountered a 4 emperors, it would be impossible for it not to be robbed. Now, advertisement. 3 Big Mom Pirates ships carrying abundant supplies were slowly sailing on the sea, just blocking the Flying Dutchman's direct path. Among them, Baron Dandan was responsible for leading the fleet, and his main task this time was to collect supplies. These territories that need to pay supplies are some forces under the rule of Big Mom, some of which were conquered and some of which joined voluntarily. After all, in a place like New World where pirates are rampant, without the protection of a powerful force, it would be more vulnerable to invasion and looting by other pirate groups. Report, Master Dandan, there is a ship approaching from behind. A sentry standing on the mast reported to Baron Egg. After saying this, Baron Dandan adjusted the frame of his sunglasses, walked to the stern and looked up. Oh, is it a broken ship? Wait, why is that ship so fast? Baron Dandan originally just glanced at the broken ship with disdain, but when he saw the ship breaking through the waves, drops of cold sweat the size of beans gradually appeared on his forehead. What's going on with this ship? What drives it? The next second, Baron Dandan jumped high, landed on the mast, and picked up the telescope to take a look. He soon had a clear view of the dilapidated ship. The sails were leaking everywhere, the hull was in tatters, and there were layers of seaweed all around. The whole structure was supported by some rusty iron chains. Logically speaking, there is no way such a broken ship could sail on the sea. But the amazing thing is that not only did it not sink, it was able to hover on the water and speed away. Oh no, why is there a person on this lousy ship? Doesn't he know we are from the Big Mom Pirates? Why doesn't he get out of the way? Feeling more and more that something was wrong, Baron Dandan discovered that the ship was right in front of him in just a few minutes. Sentinel, turn the flag around. The huge Big Mom Pirates flag quickly turned to face the wrecked ship. Logically speaking, whether it is the New World Marine, pirates or fishermen, most of them can recognize this terrifying flag. Most people would know what to do and get away with it, knowing that offending a Emperor could lead to death. But Baron Dandan immediately realized that something was wrong, and his expression gradually became ugly. He found that even after turning the pirates' flag over, the other side's route direction did not change. So he immediately took out a loudspeaker from the boat and shouted at the oncoming wreck, "Listen to me, everyone inside. We are from the Big Mom Pirates. If you don't want to die, get out of here." The sound of the horn spread out. However, there was no response, just like a stone falling into the sea. To be precise, what responded to Baron Dandan was a 5-meter-high wave that broke open, rolled up high, and hit him hard in the face. At this moment, desperate screams rang in my ears one after another. Oh no, the ship is coming. Boom. Chapter 20. Lousy as the Four Emperors. A huge crash sounded across the sea, and the birds on the sea were frightened and scattered. The Flying Dutchman crashed into the Big Mom ship number 9 like a mad bull. Damn B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* of the boat, and by the time he reacted, the hull of Big Mom number 9 had been split into 2 parts by the broken ship that looked like a battle axe, with the bow and stern separated. In less than a minute, it sank into the sea along with the supplies inside. Seeing this, Baron Egg stretched out his long straight legs, stepped on the scattered wooden boards like a dragonfly skimming the water, and easily shuttled to Big Mom number 10 200 meters away. As a user of the fruit ability, he is very afraid of sea water. Once he really falls into the sea, his egg will be really doomed. After landing on ship No. 10, Baron Dandan narrowed his eyes and stared at the broken ship that collided with ship number 9, but was surprised to find a large number of wood blocks were scattered from the broken bow. What was incredible was that when the wood blocks were about to fall into the sea, they miraculously began to float up and return to their original positions. The ship repaired itself automatically. As this the legendary ghost ship, rumor has it that ghosts will hunt living people and curse them to become ship slaves. Dandan's throat rolled and he couldn't help but shudder. At this time, on the Flying Dutchman, wow, this ship is really strong. Even with such a big collision, there is no damage. Luo Fan must give the Flying Dutchman a 5-star rating, it is really durable. If it's not good, he will definitely scold the system and say, FK it, give me back my money. As for why he chose to bump into them, it was because these people were yelling at him. There is a saying that goes, the more you yell, the more excited I get. But when he came to his senses, the ghost ship had stopped due to the collision. At this time, it began to sway in the wind and gradually made a creaking sound. Oh my god, no way, is it moving again? Luo Fan was feeling very headache. He had finally managed to stop the ship, but now it started moving again. Moreover, the Flying Dutchman's speed was extremely terrifying, like a giant beast struggling to escape from its cage. It instantly gathered all its strength and rushed forward again. Bang! The people on the Big Mom 11 ship, which was less than 300 meters ahead, were smashed to pieces by the Flying Dutchman before they could even react. Another treasure ship sank. Oops. When Baron Dandan saw the second ship's supplies crashing into the sea, he panicked for a moment, because these were supplies for his mother. Advertisement. At this time, a yellow Den Den Mushi hidden on my wrist suddenly rang. Is it Brother Perospero calling? After the call was connected, an urging voice came from inside. Hey, Baron Eggman, are you guys back now? How's the material collection going? At this time, far away on the cake island of Wanguo, Perospero was sitting in the cake palace with his long tongue sticking out, contacting the leaders of the fleet that was going to various territories to collect supplies. When asked about supplies, Baron Dandan looked at the supplies floating on the surface and scattered everywhere, and his body turned cold. Their ship number 9 was the one that held the most supplies, but now it had been sunk by a strange, broken ship. Worried that his mother would kill him, Baron Dandan could only tell the truth. We were attacked by a ghost ship on the way back. Currently, all the supplies on the treasure ships number 9 and number 10 have sunk. After hearing this, Perospero frowned, his face full of displeasure and anger. What did you say? Don't you know that Mom's birthday is coming soon? If the supplies cannot be delivered in time, you know how serious the consequences will be. In order to prove that he was not lying, Baron Dandan took out a Den Den Mushi camera from his arms and took a picture of the scene in front of him for Perospero to see. The next moment, Perospero was shocked after receiving the photo. I have to tell my mother about this immediately. Whatever. It's better to be killed by the ghost of the ghost ship than to have my soul robbed by my mother. In comparison, Baron Egg is more afraid of his angry mother. So he stepped on one foot, jumped high, his light body drew an arc in the air, and then landed steadily on the bow of the Flying Dutchman. At this time, Luo Fan, who was standing at the helm, looked up at the person who came. Thanks to his good memory, some information emerged in his mind. Baron Tamagotchi, a fighter of the Big Mom Pirates, user of the Zoan Tamagotchi fruit, with a bounty of 429 million Baileys. When Baron Dandan saw clearly the person standing at the helm, he was a very handsome young man. His right hand was constantly placed on the crutch, ready to fight at any time. It's actually a person. But I've never seen this face on a poster before. Baron Dandan seemed very cautious. After all, in this new world where powerful people abounded, there were all kinds of people, from the elderly to children, and anyone could be a powerful person who did not show off his abilities. How can a guy who dares to drive a broken ship to attack the 4 Emperor's pirates be simple? Perhaps it was another newcomer who had some ability and was hot-headed enough to challenge the 4 Emperors. Boy, why did you attack our fleet? Baron Dandan asked tentatively. To this, Luo Fan responded calmly, you are blocking my way. In that case, then use your life as compensation. His face quickly darkened, and Baron Dandan flashed in front of Luo Fan at a speed no less than shaving. Then, with his upper body as the center, he quickly spun his feet and kicked Luo Fan in the face. Advertisement. Benedy legs. Seeing this, Luo Fan's eyes darkened, and he calmly grabbed Baron Dandan's legs with his left hand, pinching him tightly so that he could not move at all. What a great strength. He is definitely not an ordinary newcomer. Baron Dandan pretended to kick away, but he didn't expect that the next second, Luo Fan smiled and grabbed his leg and swung it in a full moon. Snap. A crisp sound was heard, and Baron Egg was smashed heavily to the ground. Cracks appeared on his body and some egg white flowed out. Obviously, the egg broke. HMPH. Baron Dandan looked at the broken body without any panic on his face. Instead, he showed an expression of triumph. The next second, a chick hatched from his broken body. This is directly entering the second form, Viscount Chicken. Has it evolved? Luo Fan's eyes flashed as he looked at the egg baron, whose appearance had changed drastically. He stretched out a pair of chicken wings and took out 2 knives. Stop it first. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Baron Egg, and I'm a member of the Big Mom Pirates. I'm here to collect supplies on behalf of my mother. I happen to have some misunderstandings with you, so I thought we could have a good chat. At this time, Baron Dandan no longer dared to underestimate Luo Fan. The opponent defeated his normal form with just 1 blow, which showed that the opponent's strength was far above his. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, he still chooses to talk to the other party. After hearing this, Luo Fan paused. What do you want to talk about? Seeing that there was no action, Baron Dandan knew that Big Mom's reputation was still very important in the new world. So, he continued, perhaps you don't know, our mother is a great pirate on this sea, everyone calls her the 4 Emperors. She has a bad temper. If she knew you wrecked her ship, she would probably be angry, but if you are willing to give this ship to us, we can forgive you. Back then, people from a certain country stole our things, so my mother killed everyone in that country, and only then did she calm down. After all, this ghost ship is very strange. Not only does it have an extremely fast speed, it can also repair itself. If we can bring this ship back and give it to my mother, not only can we make up for the supplies from the 2 sunken ships, but we might also be able to gain some merit. Besides, he had already taken a picture of the ship and sent it to his elder brother Perospero. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be impossible for the ship to leave this sea area safely. After all, this was the sea area under the jurisdiction of all nations. Oh, really? After hearing these words, Luo Fan smiled calmly, and with a pop of his right fist, a layer of inky black armament Haki wrapped with purple lightning covered the surface of his skin. Seeing this, Baron Dandan suddenly felt something was wrong. His breathing stopped abruptly. He said in a trembling voice, you dare. Immediately, boom, a Haki was released from the air, rushing towards Baron Dandan like a sharp sword, followed by a soul-stirring sound. Laozi did it to the 4 Emperors. Chapter 21. Being targeted by Big Mom, Wang Guo goes all out. Boom. The sound of cracking eggs was heard again. This time, Egg Baron was not lucky like last time and did not hatch any chicks. Instead, he vomited blood and collapsed to the ground with his legs going limp. He encountered a top-level armament Haki attack, and his body was completely destroyed. He could no longer recover through the fruit, and egg white continued to flow out of his broken body. After a while, the whole boat was filled with a fishy smell. Top-level armament Haki. I actually encountered such a terrifying monster. At this moment, the arrogance and calmness on his face had long disappeared, and only fear remained in his eyes. Endless regret filled Baron Dandan's heart. If he had known earlier, he should have abandoned the ship and fled. Seeing the egg white flowing on the ground, Luo Fan walked forward slowly and touched the clear liquid on the ground with his hand. A faint black light burst out from his palm. Fusion. Immediately, the clear liquid on the ground gathered in his hands frantically and merged into one with them. In just a few breaths, it was completely absorbed. 500,000 cells have been fused. After absorbing the egg white that overflowed from the egg baron, the long-lost system prompt sound popped up in Luo Fan's mind. Wow, there are 5 billion cells. Baron Egg, who had already suffered a serious injury, felt as if his blood and energy were drained away in an instant after losing the egg white. He suddenly aged dozens of years and became extremely old. What have you done to me? Baron Dandan felt as if the power that originally belonged to him was being drained away, and he was both angry and speechless. Don't worry, You won't die, but you will be a useless person in the future. Leave here, the new world no longer belongs to you. Luo Fan is not a bloodthirsty person. In his opinion, Baron Dandan is now just a useless poor guy. Even if he returned to Big Mom, he would have to accept Big Mom's death penalty after losing 3 treasure ships. Baron Eggman, is that ghost ship still there? At this moment, Perospero's voice came from Baron Dandan's sleeve. After hearing this, Baron Dandan hesitated to answer. Advertisement. How could he dare to reveal his experience now? If Perospero knew that he had become a waste now, he would be the first to kill him. Who's on the other end of the Den Mushi? Luo Fan glanced at Baron Dandan indifferently. Perospero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, they have set their sights on your ship. By the way, I would like to remind you that this area of the sea is under the jurisdiction of the 10,000 nations and is not far from here. Baron Dandan's eyes were filled with despair and he lowered his head. At this point he had nothing to hide. Charlotte family. This place is already under the influence of the 10,000 nations. The map didn't indicate this, it just directed him to come here. It seems that Jin has most likely erased the relevant information on purpose. When Luo Fan thought of this, he had already decided in his heart that he must grill that guy's chicken wings after returning to Wanukuni. Take me away. If you can spare my life, I can tell you how to leave this sea. The disheartened Baron Dandan can only pin his last hope of survival on Luo Fan. I can take you away, but there is information I need in Zigro Town, so I have to go there first. Luo Fan was not a philanderer. He just spared the man's life because he knew the routes in this sea area and could avoid many detours. He didn't want to bypass this sea area because the map directed him to the town of Sigro. It was specifically stated above that a red-haired person had appeared in this town before. If he really left this sea area to avoid being hunted by the Big Mom pirates, then he would have made a wasted trip. Besides, would he be afraid of that dead old woman? But, if you don't leave now, Big Mom's gang will catch up with us. Baron Dandan looked unhappy. So what? No one can stop me from going where I want to go. Luo Fan's eyes flickered, revealing a bit of determination. At last, he decided to go all out, so the last Big Mom number 10 ship, under the heavy load of the Flying Dutchman, sank into the sea like a broken tile that could not withstand a single blow. Big Monday the 10th of September 11 fleet was wiped out. All nations. Advertisement. Cake Island, inside the palace. Charlotte Linlin sat on the throne, listening to Perospero's words, and her eyes widened immediately. What did you say? Someone capsized our boat. She stood up immediately, her face full of anger. In the new world, few people dare to target her. Yes, that ship rammed and sank 3 of our treasure ships in succession. The supplies we collected with great difficulty also sank into the sea. But the strange thing is that the ship was completely unscathed. Pelos gnashed his teeth in anger. He never expected that someone would dare to attack their fleet. Perospero, are you kidding me? Even the giant battleships of the Marine Corps can't do this. Charlotte Linlin glared, feeling that Perospero was teasing her. Even after capsizing several ships in a row, the ship continued to move at a steady speed and did not suffer any damage. Could this be a mobile fortress at sea? That ship is a very old ship. As he spoke, Peros took out a photo, the one taken by Baron Dandan. When you see a broken ship floating on the sea like a ghost. The anger on Charlotte Linlin's face disappeared instantly, replaced by shock. This ship seems to be the legendary ghost ship. Charlotte Linlin, who always liked to collect things, immediately said to Peros, "Where is Katakori?" "Mom, my brother is having afternoon tea now. Bryn came over. Have him come over right away. Also, gather all the members of the Charlotte family. Bryn, prepare a fleet for me." Perospero saw his mother's excited expression and said in confusion, "Mom, Cracker and Owen are in that sea area. Just ask them to intercept them. There is no need to go there yourself. Is it really worth it to go all out for a ghost ship?" However, Charlotte Linlin simply couldn't listen. This ghost ship with strange powers was more valuable than all the rare treasures she had, even historical texts. This is a ghost ship that even a figure like Captain Rocks couldn't own back then. Charlotte Linlin was very determined. She waved her hand and said, "Kids, follow me to rob that ghost ship." Chapter 22. Asking for directions. Target. Red Hair Pirates. In order to avoid being seen, Luo Fan found a remote and secluded shore landing on the small island of Sigro. His boat was so eye-catching that if it were to sail to the dock, it would inevitably cause some unnecessary trouble. After all, the island is a mixed bag, with many spies from other forces scattered around. Forget it, let's just crash into it. Maybe it will stop if it runs aground. Seeing that Zigro Town was getting closer and closer, Luo Fan let go of the steering. Baron Dandan, who was standing by, panicked for a moment. He was very worried. Why aren't you steering the ship? What if the ship runs aground? I hope it stays aground. Suddenly, the Flying Dutchman's hull made a slight rumbling sound, and suddenly it braked and stopped. Crash. Huge waves hit the shore, and just as the Flying Dutchman was about to land, it seemed to hit a wall of air and stopped abruptly. The whole ship stopped. Flying over the sea forever. Never landing. Luo Fan suddenly remembered what the system had said to him before. It turns out that being unable to land is the Flying Dutchman's way of stopping the ship. It's really unique. Close your eyes. Luo Fan's action of raising his hand to slap scared Baron Dandan so much that he immediately covered his eyes. A transparent glass bottle was taken out from the space ring. At first, Luo Fan really didn't know that there was a hidden world inside the glass bottle. It turned out to be a special container comparable to a space ring. Immediately, a beam of colorful light shot out from the transparent glass bottle mouth, covering the Flying Dutchman and instantly sucking it into the bottle, reducing it to the size of a palm. Into the village. After Luo Fan threw the glass bottle back into the space ring, he strode towards the direction of Zigro Town. When Baron Egg put down his hand, he subconsciously looked back. Oh my god, that ship just disappeared out of thin air. The town of Sigro is only moderately prosperous, with a population of no more than 30,000. There is an endless stream of ships bobbing at the dock, including fishing boats, merchant ships, and some pirate ships. Entering the center of the town, at a glance, on the street, the shop owners were chatting with the ladies, and the vendors walking around were shouting. After wandering around for a few hours, Luo Fan picked up a lot of gossip along the way. Among them, there were some scattered news about the red hairs. They had landed on this island half a month ago. Advertisement. However, these scattered information were not enough for him to find the whereabouts of red hair. However, there is a piece of explosive news that has already spread throughout the streets and alleys. That's about Whitebeard and world government. Just 2 days ago, world government announced a big event to the world. They decided to publicly execute the captain of the second squad under the Whitebeard pirates, the Fire Fist Portgas D. Ace, and broadcast it live around the world. As soon as the news came out, it caused a sensation around the world. And soon, another piece of news completely exploded the whole world. The Whitebeard pirates are heading to Marineford. In other words, the Summit War is about to begin. We have to deliver the letter to Red Hair quickly, otherwise we will miss the Summit War and suffer heavy losses. Luo Fan's recent shock value has been silent for a while. If it continues like this, it will take a long time to save up enough money to buy a jar of gold. After inquiring for intelligence, Baron Dandan suggested that Luo Fan go to the largest local tavern, a tavern called Black Friday. The owner of this pub is a ruthless man who has connections with both the Black and White worlds in the nearby waters. He is also a person who has some relationship with the Charlotte family. She is second to none in terms of intelligence for the entire town, but this person is a little weird. That is to say, the intelligence is worth a sky-high price. Now, in town, in the pub on Black Friday. At the front desk, there was a beautiful young woman with a charming figure, wearing a black deep V dress. Her curvy figure looked particularly eye-catching under the tight leather jacket. The beautiful young woman is the owner of this pub, and people in the town like to call her big sister Charlotte. The intelligence business has been really bad lately. Just as Charlotte was smoking, a smoke ring flew out from her red lips. Give me a tequila. At this time, outside the door, a young man in a white shirt walked in slowly, carrying a black bag in his hand. After drinking a glass of prepared wine, he continued to ask, I heard that you can get intelligence here. Sha Luoli nodded and chuckled. It seems that this young man came prepared. My name is Sha Luoli. What's your name? Luo Fan. Luo Fan nodded slightly. When Charlotte heard this, she flipped through the photo on the wanted poster in her mind, confirming again and again that this was a new face, and at least it should not be a pirate. Advertisement. Then, she continued to mix a glass of wine for Luo Fan. Her beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she said flatteringly, then let me first tell you the rules of our industry. Our intelligence reward is determined by the value of the person you need to know. Also, intelligence information may not be true. If it is false information, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. This rule applies not only to our tavern, but also to other taverns. After these words came out, Luo Fan frowned slightly. This is obviously dark. You may pay a huge amount of money but end up buying false information. But what can we do? Once a rule is taken for granted, it is difficult to change it. Okay, I accept your rules. Luo Fan nodded, with a slight smile on his face. Young man, who do you want to find out about? Charlotte picked up the tall wine glass and took a sip. Red hair pirates. Luo Fan went straight to the point. The words fell. Sha Luoli's face froze for a moment, and her eyes became serious. Then, her voice deepened a bit. The information about this kind of person is very valuable. Are you sure you want to ask? Sure. 100 million Baileys. Charlotte stretched out a finger, with a cunning look in her eyes. This woman is so dark. Luo Fan looked directly at Sha Luoli. See if these are enough. If not, I'll go get more. Then he put the bag under him on the table. How can you earn 100 million with just this little bit of Bailey? Sha Luoli felt that Luo Fan was teasing her, and a trace of annoyance appeared on her face. And then, in the next second, a strong smell of blood hit my nose. Her pupils shrank and she opened the bag. There were several heads neatly arranged inside, all of which were faces she had seen on the bounty posters. White Wolf Pythias, bounty 21 million Baileys. Man-eating bird Merzalo, bounty of 17 million Baileys. Killer bee Richardno, bounty of 23 million Baileys. Chapter 23 Brother, I'll lend you my head. If you don't have enough money, I'll kill you again. Just now, when Luo Fan came in, she did not smell the strong smell of blood. This is because the smell of alcohol in the air masks the taste. And the moment when several notorious pirates' heads were placed on the stage. Charlotte's heart was deeply shocked. Not only her, but also the other drinkers in the pub cast their eyes over here. Most of them were pirates who had temporarily settled in the town. Killing people to ask for directions. What an arrogant guy. Of course, the weak do not deserve sympathy, this is the rule among pirates. Even if someone is killed, they will not care. They can only say that they are not as skilled as others and deserve to die. The look in his eyes when he looked at Luo Fan was calm from beginning to end, without a trace of panic, and he was calmer than most of his peers. After taking a deep puff of the cigarette, Shaluoli suppressed her inner fear. She remained calm and said slowly, "Brother, the total value of this is 90 million Baileys, and it seems that we are still short of 10 million Baileys." As soon as these words came out, Luo Fan paused slightly, then he picked up the wine glass and looked around at the people in the tavern. Then he slowly said, "If it's not enough, then I'll get it on the spot." "Pick it up on the spot. Is there anyone I know who is willing to lend me money?" Luo Fan raised his finger and pointed to a dark corner. There, a group of ferocious-looking guys were playing finger-guessing games and drinking. "How much is that guy's head worth?" Looking in the direction Luo Fan pointed, Shaluoli trembled all over and her expression froze in an instant. In the corner, there is a man with a long braid and a scar on his face that spreads from the corner of his right eye to his lower lip, making him look very fierce. Moreover, its body, as strong as an ox, is 2 times larger than that of an ordinary person. The most iconic feature is the black eagle tattooed on his body. "Little brother, I advise you to keep your voice down. That guy is not easy to mess with." Shaluoli also took out a reward poster and placed it in front of Luo Fan. The photo on the reward poster looks exactly like the man in the corner. Gilderoy, captain of the Black Hawk Pirates, nicknamed Killer Eagle, has a bounty of 160 million. 160 million Baileys. Shaluoli thought Luo Fan would be tactful and stop his provocative behavior. But he never expected that the next second, he suddenly stood up, walked towards the scarred man, then smiled slightly, and gently placed his right hand on the latter's right shoulder. This action made the originally noisy pub suddenly a little tense. At this time, Gilderoy, who was drinking heavily, was a little annoyed because he lost the game of finger guessing. Being disturbed like this, his face was distorted even more terribly. "Boy, do you want to die?" Immediately, Gilderoy stood up and glared at Luo Fan. Advertisement. "Brother, I want to discuss something with you." Luo Fan kept smiling. Hearing this, the scarred man laughed disdainfully. "Discuss? What to discuss? Who the hell are you? Do you think you are qualified to discuss with me just because you killed some famous pirates?" Around him, a group of younger brothers all had sneering expressions on their faces. "Act recklessly. Doesn't this kid know who he is talking to?" In response, Luo Fan smiled dumbly, and he said again in a very sincere tone, "I think you misunderstood me." "Misunderstanding? I'll give you a chance to tell me before I die. What do you want to discuss with me?" The scarred man had already taken out a short sword from his waist with his right hand. Seeing this, Luo Fan said calmly, "I just want to borrow your head for use." As soon as these words came out, everyone present gasped. Everyone stared at Luo Fan with wide eyes. The originally bustling street fell into deathly silence because of these words. You can hear a pin drop. On the way to Zigro town, Luo Fan was not completely idle. During these 3 days, he flipped through a thick stack of bounty posters over and over again. He thinks he has a good memory and has memorized detailed information about most of the pirates, including their appearances, characteristics, abilities, and the pirate groups they belong to. As it happens, I was lucky. When he needed money the most, a familiar face came into view. "You kid, are you looking for death?" Gilderoy felt an extremely ridiculous word coming into his ears, and the anger on his face grew. His voice was very cold, especially the scar at the corner of his eye, which made him look extremely hideous. Especially the younger brothers around him, each of them was extremely excited. They picked up the long swords from their waists, licked their swords and readied their fists, looking at Luo Fan with fierce eyes. "Boss, you don't have to do anything, let us kill him." However, Gilderoy had a hot temper, and before his men could take action, he swung the short sword in his hand extremely quickly and chopped it towards Luo Fan's head. But in the next moment, the short sword was about to split Luo Fan's head in half. A horrifying scene appeared. Luo Fan stood there motionless like a mountain, then stretched out 2 fingers lazily and pinched them casually, and the short sword was stuck firmly in the gap between his 2 fingers. Click. Gilderoy tried to use all his strength to chop down the short sword, but was surprised to find that the opponent's fingers were like a pair of pliers, tightly clamping the short sword. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move at all. This moment, beads of cold sweat gradually appeared on Gilderoy's forehead, and his throat felt inexplicably dry. He chopped with all his strength. But the opponent caught it with 2 fingers. When others saw this, they were all shocked and puzzled. Advertisement. What is the Killer Eagle doing? Is he teasing the little guy? Yes, there is no doubt that everyone feels that Gilderoy seems to be teasing Luo Fan.
But then, Luo Fan raised his chin slightly and said suddenly, "It seems that your 160 million bounty is a bit exaggerated." This remark completely angered Gilderoy. He killed the killer eagle and was a pirate who had been wandering in the New World for some time. At least he had survived in the most dangerous area. But now, I am actually looked down upon. Eagle transformation, killer eagle form. Giraud let go of the short sword, his eyes flashed with scarlet anger, and he roared. His originally 2-meter tall body began to expand continuously, his clothes were torn in an instant, and a pair of black wings spread out from his waist and back. The terrifying wings were like sharp knives, emitting a sharp edge. At first glance, it is more than 5 meters high. Here we come. Is this the legendary killer eagle? After seeing this, many people present were so scared that they rushed out of the tavern, fearing that they would be involved in the fight. Sha Luoli looked at him with a hint of amusement, and sighed sadly, young people don't listen to advice. Alas, it seems that you won't get the money. Boom. The next moment, Giraud flapped his wings, creating a gust of wind that blew away the surrounding glass fragments. He flew towards Luo Fan at an extremely fast speed, like a black arrow. The surface of the black wings is covered with a layer of armament haki, which moves like a blade. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a meat grinder. Can even dogs know the armament haki in New World? Luo Fan couldn't help but complain. His right hand was covered with a layer of armament haki wrapped in purple lightning, and he immediately used Lucian Shunlongba. Puff! On the spot, the wings were scattered everywhere and blood was splattered all over the ground. There was a deep dent in Giraud's head caused by the fist, almost cutting off half of his head. He fell heavily to the ground and completely lost consciousness. Gurgle. At this moment, the throats of the other people present couldn't help but roll. For the first time, they felt how hard it was to swallow saliva. One punch. Death? How powerful is this young man? 160 million pirates are so vulnerable in front of him? Especially Sha Luoli, her expression was complicated and she couldn't say a word. This was definitely Luo Fan, the most arrogant of all the pirates she had received so far. There is no need for a reason to kill. Just because we have no money, we need more people to make up the difference. It only takes less than a minute. The tavern was filled with the bodies of members of the Black Hawk Pirates. Luo Fan patted the dust off his hands, his face calm. He slowly walked towards Sha Luoli, smiled slightly. Boss, is that enough? If not, I will kill a few more. Chapter 24. Cavendish is defeated, the strongest supernova in history. So scary. This new guy kills people without blinking an eye. Because it's too fast, in just a few breaths, everyone in the tavern scattered, all scared away. There comes a devil who kills people at every turn. Who knows, will they be the next to die? Enough. Of course it's enough. Not only that, but it's much more. The total value of all the members of the Black Hawk Pirates is 300 million Baileys. Add to that the 90 million Baileys you gave me before, and the 100 million for the intelligence. I have to pay you another 290 million. Looking at the pirates lying on the ground in front of her, a trace of panic flashed across Charlotte's beautiful eyes, and regret filled her heart. The red-hair pirates appeared in this town a week ago. Their captain, Shanks, even came to our tavern to buy a lot of drinks. I heard from them that they really wanted to go to Marineford. Luo Fan's eyes flashed. Going to Marineford? Is this king of tricks going to show off? Based on the time and speed of their departure, they should be in the Tianqinghai area now, and they will reach Marineford in 3 days. Charlotte took out a map from under the counter, spread it out, and pointed to an area of the sea. Is the summit war in 3 days? Luo Fan reasoned according to the timeline, and the plot should develop like this. I'm too lazy to clean up these corpses. How about this? You just need to give me 100 million Baileys, and the rest will be yours. Charlotte could only force a smile. Gathering intelligence was her strong point, but collecting bodies was something she had never done. At least, until this guy named Luo Fan showed up. No one had ever died in her tavern. After collecting the money, Luo Fan did not stay and started to leave. But suddenly, his steps stopped suddenly. This action frightened Sha Luoli so much that her face turned pale and her heart seemed to stop beating. At this moment, she felt like a lamb to be slaughtered and was extremely scared. However, Luo Fan tilted his face and chuckled. Next time when I come to ask for information, please give me a friendly price. As soon as these words were spoken, Charlotte felt like a deflated balloon and her entire spirit collapsed. It was not until Luo Fan left that Sha Luoli fell to the ground with a thud, her legs going limp. Today is destined to be a shadow that will haunt her for the rest of her life. At this time, advertisement another street in the town of Sigro. Just listen. The crisp and rhythmic sound of horse hooves came from far away and became noticeable. In the distance, there was a handsome young man wearing a cowboy hat with fur trimmings, with golden curly hair that fell below his shoulders and bangs. He was dressed in aristocratic attire and had a rose in his mouth. A white cape rustled behind him, and around his waist was a rapier with his own name engraved on it. Especially, he was leading a very handsome white horse behind him, just like a nobleman on a trip. This person was the supernova who became famous in the New World a year ago, known as White Horse Cavendish. What a beautiful town. Everyone here should know me. Just as Cavendish was swaggering down the street, thinking that his presence would attract the admiring gazes of countless people. The people on the street treated him as heir. They all walked in one direction and passed by him hurriedly without even looking at him, shouting something. Hey, have you heard? An incredible person appeared in the bar on Black Friday? Oh, is that the supernova named Cavendish? I heard he appeared here. I'm not talking about that conceited guy. Didn't a group called the Black Hawk Pirates appear in this area some time ago? They're pirates with a total value of over 300 million. But just now, they were wiped out in the tavern by a guy who was only 16 or 17 years old. As the sound continued to come to my ears, it became clearer and clearer. Cavendish's face, which had been full of sunshine and vitality, suddenly froze and darkened in an instant. Some of the veins in his face were beating violently, and he immediately caught the person who said this. Tell me what you just said again. Who stole Lousy's limelight?
Ah, it's Cavendish. Sir, this is none of my business. I just heard that there was a new guy in the tavern, killing people to get directions, and I heard that he wiped out several pirates groups.
The man who was caught was shaking with fear, and he quickly explained. Lead the way. Cavendish's eyes darkened, after a moment. Outside the pub on Black Friday, a group of people gathered to watch what was happening inside. The tavern waiter was wrapping the cold corpses in shrouds. Did you see clearly the appearance of the murderer? He's handsome, young, and a fresh face, don't you know? I heard that he killed a $160 million pirates in one strike. To be able to do this so easily, he must be the strongest supernova of this generation. The words that came to his ears continued to stimulate Cavendish's brain nerves. A hole. Cavendish's eyes were red with jealousy. Advertisement. Then he stood up and asked everyone, has anyone seen that guy? I'm going to kill him. Seeing this, many people present recognized Cavendish. Someone immediately started to fan the flames. Cavendish, since you are so strong, go challenge the newcomer in a duel. Where is he? Cavendish jumped onto the horse. All the onlookers pointed in one direction. I saw it not far away. A young man in a white shirt was buying wild grapes from a vendor at a street stall. This guy is quite capable. Cavendish used observation Haki to spy on the aura that was being released from the other party all the time. A newcomer to the sea? I won't be polite about my head. Cavendish clamped down hard on the horse. Blow. The next second, a beam of white light burst out. When it was less than 10 meters away. First, use the rapier to instantly draw a knife trail on the ground. Then pull the knife straight up into the air along this trail, and instantly swing the knife backwards. Beautiful sword / Prince Stardust, however. Just at the moment when the sword energy spread out like stardust. The young man in front of him stood still like a mountain, but a golden light suddenly appeared on his body and entered Cavendish's eyes. Ah! What a blinding light! Suddenly, Cavendish felt a chill on his back. Golden light curse. Boom! The next moment, the figures of a man and a horse instantly collided with the golden light, and they fell off their horses and fell heavily to the ground. This scene. Everyone present gasped. Oh my god, what happened? Cavendish was killed instantly without even touching the opponent? That's a supernova worth 280 million. This guy is probably the strongest supernova of this year. I think it should be the strongest in history. Chapter 25. Big Mom's Sea Siege, Desperate Situation. Cavendish and the white horse fell heavily to the ground, and cracks spread from the ground. Damn. I seem to have hit a giant beast. Cavendish shook his head and looked at Faruru beside him, who was foaming at the mouth and had fainted. Just a moment ago, he saw a terrifying golden light suddenly emerging from the young man's body. Then, he was flung away. Didn't your mother teach you to stop, look, and then pass? A layer of golden light flowed on Luo Fan's body, completely enveloping him, with only a few cracks appearing on the surface. What's going on with this golden light? I can't even break his defense. The key is that this guy is as pretty as me, damn it. Cavendish gritted his teeth, his face full of reluctance. He still wanted to kill the guy who had taken away his popularity. The next second, he jumped high and rushed towards Luo Fan. Beautiful sword, Bluebird, beautiful sword round table. Beautiful sword, blue. He used all his sword moves, which formed madly sword lights, and terrifying sword sounds continued to erupt in the air. However, Luo Fan did not dodge at all, and his arms were covered with a layer of golden light like steel. Boom boom boom, as solid as a rock, he violently broke through the sword moves one by one. Finally, Luo Fan seized the opportunity and punched Cavendish on the head. The latter vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Cavendish lost, however, just when the spectators were surprised and thought the result was settled. Kill! Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded from behind. Suddenly, Cavendish on the ground stood up with a hideous and ferocious face. Sleepwalking? Has Cavendish's second personality appeared? Luo Fan's pupils lit up slightly. Of course he understood the conceited young man in front of him. But he didn't understand why the other party attacked him like a mad dog as soon as they met. The only possible explanation is masochism. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards Luo Fan like a beam of light. At this moment, his combat power rose wildly, like a murderous devil, waving sword shadows. Ding ding dong dong, the golden light spell on Luo Fan kept making metallic collision sounds. Gradually, under the crazy sword force, a crack gradually appeared on the surface of the golden light curse. The sickle weasel in Cavendish sneered, "Humph, how exciting. I haven't met an opponent like this in a long time, but I'll definitely take your head." As he said this, he once again held the rapier in his hand, rushed towards his opponent at high speed, then turned his feet and kicked back, dodging immediately. Advertisement unexpectedly. Cavendish used the force to jump into the air, turned sideways 360 degrees, and a circular slash instantly fell from the sky. Beautiful sword round table. Roll. Luo Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, and after covering his hands with a layer of armament Haki, he clenched his fists and blasted out a straight line of energy forward. Boom. The terrifying fist wind mixed with Haki turned into a gust of air and flew through the air. The circular slash was like fragile glass that was shattered on the spot. However, the remaining power of the fist wind did not dissipate and hit Cavendish's sword fiercely. Phew. Cavendish felt a sweetness in his throat and suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. When he landed and steadied himself, he found himself already 100 meters away. This fist actually contains the most advanced Haki. For the first time, the sickle weasel in Cavendish's body began to feel a little cold. Even though he possessed superb swordsmanship, he had no room for error in front of a strong man who had mastered top-level Haki. You can attack your opponent 10,000 times, but you can't make a mistake even once. Otherwise, the only result is death. How dare you be distracted in front of me? Is that really okay? Only. Cavendish hesitated for a moment, and suddenly, a terrifying breath came from behind him. He subconsciously turned his head and saw that Luo Fan had a smile on his face and was looking at him quietly. You? Cavendish's pupils dilated, and he was horrified. Then Luo Fan grabbed his collar with his right hand at lightning speed, and his left hand, wrapped around armament Haki, was aimed at Cavendish's delicate face. Bang! A crisp sound resounded across Cavendish's face. The entire deserted street could hear it clearly. Suddenly, Cavendish felt an intense tingling sensation spreading across his face, and then that beautiful face swelled up like a pig's head at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sleepwalking, huh? I'm going to slap you a few times to cure you? Bang! Let me go. You be **************. D. How dare you ruin my beautiful appearance? Bang! Please spare my face. Bang! I will never dare to offend you again. Can you please be magnanimous and let me go? Bang! Woo woo woo, help, help, at this time. The small island of Sigro Town is 100 nautical miles away. The fleets were connected in groups, with uniform flags flying on them. Advertisement Big Mom. Battleship number 1. This is a giant warship, made entirely of egg tarts, with a sunflower homies on the bow, responsible for observation and navigation. On deck. An old woman wearing a pirate hat and a loose pink dress was sitting on the throne with an imposing manner, her eyes revealing urgency. This person is the ruler of this sea area, Charlotte Linlin. Mom, now almost all the fleets of the world have been dispatched. Parasparrow walked forward and bowed. Haven't you found the whereabouts of that ship yet? Charlotte Linlin looked serious. They have expanded their search range. As long as they are within this 100 nautical mile sea area, not even a tiny fly can escape their eyes. But what is strange is that such a huge, dilapidated ship seemed to have disappeared out of thin air and there is no trace of it. The spies deployed in West Logue Town did not find any suspicious ships at the dock or other coasts. There is none in the sea, let alone on the islands. Could it be that he has disappeared from the face of the earth? Mom, do you think the ghost ship will disappear? This is Parasparrow's suspicion. Since it is a ghost ship, it may have ghost-like abilities. Charlotte Linlin was silent for a moment after hearing this. She was unwilling to give in. No matter what, keep searching. Seeing this, Parasparrow could only continue to do as he was told. Cracker and Owen have already arrived in Siglo Town. As for Katakuri, he chose to act alone. It is no exaggeration to say that the 10,000 nations have built a surrounding network across the entire sea area. Once the trace of the ghost ship is found, we will provide support on the scene as quickly as possible. Just when everyone had no idea, Charlotte Linlin, who was sitting on the throne and looking a little anxious, suddenly shrank her pupils, stood up suddenly and said, "There was a battle in this area not long ago." She immediately ordered the fleet to stop and sent people to dive and search the situation nearby. As expected, someone immediately discovered that there were groups of wood fragments and a large amount of scattered supplies floating on the sea. Among them, a wooden board caught everyone's attention. Big Mom number 9. This is where the treasure ship sank. After the ship number was fished out, it was brought to Charlotte Linlin. This is where our fleet was attacked. Parasparrow looked solemn and angry. Apparently, Charlotte Linlin, with her powerful observation Haki, caught a glimpse of the breath that lingered in the air for a long time. An extremely strong scent of top-grade Haki. Moreover, following the source of this breath, they all point to one place, the small island of Sigro Town. Baron Dandon deserved to lose. There was a guy on that ghost ship whose strength was no less than that of a 4-star general. Charlotte Linlin grinned, her face filled with great excitement, and she used her right hand to grab the ship number. Parasparrow, send the fleet to Sigro Island immediately and surround it completely. That guy must be hiding there. Chapter 26. What kind of garbage is Charlotte's family? Right now. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Now, the Marine government, which is already at the center of controversy, is about to face a fierce battle. The opponent is the strongest man in the world today, Edward Newgate. The Whitebeard pirates and their subordinate pirates are about to arrive in Marineford. Inside the marshal's office, a rectangular table was filled with people who were all high-ranking officials of the Marine. Sengoku, Garp, Suru, Akainu, Kazaru, Aokiji and others all sat together, which was very rare. At this time, Sengoku stood on a blackboard, holding a baton and pointing at a bounty poster pasted on it. It showed a grinning old man with a crescent-shaped white beard, and underneath the photo was a string of numbers written in an extremely conspicuous manner. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The reward amount is 5046000. Whitebeard's main pirates group has a total of 16 captains, and each captain has 100 men under his command.
Apart from the combat power of about 1,600 men, there are 43 pirates groups under his command, with a total estimated number of more than 50,000. Moreover, those 43 captains are all well-known big men. Sengoku rubbed the whip under his chin with a serious face and spoke earnestly. On the marine side, excluding those recruits who are unable to go to the battlefield and those who lack experience, the number of elite troops that can be assembled is no more than 70,000 to 80,000. The main reason is that the marine government's layout is too large, with marine bases all over the world. It is impossible to transfer marines from bases all over the world to fight Whitebeard. Otherwise, the Revolutionary Army, who have been plotting for a long time, might take advantage of the opportunity. Therefore, mobilizing 70,000 to 80,000 people is already the limit. Have the 7 warlords of the sea arrived yet? Then, Sengoku looked at the weasel beside him and asked. Weasel nodded in agreement. Everyone has arrived, but the Empress is currently visiting the prison in Impel Down. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku frowned, but didn't ask any further questions. After all, the war is urgent now, and the most important thing at the moment is the Whitebeard pirates. Besides the Whitebeard pirates, what are the movements of the other 3-4 emperors? Sengoku then looked at Momosuke, who was in charge of gathering intelligence. In response, Momosuke said truthfully, "At present, our informants have lost track of the Red Hair pirates. As for Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, I must focus on these 2 people." At this point, Momosuke stood up and put a map on the blackboard. According to the news, the Beast's pirates suddenly left Wanukuni's base camp this morning. Advertisement. Kaido has action. The other marine executives present all looked frozen. Only Akainu, who was sitting in the middle of the 3 admirals, had a stern face full of disdain. He said in a deep voice, "If Kaido dares to cause trouble, let him and Whitebeard stay in Marineford forever." Akainu, who has always been hawkish, has never been afraid. However, Sengoku, who was always thoughtful, looked serious. Besides Kaido, what about Big Mom? At this point, Momosuke pointed to a red circle on the map and said, "She didn't take any action. What's puzzling is that she has mobilized almost all the fleets of the 10,000 nations to surround a small island called Sigro. Well, in this case, no other forces should intervene in this war. No matter what, we must ensure that the Whitebeard pirates will never return." Sengoku's eyes flashed with determination and he clenched his fists tightly. New World, the small island of Siglo. On the dock. Big Mom ship number 3 dropped anchor and docked. As 2 figures came down from the boat, one step at a time. The people who were moving goods at the dock couldn't help but look over. Hiss. Immediately, everyone's faces changed drastically, their bodies trembled, and the goods in their hands fell to the ground. A tall, bearded, middle-aged warrior and a burly, muscular orange-haired man walked down together. It's from Charlotte's family. They recognized the 2 visitors. And now, when the famous person on the reward poster is standing in front of them as if it were real. Fear and shock swept over. After the 2 men landed, they quickly glanced at the crowd around them with a hint of disdain in their eyes. When their gazes touched them, many people lowered their heads and even their breathing became tense. That's right. These 2 people are Cracker and Owen from Charlotte family. It is extremely rare for 2 ministers to arrive in Sigro town at the same time. Brother Cracker, Mom just said in Den Den Mushi that the guy who crashed our fleet is hiding in this town. Owen said it truthfully with a serious look on his face. Hearing this, Cracker nodded and said in a deep voice, "Got it, I'll make some cookie soldiers to search for suspicious people." Advertisement. Since we don't know what the other person looks like, what we need to do now is a carpet search. In an instant, behind Cracker, more than 200 biscuit soldiers stood upright. They all had serious expressions and marched in unison, showing great discipline. But then Owen lowered his voice and whispered in Cracker's ear, "Mom said that if we can't find that guy, we'll just massacre the island." Cracker paused, then grinned grimly. "This is even better, I love killing people the most." Just as the 2 were preparing to leave, suddenly, something flew over and hit Owen in the face. Who did it? Owen's pupils condensed slightly, and his whole body gradually became extremely hot. In an instant, the horrible temperature began to spread wildly from the ground, and along the street, the ground was baked extremely hot. People on the street couldn't stand the horrific heat and ran away in fear, covering their heads. When Owen and Cracker saw the object clearly, their pupils shrank. Cavendish, looking at the half-dead person with a swollen face like a pig's head. Owen and Cracker suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, a young man in white clothes with his hands in his trouser pockets was walking slowly in this direction, with blood on his hands. "You did it." Owen stared at him with flaming eyes. Luo Fan's footsteps stopped abruptly. He nodded slightly and glanced at the person in front of him. This move, the atmosphere on the street instantly dropped to freezing point. "Young man, they are from the Charlotte family." Some kind-hearted onlookers gave a friendly reminder. However, Luo Fan just said calmly, and then, "Kneel down and kowtow to apologize, and I can spare your life." Owen stared at Luo Fan intently, and the temperature in his eyes suddenly increased. With a slight smile, Luo Fan's figure instantly left a shadow. With a popping sound of his right hand, armament Haki wrapped around the surface, and his hand rose up and fell. Bang! Owen was slapped and flew away. What kind of shit is the Charlotte family? Chapter 27 Swallow Cracker. Fruit unlocks new form. At the same time, outside Sigro Island, the Grand Fleet. Mom, the guy has been found. Perospero also received the signal from Cracker and shouted excitedly. As soon as these words came out, Charlotte Linlin's sleepy face instantly perked up. She couldn't wait to command the two like clouds on both sides of her head. Zeus, Prometheus, follow me. Boom. Charlotte Linlin jumped high into the air and landed on top of Zeus' head. Then she put her right hand into his head and began to inject soul power into it. Zeus, who was originally very friendly, turned from a white cloud to a dark cloud with lightning. Mom is done. The next second, Zeus flew out of the ship carrying Charlotte Linlin at a faster speed, and Prometheus followed closely behind. All fleets, full speed ahead. Perospero picked up the Den Den Mushi and shouted. The scene returns to the small town. Because Luo Fan's speed was too fast, before Cracker could react, Irving was slapped and flew away. You dare. Boom. Cracker swung his sword, but only hit the air. The tip of the sword fell to the ground, cracking into countless cracks. It was actually avoided. The next moment, Owen, who was blown away, stood up with difficulty. He felt a burning sensation on his face and a line of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Then he stomped his foot on the floor and burst out with terrifying force. The whole person soared into the air like a wild bull and rushed up. At the same time, the big sword in Cracker's hand was covered with a layer of armament Haki, and he stabbed straight at Luo Fan with great force. Double team on both sides. Light steps. Luo Fan's body shook and turned into a trail of afterimages. With his terrifying body movements, he perfectly avoided all the attacks. What a fast speed. Why does this movement give people such an illusion? Irving felt like something was stuck in his throat and couldn't believe it. Even Cracker, one of the 4-star generals who represented Big Mom's core combat power, couldn't even touch Luo Fan at this moment, even with the sword energy in his hands dancing wildly like a dragnet. Unexpectedly, after dodging all the attacks, Luo Fan suddenly rushed in front of him, and released a fist wrapped with a trace of Haki, which blasted Owen away from his original position and made him fall heavily to the ground. One punch made Owen spit out blood. Is this your strength? Luo Fan grinned and chuckled, at the same time he felt a heat passing through his fist into his body, constantly burning his blood. High temperature can actually invade the whole body. This is another advantage of the user of the superhuman fruit ability, elemental attack. Advertisement. Even though armament Haki can indeed cover every part of the body, thus resisting most elemental attacks. But after taking it hard, his whole fist was really hot. So it's still too wasteful. Next time when I fight someone with the ability of a fruit that has magical attacks, I will have to waste my energy to cast the golden light spell. What a strong Haki. Damn it. Owen felt extremely dizzy and his consciousness was blurring. His entire body was being eroded by an unknown force. Apparently, after Haki penetrated the armament Haki on the surface of his body, it went straight into the inside and caused secondary damage. Horrible. Among the entire Big Mom Pirates group, only Mom and Katakuri can have this level of Haki. Cracker, be careful, he has top-level Haki, and he is likely the one who attacked our fleet. Owen finally noticed something was wrong. In just a few rounds, he was beaten without any chance to fight back. Even when joining forces with Cracker, he was unable to do anything to the opponent. This means that the opponent's strength is far superior to his own. Considering that Baron Dandan had been attacked and his whereabouts are still unknown, all the blame was pointed at the young man in front of him. Cracker looked at him indifferently, and the next second, a group of biscuit soldiers behind him took a step forward, raised their swords and surrounded Luo Fan. As for Cracker's fighting ability, Luo Fan did not agree. After all, this guy's fighting style was extremely vulgar. He is a pure long-range summoner who only dares to let the biscuit soldiers charge forward, while he chooses to hide inside the body of a biscuit soldier. Once discovered, they will move immediately. The main headache is that this thing is huge. This thing is too difficult to deal with. It would be great if I could develop a method that can deal group damage. Luo Fan's eyes darkened, and he first killed several biscuit soldiers who rushed up with one punch. With the armament Haki released, it blasted the highly defensive biscuit soldiers into slag like a piece of rotten wood. But the next moment, Cracker created a dozen more cookie soldiers in a blink of an eye. If we continue to fight a protracted war like this, not only will there be no effect, but Big Mom and others will also arrive. But just as Luo Fan rushed into the biscuit soldiers' camp and killed them indiscriminately, he suddenly discovered that these biscuit soldiers did not disappear immediately when they were blown into pieces. In the blink of an eye, their corpses were scattered all over the ground. Will Cracker's cookie soldiers be similar to my Splinter Cell? Thinking of this, Luo Fan decided to put the truth into practice and placed one hand on the body of a biscuit soldier. Buzz. As the black light emerged, the biscuit soldier's body quickly melted away until it turned into air. Fuse 5 million cells. Damn, it really works. And each soldier is worth 500,000 cells. Luo Fan's eyes flickered, and he felt inexplicably excited. If this Cracker could continuously split into more cookie soldiers, such as 1,000, 10,000, or even more, then wouldn't he be able to? Thinking of this, Luo Fan started to wander around. He did not rush towards Cracker's body, but plunged into the army of biscuit soldiers. Advertisement. Fuse 5 million cells. 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 Owen watched from afar as Luo Fan was trapped by the biscuit soldiers and fought hard. Although the bodies of biscuit soldiers fell one after another. However, Cracker is creating cookie soldiers faster than death. Speed up manufacturing. Speed up manufacturing. Speed up manufacturing. Cracker looked confident of victory and was enjoying the scene very much. As long as the opponent's physical strength was completely exhausted or a flaw was exposed, it would be time for him to take action. But gradually, Owen noticed something unusual. He saw that the fallen biscuit soldiers did not pile up into a mountain. Instead, in the melee, a black light flashed from time to time. Is that guy also a food user? Why can he make the biscuit soldiers disappear? Finally, Owen saw some clues. He discovered that every time Luo Fan killed a biscuit soldier, he would release a black light and completely wipe out the corpse. Why do I feel my strength slipping away? At the same time, Cracker also discovered something was wrong. According to his previous physical fitness, he could produce tens of thousands of cookie soldiers under extreme conditions. At most you will recover after resting for a while. But now it was completely different. He was surprised to find that the biscuit soldiers fell down in groups. It was as if the strength in my body was sucked away by something mysterious, and I actually felt a little tired. An hour later. Fuse 5 million cells. Fuse 5 million cells. Fuse 5 million cells. Fuse 5 million cells. The prompt sound rang out like flowing water. Luo Fan went completely crazy killing the biscuit soldiers. On the other hand, Cracker's speed in producing cookie soldiers has dropped significantly. A full 30 billion cells. It was as if fairy jade nectar was poured into Luo Fan's body. Immediately, a sudden voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the multicellular form. Chapter 28 Cellular Bionics, a thunderous 8 trigrams. Gain the skill of gigantic size. Gain the skill Cellular Bionics. Jontization. Release the individual cells to increase their size and abilities. Cellular Bionics. Cells can imitate the moves of any creature through the host's memory. Open black lens bracket name. Luo Fan close black lens bracket. Age. 17. Evaluation. A rising star in the pirate's world. Fruit. Mythical beast cell fruit platinum form initial awakening. Skills. Light footsteps, golden light curse, top armament Haki, intermediate steering technique, giganticization, cellular bionics. Title. None. Open black lens bracket cell. 10782960560550 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket shock value. 2405807 close black lens bracket. 3 skills were awarded. Luo Fan thought, can the first form of the black sperm fruit be gigantic like Luffy? Then wouldn't the next 2 forms be heaven-defying? It is worthy of being the fruit that can only come from a golden jar. After successfully unlocking the new form, Luo Fan couldn't wait to use these skill packs. Especially, Cell Bionics, which can memorize and imitate anyone's skills. If it were performed in the giant state, the power would probably be even more terrifying. Thanks for the rocket, my friend. Time to try out my new skills. Luo Fan smiled slightly, stepped on his right foot, and disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Cracker, who was hiding inside the biscuit soldier, was already gasping for breath. When he found that Luo Fan's figure had disappeared, he couldn't help but be startled. Where's the person? Watch out for Cracker, he's behind you. The next moment, Owen suddenly saw a figure appear behind Cracker like a ghost. He raised his finger slightly, gathered all his strength on his index finger, and then stabbed with his hardened finger at super high speed. 6th style. Finger pistol. Phew. The fingertips pierced through the biscuit soldier's body like bullets. In an instant, a muscular man with purple hair fled out in a panic. As this Marine's 6 styles. Cracker looked down at his lower back, where a finger hole was constantly gushing blood. He immediately made a cookie to block the wound. Without a doubt, only a Marine who is strong in physical skills can use such advanced physical skills. Advertisement. Could it be that this guy is really from Marine? Fusifu's tricks are really useful. Luo Fan nodded with slight satisfaction. He had to admit that this bionic skill was really cool. Relying on his memories of the previous battle with Fusifu, he was able to basically replicate all of the opponent's moves. And the effects of using it are not much different. Wave Pretzel. After losing the protection of the cookie soldiers, Cracker had to take action himself. He swung the big sword at his waist, with a trace of armament Haki wrapped around the sword, and rushed out very quickly. Suddenly, a powerful sword energy shock wave stabbed towards Luo Fan at a high speed. Seeing this, Luo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, picked up the big sword that the biscuit soldier had dropped just now, and shouted coldly, "Wave Pretzel." Owen, standing aside, was completely dumbfounded. Both of them held their swords in the same posture and attacked with the same moves. Boom. The 2 great swords collided with each other, and a terrifying shock wave spread out. However, the Haki on Luo Fan's sword was obviously much stronger, and it burst out all at once, shattering Cracker's sword with the force of thunder. A sword pierced his chest. Cracker. Lose. Cracker. Owen gritted his teeth and wanted to turn around and run away, but unexpectedly a figure had already appeared quietly behind him. Beautiful sword round table. Phew. Blood splattered in the air and then fell down. In an instant, blood formed a river. A quarter of an hour later. On the coast. Luo Fan came here with Baron Dandan. But they were surprised to find that in front of them, there were groups of warships connected together, like a solid wall, surrounding the entire island. A large number of black cannons had already aimed their holes at the island. As this big mom out in full force. After a quick glance, there were about a few hundred warships, a scale he had only seen at Kaido's Onigashima base. Let's go. Although you defeated Cracker, he is not the strongest among the 4-star generals. Baron Dandan looked worried and terrified. It is undeniable that after Luo Fan defeated Cracker and Owen successively, he felt that with Luo Fan's current combat power, it would be easy for him to become a star general in the Big Mom Pirates group. But, if you really meet that guy who has practiced observation Haki to the point where he can see a period of time in the future. Advertisement. Then there would be no escape. What are you asking for? Luo Fan glared at the broken eggshell and knocked him unconscious with a casual knife. Then, he took out a glass bottle from the space ring and threw it towards the shore. Crash. A huge broken ship suddenly crashed into the sea, splashing waves several meters high. The huge ship appeared on the shore and immediately attracted the attention of the fleet ahead. Look, why is there a boat on the shore? Yeah, it's the ghost ship that Mom is looking for. It's here. That ship has appeared. Tell all the warships to intercept it immediately. It's so fast. We can't let it get away. The people of Big Mom's fleet all focused their attention on the broken ship. I saw that the broken ship had just changed direction, and it accelerated and swung its tail around. The next second, it rushed out in a straight line at full speed like a tiger shark. All guns. Ready. At a command, all the people in the large fleet aimed at the speeding wreckage. Boom boom boom. The whistling shells fell like heavy rain, almost destroying the entire Flying Dutchman. Crash. Pieces of wood were blown to pieces and shattered on the spot. The Flying Dutchman was in pieces as it continued to move at full speed under the artillery fire again and again. In just a moment, the wood began to slowly repair itself. Damn it, if this continues, I'm afraid that after we break through the siege, there will only be a few wooden planks left. Luo Fan realized something was wrong and he glanced at the huge mast behind him. Giant transformation. With a loud shout, the cells in his body began to stir wildly. Then, the sound of air pumping began to gurgle in his body, and his body gradually swelled up. But in just a few breaths, Luo Fan had turned into a giant 9 meters tall. Just by standing on the bow, the whole broken ship began to shake violently from side to side. Luo Fan then broke the mast behind him with one hand, recalling the previous fight with Kaido. I don't know how much strength I can exert. First, Haki is released to harden the surface of the entire huge mast, and then it is wrapped around. The mast suddenly turned pitch black, and the level of the mast skyrocketed. The next second, Luo Fan gritted his teeth, exerted all his strength, and swung the mast forward. Thundering 8 trigrams. Chapter 29. The Strongest General. Fighting Katakuri. Boom. A Haki burst out in a straight line along the way, bombarding like a beam of light, with a deafening roar. A semi-arc of fire instantly engulfed the sea ahead, and more than a dozen warships were completely swallowed up and sank into the sea. Afterwards, Haki created a vacuum zone on the sea surface ahead, and the seawater was separated into 2 sides and could not recover for a long time. The encirclement of Big Mom's fleet was torn open. At this moment, the ghost ship, which was already extremely fast, rushed out in an instant along the sea surface without any resistance. Damn it! Don't let him get away! Seeing this, the other fleets rushed over at full speed, trying to intercept the ghost ship. On board. After a thunderous 8 trigrams, Luo Fan's huge figure quickly returned to its original appearance like a deflated balloon. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 293. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 282. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 277. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 271. Looking at the mast that he had broken and then automatically restored itself, Luo Fan, sweating profusely, breathed a sigh of relief. This move really wastes your energy. Thunderous 8 trigrams is worthy of being one of Kaido's strongest moves, and it is extremely powerful. On the other hand, physical energy can be easily wasted. One is the energy consumed by the jauntization, and the other is the full strength attack after imitating the thunderous 8 trigrams. Combining the two, if he didn't already have a huge amount of cells, his body's strength would probably be drained in an instant. But even so, he felt that the full power of thundering 8 trigrams had not yet been fully unleashed. You know, his current physical strength, Haki, speed and degree of fruit development are all significantly different from Kaido's. Looking at the sea area that was cleared by my eyes, the vast ocean came into view. Just as Luo Fan was about to open the map to find the location of Tianqinghai. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, getting closer and closer. Grilled rice cakes. Advertisement. As the voice fell, an extremely dark fist surrounded by terrifying heat appeared on the sea, like a rocket launcher breaking through the sea water and spraying out. Boom. The tail of the ghost ship was immediately broken in half by this punch, and its speed suddenly dropped. Luo Fan's eyes darkened and he turned back indifferently. Behind me, I saw a man pedaling a sailboat and chasing me at high speed. This man is tall, with short amaranth hair, strong muscles, long legs, a patched scar on each cheek, and a trident in his hand. His overall outfit is full of strong black metal punk style. Katakuri. Luo Fan muttered, the other party's message flashing through his mind. Barry is the leader of the 3 highest-ranking officers of the Big Mom Pirates, with a bounty of 1.057 billion. He is extremely powerful and has never been defeated in his life. He is known as the man whose back never touches the ground. And because of the gradual transition of his observation Haki, he can see part of the future. Don't even think about leaving. Katakuri's body suddenly turned into a ball of sticky rice, flew out like a jet, and then landed at the stern of the ghost ship. After seeing Luo Fan's face clearly, Katakuri's scarlet eyes flashed. You defeated Cracker and Owen. Even for him, it was hard to accept that his brother Cracker, who was also a 4-star general, would be defeated. Moreover, the other party looks very young, only about 16 or 17 years old, but he possesses such strength. In the entire ocean, there are only a handful of people with such strength. Young, too young. It seems impossible that he could have done it. Even a man like Katakuri had never seen a newcomer with such potential. Why, you want to avenge him? Luo Fan nodded helplessly. In his opinion, his previous contestants, except Kaido, is an insurmountable barrier. The others were defeated one by one. Now, Katakuri is definitely the touchstone for him to test the limits of his strength. You can't blame others if you are not as skilled as them. Then let me be your opponent. Katakuri's scarlet eyes widened. Observation Haki instantly spread all over Luo Fan's body. Then, layers of sticky rice wrap around the arm and surround the trident, causing the arm to rotate and stab forward. Advertisement. Glutinous ball stab. Blow. In the blink of an eye, I heard a horrible sound of breaking wind. Light steps. Luo Fan subconsciously stomped his foot, leaving behind several afterimages. He thought he could easily avoid the thrust as usual. However, he never expected that in the next second, Katakuri seemed to see through everything, and he passed through the afterimage and stabbed out with the trident in his hand. Bang! Luo Fan felt an inexplicable chill in front of him, and the tip of the trident pierced his chest. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he instinctively released the golden light spell. Only then was the opponent's attack defended. But even so, a small hole was drilled out of the golden light spell. It almost pierced into the flesh. Oh my god, this Katakuri's observation Haki is really scary. Luo Fan's mind moved. In his opinion, in front of an observation Haki who saw a corner of the future. His physical skills are basically useless. If it weren't for the protection of the golden light spell, I would have been stabbed to death. Huh, is this the devil fruit ability? Katakuri was very surprised when he saw this. A shield-like golden light emerged from its surface, blocking his attack like a solid wall. This attack only created a small hole. Tooth gun. Without hesitation, Luo Fan imitated Phosphor's skills with his cellular bionics and fired a tooth-shaped air bullet attack from his mouth. Katakuri was forced back a distance. This time, I'll see how you can stop me. The trident was thrown at him, and Katakuri's pupils dilated. 9 donuts suddenly appeared around him, and 9 huge arms strengthened with glutinous rice balls stretched out from the donuts. 9-headed rice cake. With a loud shout, the 9-horned glutinous rice balls suddenly became like lion majesty, bombarding Luo Fan from all kinds of tricky angles. That's a good trick. I happen to know how to do it. Luo Fan smiled slightly, and in an instant, 9 arms grew out of the cells behind him. Each fist was wrapped with purple armament Haki, and they were fired out at the same time like cannonballs. Boom. Chapter 30. The gods are fighting. Here comes the ant. The terrifying fist collision caused horrific sonic booms that darkened the entire space. Lightning-shaped black Haki continued to spread out, covering the surroundings. Due to the high-speed collision between the Haki, the surrounding seawater surged wildly, as if it was boiling, and the temperature suddenly increased by a few degrees. This is imitating my moves. After seeing that the moves used were exactly the same as his own, Katakuri looked extremely ugly and was extremely shocked inside. Although the opponent does not possess the Paramesha devil fruit like him, he can still imitate his skills very well. Moreover, I learned it in just a moment. Where on earth did this monster come from? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It could just be a coincidence of moves. Peerless donuts. Katakuri suddenly changed his moves in just a moment, and the result was the next second. Luo Fan. Unparalleled hula hoop. Katakuri. Super powerful rice cake. Luo Fan. Super cells. Katakuri. Bird rice cake. Luo Fan. Little bird rice cake. Katakuri. Clap your hands. Luo Fan. If you are happy, clap your hands for me. Katakuri. Luo Fan. In an instant, the two had exchanged hundreds of moves. However, Katakuri's face turned dark, and he was both angry and confused. Whatever moves he used, his opponent also used the same moves, and he imitated them very closely. Advertisement. What the hell is this divine talent? Who are you anyway? Are you a newcomer who just went out to sea recently? Katakuri's mind frantically recalled the most recent bounty posters, but he could not find any facial features that matched the young man in front of him. A newcomer, if he has such potential when he debuts. How horrible this is. It should have been almost a month since we went out to sea. Is this still considered a newcomer? Luo Fan's fists did not stop, he responded while hitting each other. He was not lying. As a cheater, he had to act cool while cheating. As soon as these words came out, Katakuri felt as if there was a thorn in his throat. He couldn't utter a word for a long time, and his face was ashen. It seems to say, are you kidding me? A newcomer who has been at sea for less than a month. Can he already fight back and forth with him, the strongest fighter under Big Mom? How could he, a man who had practiced for more than 40 years, feel this way? Your top-notch armament Haki is really eye-catching. This is one of the few comments Katakuri makes about others. Of course, he always enjoyed this one-on-one duel between real men. If the opponent did not choose to dodge, he would fight him head-on. He would never choose to use observation Haki to take advantage of the other party. This is a shameful behavior for him. But, after this, he found that he had not gained any advantage over the other party. Without using observation Haki, he was gradually losing the upper hand. This guy's armament Haki is probably better than mine. But if I use observation Haki, he won't be able to hold out against me for so long. Advertisement. Katakuri has already noticed some clues. That is the young man in front of me, who doesn't even know observation Haki. This is a fatal drawback. That's Katakuri-sama. Everyone, stay away. Big Mom's fleet is here. Daifuku ordered everyone not to move forward to avoid being affected by the terrifying Haki. There is no doubt that the next thing can be left to Katakuri. You know, that man has never lost. I watched the fish turn upside down and float to the surface. The massive explosion of Haki made many people on the fleet feel dizzy and have chest tightness, and some even fell asleep on the spot. No one dares to enter this area and intervene in this fight that is comparable to the level of gods. And just as the two sides entered a white-hot stage, suddenly, a huge dark cloud surrounded by terrifying thunder came rushing towards them with a rumble. Just see. Above the dark clouds, there was a huge figure holding a big knife, with an extremely hot and dazzling sun wrapped around his left hand. The moment she appeared, the clouds in the sky began to roll restlessly, and wherever she went, the seawater splashed up several meters high. Mama mama mama, ghost ship. I finally saw the ghost ship. Her laughter was full of excitement, echoing wildly in the sky, and the fish and sea kings within a 10-mile radius were frightened and fled in all directions. Dafu turned around, his face extremely excited. It's Mom. She's finally here. The person who came was none other than the empress of this sea area, the captain of Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Linlin. Chapter 31 Big Mom's soul seizure failed. 4 emperors are just a match. The resounding sound caused Luo Fan and Katakuri on the Flying Dutchman to stop what they were doing. Look in the direction of the sound. I saw an old woman walking on a dark cloud with thunder and lightning, holding a machete that was 20 meters long in her hand. It's that old woman Charlotte Linlin. Luo Fan's eyes moved slightly, and he couldn't help cursing his father in his heart. We haven't gotten rid of Katakuri's persistence yet, but at this moment, the old woman comes riding on a colorful cloud. However, when Katakuri saw his mother appear, his expression suddenly darkened. He was not happy about it, and a little regret was revealed on his face. It seems that this is the end. As he said this, he knelt down and picked up the trident from the ground. What? You don't plan to continue? Luo Fan frowned, not understanding Katakuri's mysterious actions. Katakuri turned his head slightly, glanced at Luo Fan, and expressed his inner thoughts. If Mom intervenes in this battle, it will be 2 against 1. This is not fair. I can't do this. Boy, I just hope you can survive in Mom's hands. You are strong, but you lack observation Haki. I hope you won't disappoint me next time we meet. After saying this, glutinous rice balls began to swell up from his body. Suddenly, he touched the ground and flew out, disappearing from Luo Fan's sight. If we talk about real manliness, you're the one, Kaji. Luo Fan had to admit Katakuri's style of doing things. Although he possessed terrifying strength, he always insisted on fair duels and disdained to take advantage of others. Otherwise, why would Luffy choose to injure himself before dueling with his sister after being ambushed by her? After evacuating the Flying Dutchman. When Katakuri flew back to the sail, he was met by Charlotte Linlin who happened to be flying over from the sky. Katakuri, why are you back? Charlotte Linlin stood on top of Zeus, looking down at Katakuri. In response, Katakuri said truthfully, Mom, if you want to intervene in this battle, I will withdraw from this battle. I don't like to take advantage of others. Advertisement. It seems you have met a good opponent. When Charlotte Linlin heard this, she did not blame Katakuri. After all, she knew her son inside and out. He is stubborn and always does things alone. He is too principled. Prometheus, possess Napoleon. Looking at the ghost ship not far ahead, Charlotte Linlin gave an order, and the dazzling Prometheus like the scorching sun immediately merged with the machete, and the flames wrapped around the knife burst out with a terrifying temperature. The surrounding sea water was evaporated with a hissing sound. On the other hand, on the Flying Dutchman. After a battle. At this time, the hull of the Flying Dutchman had almost been repaired automatically, and its speed gradually began to increase. At the same time, Luo Fan only felt an inexplicable heat coming over his body, and when he turned around, A huge monster that blocked out the sky and the sun suddenly appeared behind the ghost ship. Old woman. An extremely huge old woman. Like a small mountain. Her big lips were only dabbed with a little red lipstick at the lip peaks, and her wrinkled skin made her look like an old witch. The main thing is fat. Fat and old woman. It's just a dead wife. It turns out there's a little guy on this ghost ship. The moment Charlotte Linlin approached the Flying Dutchman, she immediately noticed Luo Fan at the stern. There were traces of fighting everywhere on the boat, and some glutinous rice balls were left behind. Obviously, he had just fought with Katakuri. Luo Fan felt the pressure coming from above, but he remained calm and looked up at Charlotte Linlin. Auntie, what can I do for you? We are not accepting any guests on board today. Gain 247 shock points. As soon as these words came out. Advertisement. Charlotte Linlin was stunned at first. Auntie, what kind of name is this? How come she has never heard anyone call her that? Seeing the other person's expression, Luo Fan also knew that his intimate name had scared the other person. After all, the name Big Mom is only mentioned when comic fans discuss the character, and in the pirate's world, the only people who can call Big Mom by her name are people of Kaido, Whitebeard, and Rock's generation. People usually call her Big Mom. But then, Charlotte Linlin suddenly grinned and said, "Little guy, your soul is very strong. I like it very much." Then, her pupils dilated, and a blood-red curtain began to spread around her body. Stay or lift. Suddenly, a Sanskrit sound that seemed to come from ancient times suddenly entered Luo Fan's mind, as if it wanted to tear his soul out. But he suddenly realized something was wrong. This damn old woman is using soul spells on him. This kind of spell can judge the life of the target by asking questions. Even if the target feels a little fear, his soul will be sucked away instantly. However, but even the blue fat man is not afraid of this old woman, so would he be afraid? Dream. Immediately afterwards, Luo Fan's eyes turned and a gleam of brilliance bloomed from them. Immediately, the dim soul power around dissipated in an instant. Soul capture failed. What's going on? You, aren't you afraid of me? The spell collapsed, and Charlotte Linlin stared at the young man in front of her in disbelief. All she heard was Luo Fan's cordial greeting in response. Afraid of you. The four emperors are nothing compared to you. Chapter 32 Elbaf's gun. Weiguo. No chance of survival. What's the point of four emperors? What's the point of four emperors? What's the point of four emperors? The voice seemed to have fallen into a closed space and kept echoing in Charlotte Linlin's ears. That's not all. Even Katakuri and most of the people in the Grand Fleet heard it clearly. That ignorant fellow. How dare he insult my mother? It's over. It's over. Mom is going to be angry. Quickly evacuate to avoid being affected by Mom. At this time, Katakuri on the sailboat was silent. He felt more and more how terrifying the potential and courage of the young man on the ghost ship were. In front of four emperors, he was able to face the soul spell and fight back. You know, he is only 16 or 17 years old. If he were given another 10 years, how much would he grow? If this little guy can survive, I'm afraid the sea will change. After a moment, Charlotte Linlin's face, which originally had a disdainful smile on it, gradually became extremely hideous. Offend. This was the first time someone dared to offend her like this. Moreover, he is a newcomer. Mama, very good, you succeeded in irritating me, so go to hell. The Emperor's sword in Charlotte Linlin's hand instantly lengthened and grew terrifying fangs, then slashed down fiercely. Blade Mother Flame. Boom. The Emperor's sword, with its unstoppable force, slashed down fiercely on the Flying Dutchman, igniting a raging fire, which then invaded the surface of the ship like a serpent. Watching the raging fire, Luo Fan remained calm, as he also happened to be testing the fire resistance of the ship. Advertisement. That guy is dead. No one can come out alive from the flames of Prometheus. What a pity, that ghost ship is about to be destroyed. Newcomers are always ignorant and dare to act unruly in front of their mothers. On the side of the Great Fleet, the members of the Charlotte family were all staring at the burning ghost ship in the distance. That guy can't be that bad, Katakuri said to himself. 1 minute later, the raging flames that originally covered the stern of the ship were actually gradually shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye until they completely dissipated. Prometheus's flame disappeared. This scene surprised Charlotte Linlin. Prometheus's flame is infused with soul power and is hotter than ordinary flames. Not only that, it also has soul-corroding power. This ghost ship is so special that even fire from the sky can't burn through it. The strong desire was revealed in her pupils. Charlotte Linlin did not choose to continue attacking the hull the next second, but rushed towards Luo Fan. This ship is for me. In a flash, a layer of golden mantra appeared on Luo Fan's body, and a layer of black Haki as black as armor was wrapped around his right hand. He did not choose to dodge, but jumped high and punched out. Wrestling cake. The terrifying fist burst out with heat and slammed into Charlotte Linlin's chest. Boom. This punch was as heavy as hitting a mountain. Then a huge dull sound was heard and Charlotte Linlin flew backwards more than 10 meters. Oh my god. Mom. Gulu. How is it possible? That guy actually fought off Mother. You must be kidding. We must be dazzled. There is no way that guy could hurt Mom. The people of the Charlotte family were all stunned and some even slapped each other hard. Ouch. It hurts. I'm not dreaming at all. Oh my god. A newcomer, defeated the 4 emperors. That's Laozi's move, he actually used it against Mom. The most angry one was Katakuri. After seeing Luo Fan imitate his moves and beat his mother back, his whole face was completely distorted. Advertisement. This is a pretty good move by Katakuri. It suits me well. With the top-level armament Haki, Katakuri's moves and Luo Fan's fruit abilities are a perfect match. He was of course very clear that this punch would not cause much harm to the ant. After all, her body is extremely strong and her defense is very powerful. Back then, the giant's blade was broken when it hit the 5-year-old Big Mom. Even the hail of bullets could not cause any scar on her, as if she was a steel balloon. After being repelled by a blow, Charlotte Linlin took a breath without changing her expression. You are quite capable. It is a pity for a young man like you to die here. I will give you a chance to join our Charlotte family and become a member of us from now on, provided that you give me this ship. Ship delivery. I'll give you a big bag. Clap your hands and rice cake. As Luo Fan's mind moved, a pair of huge palms covered with armament Haki suddenly appeared and slapped Charlotte Linlin hard. You're looking for death. Charlotte Linlin was furious. She blocked the giant palm with both hands and squeezed it hard. Snap. The giant palm shattered. The wrath of the 4 emperors cannot be looked upon directly. Just see. The next second, Charlotte Linlin raised the Napoleon sword high above her head, and a cyclone of air wrapped around the sword. The terrifying Haki caused the entire space to roar. This move is, Mom, is she going to sink the entire ship to the bottom of the sea? Katakuri couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. If you get hit head-on by this move, the probability of that little guy surviving is almost 0. Look, Mom is using that trick. I was able to see my mother use the giant's moves with my own eyes. No one can survive this move, that guy is dead. Across the sky, an insatiable roar seemed to erupt from the abyss. Elbaf's spear, Weiguo, boom. Chapter 33. The giant of light shows his power and the country runs away. The terrifying sound like thunder turned into ripples, echoing throughout the entire sea. The giant sword energy flew out at a high speed, causing a tsunami tens of meters high on the sea surface. The remaining power of the Wei state continued to produce amazing explosions along a straight line. That guy is dead. It's a pity that such a good ghost ship was sunk. Why mess with Mom when you can mess with anyone else? The people in the large fleet have already turned their sails and are preparing to retreat. On a sailboat, looking at the ghost ship submerged by the tsunami, Katakuri felt a little complicated. He looked straight ahead and tried to use his observation Haki to capture a glimmer of life. Just as a period of time in the future began to gradually emerge in his mind. A familiar and dazzling golden light entered his field of vision. I saw an extremely tall giant wrapped in the golden light, and his body was reflecting the light of armament Haki. He suddenly punched away the tsunami, squeezing the sea water to both sides, and a broken ship was tightly protected behind him. It's him. He's not dead. After seeing the scene of the future, Katakuri couldn't help but tremble all over. As expected, in the next second, the tsunami, which was tens of meters high, suddenly exploded, and with a loud bang, it returned to the sea surface. Then, a dazzling light was reflected from it, deeply stimulating everyone's eyes. What a blinding light. What happened? I can't see it. I can't see it at all. I have a bad feeling. Could it be that the man is not dead? You must be joking. That's my mother's mighty move, a move that can kill even giants instantly. Just the next moment, a scene appeared that left everyone dumbfounded and unbelievable. On the sea surface, an extremely huge giant appeared. He was even twice as tall as the mother. His body seemed to be covered with a layer of golden light covered with patterns, and the surface of his skin was covered with a layer of armament Haki. Behind him, the intact ghost ship was repairing itself. Advertisement. Crash. The golden light turned into fragments and fell down, dissipating. As for armament Haki, it kept the remaining Wei Kingdom out. A giant appeared out of nowhere in the sea. Oh my god. There is also a light appearing. Who is he? Could it be? Have we seen the legendary giant of light? An extremely clear giant appeared on the sea, causing an uproar for a moment. On the other hand, Luo Fan. Under the double layer of defense, he felt his internal organs beating, his blood boiling, and some severe pain. Even the golden light spell and the top-level armament Haki can't take on the might of the 4 emperors without getting hurt. At the critical moment, Luo Fan grew huge in time and protected the ghost ship behind him. This is how they avoided being destroyed by the Wei state in this sea area. The good news is that this time he doesn't need to use cells to repair his injuries, which is much better than before. You know, when he faced Kaido, he had to sacrifice a lot of cells to repair his body's functions. See the giant before you. Charlotte Linlin was horrified, even though she was a well-informed sea emperor. It felt familiar yet strange, and it immediately brought back memories of her time in the land of giants. This is the standard height of giants in the land of giants. How on earth did he do it? What secrets are you hiding? Are you from the giant tribe? Charlotte Linlin, who had been taken care of by the giants for a period of time since she was a child, of course knew very well about the affairs of the giants. However, he never expected that someone could actually control the size. Of course, it is not ruled out that this is most likely the ability of the devil fruit. I'm not obliged to answer your question. Well, courtesy is the norm in my homeland. Since you gave me a gift, I should politely return the favor. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Fan embraced the entire ghost ship with his arms, and then instantly imitated Phosphor's physical skills from inside his cells. Moonwalk. Just by stepping on the pedal dozens of times in a second, and then stepping on the left foot with the right foot, you can close Newton's coffin and go to the sky in one step. Advertisement. Blow. The ghost ship was lifted high up, and then Luo Fan soared into the air, looking down at everyone below with his head down. This moment, the hull is used as a sword, and Haki is wrapped around the surface. Sweeping towards the large fleet in the air below. Call out. A giant sword energy shock wave with a wider range, shaped like a crescent moon, swept forward madly. Charlotte Linlin had a bad feeling and saw that the opponent's shock wave was heading straight for the large fleet. Immediately, Charlotte Linlin's eyes turned red and a terrifying sonic boom was emitted. You damn B***************** D. How dare you attack my fleet? I will never let you go. Being forced into a situation where they paid a heavy price to prevent the great fleet from being sunk. Charlotte Linlin could only charge directly towards the sword energy shockwave and endure it with gritted teeth. Boom. The might of the country poured down on Charlotte Linlin like a flood, sending her flying hundreds of meters away. Seeing this, Zeus quickly flew after her. Mom, wait for me. Fortunately, Zeus arrived in time and caught Charlotte Linlin steadily just as she was about to fall into the sea. Good fellow, I'm going to eat you. Charlotte Linlin was only knocked back several hundred meters. This pirated version of the powerful country did not demonstrate its true power. The reason is simple: when the strength does not allow, the Wei country becomes a weakened version. Just when Charlotte Linlin's vision gradually became clear. On the sea, the dilapidated ship disappeared without a trace. It's as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. It's gone. Only the Charlotte family was left confused. The person ran away. Chapter 34 Shanks. A ghost ship is following us. Sky blue sea. The calm sea surface was like a flat piece of paper, without a single wrinkle. A pirate ship, with a high raised sail, a hideous skull is particularly conspicuous, and in its empty black eyes, 2 red scars are slanting across. As the ship traveled through this sea area. Damn it, why are we so unlucky? Why did we run into them? Hide away quickly. If you don't want to die, stay away from their sight. Everyone on the boat, hold on tight and sail away from this sea at full speed. The pirate ships passing by along the way all fled madly like panicked fish. There is no other reason. Because they are the emperors of this sea, the red-hair pirates who even the world government gives way to. At this time, only one group of pirates chose to watch calmly from across the sea. This is a ship with a bow made of a dinosaur skull and a skeleton underneath to secure the hull. At the bow, stood a man with a red hedgehog-like haircut, black sunglasses on his head, and an arrogant and unruly face. He had a fierce look in his eyes, and he wore an open black jacket with a dark red coat on the outside. He had a metal bracelet on his left wrist and a dagger and a pistol on his waist. Are they from the Red Hair Pirates? Kira, let's go fight them. Kid sneered, without a trace of fear in his eyes. In response, Lackey, who was standing nearby with his head covered in a helmet, shook his head. Forget it, now is not the time to conflict with them. It seems that they have urgent things to do. Kira spotted the Red Hair Pirates ship, which was moving at full speed in one direction. In response, Kid had no choice but to give up. This direction, is it going to Marineford? Well, the Whitebeard pirates passed by here not long ago. There was a moment of silence before Lackey remembered. Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, a hint of excitement immediately appeared on Kid's face. So, these red hair pirates want to intervene in the war between Marine and Whitebeard. If so, that's great. Let's go together. Just as he said this, Lackey suddenly noticed an inexplicable commotion under the sea. Crash. Suddenly, a yellow submarine emerged from the water, with a grinning face painted on its surface. Captain, they are from the Pirates of Heart. At this time, the door on the submarine slowly opened. Inside, a man wearing a furry winter hat with leopard Madara dots came out with a long sword on his shoulder. He stretched, yawned, glanced sideways at Kid beside him, and greeted him leisurely. Boss Kid, we meet again. The last time they met was on Sabayati Island, where they fought their way out of the Marine's encirclement at the auction. Trafalgar Law, you're here too. Kid responded very coldly. Would you like to come with me to Marineford? Trafalgar Law invited with a smile. That's exactly what I meant. At this time, Red Hair Pirates Shang. Yasop sat on the mast keeping watch. He closed his eyes and stared straight ahead without moving. As the world's top shooter, he has a broader vision than ordinary people. Advertisement. Even if he didn't need to look back, he could still use observation Haki to sense everything around him. It is no exaggeration to say that he can see every blade of grass and every tree within a few nautical miles around the ship. Well, there are 2 pirates nearby. Yasop glanced at the far end of the sea, where a large and a small ship and a submarine were floating in a line. Just at this moment, Yasop suddenly frowned and whispered to himself, "No, there is another ship." Then he leapt from the mast and walked to the bow. On the bow, there were 2 people sitting at a round table. One had long red hair, wore a white shirt that was only half buttoned, a long black cape, brown cropped pants with a floral pattern, and flip-flops. He raised a glass of wine, took a sip, and glanced at Yasop. What's wrong? Is there a situation? Captain Shanks, there's a very strange ship following us. As soon as these words came out, Shanks looked very calm and smiled slightly. Beckman, who do you think is on that ghost ship? Opposite him sat a man with gray slicked back hair. He took a long puff of his cigarette, puffed out smoke, and said calmly, no matter who it is, if they come to you at this time, they are looking for death. Send Rockstar to give it a try. It will be a good opportunity to test whether the newcomer's skills have improved recently. The two of them never looked back from beginning to end. They just smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. At this time, 10 nautical miles away, a tattered pirate ship, like a sharp sword, broke through the waves and rushed out. A long and lazy voice was heard from inside the boat. Ha, I slept for 2 whole days and finally recovered. From the looks of it, we should be at Tianqinghai. Chapter 35. The European Emperor is in possession. The dragon-slaying sword and the top conqueror's Haki. Standing on the deck, looking at the calm sea, feeling the rustling wind blowing past your ears. Luo Fan felt much more refreshed. Last time he was in great danger. After all, being able to tear a hole and escape from under the nose of 4 emperors is already a blessing in disguise. What still frightens Luo Fan is the feeling of overexerting himself and needing to use a large number of cells to replenish his energy. I lay on the boat for almost 2 days before I fully recovered. As for Baron Dandan, he was thrown onto a random inhabited island. The main reason for this embarrassing situation was that he stayed in the small town of Sigro for a period of time. First, he dealt with some unknown small pirates, then Owen, Cracker and Katakuri. It was like a round-robin battle with these people. In the end, he fought Big Mom head-on again. After he became giant, he released his might once, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. If he hadn't had a sudden inspiration, after using Wiguo to repel Big Mom, he immediately put the ghost ship into the glass bottle and quickly escaped from the scene through moonwalk. I'm afraid he will be captured and taken back to Wanguo now, and sliced into pieces for research. This battle brought him a lot of insights. Observation Haki, he must learn it quickly. As the saying goes, those who survive a disaster will be blessed in the future. As expected, in the next second, Luo Fan noticed a familiar-looking pirate's ship sailing at full speed in the sea ahead. Red Force. After taking a closer look, Luo Fan's pupils narrowed slightly. Isn't that the Red Hair Pirate's ship? I'm really lucky. I just escaped from the Big Ant Pirates and met the Red Hair Pirates so soon. Thinking of this, Luo Fan took out the envelope Kaido gave him from his arms. He never opened the letter from beginning to end. Should I hand in this letter? What if Kaido really wrote greetings to the other person's parents in it? After hesitating for a moment, Luo Fan decided to hand it over to the red-haired man as it was, and then immediately evacuate here and head to Marineford. Advertisement. He must reach Marineford before the Red Hair Pirates. Otherwise, he would have really missed the great opportunity to broadcast live in the Summit War in front of the whole world and shock the world. Current shock value. 4,805,000. Taking a look at the shock value, Luo Fan couldn't help feeling a little nervous. My current strength is still not enough to stand up to the 4 emperors. If I can extract more useful things, maybe I can use them as a life-saving trump card. System, I want to draw a lottery. Redeem 4 purple cans for me. Ding dong, minus 4 million shock value. Ding dong, the purple jar is opening. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning Cornucopia *1. Ding dong, congratulations to host for winning All-Weather GPRS *1. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning Dragon Slaying Sword *1. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning Top Conqueror's Haki *1. Oh shit, it's really like he's possessed by the Emperor of Europe. Especially when the last 2 things were displayed, Luo Fan felt a surge of blood rushing to his heart. Immediately following, bang, the first item dropped out of thin air, a cornucopia filled with glittering golden Baileys. Cornucopia, the daily production limit is 1 million Baileys. Open black lens bracket all-weather GPRS close black lens bracket, real-time positioning and navigation routes can be achieved around the clock. Then, another item that fell was a GPRS that was about the size of a mobile phone. With this, you can basically say goodbye to direct access to every corner of the world. Only, where is his dragon-slaying sword? Luo Fan looked around carefully but didn't notice any movement. Could it be that it randomly fell into the sea? This is not the first time the system has done this. After all, his devil fruit fell into the base of the beast's pirates, which was really harmful. Just at this moment, advertisement. On the boat, a figure suddenly jumped out from under the boat and landed on the deck. Hello, are you the owner of this ship? The strange voice attracted Luo Fan, and he looked up. Just see. In front of him, a man with a red afro and dark skin was looking up proudly, staring at him with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Yes, what's wrong? Luo Fan tilted his head and looked at this guy who looked like an ordinary passerby. Then, Rockstar patted his chest and said confidently, my name is Rockstar, I am a core member of the Red Hair Pirates. I heard that you are following. However, before he could finish his words, roar. Suddenly, a startling dragon roar was heard inexplicably, and the sky suddenly darkened. Rockstar looked up subconsciously. A 3-meter-long dark red sword suddenly appeared in midair. The blade was dark, neither gold nor iron, and at the end there was a lifelike sky-swallowing dragon's head, as if it was about to rush out of the blade. Ah, this. Boom. The dark red sword suddenly fell on Rockstar's leg, and the latter immediately let out a shrill scream. It just comes with it. It was Luo Fan's body. Suddenly, an extremely violent and terrifying force was boiling in his body, as if it was going to stretch his body apart. He couldn't help but roar. At once, a red circle of energy instantly spread out in all directions with him as the center. Everything within a few miles seemed to be solidified, and everything around him fell into a state of stillness. Rockstar, who was still screaming, was hit head-on by the terrifying aura. His eyes suddenly rolled back and he fainted on the spot. All the marine creatures within this air circle were shocked so much that they rolled their eyes and rushed to the surface of the sea in an instant. This moment, red-hair pirates Shanks and Beckman were clinking their glasses and were about to drink them all in one gulp, but they felt an inexplicably powerful invisible aura coming from behind them. They all stopped abruptly, their faces stiffened, and they said in unison. Top Conquerors Haki. Chapter 36 Aboard the red-haired pirates. Who is Shanks? The circle of energy that was repelled by itself gradually subsided, and Luo Fan felt that the moment of release was as if he was bathed in a spring breeze, and he felt extremely comfortable. He just felt that the power was still flowing in his body and had not disappeared. It was not an exaggeration to say that Luo Fan could control it at will. This is Conquerors Haki. Open black lens bracket top Conquerors Haki close black lens bracket. Primary, it bursts out due to high emotions and is triggered by emotional excitement such as anger. It can stun people around, but it cannot be precisely controlled. Intermediate, use your own will to control freely. As your mental strength increases, you can control it according to your own will. Advanced Conquerors Haki is always in action. Its pressure can shake a ship, and even knock down a battle-hardened general when it passes by. Entangle Conquerors Haki around weapons or attacks. After entanglement, the attack power will be enhanced. It can actually attack the enemy without touching the opponent within a certain distance. Only a very small number of top-level strong people can do this. Looking at Rockstar who was knocked unconscious by him. Luo Fan nodded with a little satisfaction. The only thing left is observation Haki. The Redverse was getting closer and closer. Okay, it's time to meet. Luo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, put his hands behind his back, jumped high, and flew out. Shanks and Beckman looked at each other and their eyes darkened. Originally, the two of them had calm expressions on their faces and were unmoved. But now, because of this terrifying wave, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Top Conquerors Haki. As we all know, Conquerors Haki is the rarest type of Haki, and this type of Haki cannot be acquired through acquired practice. This kind of Haki is extremely rare, with only one person among millions possessing it, and most people who have made a name for themselves in the world have this power. In the new world where strong people are everywhere, there are countless strong people who possess Conquerors Haki, and the one who stands above all the overlords is the king of pirates. Who do you think is on the boat? Advertisement. Shanks clenched his chin and stared at Beckman. As the smartest man in the world and Shanks' most capable right-hand man, Beckman often offers advice. However, this moment, he hesitated. There are only a few people in the world who can possess top-level Conquerors Haki. And you chose this time to come to you, Kaido. Unlikely. Charlotte Linlin. That's even more impossible. I heard that she seems to be hunting down a newcomer. Hunting down the newcomers. You mean, those supernovas? Familiar faces flashed through Shanks' mind. Luffy's face froze for a moment before fading away. You'll know once you see him. He's here. Beckman glanced behind him. At this time, boom, a loud collision sound reached my ears. The gray ship trembled slightly. Boss Shanks, there's a guy on my ship. Do you want me to go over there? At this time, Lakelu, who came out of the kitchen holding a piece of meat, heard the movement at the stern and walked out slowly. Well, be careful, Shanks nodded. 1 minute later. Boom, boom, boom. Terrible explosions continued to be heard from the stern, and the entire ship was shaking violently on the sea. Advertisement. However, Shanks and Beckman remained unmoved and continued to drink. Lakelu has been slacking off lately, and now he's having such a hard time. Shanks shook his head and smiled. Beckman has his own opinion on this. Do you think a guy who can escape from under Charlotte Linlin's nose can be simple? Until the sound suddenly disappeared. Bang! A figure flew out like a cannonball and hit the railing heavily. Ah, unforgivable. If I hadn't been so careless, you wouldn't have had the chance to touch me. The disheveled figure was actually Lakelu, who stood up covered in dust and even threw the meat on his hands aside. Lakelu, back off. Just as Lakelu was about to rush out, Shanks suddenly appeared behind him and put a hand on his shoulder. Lakelu immediately calmed down, nodded, and stood aside. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps gradually came, making dull sounds as they stepped on the wooden boards. Can't this guy hold back his Conquerors Haki? I think he did it on purpose. It's really annoying. I have to deal with him. On the boat, the other members of the red group all looked gloomy and unhappy. The air around him became extremely oppressive as the footsteps approached. Cracks began to appear on the wooden board, until a faint voice was raised. Excuse me, who is Shanks? Chapter 37 Shanks. Kaido asked me to kill you. The moment this voice fell, stern, a tall and slender figure appeared in front of everyone. He held a dark broadsword in his right hand. It seemed very heavy. Every step he took would leave a shallow footprint on the wooden boards on the deck. How heavy does this knife have to be so heavy? Yasop stared at it with deep eyes. At the same time, a terrifying aura instantly rushed towards him. Conqueror's Haki. The moment this guy got on the boat, he exuded Conqueror's Haki. And when everyone saw his face clearly, everyone was dumbfounded, and the air suddenly became silent. This was a young man no more than 16 or 17 years old, very handsome, like a nobleman. The white shirt he wore was spotless, as if it had never been stained with blood, which seemed out of place with the knife on his shoulder. Beckman, Yasop. When Luo Fan looked at the few but world-famous pirates on the ship, he remained calm. Often, the more times this happens, the more he has to stay calm and pretend to be tough. Even if it means going deep into the interior of a Four Emperors group. In just a moment, he shifted his attention to a person. He stood in the center of the crowd with a rapier on his waist. What is particularly noticeable is that he has 3 scars on his left eye and a short stubble around his mouth, making him look like a man under 40 years old. That face was as calm as a stone, without a trace of emotion. Beside him, Beckman, with gray hair, was also very unique, with a cigarette in his mouth. Redhead, Shanks, the new emperor who swept across the new world at the fastest speed, a man on par with Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin. The bounty is as high as 448.9 million Baileys. You are very brave to come to the meeting alone. Who are you? Have we met before? Shanks first looked Luo Fan up and down, then moved his eyes to the dragon-headed sword on Luo Fan's shoulder. The 3-meter-long sword was extremely wide, much larger than Luo Fan, but the dragon head on the handle was particularly eye-catching. The 2 eyeballs of the dragon head shone with a scarlet glow, revealing murderous intent. It is neither a black knife nor a famous knife series. What's going on with this knife? My name is Luo Fan, I'm from Wanukuni, Kaido asked me to come to you. Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, the originally indifferent faces of everyone present began to show slight ripples. Beasts pirates. Kaido. This is their mortal enemy. For a moment, the atmosphere around them became extremely cold again, and every pair of eyes was filled with anger without any concealment. Kaido's people. Shanks' eyes were slightly displeased as he stared at Luo Fan. He had never seen this face before. When did such a person appear in Beasts Pirates? There's no way he's a newcomer. After all, even Lakelu is slightly inferior. Could it be the 3 signature brands that just took office? At the same time, after feeling the gazes of the red hair pirates, Luo Fan could clearly feel how much these people hated and resented the Beasts Pirates. As expected, next second, an extremely terrifying pressure radiated from Shanks' body, falling on Luo Fan like a mountain, fiercely suppressing the Conqueror's Haki that had been released from his body. It turned out to be Conqueror's Haki who was superior to him. Luo Fan felt his breathing was a little difficult, and he couldn't help wondering, is there a higher level of top-level Haki? He remembered that from the beginning to the end, the system's assessment of his combat power was always at the level of peerless pirates. However, when encountering 4 emperors level beings such as Kaido, Big Mom, and Red Hair, there was still a big gap between him and the other party. This shows that above the top level of Haki, there must be a higher realm. Thinking of this, Luo Fan took out a letter from his arms. I am not his man. I am here just to help him deliver the letter. As soon as these words were spoken, the invisible aura that was crushing Luo Fan's body suddenly disappeared. Not Kaido's person. Shanks took the letter from Luo Fan and looked at the Beasts Pirates exclusive flag on the envelope. Very strange. Why would Kaido, his mortal enemy, take the initiative to send him a letter? Advertisement. And I chose this time. What does Kaido mean? Why would he let an irrelevant person deliver the letter? Yasop stood aside, somewhat puzzled. And doesn't this kid know about the conflict between the Red Hair Pirates and the Beasts Pirates? Are you sure you are here to deliver a letter and not to die? Then, Yasop raised the corner of his mouth, raised the gun naturally, and aimed at Luo Fan's head. Captain, do you want to kill this kid? However, Beckman slowly walked in front of Luo Fan, with a look of scrutiny in his eyes. Have you passed by the town of Zigro? The town of Siglo. When everyone heard this, they were all confused. In the past 2 days, they heard about something that was so big that even the world news giant Morgans reported on it in detail. In the sea area under Big Mom's jurisdiction, there was a newcomer who angered the 4 emperors right after he went out to sea. He can't be that guy. He wiped out several pirates in Zigro town just to kill people and ask for directions. He was looking for the whereabouts of our pirates. I heard that even the supernova White Horse Cavendish, Owen from the Charlotte family, and Cracker, one of the 4-star desert generals, were defeated by him one by one. The most important thing is, he was able to escape from the hands of the 4 emperors. Once this matter was reported, it fermented thoroughly in New World. The Big Mom pirates were thus disgraced and became the laughingstock of all the pirates. Who will say again that the wrath of the 4 emperors cannot be looked at directly? Facing the question, Luo Fan just nodded calmly. I was just passing by, but I didn't expect to meet an unreasonable old woman. I was able to leave after fighting with her. Just a few dozen words were written lightly, but they fell on the hearts of every red group member like a bolt from the blue. I had a fight with the old woman. Don't you know how much gold is in these words? And he's a newcomer. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Even people like Shanks and Beckman could not get the shock off their faces for a long time after hearing the other party's personal admission. No one knows how terrible Big Mom is better than them. The fact that he was able to escape from her hands alive proved that the little guy in front of her was definitely not simple. After a moment, Shanks took a deep breath, his eyes fell on the envelope in his hand, he opened it and spread out the note inside. When he saw the contents clearly, his eyes suddenly darkened and he uttered a few words coldly. Kaido, this is asking me to kill you. Chapter 38. What does it feel like to chop red hair with a knife? Right now, an extremely huge warship with a bullhead bow was rapidly entering the Tianqing Sea. On deck, Jin, Quinn, and Jack all stood straight in a row, staring straight ahead with cold eyes. On the ship, there were several real fighters and several thousand gift givers. It is no exaggeration to say that most of the Beast's pirates' combat forces have been deployed. I heard that Brother Kaido is determined to have a life and death duel with Whitebeard this time. Jack and Jin, have you chosen your opponents? The talkative Quinn asked, unable to sit still. Hearing this, Jack said truthfully, Marco's head is mine. As soon as these words fell, Jin and Quinn looked at him with dark lines on their faces. You dare to challenge Marco as your opponent? Don't you have any idea of your strength? I think you are amazing if you can beat Flower's Sword Vista. Quinn patted his chest confidently, and did not forget to mock Jack. But when he heard the name Marco, Jin said coldly with disdain, get out of the way, you deal with Diamond Joes, Marco must be killed by me personally. Before the battle even started, the three major brands started fighting among themselves. Obviously, they all knew the purpose of coming all the way from Wanukuni this time. That is, they took advantage of the head-on conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and Marineford and stabbed them in the back. As a 1,000-year-old old man, Kaido naturally doesn't care about what others say about taking advantage of others. Okay, all of you, be quiet. Kaido, who was sitting on the throne, drank his wine and grinned, I wonder if Luo Fan has seen red hair now. After hearing this, Quinn immediately came out, pinched his chin and asked, Brother Kaido, I'm curious, why did you send him to see red hair, what did you write in the letter? Not only him, but also Jin, Jack and others present were very curious. What kind of faith requires a newcomer to go instead of these three disasters who have the ability to protect themselves? Kaido was silent for a moment, then he slowly said, well, since you want to know so much, then I will tell you. Before this operation started, Laozi had long wanted to take advantage of the Whitebeard pirates' fight against the Marine government to attack them from behind. This way, not only can the Whitebeard pirates' strength be greatly weakened, but Edward Newgate can also be killed to resolve my knot from 50 years ago. I know that the Red Hair pirates and the Whitebeard pirates have a close relationship, and I'm worried that they will intervene in this battle, so I asked Luo Fan to take my handwritten letter to Red Hair. The content of the letter is naturally to advise Red Hair not to interfere in the battle between Laozi and Whitebeard. As for the person responsible for representing the Beast's pirates, it's naturally Luo Fan. When Quinn heard this, he felt something was wrong. Brother, if Red Hair sees this letter from you, won't he tear Luo Fan to pieces on the spot? Kaido nodded undeniably. That's about what I mean. If he can come back alive, I will definitely hold a grand wedding for him and Yamato. Ember. Advertisement. Quinn. Jack. This moment, it's not just the three big brands that are silent. Even the other people under his command were completely confused. ... When Shanks said this word by word, tear. The next second, a crisp tearing sound reached everyone's ears. Just see. Shanks tore up Kaido's letters one by one in front of Luo Fan. As he raised his right hand, the broken letters flew like dandelions, scattered on the sea surface around the boat along with the oncoming sea breeze. Without any mercy, Kaido's handwritten letter was torn up by Shanks. Suddenly, the atmosphere was extremely quiet. On deck. No one else had any idea what was written in the envelope. But, from the look in Shanks' eyes, they all saw the same thing. Fire. Anger. A ball of burning anger. They were already starting to look forward to it. What will this newcomer do? The members of the Red Hair Pirates looked at each other and a sneer appeared on their lips. Really? Did Kaido write something unspeakable in the letter, so that the red-haired man wanted to kill himself after taking a look at it? I felt the atmosphere around me was extremely oppressive. Luo Fan frowned slightly, and his voice gradually became low. Although I don't know what Kaido wrote, this letter was sent all the way from Wanukuni after all. I passed by the town of Sigro and offended the local power Big Mom in order to find you. It took me a lot of time and I killed a few pirates. That's how I found out your whereabouts. Later, we were surrounded by Big Mom's warships. We encountered many obstacles and dangers along the way, and we managed to escape from under Charlotte Linlin's nose. Advertisement. But the result is that you want to kill me. To this, I can only say that coming here to deliver a letter is the most speechless thing in my life. Laozi seems a little unhappy with you now. Accurate. What a big tone. What an arrogant newcomer. These words were like the ignition of a powder keg, instantly triggering the anger of the Red Group members. The fact that you can come to me at this critical moment means that you are ready to die. What followed was a terrifying aura, centered on the red hair, that swept in all directions and completely covered Luo Fan's body, making him feel a little difficult to move. This horrible Haki. From the strongest man in Haki in the world. Even though he didn't make a move, it was just the moment he opened his eyes. It is enough to raise the momentum to the extreme. Who is he? He is the man who swept across the new world at a very fast speed in this sea full of strong people and became the Four Emperors, the red-haired Shanks. Now, how dare the beast's pirates send a newcomer to challenge him? Wind slash. The next moment, Shanks' figure appeared in front of Luo Fan in an instant with the sound of a voice. A knife fell down at a slow speed. Boom. Luo Fan's movements were slightly slowed down by Conqueror's Haki, and his body was instantly slashed by dozens of wind blades. When he reacted, he had dozens of wounds on his body. His whole body felt lighter, and he flew backwards suddenly. Fortunately, he stabbed the deck with a knife in time, thus avoiding falling into the sea. Is this the strength of red hair? Luo Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. However, red hair is completely different. Pure physical technique. Superb swordsmanship. And the terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Since I've met a red-haired guy, I'll just use him to try out my knife skills. Luo Fan raised the corner of his mouth, stared, and the information about the dragon-slaying sword came into his mind. Dragon-slaying sword, this sword can cut through iron like mud, is indestructible, and can make Haki burst out with twice the power. Bionic technique. Wind slash. Chapter 39. Doesn't red hair's sword moves work for anyone with hands? The dragon-slaying sword in Luo Fan's hand glowed with a lavender blade light, forming a semi-arc in front of him, and slashed down with incomparable sharpness and swiftness. It was exactly the same sword move that Shanks had just used. Bite. The swords collided, and a large string of sparks splashed out, scattering around the deck. Dozens of sword energies were about to attack Shanks, but as the opponent's pupils dilated, they were shaken away and disappeared into thin air. However, although this sword move did not achieve any effect, but it made everyone on the boat silent. This is impossible. This is it. Oh my god, I am not seeing things, that is the boss's move. Are you kidding me? Am I dreaming? There are people who can learn each other's sword moves during a battle. This is a swordsman's move. It is impossible to learn it in a short time. Watch Luo Fan's counterattack. Although the power is not as terrifying as Shanks, it is extremely oppressive. But the form of the sword moves has been perfected, and there is no omission in the techniques, as if 8 or 9 out of 10 have been copied. Talking about the difference in sword moves between each other. It was undoubtedly the use of Conqueror's Haki, as well as the difference in physical fitness. But that move just now. Even Shanks felt incredible. Learned his sword moves instantly. This is impossible. You must know. Even if he knew Mihawk, the Hawkeye who was crowned the world's #1 swordsman and possessed the greatest talent in the field of kendo. Nor does it possess such terrifying abilities. Boy, how did you do that? Even Shanks, a man who had experienced countless ups and downs, could not hide the shock on his face. Sword is his best skill. In his opinion, it requires enormous effort and painstaking research. Only then can you understand the way of the swordsman. Those who practice swordplay often need to calm down and cultivate their sword heart, sword moves, and sword intentions. Want to become a strong swordsman? You must have a will of steel and a heart of perseverance. This is just the first step to becoming a swordsman. If one can perfect the sword skills, then he will reach the level of a swordsman. This is the second step. Anyone who can practice the first 2 steps to perfection can be considered one of the best swordsmen in the world today. As for the sword intent behind it, he only mastered the basics, but he has become a leader in the field of kendo. And now, the level of swordsmanship displayed by Luo Fan is at the second level, the level of a swordsman. You know, this guy looks only 16 or 17 years old. Could it be that a swordsmanship prodigy really appeared on his ship? Advertisement. Of course I learned it on the spot. Luo Fan said frankly. As soon as these words came out, the members of Red Hair Pirates were almost choked to death by this sentence. Learning on the spot. Are you playing in the mud? This is a sword move. And it is a 4 Emperors level sword move. You're telling me you learned it on the spot? Shanks's face darkened when he heard this. You seem to be very talented in swordsmanship. I want to ask you, who is your master and how many years have you been practicing swordsmanship? Even if one is learning on the spot, one still needs a certain foundation in swordsmanship. Even if one is gifted and has an extraordinary understanding of kendo, one still needs to be guided by a strong swordsman to have a more thorough understanding. And Shanks has been looking for Hawkeye Mihawk as his opponent for many years. In every battle with the opponent, he realized the truth of the way of the sword. However, Luo Fan shook the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and the sword light flashed in everyone's eyes. You think too much. No one taught me to practice sword. Would you believe me if I said I just practiced? Doesn't this thing just need hands? Just practiced. Just have hands. Some people couldn't help but start to cough dryly, feeling as if the blood in their hearts was about to burst out. This guy is really too pretentious. On the boat, besides Shanks who used a sword, there was another person who used a sword, Bendixneck. As a swordsman, he spent nearly 50 years honing his skills before achieving some small success. He considered himself to be the second best swordsman in the red group after Shanks. But judging from the level of the sword move that Luo Fan imitated just now, already above him, Shanks was also silent. How could he believe what the other party said? Can a person who has just started practicing sword learn his sword moves? Then Hawkeye Mihawk's title of the world's #1 swordsman would be directly changed. In that case, take one more move from me. If you can take it, I'll let you go. Shanks' eyes darkened and he raised the rapier above his head, hovering in the air. The second move is here. Luo Fan did not dare to be careless, for he knew for sure that this time's sword moves would be much stronger than the last time he tried it out. If you are not careful, you might really lose your life. I was forcing myself to pretend, but after all, the other party was also a 4 emperors. Golden light spell. Hardening. With a light shout, a golden light emerged from Luo Fan's body, covering his body surface and the dragon-slaying sword, and then the hardening of armament Haki spread throughout his body. Fall down slowly. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, bursts of sword sounds spread out all around, and a pure and terrifying invisible sword intent swept in from all directions. This is the boss's sword intention. Leikalu stared blankly in astonishment. This sword. He hasn't seen the boss use it for a long time. The sword technique that combines the release of armament Haki, Conqueror's entanglement, and the understanding of the field of Kendo. It wouldn't be a loss for this kid even if he died from this move. Beckman took a long drag on his cigarette, sighed and shook his head. Even Luo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment. Advertisement. This is not just a sword move, but it contains a power similar to Haki. He has read countless novels. Ah, yes, it is something called sword intent. The whole process was just the sword being lifted up in vain and then slowly lowered. It was more like it was infused with the will honed over many years by a kendo master. This kind of intention needs to be nurtured and constantly forged. It cannot be mastered overnight. Is this really a power that humans can achieve? Sword intention. Arise. Just see. All around Shanks, there were terrifying red sword beams that suddenly spread out in all directions, with shadows of swords looming. Are you sure this isn't cheating? Luo Fan only felt that he was trapped in a world of artistic conception, as if he was locked by all the sword beams. Fall. As Shanks' voice sounded again, the sword beams in the sky converged into one. The entire sky was filled with a sword that seemed to have fallen from the sky, suddenly pressing down, causing terrifying cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Boom. I only heard a deafening bang. At this moment, everyone suddenly came to their senses and looked around. And discover any changes. However, when Leikalu shouted in a nearly voiceless voice, "Oh my god, look, what's wrong with the sky?" On the endless sky above the Tianqing Sea, a deep and conspicuous sword mark appeared, splitting it in two like a natural moat. Look, even the sky has been cut off. The chasm was natural and the surrounding clouds were rolling and surging, unable to heal. Luo Fan was cut down head-on by this terrifying sword intent. Crash. The golden light spell on his body collapsed almost instantly, turning into countless fragments, and dissipated with a clang. The armament Haki covering his body was also split open, and a strip of fair skin gradually emerged under Luo Fan's abdomen. His clothes were torn, and the opponent's sword intent was able to bypass his dragon-slaying sword, defeat the golden light spell, cut through the armament Haki, and thus cut his clothes. At the same time, he actually felt a Haki lingering in his body for a long time and never dissipated, as if an eternal flame was burning. The tyrant who stayed behind. It turns out that this is the gap between Haki. Even though he possessed top-level armament Haki and top-level conqueror's Haki, those were obtained by drawing cans, and were mastered instantly, but he lacked the understanding and application of Haki. When the members of the red group saw Luo Fan injured, they thought that the other party would suffer a serious blow. But I didn't expect that it only tore through a layer of clothes. Is this true or false? The 4 emperors' attack couldn't even achieve the effect of scraping. How about this move? Shanks stared at Luo Fan. This was a sword move infused with sword intent, not a pure sword skill, so one needed to have a great understanding of the field of Kendo to appreciate it. Therefore, even if there is a genius who can imitate sword skills in a moment, it is absolutely impossible to do so. However, Luo Fan's next words petrified everyone in the red group instantly. Luo Fan smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for the rocket, Lao Tai. I have also learned this trick." Chapter 40 Kaido. Son-in-law, you are not dead. This moment. The members of the red hair pirates standing on both sides opened their mouths like statues. Got it. This damn move took decades to hone, and you learned it so easily. Are you sure you're not here to tease us? Oh shit.
Even Shanks felt extremely shocked at this moment, with a look of confusion on his face. He was stunned for a long time before he recovered. This is a sword move that I put all my sword power into. How the hell did you learn it? Shanks couldn't help but swear. He felt that the other party was insulting him. Luo Fan couldn't deny it and smiled slightly. How about I show you my skills? This time, it's worth it to use a torn corner of clothes to learn a trick. After all, this was a unique attack from one of the 4 emperors, so he had to give him some face. Shanks was a little dejected. He sheathed his sword and stopped attacking.
The results are already obvious. That attack, which was infused with sword intent, not only failed to kill Luo Fan, but the damage it caused was only enough to break a corner of his body. And the other party learned it. What you used were not sword moves, but sword intent such as Haki, which are sword moves that require reaching a certain level to use. As for why I know this, it has something to do with my devil fruit ability. Luo Fan said without hiding anything.
Learning does not mean that you have learned it completely. Sword intent is not a technique, but something that is nurtured by an individual. It requires one's own understanding of the way of the sword. If Cell Bionics can really imitate the sword intent, then Conqueror's Haki can also be mastered in an instant. Obviously, the system does not give him this kind of bug. However, it is worth mentioning that he did comprehend some sword intent through the cells. The power may be a little less, but with more practice in the later stage, it should not be a problem to chop down a Hawkeye for fun. After hearing Luo Fan's words, Shanks' eyes were filled with admiration that could not be concealed. He suddenly grinned and said, "You have a high level of awareness of kendo. I really admire you more and more. Since you are not Kaido's man, are you interested in joining our red-hair pirates?" The words fell around. Lakilu, Yasop and other cadres all focused their attention on Luo Fan. Advertisement. This guy is really generous enough. The boss actually took the initiative to invite him on board. But doesn't the boss always recruit demon fruit power? This is the rule on our ship. Beckman said to the others disapprovingly, "Do you think he's willing to get on board? Is there anyone who can really control him given his qualifications?" One sword to the throat. Yes. This guy looks no more than 16 or 17 years old. It's simply incredible. First of all, he showed off his top-level armament Haki. This alone makes him superior to 99% of the pirates at sea. In addition, the top-level Conqueror's Haki has also been awakened. There is only one Conqueror's Haki among a million people, and only the best Conqueror's Haki can enter this realm. However, this is not the scariest part. The most important thing is the awareness in the field of kendo. A pervert talent that allows one to instantly comprehend the opponent's moves during combat. Each of their individual abilities is enough to make them world-famous pirates. Shanks gradually understood. Why couldn't Kaido keep such a monster? Because his qualifications are really too terrifying. At this thought, Shanks couldn't help but hold his broken arm. This was bet made on a young boy many years ago, now.
After seeing Luo Fan appear, Shanks began to question the decision he had made. You know, he is about the same age as Luffy. If one day, the two of them collide, what will be the result? If Luo Fan is given more time, it's hard to imagine what heights he can reach. I'm willing to break all the rules for you. As long as you're willing to join us. Shanks' eyes were filled with desire. This desire. To the other crew members, this was unprecedented. The boss actually put aside his principles just to invite a newcomer. Advertisement. Principles. Principles are nothing. You have to know that this guy is still very young, but he has mastered 2 top-level Haki. His talent in kendo is even more terrifying than that of the boss. Will this kind of guy really live under someone else's roof? On the red-haired pirate's ship, every crew member is a real strong man and never needs the devil fruit ability. Shanks' recruitment criteria is to prohibit the participation of demon fruit power.
This rule is clearly stipulated and is also deeply engraved in the hearts of every member. Everyone must rely on their own strength, not external things. However, things have come to this, but Shanks broke this bottom line for a newcomer. I can still personally teach you swordsmanship and Haki, even if you leave us in the future. Seeing that Luo Fan didn't respond, Shanks still didn't want to give up. At this moment, the other crew members gasped and their eyes turned red with soreness.
Even Beckman looked at him in shock. This is totally unlike you. Yes, it can be said that a style without any bottom line actually happened to Shanks. For a new person, is it really worth it? Forget it. I prefer to live a free life rather than join an organization. Subtext. A boat full of idiots, without even a woman. You want to keep me? Do you want to have a drinking party with you guys every day? My big C Rebecca, Robin, Nami, don't want it anymore. Luo Fan just politely declined Shanks' invitation. But unexpectedly the next second. Oh no, is it someone from the Beast's Pirates? Yasop suddenly noticed something unusual and immediately shouted to everyone. The words fell, breaking the quiet atmosphere. The next second, everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Just see. In the distance, on a giant pirate's ship. A huge monster that was 100 meters long suddenly took off into the air and went straight into the sky. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, thunder roared, and then there were terrifying dragon roars. Kaido, why is he here? Shanks and Beckman both paused and looked up at the giant dragon in the sky.
Then, the giant dragon opened its eyes and suddenly rushed over here. The huge silhouette began to circle and envelope the sky above the red-haired pirates, completely blocking out the sunlight and making the surroundings extremely dark. Then, when his eyes fell on the deck, the whole dragonhead's expression froze, but his tone became very gentle and kind, even with a hint of surprise. My good son-in-law, you are not dead. Chapter 41. Give Kaido the middle finger and stab him. The voice echoed throughout the sky. It was as if a flock of crows flew slowly across the sky, bringing with them some. Especially on the deck, when Luo Fan heard these words, he almost couldn't stand. Son-in-law, you are Kaido's son-in-law. Shanks' eyes were full of doubt. Could it be that Luo Fan was lying to him? Luo Fan was speechless about this and wanted to give Kaido a tendon-stretching service. Kaido must have been kicked in the head by a donkey, telling everyone he is his son-in-law. And he was almost killed because he was made to come all the way here to deliver a letter. Looking up at Kaido, Luo Fan raised his middle finger at him. Kaido, stop slandering me. Who is your son-in-law? And what did you write in the letter? Luo Fan didn't give Kaido any face at all and started scolding him in front of everyone.
Because the sound is too loud. The beasts, pirates and others not far away could hear it clearly, as if it was done on purpose. On board, after hearing Luo Fan insulting their eldest brother, Jin, Quinn and Jack's faces all turned extremely ugly. That kid has grown so powerful that he dares to scold brother Kaido. Has he become so arrogant after just a few days of not seeing him?
Jin, aren't you going to kill him? In the blink of an eye, Jin had transformed into a pterosaur and flew towards Red Hair's ship. As soon as the two met, the atmosphere around them became extremely cold.
Even Shanks, Beckman and others were a little puzzled. They started spitting insults at each other as soon as they met. However, Kaido was not angry after hearing this. He just frowned slightly and said, "Your strength seems to have become stronger. No wonder you dare to speak to me, your father-in-law, in this tone."
Kaido still looked arrogant, which made Luo Fan very unhappy. Before, when he was in Wanukuni, Kaido had always restricted his personal freedom and gave him 2 sticks. This made Luo Fan's long-suppressed emotions uncontrollably, and his voice gradually became a little lower. "You make me feel very unhappy now." Accurate. Lakilu took this opportunity to interject, "Boy, why don't we help you get rid of Kaido and you join our team? Shut up and stop talking nonsense." Luo Fan glared at Lakilu. This was a personal grudge between him and Kaido, and no one could interfere. Just at this moment, Jin's figure suddenly flew across the sky. He stopped in midair, his whole body burning with fire. He looked down at Luo Fan, his face still defiant. "Little guy, how dare you speak rudely to brother Kaido?" Advertisement, it's this bullshit again. When Luo Fan saw Jin appear in the sky, the anger in his heart was completely ignited. Giant. The next moment, the cells in his body were surging wildly and his body began to swell, becoming twice as tall and large as before. The 3-meter-long dragon-slaying sword in his hand was just the right size. Getting bigger. He can actually get bigger. What kind of fruit ability is this? Why is it similar to Luffy's? Just see. Luo Fan moonwalked into the air and rushed towards Jin like a cannonball. Seeing Luo Fan rushing towards him, Jin pulled his head back like a slingshot, then released it to create a powerful shockwave, shooting towards Luo Fan like a laser beam. Diao is the emperor of self-esteem. Boom. The shockwave shot at Luo Fan's body and suddenly hit the golden light on the surface, making a terrifying explosion. However, the golden light spell on Luo Fan's body only cracked a few lines, just like a god or demon illuminated by the Buddha's light. He did not slow down at all, and raised the dragon-slaying sword in his right hand high. Circles of cyclones wrapped around the dark blade. "Come, take a beating from your father, Wiguo. Wei country." These 2 words deeply irritated Kaido in the sky and he almost choked to death. Isn't this the trick of that BCH Charlotte Linlin? Moreover, he himself also knows this move, which can only be used by people with giant bloodline. But how did Luo Fan? Boom. Before Kaido could react, a giant sword energy shock wave that penetrated the space suddenly appeared and completely engulfed Jin's entire body, so that only a terrifying loud noise was heard. Kaido came to his senses and found that Jin was gone. This kid, has he even learned the trick? Shanks narrowed his eyes, he was also familiar with this move. This is the killer move of Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, and it was unexpectedly learned by Luo Fan. As Jin's figure disappeared into the horizon, beasts, pirates, Quinn, Jack, and all his men stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. Gurgle. Advertisement all around, the only sound was the sound of people swallowing saliva. "Did you see that? Brother Jin is gone. Am I dreaming? When did that kid become so strong? Quinn, slap me to death, I don't believe this is true." Especially Quinn, his eyes were wide open, almost popping out. That's Jin. Jin is the strongest fighter under Beast's pirates. Even though he usually likes to compete for the top spot among the 3 major brands, he actually knows Jin's strength very well. But now, Luo Fan killed Jin instantly with 1 move. Jin should be fine, he was just knocked away. Kaido seemed very calm, because he could sense through observation Haki that Jin's aura was still there, but he was just knocked too far away by Wei Guo. So that people around can't notice it. But what shocked him was where Luo Fan learned Wei Guo from. "Boy, you have become more capable." Kaido looked at Luo Fan and inexplicably felt that he liked him more and more. He was indeed worthy of being the rich son-in-law that he had chosen. "Next, it's your turn." Luo Fan's gaze shifted to the giant dragon in the sky, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand emitted bursts of dragon roars. "Why, you also want to use Wiguo to deal with Lousy? I tell you, this Wiguo is only fit to tickle me." Kaido disagrees. And below, Yasop touched his nose and expressed his guess. "Boss, do you think he will use your sword moves against Kaido next?" Click. Shanks just felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, and an ominous premonition came over him. As expected. Next second, a familiar move rang in the ears of all the red-haired people. Wind Slash. Chapter 42 Kaido. You be *********** D. You just ran away after cutting me with 1 knife? The blade of the dragon-slaying sword was wrapped in terrifying black Haki, which emanated densely. Wisps of purple lightning moved up and down, and even the air began to twist violently. Cyclones began to gather around Luo Fan. It only took a short while.
Luo Fan rushed towards the giant dragon like a hurricane. Boom. The deafening sound of the explosion turned into ripples that spread out in all directions. The clouds in the sky instantly dissipated and broke into pieces. The huge waves on the sea surface surged up wildly, and lightning struck the surroundings indiscriminately. This area of the sea seemed like the end of the world. I saw that the giant dragon was cut down from the sky by a knife and fell into the sea, like countless depth charges exploding, setting off a wave of tens of meters high, rushing towards the surroundings. At this time, seeing the red hair pirates being swallowed up by the dark tsunami, the sails made a creaking sound.
Hold on. Shanks' pupils dilated, and Conqueror's Haki immediately turned into an air shield to protect the entire ship, which made the ship and the surrounding sea calm again. That boy is really brave. Beckman put out the cigarette in his hand. The beast's pirates were completely dumbfounded. Oh my god, what kind of move is this? The flesh on Quinn's face was twitching violently. He felt like he was dreaming, and even his voice was trembling. That kid. How could he become so strong? Even brother Kaido was killed by him. Is that devil fruit really that pervert? You know, before going to sea, Luo Fan was just an ant that could be crushed to death at any time in his eyes. Now, he actually has the strength to fight against brother Kaido. Even Jack felt like he had something stuck in his throat and was speechless for a long time. He recalled his promise to Master Yamato and said that he would kill Luo Fan for him. Thinking about it now, he wanted to slap himself a dozen times and call himself an idiot. This kid's growth rate is really amazing. The talent is far beyond anyone they have ever seen.
Jin, it's not unfair for you to lose. At this time, far away at the end of the Azure Sea, after being blasted away for more than 10 miles by a powerful sword energy shockwave.
After flipping several times in the air, Jin finally stopped. Ahem, Widewo. It's actually Widewo. He coughed a few times and spat out a small amount of blood, but the damage was not significant, it just blew him away a long distance. Unbelievable. Could it be that the top-level Haki that appeared in Wanukuni was the work of Luo Fan? He felt that this powerful shot not only contained the extremely strong armament Haki, but also the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki. Advertisement, I won't accept this. He dares to humiliate me, he dares to humiliate me. I must kill him with my own hands. Jin let out an angry roar, and the next moment his body flew out in the original direction like a black light. Outside here, there is another force that is witnessing everything that is happening. Kid and Trafalgar Law both held binoculars, their faces stiffened, and they gasped. Trafalgar Law, did you see that? That's Kaido. He's said to be the strongest creature in the world. Kid's voice was trembling with excitement, and his back teeth were tense. Dream. Everything before my eyes seems like a dream. He was not wrong. A man who looked much younger than him actually killed Kaido with one sword. Trafalgar Law gradually came to his senses. Who is he? Why is he not on the list of supernovas? Thinking of this, his mind quickly recalled whether there were any new people who had suddenly emerged recently. That's right. Have. Sigro Town. Trafalgar Law quickly took out the newspaper that had just arrived last night and spread it out. The first piece of news above is: shocked. The strongest newcomer in history appeared in Siglo Town. He wiped out several pirates groups, defeated Whitehorse Cavendish, Charlotte Owen, and Charlotte Cracker, and escaped unscathed from Charlotte Linland's pursuit. Although the newspaper did not publish this person's photo or specific background. However, it has attracted attention from all over the world, and has already overshadowed the most popular Straw Hat Pirates and even all the supernovas. Everyone was discussing the newcomer who had suddenly risen to prominence. Do you think this guy will be the protagonist of Sigro Town? Trafalgar Law said to Kid, as soon as these words came out.
Kid's face twitched even more unsightly. I'll remember what he looks like. When Marineford comes back, I'll kill him. He has always liked to challenge powerful people, but now a newcomer suddenly steps on his head. This made him feel very angry and unhappy. Of course, Trafalgar Law just shook his head and smiled. Well, I should head to Marineford now, I'll be back later. At the moment, the decisive battle at Marineford was what he cared about most. Advertisement. In the deep sea, at this time, a huge monster was crawling on the seabed. The sea kings swimming around were all frightened away in all directions by the terrifying pressure the next moment. Gurgle gurgle, bubbles kept coming out and floating on the sea surface. Brother Quinn, look at the sea. At this time, a gift giver discovered the commotion on the sea. Yes, it's Brother Kaido. Quinn adjusted his sunglasses, and the expression on his face gradually calmed down, as if he was used to it. Governor Kaido is obviously a demon fruit power, but why does seawater have no effect on him? At this time, someone who was gifted raised this question. They were all people with abilities who took the devil fruit, and they would lose their strength as long as they touched seawater. Quinn just said coldly. Can you compare with Brother Kaido? Who do you think you are? Brother Kaido's fruit is naturally not cursed by the seawater. If the seawater could kill him, he would have died countless times. There is nothing in this world that can kill Brother Kaido. Otherwise, he wouldn't be begging people to kill him all day long, and he wouldn't be captured alive by Marine. As soon as these words were spoken, boom, on the calm sea surface, a tsunami more than 10 meters high suddenly arose, and a giant dragon suddenly rushed out from the sea surface. He grimaced in pain, and a scale on his body revealed a very horrifying wound. Luo Fan, You brat. How dare you disrespect your father-in-law? Kaido's eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent, but when he looked around, he suddenly discovered. Right now, cold wind blew in the lonely air, which was empty and silent. Luo Fan. There is no shadow to the east, no shadow to the west, no shadow to the south. Disappeared from the face of the earth. And at this moment, the red hair pirates and others who had been watching the fight from the sidelines all looked at each other in bewilderment. Did you see that? That guy ran really fast. I thought it was a bird that flew over my head, but it turns out he ran away. Ha 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 ha, he runs away after cutting once. What a talented guy. Shanks and Beckman both smiled meaningfully, they knew what was going on. 1 word, negative, 2 words, Yinbi, 3 words, old BCH.
2KK Chapter 43, The Two Emperors Clash, Summit War breaks out. High in the sky, Kaido was left alone, wandering and flying around, trying to find Luo Fan. How could Kaido do that? Where on earth did that kid hide? Could it be that he is hiding on Red Hair's ship? At this time, the Beast's pirate's ship approached. On board, Quinn immediately pointed in a direction, wiped the cold sweat off his body, and shouted to Kaido. Brother Kaido, that kid ran over there, running very fast, should we chase him? When Kaido heard this, his pupils suddenly widened, and a stream of extremely hot white smoke spurted out from his nostrils. He was so angry that he vomited blood. That brat just ran away after being chopped off with a knife. Would it be D? Lousy is going to kill him. At the same time as he was angry, Kaido opened his huge mouth and continuously spit out beams of horrific flames in all directions, venting his emotions madly. Until you calm down. Kaido slowly landed on the boat and returned to his human form. With a gloomy face, he ordered Quinn. Forget it, wait for Lousy to deal with Whitebeard first, then capture him and marry Yamato. Quinn, turn the boat around and head to Marineford at full speed. Yes, brother Kaido. Quinn nodded, raised his hand and commanded the members at the helm. At the same time, he also saw an extremely conspicuous knife scar on Kaido's back. Big brother Kaido, who has thick skin and strong muscles, was actually injured. However, just as the Beast's pirate's ship turned its sails and returned to the route to Marineford. Suddenly, bang! A loud crash came from the stern, and the whole ship shook violently. Kaido, I heard you were going to get involved with the Whitebeard pirates. It fell with a mature and steady voice, just see. On the boat pole, more than a dozen figures stood quietly in a row, overlooking Kaido and his group from a high vantage point. Quinn looked up and saw a group of familiar faces suddenly appearing before him. Shanks, Beckman, Usopp, Lakilu, Redhead, you want to mess up Lousy's business? I advise you not to be ungrateful. Advertisement. Kaido's eyes met Shanks's coldly and he spoke in a deep, cold tone. If you really want to interfere in Whitebeard's affairs, I will not let you do so. Shanks slowly placed his right hand on the scabbard. At this time, Jin's figure appeared in the sky. He suddenly landed on the deck and stood behind Kaido. Brother Kaido, I'm back. After taking a look at the depressed Jin who came back, Quinn rubbed him with his fat buttocks and said flatteringly, Hey, isn't this my beloved brother Jin? I said you were fine, and you really are fine. Stop being sarcastic in front of me. Jin glared at the fat guy Quinn and wanted to chop him with a knife. Humph, since we can't avoid this battle, let's do it. Kaido smiled coldly, grabbed the mace next to him, and rushed towards Shanks. Boom. Right now. Marineford, on board the Motibic. An old man wearing a black turban and a white pirate's admiral uniform, revealing his muscular body, was standing straight as a pine tree. With a height of 6.6 meters, he is like a small mountain. Just standing there, he gives people an invisible sense of oppression. What is particularly noticeable is the Whitebeard with a crescent-shaped upward curve on his face. He was holding a machete in his hand, looking ahead with eyes as sharp as Shisui, at the towering marine headquarters, Marineford. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, a man who dominated the era, a living legend. He is recognized by the world as the strongest man. The legendary pirates with a bounty of 5 billion. Opposite, groups of marine officers and soldiers were all gritting their teeth nervously, looking at the man on the boat. This is the legendary great pirate Edward Newgate. Huh. I feel short of breath just by looking at him. Do we really want to be enemies with such people? Don't be intimidated by him. Although he is recognized as the strongest man, he is old now, so we don't need to be afraid of him. Advertisement. You were just complaining here, but later you have the guts to be the first to rush forward. Tiny, fragmentary sounds continued to be heard from Marine's side. The morale of the army was obviously somewhat shaken. Just see. The next second, Edward Newgate's voice, as deep and thunderous as a beast, gradually sounded. It seems there's no other way. With so many people blocking the way, how can we save Ace? Let's just solve it all at once. As soon as he said this, the Marines all felt an inexplicable chill running from head to toe.
This man, what exactly is the plan? Edward Newgate took a deep breath, inserted Kong Yunchi aside, and then shouted coldly, Broken Sea. The next moment, he opened his hands outward and suddenly grabbed the void. With a click, horrifying cracks spread from the center of his palms to the surrounding space. This scene, everyone gasped and their teeth began to ache from the cold. Oh my god, he actually grabbed the air. It's cracked, even the air is cracked, what kind of power is this? I've always heard Marshal Sengoku say that Whitebeard has the power to destroy the world. Could this be? Then the power contained in his hands exploded, and the surrounding ground, sea, and the entire Marineford began to shake violently, as if a giant beast was about to emerge from the ground. Many marine soldiers were shaken and fell to the ground. For a time, the army was in great chaos. At this time, Sengoku, standing on the execution platform, narrowed his eyes slightly, with a bead of sweat on his forehead. Edward Newgate, you are already so old, are you really willing to sacrifice yourself for an ace? Crash. The next moment, the vast ocean behind Edward Newgate began to tilt and break away from the surface, creating layers of uneven tsunamis. The rolling sea water was boiling wildly, constantly gathering from all directions.
In a short while, the terrifying tsunami formed like a high wall, reaching hundreds of meters high, and rushed towards Marineford in front. Chapter 44 Akainu. I can't kill you on a broken ship, speeding across the sea. The breeze blowing towards me, the fishy smell that permeated the air, and the occasional drop of water falling from the high waves.
The young man had clear outlines, his face slightly tilted, and a 3-meter-long dark red sword on his shoulder. Right now, the boy felt everything was so easy and joyful. He has avenged half of his revenge. When he becomes stronger, he will go to Wanukuni himself to pull out Kaido's dragon tendon. After all, he still has some idea in his mind. Although he looks so awesome that he can kill a dragon with one blow, he will really have to fight Kaido to the death. He will definitely not have a good ending, and he has to go to the next battlefield, Marineford. Only 5 days had passed since Wanukuni left the country. During these 5 days, he was fighting and upgrading all the way. After so many battles, he gradually realized the attainments of different strong people in different fields. 3 of the 4 emperors have already fought each other. All we can say is that each of the 4 emperors has different strengths and domains. People like Charlotte Linlin have a physique like a steel balloon, but they rely more on the ability of the soul fruit and are not as strong as Kaido and Shanks. As for Kaido, this guy with thick skin and flesh has a lot of blood, and he definitely deserves the title of the strongest creature on land, sea and air.
Don't think he can kill Kaido with one blow, but with that level of power, it is impossible to cause any substantial harm to Kaido. As for the red-haired Shanks, his Haki field was indeed unreasonably strong. It is hard to explain why he was able to escape unscathed from the opponent's hands. It's simply because the other party didn't take it seriously. If it was really a continuous slash, even with the protection of the Golden Light Curse and the top-level armament Haki, he would not be able to withstand it. After all, he couldn't release these 2 body-protecting skills at the same time without cooldown.
Furthermore, there are the sword moves learned from Bionics. If it weren't for the double Haki blessing of the dragon-slaying sword, he would not be able to unleash such tremendous power on the opponent's sword moves. Marineford must be very lively right now. Ace, you better hold on, don't be so fast, let me show off. Whitebeard, you old man should also take it easy, don't hurt your waist. If you die too quickly, I won't be able to show off. After all, if I have to face the entire marine alone, it will be more stressful than facing 4 emperors. Luo Fan muttered to himself, and a string of names emerged in his mind. The 3 great beasts Kazaru, Akainu, and Aokiji, an old monk Sengoku, a steely tough guy Garp, and a group of Shichibukai. In the original story, both Ace and Whitebeard would die in the Summit War. And now, advertisement. He must create a famous scene in front of audiences all over the world to shock people, so he must show up at the right time, neither too early nor too late.
After putting the conspicuous dragon-slaying sword into the space ring, Luo Fan took out the GPRS and looked at the real-time map covered with longitude and latitude lines in an ocean. He tried to zoom out and saw that there were only some scattered small islands in the surrounding area, but no complete continental plate. And just as he was locating and navigating Marineford, crackle, clackle, clackle. Suddenly, Luo Fan felt his whole body begin to shake violently. The entire Flying Dutchman began to sway from side to side, making a creaking sound as if it was about to fall apart.
Huh, what's going on? Why is the sea surface suddenly shaking so violently? When he turned around, he saw waves of seawater rolling in madly from behind the ship, instantly raising the entire sea level by several meters. Holy crap, is this a giant tsunami? Luo Fan's pupils narrowed slightly, and he finally realized something. A super tsunami. Could it be that the Summit War has already begun? There is no doubt that a tsunami of this magnitude is not natural at all. Natural tsunamis need time to settle. Obviously, this tsunami was so sudden that it reminded him of the scene in the original plot where Whitebeard used a tsunami to hit Marineford as soon as possible, and it is still vivid in his mind. A crazy and huge tsunami surged up high, knocking the entire ghost ship to the top. Suddenly, the ghost ship, which was already moving very fast, flew out at an even faster speed. The violent turbulence made Luo Fan's blood boil. He didn't know how far he had flown with this terrifying tsunami. Until he looked ahead, he clearly saw the end of the sea, where a magnificent building stood, with a seagull holding a scale in its mouth on top. That's Marineford. He recognized the iconic building, he would recognize it even if it turned into ash.
It's finally here, but Luo Fan didn't get excited for long. In the next moment, an extremely chilling gust of wind passed through Luo Fan's fingers, gradually permeating his entire body, causing goosebumps to appear on his skin involuntarily. Cold. So cold. Advertisement it's so F asterisk 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 G Cole. Luo Fan suddenly felt something was wrong and subconsciously looked at Marineford. Just see. Just as the tsunami was about to completely engulf the entire Marineford. A lazy man stepped on one foot and flew into the air, then shot out 2 ice spikes with his hands, instantly freezing the surging seawater on both sides. Then, with a click, the man was unexpectedly pierced by a shocking shockwave and turned into ice fragments that fell on the sea. At the moment when a figure fell into the sea, a terrifying stream of ice debris spread out wildly in all directions with the figure as the center. Click, click. The extremely cold gas spread in a circular shape, and in an instant, the entire huge Marineford port turned into a thick layer of ice. Old people always say that 3 feet of ice is not formed in a day, but this one froze in just a few seconds. It seems that I will also be talking nonsense when I am old. Luo Fan watched the ice debris spreading over, and the Flying Dutchman crashed into the ice debris. Its speed immediately dropped sharply until it hit a large piece of ice and stopped abruptly. After looking around the situation, Luo Fan had a general understanding of the situation and troop deployment. Outside the dock, a group of pirates' ships were docked to the edge of the frozen layer, and groups of pirates continued to pour in towards Marineford. The beach landing has begun. It's time for me to take the stage. Luo Fan jumped off the boat and stepped on the ice. Because the clothes he wore were too thin, the biting cold wind penetrated into his bones. Just as he took out a glass bottle from his space ring and prepared to put away the Flying Dutchman. Suddenly, the icy temperature suddenly changed to 30 or 60 degrees. Luo Fan felt the heat on his head and couldn't help but look up. Just see. In the sky, a magma rock wrapped in blazing flames was cutting through the air, continuously emitting extremely high temperatures, and falling down like a meteor. Boom. A lava rock fell right on the Flying Dutchman, and the entire ship was engulfed in flames, like a sea of fire. The temperature of the surrounding seawater and air rose instantly. At this moment, a strong murderous intent flashed in Luo Fan's eyes. Akainu. Damn you. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 45 Live broadcast to the world. The ghost ship rushes to the execution platform. The lava fists falling from the sky, dragging long flames, were like dense meteors, hissing as they evaporated the air. Boom. 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 All around, terrifying flames shot up into the sky, rolling heat waves spread everywhere, and an extremely sultry air permeated the air. Some unfortunate pirates were instantly melted into gas by the lava fist and were completely wiped out. After the lava fist hit the frozen layer, the ice began to melt rapidly, and the seawater inside was boiled, emitting extremely hot bubbles. If someone accidentally stepped on it, he would fall to the bottom of the sea and be scalded to death. This large-scale group attack caused great pain to the Whitebeard pirates, and they suffered heavy losses before they even launched a full-scale attack. Sakazuki, that's enough. Don't hurt your own people. This is now a full-scale confrontation. Until Sengoku glanced at Sakazuki in front of the 3 seats and ordered him to stop the indiscriminate attack. After all, this kind of mass-destructive attack could first inflict heavy damage on the Whitebeard pirates. However, as more and more Marines charged forward and joined the battlefield, accidental injuries were inevitable. The meteor volcano in Sakazuki's hand came to an abrupt stop. He held down his marine hat and glanced at Sengoku coldly. Mercy will only lead to more innocent sacrifices. Kindness. Sengoku's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not blame Sakazuki for being disrespectful. In his heart, he felt that there was something wrong with Sakazuki's character. He was always extreme in what he did and never considered other people's feelings. To describe him in one sentence, he is a killing machine that carries out absolute justice. Sengoku is a cold-blooded machine. If he becomes a marshal in the future, the Marine will really be in for a change. Garp, who was sitting nearby, said in a low voice with a bad mood. At the same time, he glanced at the boy kneeling on the execution platform beside him. The boy has black hair, normal skin color, freckles on his cheeks, and a tattoo of the word, ASCE, on his left arm. This person is none other than the former captain of the Spade Pirates and current captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, the Fire Fist Portgas D. Ace. Behind him, there are 2 very contradictory and important identities. Monkey D. Garp's grandson, Gull D. Rogers' offspring. At this moment, Ace was watching the scene in front of him with tears in his eyes. The Whitebeard Pirates and all their forces went out in full force just to save him. The most important thing is, the elderly father actually took the lead. Dad's health has not been very good. If he continues like this, I'm afraid he won't be able to bear it. It's all my fault. I'm impulsive and have caused trouble for everyone. Advertisement. Ace's tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes, hitting the execution platform, and soon, they were all over the floor. You are quite filial. I, your grandfather, have raised you for so many years, and you haven't even said a word of thanks. Garp looked at Ace with great depression, and there was a sense of bitterness in his words. At this time, all over the world, Sabadi Island in a spacious square. Everyone stared in amazement at the live broadcast on the big screen. In the picture, the camera was pointed at Ace kneeling on the ground. Is this the legendary descendant of Gold D. Roger? Oh my god, I remember he showed up on Sabadi Island a few years ago and bought food from me, and now he's been arrested. Devil's offspring. Kill them if you must. These vicious pirates deserve to die. Yeah,
Kill all these damn pirates. For a while, the square was in an uproar, and everyone supported Marine overwhelmingly. And when the scene switches to Whitebeard Edward Newgate. On sight, a moment of silence. Deathly silence. The wind blew across their frozen faces, as if a biting cold wind was blowing against them, making them feel inexplicably frightened. That's Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world. Shish, keep your voice down. If you don't want to die, shut up. Well, if he comes back alive from Marineford, then Sabayati Island will be in trouble. Fear and shock filled everyone's heart. Not just Sabayati Island. People all over the world are watching this war closely. However, everyone is afraid of Whitebeard's existence, and it's the same feeling as those who dare to criticize celestial dragons. At this time, the nations far away in other seas. Inside the Cake Palace, gathered all the members of Charlotte's family.
Advertisement category, Smoothie and Owen and Cracker, both covered in bandages, stood at the front with Parasparrow. In front of them, a Den Mushi's eyes shot out a barrage of bullets, and the content of Marineford was played on the screen. Sitting on the throne, Charlotte Linlin ate the cake restlessly. She kept stuffing food into her mouth, as if venting her anger. Mom, what's wrong? I've been overeating for 2 days. You know that a newcomer escaped right under my nose a few days ago. My mother has been in a state of emotional instability these past 2 days.
You mean the guy who defeated Brother Cracker and Brother Owen? Not only that, I heard that even my second brother Katakuri couldn't take him down. Inside the palace, members of Charlotte's family were whispering. When Charlotte Linlin saw Whitebeard's face appear on the screen, her bulimia was relieved. With a touch of admiration in her eyes, she couldn't help but grin and said, Edward Newgate. It's been a long time since we last met. You're still so delicate and tender. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Charlotte family around was stunned. Mom seems to be very close to Whitebeard. Mom, do you think Whitebeard and the others will fall into Marine's hands this time? Parasparrow asked, sticking out his long tongue. Charlotte Linlin pondered for a moment before responding, Whitebeard was once my best friend. We were in the same boat. I know his strength. It is impossible for the Marine government to keep him. As long as this man wants to leave, no one in the world can stop him.
But after so many years, I heard that his health has not been good. Speaking of this, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but sink into memories. Back then, she and Whitebeard were partners on the Rock's ship, and they were core members, while Kaido was just a follower. In the blink of an eye, 36 years have passed and everything has changed. Today, this man who is known as the strongest in the world is in his 70s. How handsome Whitebeard was back then, with long golden hair, fair skin, well-defined muscles, and a face like a Western prince. If Whitebeard hadn't rejected her pursuit back then, one of her descendants would probably be a monster more terrifying than Katakuri. Mom. Look, at this moment, Katakuri's voice suddenly interrupted Charlotte Linlin's thoughts.
Kindness. Charlotte Linlin subconsciously followed the direction of Katakuri's finger and shifted her gaze to the screen. Just see. In the live broadcast, with the camera pointed at the execution platform, a huge monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere and immediately attracted everyone's attention. In the sky, a pitch-black, shabby ship wrapped in a layer of hardened armament Haki rushed directly towards the execution platform like a rocket. This moment, Charlotte Linlin's pupils suddenly shrank, and she stood up with a look of horror on her face. This is, that guy's ghost ship. And that ship was actually rushing towards the execution platform. Advertisement Chapter 46. Damn. Sengoku was hit by a boat. Back to Marineford. The Summit War has entered a white-hot stage. The captain of the 16th Squadron of the Whitebeard Pirates and the crew of the pirates under his command rushed towards Marineford like a flood. And then, in the Whitebeard Pirates camp, a giant with a strange appearance, 2 horns on his head, long fangs growing out of his mouth, and light green skin. He was wearing a bamboo hat, a skull pendant around his neck, and warrior armor. He swung a long sword, cutting through the thorns and bushes along the way, and was about to reach the execution platform.
However, his legs were suddenly cut off, he was overwhelmed by countless artillery fire, and finally he fell in a pool of blood. Damn it. Little Oz has fallen down. It seems that it will be difficult for us to rush to the execution platform and rescue Ace. Didn't you see those Shichibukai in front? Who can handle them? Marco, Joes, and Wajien are all held back by the opponent, and Daddy is dealing with 3 admirals at the same time. This battle is really difficult.
Watching the brothers charging forward fall one after another. For a while, the morale of the Whitebeard pirates gradually dropped. In front of the execution platform, Mahawk, Hancock, Doflamingo, Moria, and Tyrant Bear, the 5-7 warlords of the sea, formed an indestructible line of defense, but the Shichibukai's people had not yet arrived. However, it has already caused headaches for the squad leaders of the Whitebeard pirates. There are also Marine Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral and Giants. If nothing unexpected happens, this war will belong to us. Sengoku stood on a high place, watching the battle below with a smile on his face. Just as his battle plan analyzed, although the Whitebeard pirates had many elite soldiers, there was a considerable gap in combat power compared to the Marine government that had summoned the 7 warlords of the sea. If the stalemate continues, the elite members of the Whitebeard pirates will be exhausted one by one. If we can then catch them all in one fell swoop, it will be a perfect victory that will go down in history. Especially now that the pirates are broadcasting this battle live in front of people all over the world. From today onwards, the prestige of the Marine government will reach an unprecedented peak.
So what about the so-called strongest man in the legend? Will be buried forever in Marineford. The Marine government is the absolute overlord of this world, and everyone has to submit. Sudden call. Advertisement above the sky. A whistling sound broke through the air, attracting everyone's attention. Now, the pirates and Marines below stopped fighting at the same time and looked up at the sky involuntarily.
Just see. A ghost ship that was 100 meters long, with a layer of armament Haki wrapped around its surface, broke through the air around it and rushed towards the execution platform. Oh my god, where did this ship come from? How can it fly? And there's such a terrifying armament Haki wrapped around the surface, oh my god. Someone is causing trouble. Is it Whitebeard's reinforcements? All of a sudden, everyone on the Marine side stared in amazement at the spaceship that broke through the air. Especially Kazaru. He raised his hand to his brow and took a look. Yo, such a big ship. I wonder if my light speed kick can intercept it. Forget it, let Marshal Sengoku and the others handle it. Well, the salary is just this much, so why not just slack off? At this time, Akainu, who was fighting with Whitebeard, wanted to blast the spaceship away with a meteor volcano, but he never expected that he was kicked to the ground by Whitebeard in the moment of thinking. You little fire-playing brat, how dare you look around while fighting with me? Whitebeard grinned, but at the same time he noticed the spaceship in the sky and his eyes sank slightly. Could it be that guy is coming? At this time,
on the execution platform, just when Sengoku was full of confidence and was already drafting a post-war victory summary in his mind, a huge hidden monster appeared in front of him, which immediately brought him back to his senses. But when he looked up, he was shocked. Where did this spaceship come from? Even Garp had a look of surprise on his face as he looked at Sengoku. The figure of a person appeared in both people's minds at the same time.
Golden Lion Shiki. He is a person with the ability of lion fruit. He has the ability to make everything float. He can control the spaceship to smash Marineford. He did this when he broke into Marineford alone. Could it be that guy came to help Whitebeard? Sengoku was sweating and looked worried. If you think about it this way, it makes sense. Whitebeard and Golden Lion were once companions on the same ship. Advertisement. If Shiki really intervenes in this war, the balance of victory will most likely tilt towards the Whitebeard pirates. Damn it, Golden Lion Shiki. Why did he choose this time to mess things up? Garp's eyes were full of anger and he glanced at Sengoku. Garp, I think this is unlikely. Although Whitebeard and Golden Lion were on the same ship, you know very well that they fought on their own during the battle in the Valley of the Gods. Even when their captain was defeated by Roger and I, they didn't take any action. Sengoku seemed exceptionally calm, with a strange light flashing behind his glasses. However, this does not rule out the possibility. After all, Golden Lion was once sent to Impel Down by him and Garp, and later he cut off his legs and successfully escaped from Impel Down. Maybe he came here for revenge. At this time, the two people's opinions began to disagree. Sengoku, don't tell me what to do. If you want to do it, go ahead and do it.
Garp ignored Sengoku's order and did not immediately take action to intercept the ship that was about to fall from the sky. Not only was Ace captured, but he was also publicly executed. Garp was already in a terrible mood, and wanting him to stop it at this time was like rubbing salt into his wounds. In fact, Garp's heart has always been conflicted. Although he has always been firm in his position towards Marine, at the same time he cannot bear to see Ace being executed. In the face of position and family affection, he could only promise Sengoku that he would never take action unless it was absolutely necessary. Garp, you uncle, Lousy doesn't have time to transform. Sengoku looked at the broken ship that was falling from above his head. It was a dark mass and was about to destroy the entire execution platform. Ding ding ding. Next second, Sengoku's clothes gradually tore apart, and his body began to expand rapidly. A dazzling golden light burst out from his body, reflecting the surroundings like a sun. Marshal Sengoku has taken action. All the Marine officers and soldiers looked at the execution platform with great excitement. At the same time, the three Marine admirals who were trying their best to encircle Whitebeard on the frozen layer, at this moment, couldn't help but turn their eyes to the execution platform. Just see, a statue of Varokana Buddha just appeared there, but before he could swing his fist to attack. The next second, the huge broken ship knocked him away from where he was. Boom. This moment, off the field, all the Marines were stunned. Shit, Marshal Sengoku got knocked away. Chapter 47 Akainu executes Ace ahead of schedule. A dead end. Due to the huge inertia and the Haki entangled in it, the extremely tall golden Buddha statue could only retreat step by step under such a fierce collision and could not stop at all. Boom boom boom. The 2 feet stepped out a dozen huge pits in the ground, dragged out a long crack, and stirred up yellow sand all over the sky. For a moment, the whole rear was shaking violently until the back hit the headquarters building of Marineford, and then the body was stopped. It's that damn guy Golden Lion. Sengoku was in a state of panic, and angrily punched out a shockwave, suddenly knocking the entire ship to the side. It is confirmed that there is no one else who can completely cover the hull with top-level armament Haki except him. Sengoku, you have a day like this too. Seeing what was happening, Garp's melancholy mood suddenly became much better.
On weekdays, Sengoku behaves very dignified in front of others, and is intimidating without even getting angry. But now, the Marine Marshal, the absolute representative of the Marine government, who represents the Marines' beliefs, was attacked in public. Now the image is ruined instantly. Is there anyone coming to help us? Marco raised his head with joy. They had summoned all their forces before the war, but they did not expect that there would be reinforcements joining. Moreover, the strength of this reinforcement is definitely not simple. For a while, the Whitebeard pirates arrived here, and morale suddenly increased. Just when Marine was finally able to gain an advantage, it felt like they were being counterattacked. Akainu, who had been fighting Whitebeard alone, was now covered in dark red lava that was even hotter, and even the air around him was sizzling. Humph, since you all want to save people, I will personally extinguish your hopes. Portgas D. Ace, Roger's offspring, must die in Marineford today. With a sound, Akainu's body suddenly sprayed lava forward, disrupting Whitebeard's attack, and then his feet sprayed lava, rushing towards the execution platform like a propeller.
Akainu kid. Stay here. Whitebeard sensed something was wrong and angrily slashed out a shockwave to try to stop Akainu. However, at this moment, several laser rays suddenly flashed in front of him and pierced through Whitebeard's shoulder. Oh, Whitebeard, you are too careless. I am still watching you. Light particles gathered from all directions, revealing Kazaru's figure. Wisps of white smoke were coming out of his raised right index finger. Get lost, now. On the ice outside the war.
To be precise, it's not hiding, it's observing the situation. Ding dong, got 168 shock value. Ding dong, got 183 shock value.
Ding dong, got 197 shock value. Advertisement, ding dong, got 203 shock value. Listen to the overwhelming system prompt sounds. Luo Fan, who was hiding behind the ice wall, raised a slight smile. Through the volume release of cells, he is now like a mountain, 100 meters high. He threw out the Flying Dutchman on purpose just to create a shock value. Because shock value can be obtained not only through personal performance, but also by creating events that are extremely shocking. When the overwhelming system prompt sounds are heard, Luo Fan really enjoyed the feeling of brushing up his shock value through violence. It only took a short while. Open black lens bracket shock value. 7,850,413, close black lens bracket. Could it have skyrocketed to more than 7 million in such a short time? Still 3 million short. Right now, he still has to find the Den Den Mushi first. According to the original plot, the Den Den Mushi responsible for the live broadcast should be in the hands of Buggy the Clown. After all, the points gained by indirectly creating shock caused by an incident are still very limited. Therefore, he must find the Den Den Mushi immediately. At this time, the other side, Buggy the Clown was hiding under a battleship, finding a spot where he could hide without being easily spotted by the Marine. Beside him, a group of younger brothers in prison uniforms were waiting for his next instructions. And just at this moment, it was precisely because of the sudden attack on the execution platform by the spaceship just now. The Den Den Mushi on the execution platform inexplicably fell down and hit Buggy on the head, causing a bump to appear immediately. At this time, he put his nose forward and took a look at the Den Den Mushi. The angry face suddenly showed shock and surprise. Is this the world government's Den Den Mushi? Yes, they're broadcasting live to the world now. Some of the younger brothers recognized the Den Den Mushi and immediately jumped up excitedly.
What, doesn't that mean that now everyone in the world can see me? When Buggy the Clown heard this, an expression of extreme horror appeared on his face. In his opinion, he didn't want to come to Marineford, but was dragged here by Straw Hat Luffy. And that damn crocodile, if you don't come you will be threatened with death by him. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Buggy the Clown felt sad and in tears. Was it easy for him? He finally escaped from that damn place called Impel Down. And then I have to participate in this shitty Marineford. And his former acquaintance, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, was one of the leaders of this war. Captain Buggy, please lead us to take down Whitebeard's head. From now on, we are the 4 emperors. Yes, I've been fed up with that old guy for a long time. If you can kill him, I'm willing to work like a cow or a horse. Captain Buggy, he always felt that he was the son of destiny, and an urge to become the king of pirates surged in his heart.
But unexpectedly at this time, Mr. 3 walked up to her and reminded her quietly, don't you know how strong you are? If you dare to speak shamelessly in front of Whitebeard, he will kill you. Mr. 3 is also giving good advice. But Buggy decided that since destiny had chosen him, he must keep pretending. My fellow men, you were right. I came to Marineford this time just to cause trouble for Whitebeard.
As soon as these words came out, the younger brothers around him cheered wildly. At this moment, a very discordant voice suddenly entered his ears like a winding snake. Red-nosed guy, give me the Den Den Mushi in your hand. The words fell. Just see. Behind Buggy, a very handsome young man stood with his hands behind his back, staring at him calmly. Who are you? You are so arrogant. Do you know who Lousy is? It was the first time that Buggy saw Brad dare to directly call him a red nose. He was so angry that he ordered the people around him, catch him here. But just as the words fell, the young man's figure had bypassed everyone and appeared behind him. Relax, take a deep breath. As he said that, The young man covered Buggy's mouth and, with a click, choked him in front of everyone, knocking him unconscious on the spot. He adjusted the Den Den Mushi's image and aimed it in the direction of the execution platform. Because, he is putting on a big show. However, just as the camera switched. In the picture, Akainu was punching Ace on the execution platform.
At this moment, everyone around the world saw this scene. Marine Admiral Akainu executed Ace prematurely. Chapter 48. The King of Forces appears, the man who stops Akainu. On the execution platform, Ace, who was still bowing his head in repentance, suddenly felt an extremely hot wave of wind rushing towards him, and then a loud roar came to his ears. Dark Hound. Looking up, he saw Akainu had already rushed to the execution platform, his arms surging with terrifyingly hot lava, and he punched Ace at a very fast speed.
A-hole. Stop right there. It's not time for execution yet. On the side, Garp looked at Akainu who suddenly rushed towards the execution platform, his eyes wide open and he roared angrily, but it was too late to stop him. He had never expected that at this time, Akainu would execute Sengoku against his wishes. In the audience, the Marines looked up at the execution platform which was reflected in red. Did Admiral Akainu execute him early? It seems so. If this happens, the Whitebeard pirates' hope will be extinguished. That's good. It looks like this battle will end early.
The Marines are all very clear that the person who caused today's situation is the man named Portgas D. Ace. Whitebeard's massive attack on Marineford was precisely because of this man. Therefore, if they simply extinguished their hopes, they would not have to make any more unnecessary sacrifices. Yo, Whitebeard, look, it's all over. Kazaru put on a sly expression and challenged Whitebeard. This moment, Edward Newgate's heart trembled, and an extremely fierce light burst out from his pupils. He shouted at Akainu on the execution platform. Akainu boy, if you really kill Ace, today, even if I risk my own life, I will raise the entire Marineford to the ground. I want you to be buried together. These words contained the terrifying conqueror's pressure, which turned into ripples and spread out in all directions. For a while, snap, snap. On the frozen layer, the Marines with poor mental qualities were all affected by the ripples. Their eyes rolled up, they lost consciousness, and fell to the ground in groups. It's Daddy's conqueror's Haki. These guys have completely D off Dad. It looks like a lot of people are going to die today. Is this the only trick that sinister old man Akainu can play? The captains of the squads under the Whitebeard pirates gnashed their teeth and could only watch Red's execution. They can't change. Nothing can be changed. Advertisement. A Marine like him actually resorted to such despicable and vile means. Now, in the rushing crowd, a boy as agile as a monkey, wearing a straw hat and slippers, rushed to the execution platform without regard for his own life. Ace. When the boy saw the lava fist rushing towards Ace, his face was filled with despair as he screamed and tears flew out from the corners of his eyes. The boy's name is Monkey D. Luffy. In order to save Ace, he did everything he could to get into Impel Down, known as the Prisoner Hell, with the help of Boa Hancock, one of the empresses of Shichibukai. He fought his way to Impel Down, experienced life and death several times, and nearly died in there, but in his heart, he never gave up the idea of saving Ace. Because Ace is his brother who has been through thick and thin with him since childhood. After finally escaping from Impel Down and encountering many obstacles, he finally arrived at Marineford. This is the place that pirates fear. But what does this mean? Ace is his elder brother, and he tolerates his misbehavior and all his bad temper. As long as Ace can be saved, it doesn't matter if he is the enemy of Marine or the whole world. Now, just when he saw hope of rescuing Ace, a man stood up and ruthlessly extinguished the flame of hope. Luffy boy. Ace may not be able to be saved. Ivankov, who had been following Luffy to protect him, was also worried and angry. He had already forgotten how many times he had injected Luffy with adrenaline. The side effects of each injection of adrenaline were extremely terrible and could even overdraft his life. Such a close distance. Even for Garp, who was sitting not far away, it would be difficult to take action in such a short time to stop all this from happening. What's more, this involves a question of stance. Even if his own grandson was to be executed, Garp could only choose to swallow his anger. Right now, all over the world, everyone became tense and saw Akainu being executed early. It's over. It seems this fight is meaningless. Yes, with the death of Firefist Ace, the Whitebeard pirate's sacrifice was in vain. Evil will prevail over good, and justice will always prevail. The Marine government is awesome. Now, even gods can't save Ace, I say. On Sabaody Island, the local residents began to cheer excitedly. And at this time, advertisement at the back of the crowd, there were two people who clearly didn't fit in. Pluton Rayleigh was looking at the screen with heavy eyes, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Roger, when I saw you being executed in Growtown, I had the ability to save you, but you were determined to die. I knew that as long as you didn't want to die, no one could stop you. Now your child has encountered the same situation as you, but I can't do anything. Alas, time really spares no one. Shaki, who was standing next to him, took a long drag on his cigarette and exhaled. Rayleigh, you really know how to be sentimental. Maybe this is fate. Sengoku walked out of the Marineford building, narrowing his eyes slightly. He did not stop Akainu, but said lightly, Portgas Diaz, sink to this land forever. Although he did not agree with Akainu's early execution, as it would anger Whitebeard, the execution had to be carried out anyway. At the same time, his mind couldn't help but recall the scene of his fight with Gold D. Roger many years ago. Roger, your offspring eventually died at the hands of a marine, which ended all ties with you. It was you who uttered the words, One Piece, before you died, and since then batches of pirates have emerged in the world. Perhaps this is God's punishment for you, die. Akainu's giant lava fist leapt forward and slammed into Ace in front of everyone's gaze. Boom. A horrifying explosion sounded, and the entire execution platform instantly erupted with lava that shot up into the sky, splashed, and then scattered all over the ground. Akainu's mouth gradually raised a triumphant smile, and just when he thought Ace would be smashed into ashes by his punch. Suddenly, with a buzzing sound, with a sharp tremor, a dark red broadsword suddenly appeared and blocked the fist. No matter how he spewed out hot lava, it was extinguished by an inexplicable Haki. I'm not dead. He had been waiting for Ace with his eyes tightly closed and his back teeth clenched. He thought he would be swallowed by the lava, but he did not feel the high temperature evaporation when the lava touched him. Instead, a breeze brushed across his face full of Madara's tears. He opened his eyes in confusion. A figure was standing upright in front of him, like a god descending from heaven. A golden light emanated from him, which was extremely dazzling. Right now, everyone noticed this strange scene, and they all stared at the figure with golden light bursting out. Someone stopped Akainu, and, still a man. I started my debut tonight in the early hours of the morning. This is my first time writing a book on Tomato. I don't understand the data. I am not a new author, but an old author. I don't know the style here very well. I hope you will bear with me. Although the performance of this book is very poor, I insist on writing it. I can't do it because my family is in financial difficulties. Thank you for your support. I don't ask for gifts and votes, but I just ask for some shortcomings so that I can recognize the loopholes of this book. I will pay more attention to it in future writing. Because I am writing 2 books at the same time, this one is a test to get used to Tomato's style. Chapter 49 Red Dog, do you have any objection to me taking the person away? The appearance of that golden light seemed to have fallen from the sky. It shocked everyone. Silence. The huge battlefield seemed to have fallen into deathly silence at this moment. Who was on that execution platform? Who could have taken the punch from the Marine Admiral? Below. Marco looked around and found that Joe's, Vista and other captains of the squads were fighting at this time. Not them. Then it must be the guy who just threw out that boat. Because the golden light was too bright, it was impossible to see the man's face clearly. Even Edward Newgate, at this moment, looked at the scene in front of him with a moved expression. Ace is not dead. Boys, follow me and kill them inside. Although I don't know the origin of the guy who appeared on the execution platform. But right now, the moment Ace was rescued, it showed that they still had a chance. The next moment, Edward Newgate did not dare to delay any longer and strode straight towards the execution platform. In the chaotic battlefield, Ivankov followed closely behind Luffy. Suddenly, Luffy fell to the ground with a thud, like a deflated ball. Luffy boy, your brother is saved for now. Someone saved him. Ivankov excitedly shook the deflated Luffy. Luffy nodded, a tired smile on his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. Really? That's great. I told you Ace would survive. As soon as he finished speaking, the adrenaline produced a huge side effect, his eyes rolled up, and he temporarily fainted. Marine here. Weasel, Hua Xiaoshan and other marine generals all stood there in a daze, unable to accept it. Gurgle. That man actually blocked Admiral Akainu. How is it possible? Maybe I haven't been sleeping well recently and I'm hallucinating. What nonsense. You read it right. Someone rescued Firefist Ace. Kazaru, who was shooting at the pirates with his finger raised, stopped shooting. His slightly narrowed eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and then gradually widened. There's a guy who can glow like me. As Akainu's best friend, he naturally knew the value of this attack. The fact that he could block Akainu's attack in such a short time showed that an extraordinary guy had appeared. In Shichibukai, Doflamingo smiled coldly and looked at Gecko Mariah who was staring at the execution platform at the moment, then he waved his hand. Advertisement few. The extremely sharp lines shot out like a blade, leaving dozens of wounds on Gecko Moria's body, with scarlet blood gushing out. Doflamingo. What are you doing? Moonlight Mariah stared with fear in his eyes. The wounds all over his body made him spit out a large mouthful of blood. He never expected that Doflamingo would actually attack him, his ally. He is also a member of Shichibukai. Of course I was ordered to kill you, you disgrace to Shichibukai, foo. Doflamingo spoke bluntly, and while everyone's attention was diverted to the execution platform, he rushed towards Moonlight Mariah. It's the guy who attacked me, he finally showed up. Sengoku was shocked and extremely angry at the same time. When the execution was about to be completed, he actually blocked it. At the same time, he kicked his feet and headed towards the execution platform. This is the Buggy Pirates group. At this time, Luo Fan was holding a Den Mushi and the camera was fixed on the execution platform. This is just a cell clone that split out of him. The real culprit was standing on the execution platform at this moment. If that's the case, with the blessing of such a famous scene, his shock value is bound to skyrocket. Ding dong, 482 shock points obtained. Ding dong, 484 shock points obtained. Ding dong, got 501 shock value. Ding dong, 495 shock points obtained. Open black lens bracket shock value. 11,580,600. Close black lens bracket 10 million shocking value. You can exchange it for a gold pot. However, Luo Fan did not exchange it for the gold jar immediately, because this thing dropped randomly, and if it was picked up by someone else, all his efforts would be in vain. At this time, on the execution platform, the two figures became the focus of the whole world. Akainu raised his eyes and looked at the person who appeared in front of him. Wrapped in the golden light was a young man wearing a white shirt, with slightly slanted edges. He looked very stern, and he looked no more than 16 or 17 years old. In his hand, a dark red sword longer than a person seemed to isolate the lava from the outside. Strands of Haki burst out from time to time, scattering the lava that tried to break through the barrier. Advertisement. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? Suppressing his inner anger, Akainu questioned in a lower voice. It wasn't from the Whitebeard pirates, nor was it a face he had seen on the wanted poster. Luo Fan recalled the scene where his ghost ship was hit by Red Dog's meteor fire cloud, and he started to curse. Who am I? I am your uncle. As soon as these words came out, Akainu's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. This insulting greeting seemed to linger in his ears like thunder over and over again. How dare you humiliate Lousy? You are courting death. The next moment, Akainu clenched his left hand and launched an extremely powerful great eruption. Wind slash. Boom. The terrifying force collided and separated the two people in an instant. Luo Fan suddenly stabbed the dragon-slaying sword into the ground and slid on the ground for several meters before he stopped. As Akainu was hanging in the air, he simply stepped off the execution platform and fell back to the stage. This moment. On the battlefield, Mahawk, who had been expressionless from beginning to end, narrowed his pupils slightly and said in surprise. He is a swordsman, but he used sword moves, and I have only seen this move on that man. As the world's #1 swordsman, he is particularly sensitive to swordsmanship and kendo, especially the moment when Luo Fan attacked just now. He actually faintly felt that there was the shadow of an acquaintance on the other party. The best of the two-color Haki. On the side, Garp stood up and looked at Luo Fan deeply. At the moment of the fight just now, he clearly felt that the opponent's sword moves were entangled with a very terrifying two-color Haki. And they are all top-notch. Who are you? Why did you save me? Ace watched the thrilling fight and was hard to open his eyes because of the strong wind from the explosion. Luo Fan just looked at him silently, kicked Ace to the back of the execution platform, and said lightly, You think too much, I don't want to save you.
Aren't you here to save me? Ace's heart trembled, very confused.
If he wasn't here to save him, why did he block Akainu's attack for him? The next second, Luo Fan dragged the dragon-slaying sword and slowly walked to the execution platform, looking down at Akainu from a high position. Since you want to kill him, Lousy will not let you succeed. I want to take him away. What, do you have any objection? Chapter 50. Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire, are you the only one who can play with fire? Standing on a high and open ground, the loud voice spread across the entire battlefield. Not only the battlefield, but even the Den Den Mushi at that moment, everyone who was paying attention to this battle could hear it clearly. Directly challenge Marine Admiral Akainu, too arrogant. Even Akainu's face was extremely gloomy at this moment. Which Marine Admiral who is high and mighty did not rise to the top by eating human blood? He had killed countless pirates and civilians who disobeyed Marine orders in his life, so it was inevitable that some would slip through the net. Perhaps, this was most likely just a small fish that he missed killing that year. Below, the Marines were all horrified after hearing these words. Damn this young man. In the Marine, it is well known that Akainu has a bad temper and his authority is never questioned by anyone. Young man, I advise you not to be impulsive. You still have a bright future ahead of you. If you are willing to stop now, we in the Marine Corps can forgive you for what happened, as long as you hand over Portga's D-Ace. At this time, Sengoku, who had come through the air with the help of Moonwalk, landed to the side and stared at Luo Fan. Before he figured out the other party's background, he chose to negotiate first. Luo Fan shook his head and laughed as if he had heard something really funny. Bullshit. Lousy is just simply upset with that red dog. He destroyed Lousy's ghost ship. If I don't deal with him, how can I survive in the world in the future? However, once these words were spoken, Akainu would not tolerate it. This is a severe humiliation for him in front of the whole world. Little devil, you're dead. The next second, Akainu suddenly stomped his foot, and horrible lava erupted, rushing towards Luo Fan like a volcanic eruption. Boom. 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 A strange scene happened. Luo Fan's figure suddenly left a trail of afterimages, dodging Akainu's attacks again and again. The reckless lava hid nothing and exploded, leaving behind countless splashes of magma. The area near the execution platform was filled with Marine soldiers. Some unlucky ones were accidentally splashed by the lava and lost an arm on the spot. From this we can see that Akainu was completely angry. Advertisement, Akainu, stop fighting around here. Sengoku saw this and yelled at Akainu with a cold sweat on his forehead. But Akainu turned a deaf ear to him and continued to chase Luo Fan as if he had lost his mind. Bang! After dodging many times, Luo Fan was not careful and the golden light spell on his body was hit by the lava with explosive power, causing him to retreat violently. You are so brave, young man. After all, Akainu is the top admiral among the active Marines. His strength is unquestionable. Seeing Luo Fan challenging Akainu alone, Even Garp, who had been called a monster since he was a child, was amazed and his face was full of shock. Even when he was 16 or 17 years old, he was unable to challenge his teacher Kong in a one-on-one duel. Such terrifying strength at such a young age. If this boy had not died here, Marine would have had another big worry in the future. After seeing Luo Fan, who was so talented and so young. This guy really pleases me. Edward Newgate's heart was filled with turbulence, and an idea emerged in his mind. If he could adopt this boy as his son, the Whitebeard pirates might reach their true peak. This is the most promising guy he has ever seen. Even compared to Kazuki Oden back then, he is even better. Holy Land Mariajoy, World Government Power Center. At this time, 5 old men wearing different styles of clothes were sitting together. Their faces were terrifyingly calm, as if there had never been a single ripple. When they heard the voice coming from the Den Mushi, there were finally some subtle changes on their faces. Where does this little guy come from? Is he from another pirates faction, or is he from the Revolutionary Army? The 5 people who hold the supreme power in the world government looked at each other in confusion. There is no information they cannot collect as long as they want to know. But when Luo Fan stood on the execution platform, they were stunned. This guy actually dared to ignore Akainu, and he is a guy with no bounty record. Among them, an old man with a bald Madara on his head adjusted his mustache and said, "It's probably not from the Whitebeard pirates. The intelligence we collected would not be missed, and it is even more impossible for a monster with such qualifications to appear out of nowhere. I heard recently that a new person appeared in Big Mom's territorial waters. Could it be him?" Elsewhere, an old man wearing a kimono and glasses raised a question. Advertisement, it is possible. If so, can you consider winning over this young man? Second, I have no objection. Then let Sengoku stop Akainu right now. Marine needs such a powerful new force. Soon, in Sengoku's arms, a Den Mushi started to ring. Sengoku, stop Akainu now. A familiar voice came from the phone, and Sengoku immediately responded, 5 elders, do you have any instructions? Try to win over that young man. The conditions can be negotiated, but if he refuses to accept, then use all your strength and kill him at all costs. This boy cannot be let go. After saying this, the old man's voice disappeared completely. Win over the other party? Sengoku looked up, his expression uncertain. Finally, under Akainu's violent and crazy attack, the golden spell on Luo Fan's body was suddenly shattered, and his clothes were burned by the lava, revealing his white jade skin. A high temperature invaded his body surface, making it very hot. Damn it. I have to say that this red dog has been around for decades and is still very capable. Moreover, it is obvious that every attack from the opponent is fatal, with physical damage and magical damage attached, which makes it really difficult to deal with. Forget it, Lousy doesn't want to play anymore. System, exchange a gold pot for me. He has decided, please let the cheater come out. Ding dong, minus 10 million shock value. Open the pot of gold. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. As the words echoed in Luo Fan's mind for a long time. Luo Fan felt that the long-suppressed emotions in his heart were released instantly, and his eyes were shining. Red dog, since you like playing with fire, Lousy will play with you now. Luo Fan is interested in horoscopes and palmistry. In order to understand his own fortune, he added V. Minglishy 138. Chapter 51. A man playing with lava was burned and made pig noises. Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire. A special flame active in the lava in the Earth's core, born deep in the Earth's crust, and after countless tempering by the fire of the Earth, it was fused and compressed to birth. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to become a spirit, 100 years to take shape, and 1,000 years to become a lotus. When it is fully formed, its color is blue, and a cluster of blue fire grows in the heart of the lotus. This fire is so powerful that it can trigger a volcanic eruption. It forms the destructive power of nature. Accompanied by the system's rewards falling, suddenly, a green lotus-shaped flame surged into Luo Fan's body, burning fiercely and intensely, as if it was burning the meridians all over his body. At this moment, Akainu seized the opportunity when Luo Fan was lost in thought, and punched him directly with compressed hot lava. Boom! The terrifying and extremely hot lava slammed into Luo Fan's chest, causing a deafening thunderous sound. That kid is finished. Sengoku, who wanted to stop this from happening, paused. There is no doubt that so far, the number of people who have been able to survive Akainu's full-strength attack can be said to be very small. After all, Akainu is known as the monster with the strongest destructive power in the history of Marine. Except for Garp. Garp is strength rather than destructive power. This point needs to be clarified. Even if they survived, they would have suffered serious injuries. Admiral Akainu is indeed the #1 admiral in the Marine Corps. That kid really doesn't know how to live or die. He actually dared to show off in front of the admiral. No one can survive the onslaught of lava. That guy's internal organs must have been burned away. For a while, the Marines cheered with excitement. The emotions that were suppressed in my heart suddenly burst out. Anyone who dares to challenge justice will die. The weasel raised a relaxed smile at the corner of his mouth, and it seemed that the winner had been decided. In everyone's opinion, Luo Fan would have no chance of surviving if he was hit head-on by Akainu. Humph, that guy has the top-level conqueror's Haki, how could he die here so easily? However, unlike everyone else's reactions, Edward Newgate's face appeared quite calm. At this time, advertisement Luo Fan was awakened by the burning heat spreading throughout his body. He looked at Akainu's hideous face staring directly at him, and his fist, which was constantly dripping with lava, was burning in front of his chest. Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire. Luo Fan drank it. The clear and delicate Hanabi flame was released in his left hand like a lotus. It seemed that at the moment it unfolded in his hand, an invisible aura suddenly burst out from it and swept out in all directions. Around. The air was actually filled with a green glow, followed by a hot hissing sound. Huh? Why is it so hot all of a sudden? Akainu's pupils suddenly shrank as he felt the drastic change in temperature. This doesn't seem like the temperature that lava can reach. Moreover, the range of this heat is even wider than that of lava. Even below, on the ice surface 1 kilometer away, the ice began to melt continuously at this moment and gradually turned into seawater. What's going on? My ice is melting. Aokiji was extremely shocked as he watched the ice beneath his feet melting into seawater. You know, even if Akainu's lava has a natural counter effect on his fruit, it is impossible to melt his ice layer. Hot. Extremely hot. Marineford. At this moment, everyone was thirsty and felt an unprecedented heat. Hancock, who was on the brink of the battle, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Soon, most of his clothes were soaked. He couldn't help but exhale a breath of hot air. I'm so hot, I feel like taking off my clothes. No, I can't let these stinky men get away with it. And the scene. Another man who was good at playing with fire, Porgas Diaz, also felt the high temperature in the air. He was extremely surprised. This temperature is dozens of times more terrifying than my flames. Even the Den Den Mushi that was broadcasting the live video was so hot that it stuck out its tongue and had dizzy stars in its eyes. For a while, even the images in the live broadcast showed that the surrounding space began to present a distorted vision. Akainu, what are you doing? Hold back your lava. Advertisement Sengoku was sweating profusely and couldn't stand it. He had a high body fat percentage because he had been staying in the office for many years to do official work. When he got hot, the feeling of smelly sweat sticking to his body made him feel a little irritable. However, after hearing this, Akainu was speechless for a while until he saw the flame in Luo Fan's hand. His expression changed in shock. Blue flame? Before Akainu could react, suddenly, Luo Fan placed the mysterious blue flame onto the dragon-slaying sword, and then a terrifying blazing flame erupted. Then, he made a move. The sword energy was wrapped with strange flames and shaped like a python with its bloody mouth opened wide. It suddenly bit Akainu's right arm and soon covered half of his body. Sizzle. The next second, Akainu, whose surface was surging with lava, suddenly changed his expression and a terrifying white aura emanated from his body. Ah, it's so hot. The warmth that wantonly invaded half of his body made Akainu immediately let go of Luo Fan's chest, and without caring about his image, he let out a painful howl like a pig being slaughtered. At this moment, he only felt that half of his body seemed to be melted, and a piercing heat exploded in his body. When he came to his senses, the upper body of his clothes had been burned to ashes by the strange flame, and a large area of severe burn marks was exposed without any cover. Right now, the marine officers, the 7 warlords of the sea, and even the Whitebeard pirates were all stunned, with something stuck in their throats. The wailing sounds like that of a pig being slaughtered were heard one after another. This moment, something has appeared that subverts all cognition. A scene that broke their worldview, outlook on life and values. What AF G joke, play lava-born Akainu. I was actually severely burned. Chapter 52. Collapse Crisis. Aokiji, I surrender to you, you idiot. Collapse. Image collapses. Belief collapses. Worldview collapses. All the Marines were in a state of doubt about their lives at this time. Have you ever seen Akainu howling like a pig being slaughtered? The answer is undoubtedly written on every Marine's face. Shock. Horror. Unacceptable. That's Akainu Admiral. A man who can release the highest temperature in the world. Why would it be burned? Can magma be burned by flames? My faith was shattered. In my heart I had always believed that Akainu Admiral was unbeatable. For a while, Marines' morale has completely hit rock bottom. Faced with such an embarrassing situation, and it was broadcast live in front of people all over the world. This is enough to embarrass the Marine government and even the world government. At this time, Holy Land Mariajoy, the 5 old men looked at everything happening on the screen with confusion and shock. That's Akainu, a Marine Admiral, one of the highest forces of the world government, a magma man who possesses the Lobia lava fruit. His strength is that he is famous for having the most destructive lava in the world. But now, it is such a monster, he was actually burned by a flame. And the camera also captured this scene very cleverly. This little guy is not simple. He can actually defeat Akainu. Such a monster actually appeared in the world, but we have never heard of it. A cold light flashed across the spherical lenses of the old man in kimono, and he looked a little unbelievable. However, the bald old man Madara noticed a problem. Who is broadcasting the video live? Why is this scene being broadcast live? Isn't this undermining the authority of our world government? This is a very serious problem. The reason why world government can become the ruler of this world is inseparable from their strength, mystery and authority. They publicly executed Roger's offspring in front of the whole world. Their original intention was to make an example of them, let those rampant pirates know what is good for them, and let people around the world trust the government. Advertisement. But now, a guy of unknown origin comes out to mess things up. First he used a spaceship to attack the Marshal of Naval Headquarters, then he robbed the execution ground, rescued Ace in front of Akainu, and made Akainu embarrassed in front of the whole world. This has repeatedly touched the bottom line of the world government. No matter what, this guy is too ignorant to dare to provoke us again and again. We must adjust the plan now. Ace can leave alive, but this guy must die in Marineford. Otherwise, the prestige that our world government has established for hundreds of years will be gone. Another blonde old man spoke earnestly. If this troublemaker were allowed to leave Marineford alive today. So what do kings and people around the world think of their world government? Inability. Waste. He can't even handle a person who is robbing an execution ground. The other 4 elders all nodded in agreement. How about this? Let Sengoku and Whitebeard cease fighting, return Ace to them, and gather all the forces to comprehensively surround and kill this troublemaker. Even Sengoku was blushing. He couldn't even imagine that the pig-like sound was made by Akainu. His voice became very low. Even Admiral Akainu was burned. What secrets does that kid hide? He vaguely remembered that in the Devil Fruit book, it was recorded in detail that Lava Fruit and Mara Fruit were in a superior subordinate relationship, and no flame could compare to magma. Damn it. Lousy is going to kill you. Akainu was enraged and realized that the image he had built up over decades had almost completely collapsed at this moment. He stared at Luo Fan with anger, and the magma on his body erupted like a volcano. Suddenly, the surrounding magma became like a deep abyss, with hot bubbles constantly bursting out. Akainu, back off. Sengoku rushed over from the side, his eyes flashing with a strange light, and ordered Akainu. He made a judgment immediately. At the moment, this young man's methods are extremely strange, and it is not suitable for Akainu to deal with him. Sengoku, stop stopping me. Akainu wouldn't listen and rushed out to kill him. It was at this moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew. Just see. The magma all over the ground was blown away by the cold wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was frozen into a layer of ice. A figure came over slowly, breathing out cold air and with a layer of ice on his face. Let me meet him. You should deal with Whitebeard. Your fruit ability is restrained by his fire. Since I can freeze the magma, a mere flame shouldn't be a big problem for me. The speaker was Aokiji, one of the 3 admirals. At this moment, he glanced at the burns on Akainu's body, and with a flick of his hand, the burned areas were frozen. Advertisement. In Aokiji's opinion, the flame that could burn Akainu means that the opponent's flame has a restraining effect on his lava fruit. But he is different. His frozen fruit ability is mutually restrained with fire. Especially since he has awakened the ability of the fruit, he naturally does not believe that the opponent's fire can overcome his freezing ability.
Sengoku heard this and thought it made some sense. Well, Akainu, you are a more suitable opponent for Whitebeard. Let Aokiji deal with this guy from now on.
After all, this involves some issues of conflicting attributes. It is normal for Akainu to suffer losses in this regard. In response, Akainu's face darkened. He could only snort coldly and rush towards Whitebeard below with full of anger. Ding dong, 580 shock points attained. Ding dong, got 592 shock points. Ding dong, the shock value is 601. Ding dong, the shock value is 612. After repelling Akainu, Luo Fan was surprised to find that the moment the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire was released, he became extremely exhausted, sweating profusely, and his legs and feet were weak. It was as if all the strength was drained away in an instant. Oh my god, he's so exhausted after just one release. Luo Fan found it hard to believe that this thing, while so powerful, also required such a huge price to pay. However, this thing is one of the most powerful strange fires in a certain fantasy continent after all, so it is normal that it consumes a lot of energy. Although Akainu could not be killed, being able to burn him was enough to achieve a deterrent effect.
Fortunately, when he drew the basket jar before, he did draw 2 bottles of stamina potions, but he put them in the space and let them gather dust.
I didn't expect it to become a life-saving treasure today. Without any hesitation, Luo Fan took out a bottle of yellow stamina potion from his space ring, opened it and took a smell. The smell was simply intoxicating. Cough cough cough. Are you sure this smell is not coming from the pit? Hey, kid, you want to drink water while fighting? However, before Luo Fan could swallow the stamina potion, he suddenly felt a chill in his hand, freezing the entire bottle of potion into a popsicle. In front of you. Aokiji put one hand in his pocket and scattered a few pieces of paper with the other hand. He spit out an ice knife from his mouth and walked towards Luo Fan. At this moment, Luo Fan's pupils suddenly shrank. Lousy's stamina potion. Damn it, Aokiji you old B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* release ice, faced with Aokiji's sneak attack.
Luo Fan's smile was filled with a hint of fatigue, and he could only throw the stamina potion that had been frozen into a popsicle back into the space ring.
At the same time, while Aokiji was still pretending to be cool and playing with the ice skates, Luo Fan summoned the system with a thought. Open black lens bracket shock value. 33,850,000. Close black lens bracket. Oh my god, the shocking value of more than 30 million. As expected, showing off in front of the whole world makes the shock value soar like a strong wind. Since there are so many shock values, just draw like crazy. Ding dong, exchange for 10 purple cans, minus 1 million shock value. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining 5 times stamina potion, asterisk 1. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining seawater cursed stone, asterisk 1. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining micronuclear warhead, asterisk 1. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining micronuclear warhead, asterisk 1. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting bamboo dragonfly 100-day trial card, asterisk 1. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting Gatling gun, asterisk 1. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting space ring 100 square meters, asterisk 1. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting senzu bean, asterisk 1. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting memory bread, asterisk 1. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting virgin bee asterisk ch water, asterisk 1. It's so satisfying to draw 10 purple cans in a row in a moment. A series of things were revealed, which made Luo Fan speechless. None of them was eye-opening. Damn it. Is this AF asterisk 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 G non-African possessed? What's the difference between this and winning the thank you for your patronage lottery? It's probably because I drew too many good things before, and all my luck has been drained out. The only thing that catches the eye is the 10-fold space ring. Is there nothing that can solve the current crisis? A miniature nuclear bomb. This thing is Syria's toy for self-destruction. If you throw it directly, it will easily cause the grass on your grave to grow 3 feet thick. The 10 times stamina potion cannot be used at the moment. Finally, Luo Fan's attention shifted to the seawater curse stone and he opened the description. Advertisement, seawater curse stone. It has the same ability as sea stone. The person hit will not be able to use devil fruit abilities for 10 minutes. This is a good thing, at least it can help us out now. He took out the seawater curse stone and hid it in the palm of his left hand. Next second, Luo Fan sat down on the ground, threw the dragon-slaying sword aside, and panted, "Forget it. You Marines are not kind. You only know how to play round-robin battles. It's boring. You don't even let people drink water." He looks like he's giving up. Seeing this, Aokiji held the ice knife and said coldly, "Boy, are you giving up resistance? It seems that releasing that ball of fire has exhausted your energy." Withered. The wilting was so obvious that Aokiji could see it at a glance. As he spoke, a surge of cold air rushed towards Luo Fan from his body. The next moment, Luo Fan only felt his left foot go numb, and a thick layer of ice froze his calf, and the ice began to slowly spread up. FK. Doesn't this guy dare to fight in close combat? Looking at Aokiji standing 10 meters away, motionless, Luo Fan found that the other party was actually very cautious and had no intention of moving forward at all. This old B asterisk 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 D is no match for Kainu. The latter is just a fool and is fighting head-on, but you are using Lao Lu's tactics. Where's your flame? Aokiji asked with a wary look in his eyes. You'd have seen it if you'd come over here. Luo Fan smiled slightly, waved at him, and glanced at the ice that had spread to his thigh. However, Aokiji smiled coldly. Then you just sit and wait for yourself to become an ice sculpture. Wait for your mother. As soon as these words came out, Luo Fan grabbed the stone with his right hand, wrapped it with armament Haki, and threw it directly at Aokiji. Blow. Aokiji looked like Shisui, dodging without any ripples. The struggle before death? Blow. Another stone was thrown, and Aokiji dodged it again. Is this struggle meaningful? It's meaningless. However, when the third stone was thrown, Aokiji impatiently grabbed the stone with one hand, froze it, and crushed it. Are you done yet? Then, he stretched out his right hand into a palm, and a rapid cold air shock wave burst out from his palm towards Luo Fan. Frozen time capsule. The cold air shock wave flew out in a straight line and was about to reach Luo Fan. Advertisement suddenly. Phew. The cold air shock wave made a slight sound and disappeared out of thin air. Kindness? Seeing that Luo Fan was not frozen into an ice sculpture, Aokiji stared in surprise. Is the air conditioner off? Ice Cube 2 Thorns? Aokiji crossed his arms and stretched them out, followed by a cold shout. Around. There was not a trace of frost, but there was a breeze blowing on my face, making me feel cool. But the 2 thorn spears he imagined did not appear. Ice Age. The air was silent again, without any response. Where is the ice? Where the FK did my ice go? What on earth is going on? At this time, not far away, Sengoku, who was watching the fight, saw Aokiji standing there and fiddling with his posture, and couldn't help but frown. Aokiji, what are you doing? Why are you yelling about woo-woo scum? This moment, all the Marines looked at the bizarre scene with dark lines on their faces, somewhat confused about the situation. What happened to the admirals today? One of them screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and the other one was flirting without caring about his image. Did the seawater curse stone work? It really works? Luo Fan raised a triumphant smile, picked up the dragon-slaying sword, and slowly stood up. He knew that if he threw stones twice in a row, the other party might be very vigilant and dodge his attack, but that might not be the case the third time. Once a person is annoyed, he will have a confrontational stress response. Luo Fan took out the only bottle of unfrozen stamina potion from the space ring, opened it and poured the drink into his mouth. Ah, damn, why is it so salty and rotten? While retching, in an instant, an unprecedented force surged in Luo Fan's body like a spring. The feeling of ultimate exhaustion disappeared, and my mental and physical strength were instantly boosted. Recovered. I felt countless pairs of eyes looking at me with confusion. Aokiji was extremely distressed and wanted to cry but couldn't. Impossible. Why can't I release ice? Chapter 54. Another admiral is carried away. Marine declares a truce. What the hell is Aokiji doing? Akainu gnashed his teeth in anger, and now he couldn't concentrate on the battle with Whitebeard, and was often chopped by Whitebeard and sent flying into a wall. It's finally my turn to take action. Luo Fan's body seemed to be freed from its shackles, and wisps of green flames suddenly emerged from his body. The ice on his left thigh instantly melted into steam. This moment, he carried the dragon-slaying sword and walked slowly towards Aokiji. Damn it! Aokiji suddenly realized something and broke out in a cold sweat. The problem must be with the stone just now. It must be like this. There must be something wrong with that stone, because during the whole process he did not touch anyone or anything, he just crushed the stone. And within a few seconds, his frozen fruit ability seemed to have disappeared. I see. Is there something wrong with your stone? The veins on Aokiji's face bulged slightly, and he glared at Luo Fan, who stood up. In response, Luo Fan said bluntly, "Well, you found out about this, then what?" Aokiji. An airy summation opening parenthesis D no, this moment. It was as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping through Aokiji's heart. Now that he has temporarily lost the ability of the frozen fruit, he only has his observation Haki and armament Haki, as well as barely passing taijutsu. Come, take Laozi's knife. In a flash, Luo Fan rushed forward and slashed with a knife. Oh no, Aokiji was facing a formidable enemy at this moment if he didn't have the ability of frozen fruit. At best, he can only perform at the level of Vice Admiral. 6 styles. Shave. Aokiji performs several high-speed moves in succession, dodging backwards. For a while, the strong wind blew the blindfold off his forehead. Luo Fan frowned, and then a terrifying armament Haki burst out from his body, covering the dragon-slaying sword, with a hint of purple lightning entangled. Come on, take another one from me, thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom. In an instant, Luo Fan's broadsword slashed towards Aokiji in a straight line at high speed, creating a shocking wave of sword energy. The oncoming sword energy shockwave made Aokiji's scalp numb. The next second, he suddenly hid behind Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, I'm sorry, I have to inconvenience you. Aokiji. You? Sengoku turned around and glared at Aokiji. Only heard the next second. Advertisement bang. The sword energy shockwave immediately hit Sengoku's body, which was flowing with golden Buddha light, and made a shocking thunderous sound. The golden Buddha statue suddenly flew backwards from its original position and fell heavily on the execution platform. Boom. The execution platform collapsed instantly, hitting the nearby marine. Marshal Sengoku. Aokiji looked at Sengoku, who took the knife for him, and his face was full of guilt and remorse. He didn't want to do that, because his ability was destroyed. Standing up from the ground, Sengoku looked at the big cut on his belly. The shallow knife mark split the hard skin and a trace of blood flowed out. Aokiji. FK. Let Laozi take the knife for you. If Sengoku hadn't been watching the live broadcast of the whole world, he would have wanted to give Aokiji a blast in the face right then and there. Marshal Sengoku, that kid's methods are very strange. After I touched his stone, my ability disappeared. Aokiji also explained with his hands spread out helplessly. What's going on? This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Impossible. What kind of stone can't be moved if you touch it? Sengoku looked at Aokiji in confusion, making sure he wasn't kidding. And just when Sengoku asked this question, sudden. Behind Aokiji, a voice sounded quietly, Waiguo. Boom. The next second, Aokiji was instantly ejected and flew off like a meteor across the sky. He made a biling sound in the air, emitting a shining starlight, and then he was gone. FK, Admiral Aokiji flew out. Oh my god, what is going on? Everyone saw this scene clearly. Edward Newgate raised his hand to his brow and glanced at the sky. There are still stars in the daytime, how rare.
At the moment, but in front of the whole world. If Akainu is not counted in the Marine government, one admiral has already left.
Today is destined to become a shameful history for the Marine government. And those who were nailed into the history of shame included one who was scalded so hard that he squealed like a pig, and another who was blown away. Or, let Kazaru do it. Sengoku can only pin his hopes on Kazaru, who is the fastest. As expected. In the next moment, all the Marines' eyes were focused on Kazaru. Advertisement Kazaru felt an invisible pressure cover falling on him, and he was now silent. 2 admirals have already suffered defeat at the hands of Luo Fan. Should he still deliver it? It's not appropriate to pay such a low salary. In fact, compared to Akainu and Aokiji, the 2 Logia fruit users. What Luo Fan is most worried about is Kazaru. This wretched guy has the fastest speed in the world. If he really fights with him, he will most likely be beaten. Even though he indeed possessed countless rare treasures and was blessed with strange fire. But the prerequisite is that you have to hit the person. That's comparable to the speed of light. Are you going to hit me with your head? If Kazaru really goes to war, then I'll just have to run away. Luo Fan opened it and took a look at the shock value. Open black lens bracket shock value. 113,600,000. Close black lens bracket 100 million is enough. I can get away with it. Just at this moment, Sengoku received instructions from the 5 elders from the Holy Land of Mariajoy. It's just that the instructions this time are different from last time. Sengoku, stop fighting the Whitebeard pirates and return Portgas d'Ace to them. After hearing these words, Sengoku's pupils dilated and he stood there in disbelief. What's going on? Returning Ace to Whitebeard? Was this a decision made by the top brass? Why? On what basis? They had prepared for this battle with great effort and care. If this happens, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Marines? Why, 5 elders, I don't understand what you mean. If we really return Ace to Whitebeard, then all the efforts we made today will be in vain, and the Marines' reputation will be trampled underfoot from today on. For the first time, Sengoku questioned the decision made by the higher-ups. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Face? Does the Marine have any face left now? They can't even deal with a little brat. Sengoku, I tell you, return Ace to Whitebeard immediately, declare a ceasefire immediately, and gather all the forces to keep that little brat in Marineford. Otherwise, the prestige of the Marine government will no longer exist. The absolute rule of the world government will also be impacted. The old man on the phone said the last sentence angrily and then hung up Sengoku. This time, they're actually going to compromise with Whitebeard. What a b asterisk 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 d. What a shame. When did Marine become so cowardly? He is a Marine Marshal. Now there is no way to influence this foolish decision. Sengoku's face was full of disappointment. He rubbed his nose, gritted his teeth unwillingly, and picked up a Den Mushi that was connected to the entire broadcast. All Marines. Stop fighting. Chapter 55 Sengoku. Whitebeard, let's join forces. As a clear and melodious voice spread out from the mouth of the radio telephone bug. Stop fighting. Buzz. This voice was like a heavy hammer hitting the heads of all the Marines, and their minds went blank instantly. What, did I hear correctly that Marshal Sengoku announced a ceasefire? I must be deaf. Now is the time to wipe out these pirates. Is this an announcement that our Marine has failed? The next moment, on the chaotic battlefield, the sound of clashing weapons suddenly stopped. The members of the Whitebeard pirates also felt extremely weird. Marine doesn't want to fight anymore. Everyone, stop fighting now. Sengoku's voice sounded again. On the battlefield, the only sound left was the restless breathing. Boys, stop it. At the same time, Edward Newgate knocked Akainu back with a punch and immediately roared to the surroundings. The Marines and pirates simultaneously and tacitly stopped their attacks temporarily. No more fighting. Now, people from all over the world are being broadcast live on the screen. After hearing the unilateral ceasefire announcement from the Marine government, they were all extremely shocked. They couldn't believe that this statement came from the Marine government.
Armistice. What does this mean? Does this mean that the Marine government has failed?
What are these Marines doing? Why don't they destroy the Whitebeard pirates? Humph. A bunch of incompetent trash. A bunch of wimps. You were beaten into your home by the pirates? A truce at your doorstep? It seems that the world government is becoming increasingly incompetent. The great revolutionary army will lead the world. Rubbish Marine. Useless Marine. What good is it? More and more opinions began to lean towards the Whitebeard pirates. Originally, this battle attracted everyone's attention. Marine unilaterally announced that the execution of Fire Fist Ace would be broadcast live to the world. Not to be outdone, the Whitebeard pirates launched an attack on the Marine headquarters. Advertisement, however, ceasefire. This has disappointed many people who had high hopes for the Marine government. All nations. Inside the Cake Palace, Charlotte Linlin was so surprised that the donut in her hand dropped. Ah, Marine has called a truce? She stared at him with her big eyeliner-lined eyes. Mom, the Marine has unilaterally declared war now, perhaps because of that new guy who messed up the situation. Katakuri kept his eyes open throughout the whole process, watching the live broadcast without blinking. No adjective could describe the shock he felt in his heart at this moment. Not long ago, Luo Fan was as strong as him, and now, the opponent can show such terrifying combat power in Marineford. While facing the entire Marine government, he defeated 2 Marine admirals in a row. Could it be that the other party let me win when fighting with me? It seems that I underestimated that little guy. Charlotte Linlin sighed. Since even Marine was defeated by him, she could understand her own failure. Sengoku. Why the ceasefire? Garp looked at Sengoku, not understanding this mysterious operation. Your grandson Ace has been saved. The Holy Land of Mariajoy has decided to let him go. Sengoku returned to his human form and walked in front of Ace with an indifferent expression. As soon as Sengoku said this, Garp's joy could not help but show on his face. Really? Why? Did those 5 old guys take the wrong medicine? Of course he was not questioning, but this kind of thing with basically zero probability actually happened miraculously. Catching Ace nearby, Sengoku took a deep breath. Ace, you are free. As he said that, he picked up Ace with one hand and walked towards Edward Newgate through the crowd in front of all the Marines. Until you were standing on the opposite side of the opponent less than 10 meters away. Damn it. What is that old man Sengoku doing? Akainu, who had been fighting Whitebeard with all his might, was shocked after hearing this. He never expected that Sengoku would give such an order. Where is the face of the Marine Corps? Where is the face of the world government? Is this announcing their failure in front of the whole world? Impossible. Unacceptable. Not only Akainu, a tough war enthusiast, could not accept it. Even some of the marine officers under him couldn't accept it. They all looked at Sengoku with confused and angry eyes. Kazaru just raised an eyebrow, stretched, and whispered to himself, "Can I clock out early? If he keeps fighting like this, he will start to sweat." Advertisement at this time. Edward Newgate sighed. Marco came over and asked in confusion, "What's going on, Dad? Why did they suddenly declare a ceasefire?" After a moment of silence, Edward Newgate shook his head. Maybe they are afraid. Joes, Vista, Izo and other squad captains were now standing behind Edward Newgate. They all looked towards the platform in unison. All members of the Whitebeard pirates stopped. "Whitebeard, let's stop, this is an order from above." Sengoku walked over with a depressed look on his face. Edward Newgate was somewhat surprised. He asked, "What do those old guys mean? Did the sun rise from the west today?" Obviously, he didn't want to make any more unnecessary sacrifices. This time, even with the Whitebeard pirates and all their forces assembled, facing the entire marine and 7 warlords of the sea, they were still at an absolute disadvantage and had no chance of winning at all. Now, it is a fantasy for Marine to take the initiative to shake hands and negotiate a ceasefire. "Portgas d Ace, we can return it to you, but we need to discuss our terms." Sengoku pointed at the ace in his hand and said coldly, "Dad, I'm sorry." Ace looked up at his father's body covered with wounds and lowered his head with guilt. This time, they took too great a risk to save him. As a result, the Whitebeard pirates suffered a lot of casualties. It can be said that there are no winners or losers in this war. He nodded, and although Edward Newgate was very confused, he still asked, "What are the conditions for you to return Ace?" Sengoku bit his teeth, as if the words weighed heavily on his mind. After a great struggle, he finally spoke out, "Stop the war immediately, and let the Whitebeard pirates join forces with our marines." Marco. N airy summation opening parenthesis D no Joes. Underscore. Vista. Circle dot operator, hollow diamond, join forces? Huh. Did you hear that correctly? Marine and pirates team up? Why is that? Chapter 56 Agree to join forces. Whitebeard rushes towards Luo Fan. Join forces? Are you kidding? Join forces with pirates? All the marines thought this was ridiculous. Could it be that they had white hits in this war? Did all the brothers who sacrificed their lives in vain? War factions like Weasel, Burning Mountain, and Smoker, who have no good feelings towards the pirates, are very opposed to this behavior. Admiral Akainu, go and persuade Marshal Sengoku. We refuse to join forces with a group of pirates. If they do, we will leave now. They are all men of courage and integrity, and they expressed their attitudes on the spot. Of course, Akainu was very unhappy and dissatisfied with this. He rushed straight to Sengoku and shouted without giving him any face. "Old man Sengoku, what do you mean? You want us to join forces with a group of pirates?" Lousy absolutely disagrees. Although the Marine Marshal holds an absolute leadership position in the Marine government. However, admirals also enjoy a supreme status, and in some special circumstances, they can completely refuse the orders of the Marine Marshal. For a moment, many people stood behind Akainu and sighed. Angry, filled their hearts. Join forces. Isn't it enough for us to join forces with the pirates? If we continue to fight like this, our casualties will increase. At this time, he, who had been rarely seen, stood up and looked at Mahawk, Doflamingo and others not far away. The fact is that they have already teamed up with the so-called pirates before this. As we all know, the 7 warlords of the sea are recognized as great pirates by the world government, possessing catastrophic destructive power and enormous combat power comparable to that of a country. Along with the 4 emperors and the naval headquarters, they are known as the 3 major forces of the Grand Line. Only pirates who are well-known or powerful enough to intimidate others are eligible to be selected as the 7 warlords of the sea. Of course, the 7 warlords of the sea have signed an alliance agreement with the world government. They are essentially pirates, but when the world government needs help, they will join the world government's camp. It can be said that this is not the first time that we have teamed up with the pirates. What is puzzling is that they joined forces while fighting each other. This is absolutely unprecedented. In addition to Crane, there are also some conservatives, such as Dalmesia, Ghost Spider, Sturls, including Garp, who all agree that they should stop fighting. Garp was motivated by personal feelings. He just wanted Ace to survive, so he certainly wouldn't support continuing the fight. As for he, after analyzing the current situation countless times, he believes that a variable has appeared on the battlefield. And this variable is Luo Fan. Now, only Akainu and Kazaru are left among the 3 admirals. As for Garp, he has no intention of taking action unless necessary. Sengoku, who retreated to the front line of command, did not really join in the battle. As for the 7 warlords of the sea, needless to say, they are a bunch of fence-sitters who will change their stance at any time depending on the situation, and may even take the opportunity to turn against the Marine. Advertisement: the Marines' combat power has been weakened, and if they continue to fight the Whitebeard pirates, they will inevitably suffer heavy losses. For a while, Marines split into 2 factions and started arguing with each other. This dramatic scene. The Whitebeard pirates were greatly surprised to find out that the relationship within the Marine was not harmonious and that each team was acting as its own faction. The atmosphere of infighting is getting more intense. Sengoku yelled at the 2 groups, Shut up. This is the order of the Holy Land Mariajoy. Anyone who disobeys orders will be punished by military law. The words fell. The two groups really stopped arguing. Only Akainu still clenched his fist with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Those 5 damn old men. At this time, Luo Fan, who was standing alone in the distance, looked at the ice surface. Everyone stopped and even saw the Marines arguing with each other. He was a little confused. Huh? Don't fight anymore? There's something wrong with the direction this plot is taking. Why did that black-bellied fat man Sengoku suddenly declare a truce? Forget it. Let's ignore them and continue to increase my shock value. Luo Fan shook his black and shiny hair in front of his forehead, while controlling his clone to keep the camera of the Denden Mushi pointed at himself. Ding dong, got 527 shock points. Ding dong, got 565 shock points. Ding dong, got 542 shock value. Ding dong, got 538 shock value. Whitebeard Pirates Group Party. Dad, do you think there is a trick here? Is Marine really trustworthy? Marco disagreed and thought that this matter was definitely not as simple as he imagined. They were about to execute Ace not long ago. Faced with this sudden 360-degree change in attitude, anyone would be suspicious. Tell me, Sengoku, why should we join forces with you? Haven't you Marines always looked down on us pirates? Edward Newgate thrust his naginata upside down into the ground and looked straight at Sengoku. Sengoku said matter-of-factly, take care of one of our men, and we Marines promise not to attack you again. Who? Edward Newgate Sengoku pointed to a figure in the distance. At this time, the figure was standing there, stretching, yawning, and waving the big knife in his hand from time to time. That kid. Advertisement. Edward Newgate finally understood what Sengoku meant. It turns out they want to kill that little guy. After all, if he were to escape, the world government would lose face. Simply put, it's a deal. Exchange Ace for the life of a young man he has never met. But Dad, if that guy hadn't intervened, Ace would have been killed by Akainu. Marco looked grim and whispered beside him. Even Ace was stunned at this moment. He saved my life, Dad. However, other captains held different opinions. So what if we saved him? Our goal is to save Ace. We don't care about the lives of others. Yeah, Dad, just let Ace come back to us. We have already sacrificed a lot of our brothers. If we really continue to fight with the Marine, the consequences will be disastrous. Dad was also injured a lot, and the most important thing is that damn schoolyard stabbed Dad. However, Edward Newgate just grinned and said, Sengoku, I agree to join forces with you. What? As soon as these words came out, the war enthusiasts on the Marine side all looked as pale as death. Well, Ace returns it to you. Sengoku suddenly shot the ace in his hand like a ball into Edward Newgate's hand. Ace, you're finally back. Edward Newgate put Ace down, picked up the naginata and split the sea stone in half. Dad, how could you promise him? Ace was trembling all over, not quite understanding what his father had done. In his understanding, his father had always been a grateful person and would never harm anyone who had done him a favor. This is his bottom line, and now, his father would actually break the bottom line for him. Okay, everyone, retreat. Following Edward Newgate's order, the Whitebeard pirates and their members retreated one after another. The entire Marine team felt very uncomfortable watching the provocateurs passing by one. Sengoku raised his eyes slightly. Well, Whitebeard, it's time to fulfill your promise. Don't order me around. I know what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, Edward Newgate stepped on the ground with his feet and suddenly rushed in one direction like an arrow. Everyone looked in that direction. There, a young man holding a knife was standing proudly. Chapter 57 Conqueror's Hedge with Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world.
Compromised with the Marine government. For a while.
Almost everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. They were not mistaken. The world's so-called strongest man, Edward Newgate, actually obeyed Marine's order and rushed towards Luo Fan. Dad, Ace gritted his teeth. He really didn't want to see his father reach an agreement with Marine. In a way, this is ungrateful, killing the person who saved you. Ace, I always feel that Dad agreed to this a little hastily. It's not like his style. Marco has his own unique insights. He is the person who has followed his father the longest, and he is also the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates. He knows his father inside and out. After every crew member gets on board, he will be treated as his own son and is not allowed to harm his companions on the ship. Not only that, but my dad would send all the wealth he earned every year back to his hometown, so he was basically penniless. Marco had learned about his father's past and heard that he was not welcome in his hometown and had even been sold as a slave. But even so, his father still loved his hometown. With such a character, would he really draw his sword against the person who saved Ace's life? All forces in the world. On Sabaody Island. Rayleigh and Shaggy both had a look of shock on their faces. Rayleigh, do you think Whitebeard really compromised with Marine? Shaggy was particularly confused when he saw Edward Newgate rushing out. Compromise? Will that guy compromise? He would rather die in battle than compromise with the Marine. As for why the war ended, maybe it was because of Ace, but there must be something wrong. Let's wait and see. Rayleigh, who was from the same era as Edward Newgate and had fought against him more than a dozen times, showed a meaningful smile. Although he was not close to the other party, he had a relatively good understanding of his overall character. Advertisement at this time. Luo Fan, who was immersed in the shock value in his mind, was thinking about what kind of magical items would be revealed by the 10 consecutive gold jars. Boom! Suddenly, there was a shaking sound of a huge object falling to the ground behind Luo Fan, and he felt the ground shaking behind him. Then, a protective shadow fell and covered his shadow. Huh? It's raining. When Luo Fan turned around, he suddenly found that Edward Newgate, who was covered with wounds, was standing behind him like a small mountain, gasping for breath. Luo Fan. Sean. Winking face. Sean, oh my go. When did Whitebeard come over? Damn it, it's really troublesome without observation Haki. If I'm careless, I won't notice someone coming out from behind. What's your name, little brat? Edward Newgate took one step at a time and spoke in a deep voice, raising his naginata and striking over, looking down at Luo Fan, speaking in a cold and deep voice. You don't need to be grateful to me, although I saved your son, you don't need to kowtow to me. Luo Fan smiled slightly, and looked up at Edward Newgate with a very calm expression. Edward Newgate. No, you're teasing me? You're dreaming. Immediately, a tremendous rage suddenly erupted from Edward Newgate's body. This rage was mixed with a terrifying dark purple aura that looked like pressure and suddenly swept towards Luo Fan. Conqueror's Haki. Feeling the breath that seemed to be crushing like mountains, Luo Fan's pupils shrank. This old white guy has no martial ethics. He just came up and used Conqueror's Haki to counter. What are you waiting for, little brat? Show me what you are capable of. Otherwise, you will be unable to leave Marineford. Edward Newgate's words made Luo Fan feel strange. Could this old man be an ungrateful person? Was he going to fight against him? In that case, then I'll stick with you till the end. Do you think you're the only one who can do this? The next moment, the Conqueror's Haki on Luo Fan's body turned into a circle of air, which suddenly knocked back the purple Conqueror's Haki covering his body. The two majestic Haki, one red and one purple, collided with each other in an instant, transforming into exploding energy ripples that spread out in all directions. Ah, why'd I feel so dizzy? The world is spinning. Advertisement, I can't take it anymore. I want to vomit, help. Damn it, I can't breathe. With the crazy attack of the two conquerors, the Marines and pirates within a few kilometers around, those with poor mental quality, rolled their eyes one by one and collapsed to the ground one after another like weaklings. In just a few breaths, nearly 1/3 of the people fainted. Hiss, Marco, Joes, Vista and other squad captains looked at the scene in front of them with twitching faces. That guy's Conqueror's Haki is actually comparable to Dad's? Of course, visually speaking, if we say Conqueror's Haki's hedge. Dad's Conqueror's Haki always has the upper hand. The other side. Smoker, Weasel and the others were using their hands to block the strong wind that was blowing in their faces, and they could hardly open their eyes. What is shocking is, on the ground, the ice surface that was originally as hard as a rock actually began to show tiny cracks. Is this the collision of top Conqueror's Haki? This kid has the style and demeanor of me back then? Garp grinned, looking at the air circles that were emanating from the two figures not far away with admiration, which became more and more intense as they collided. Boom. All around, wisps of lightning spread out, and then above the sky, the originally clustered clouds suddenly seemed to be split apart by an axe, rushing to both sides and forming extremely terrifying gullies. Look, the sky is cracking. Hiss, this moment. Everyone present saw the strange phenomenon in the sky. Not only that, people from all over the world witnessed this strange scene with their own eyes. In the center of the majestic air circle, Edward Newgate suddenly lowered his voice and spoke to Luo Fan in front of him. Little brat, no one in the outside world should be able to hear us now. How about you talk to me? Chapter 58 Whitebeard. You told me this urine is a stamina potion? Edward Newgate looked serious and didn't look like he was joking. Luo Fan's mind moved, and he nodded. What do you want to talk about? I don't know you at all. Why did you save Ace? Edward Newgate expressed his doubts. A troublemaker suddenly broke in, rescued Ace, and reversed the absolute advantage of Marine, which was enough to make Edward Newgate feel incredible. Why on earth would the other party appear on this battlefield? Could it be that he has a deep hatred with Marine? After hearing what Edward Newgate said, Luo Fan twisted his neck and said, I just did it by chance. The reason is very simple. If you were an elephant and saw your enemy, a lion, hunting its prey, what would you do? Edward Newgate thought for a while before he said solemnly, enemy? Of course I will avenge my grudge. That's right. Lousy's ship was destroyed by that guy called Red Dog, so naturally I have to settle the score with him. Luo Fan replied coldly. If he said directly, I am just here to take advantage of the famous scene, show my face to increase the shock value, and then exchange it with the system for a bunch of jars that can open strange and weird things, will Whitebeard believe it? As for why we should save Ace, there are only two factors. One is that Red Dog, that idiot, burned his ghost ship. The opponent wanted to kill Ace, but he refused to let him succeed. On the other hand, if the disadvantaged situation of the Whitebeard pirates, who were not favored to begin with, was completely reversed in front of the whole world, it would definitely cause an uproar and increase the shock value. Ahem, at this moment, Edward Newgate suddenly covered his left chest, coughed up a pool of blood, and gasped with sweat. Seeing Whitebeard's expression, Luo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that you are almost at your limit. In the original plot, Whitebeard, who is already in his 70s, is different from Garp, Sengoku, Rayleigh and others. He drags a sick body and relies on intravenous drips to survive every day. Especially since the heart itself has huge hidden dangers. Gulala. You figured it out, little brat. Marine made a deal with me. They wanted to take Ace's life in exchange for your head. Edward Newgate endured the severe pain coming from his whole body and suddenly changed the subject. Replace my head. When Luo Fan heard this, he noticed that Ace had returned to the Whitebeard pirates' camp in the distance. At this time, the marine pirates stopped fighting and all looked over here. At this moment, Luo Fan finally realized that something was wrong. Advertisement. It turns out that the marine government and the Whitebeard pirates have really reached a ceasefire. And, next, Whitebeard's words made Luo Fan feel a little surprised. They tried to use Ace to force me to take action against you. Killing a little brat like you would only ruin Whitebeard's reputation. Having said that, Edward Newgate's mouth corners gradually lifted up into a smile. The meaning of these words was very clear, and Luo Fan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Whitebeard was not here to kill him. However, Edward Newgate continued to talk, but they didn't expect that I am a remnant of the old times. There is no ship that can carry me in this era. Since I came to Marineford, I have no intention of going back. The times are changing too fast. It's time for my era to come to an end. It is undeniable that in Luo Fan's cognition, to be precise, there are 3 great ages of navigation in the world of Pirates King. The first era was the Rocks era, which was called the era of the King of Evil by the world. It almost overthrew the world government, but was finally ended by the joint efforts of Roger and Garp. Later, among the heroes, Roger became the first man to reach the final island, Raftel, thus ushering in the Roger era. He was also the first man recognized as the King of Pirates. At that time, the rivals of the same period, such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido, Red Earl, Ochaku and other legendary pirates dominated the era. Even when Whitebeard was at his peak, he could not compete with Roger for the top spot of that era. And from the moment Roger's life ended in Grow Town, only then did the Whitebeard era truly begin, and it has continued to this day. Wait, are you trying to say that the reason Marine stopped fighting was to encircle and suppress me? Although both of their conquerors Haki were colliding violently, Luo Fan felt that now was not the time to listen to an old man narrating his life. If Sengoku really surrounded them with all the Marines, then he really won't be able to escape today. After all, he had the Whitebeard pirates to provide cover, so he could face Akainu and Aokiji calmly. But once Whitebeard and the others stop fighting, he will face a beating from top fighters such as Garp, Sengoku, Akainu, Kazaru and others. The consequences are disastrous. It's numb. Lousy is completely numb. Seeing Luo Fan's expression was a little stiff, Edward Newgate smiled dumbly and said, "Don't worry, little brat. Even if I can drag this broken body away from Marineford, I won't live long. I will die sooner or later. So, I will kill a bloody way for you and give you enough time to escape. It is the best destination for you to be buried with Marineford." Talking about this, he recalled the scenes of his youth in his mind. At that time, there were many friends around him, and the figures of Kazuki Oden and Roger could not help but emerge. Advertisement: Roger and Oden have been dead for a long time. Go ahead, follow my children, I will escort you to the end. Edward Newgate looked like a hero who would never return. Luo Fan's face was full of black lines, and he took out a bottle of physical potion from the space ring. Forget it, since Marine and the others are not going to let me go, Lousy might as well not run away. The words fell. Edward Newgate couldn't help but frown. Little brat, what do you want to do? Throwing a bottle of stamina potion into Edward Newgate's hand, Luo Fan said calmly, don't bother. This is a stamina potion that can instantly restore your stamina. Drinking it will make you energetic all day long. Old man, if you can accompany me to fight, I will give you a good thing. This thing is definitely what you need most right now. The cake drawing master is online. After opening the bottle cap and smelling the smell coming out of the bottle, Edward Newgate's face gradually twisted, full of disgust. You told me that this bottle of urine is a physical potion? A familiar smell rushed into my nostrils, filling my entire head with a buzzing sound. You'll know if you try it. Luo Fan's face turned dark. Have you ever drunk urine? As he spoke, Edward Newgate poured the dark yellow liquid in the bottle into his mouth. As the liquid entered his throat, Edward Newgate's pale face instantly turned extremely blue. Little brat. This is obviously urine. Luo Fan. No, could it be that you have drunk it before? How do you know it was that thing? When I was sold as a slave, I could only survive on that thing. In response to this, Edward Newgate gritted his teeth in anger, and the next second a terrifying shockwave burst out from his body, spreading in all directions. This moment, Edward Newgate suddenly felt a surge of power in his body. This old man has recovered his strength? Chapter 59 Blackbeard, Dad is dying? Kill him? This stamina potion of yours. What on earth is it made of? There's actually such a thing in the world. Feeling the warm power flowing through his body, Edward Newgate's face was filled with shock. It can actually restore the lost power instantly. Since you've taken my potion, you have to do something for me. The reason why Luo Fan didn't give the senzu beans was because in addition to restoring a person's physical strength, the senzu beans could also heal all external injuries. He was afraid that if he really gave the senzu beans, what if old man Whitebeard changed his mind? I'm suddenly very curious about what you will give me afterwards. Edward Newgate's crescent-shaped Whitebeard raised slightly, and a hint of expectation flashed in his eyes. Then, boom, The conqueror's Haki of the two suddenly dissipated with a sound like thunder. At this moment, the two figures reappeared in everyone's sight. At this time, not far from Marineford, except for the ships of the Whitebeard pirates that were surrounding the edge of the harbor. The Kid pirates led by Eustace Kid and the Heart pirates led by Trafalgar Law were watching from a distance. I didn't expect a truce. Trafalgar was very surprised. They were watching the battle from a distance and didn't understand what was happening inside for a moment. Even Kid stared in confusion. Just at this moment, a powerful Haki vibrated towards this side. Kid and Trafalgar's faces showed varying degrees of shock. That kid was actually using Conqueror's Haki to charge at Whitebeard. Advertisement this, are you sure this is a newcomer? First there was a conflict with the red-haired guy. And now I can look directly at the strongest man in history. Just as they were shocked, suddenly, a vulgar and unruly laugh came from not far away. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard must be seriously injured now. Boys, go with Lousy and put an end to that old guy. Following the source of the sound, I saw a giant pirate ship speeding along the ocean current. The overall structure of the ship is made up of huge trees entangled together. There are guns on both sides of the raft, and a large mast in the middle with 3 crossed skulls hanging on it. It's the Blackbeard pirates. Kid and Trafalgar's faces darkened. Hadn't Blackbeard, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, already appeared on the battlefield of Marineford? What happened next was even more horrifying to them. Behind the Blackbeard pirate's ship, there was a huge figure following closely. He was much taller than any giant he had ever seen before. Floating on the sea, his body over 100 meters long was revealed. Under his frizzy white hair was a cute face. Are you kidding me? The average height of an adult giant is only about 20 meters. That guy is probably more than 150 meters tall. Kid's face fell. It was no exaggeration to say that their boat was just a toy boat that could be sunk with a slap in front of the giant. However, for Trafalgar, who had read a lot of books since childhood and had a wide range of knowledge, this was not beyond his cognition. He was just full of confusion. San Juan Wolf, once one of the most terrible criminals in the world, how could he appear here? This guy has a huge body like an island that scares the whole world. It is a prisoner of the underwater prison level 6. It is known as the giant battleship, and its body length should be more than 180 meters. Since he was arrested by the world government and imprisoned in Impel Down, his information has been deliberately erased from many historical documents, so only a few people know who he is. This can be judged from this. Something big happened to Impel Down. As expected, Advertisement Trafalgar soon saw some faces on the opposite bow that had only appeared in old news long ago, and a hint of nervousness gradually emerged on his face. Badgers, Van Oka, Poison Q, and Lafitte are all Blackbeard's old crew members, but what happened to them? Why did they appear on Blackbeard's ship? Beppo came over and asked in confusion, Captain, you look nervous. Who are those guys? Pizarro, nicknamed the King of Evil Government, was once one of the most terrible criminals in the world. He was the ruler of the country of Incanes. Under his high-handed rule, nearly half of the country's population died. He was eventually arrested by the world government and sentenced to life imprisonment. Jotter, nicknamed the Big Barrel, once slaughtered an entire town in one night because of drunkenness and was sent to the 6th level of Impel Down. Catlin, nicknamed Wakatsuki Hunter. Zoan, Dogfruit, Mythical Beast, 9 Tails Fox form ability user, known as the most vicious female prisoner in history, imprisoned at the bottom of the Great Undersea Prison. Including San Juan the Wolf. These 4 are extremely vicious guys. However, there is one person who really surprised me. Why did he also appear on Blackbeard's ship? The figure that the last gaze fell on. The man was tall, strong, well-proportioned, with a wide chin. He always had a cigar in his mouth and a wicked smile on his face. He wore the Impel Down's exclusive warden uniform and a white coat draped over his back. Shiryu was formerly the chief warden of the deep-sea prison Impel Down. Now, on Blackbeard's ship, feeling that many pairs of eyes were looking at him, Shiryu blew out a smoke ring and said to Blackbeard beside him, Teach, there are a few small fish on the road. Do you want to take care of them? Standing next to him was a middle-aged man with a few missing teeth, a rough appearance, thick hair on his body, and a sturdy build. He stroked the beard on his chin and shook his head. Shiryu, Lousy doesn't want to waste time here. I can't wait to kill Whitebeard. I'm inexplicably excited just thinking about taking the head of the strongest man in the world, Captain. Badgers grinned at the 2 rows of big white fangs and pounded his chest excitedly. Callan laughed coldly. You are really crazy. You deserve to be our captain. Are you sure you can take off Whitebeard's head? In response to this, Teach gradually revealed a ferocious smile on his face. Ha 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 ha. With his weak body, I'm afraid he has almost been exhausted to death by Marine. His brain is not important to me. What Lousy values is his ability. While speaking, Fan Oka, the Shinso hand on the ship, holding a telescope, suddenly said, Captain, I saw Whitebeard. He looks like he has fatal wounds all over his body. Oh, is the old guy dying? Very good, boys, follow me and kill Whitebeard. Chapter 60. Teach, are you here to give me your head?
The overwhelming conqueror's Haki gradually dissipated.
The next moment, countless eyes focused on 2 figures, one large and one small. Sengoku whispered grimly, What's wrong with this Whitebeard? Why isn't he going to make a move? He had an inexplicable ominous feeling in his heart. Just see. Next second. Edward Newgate suddenly swung his right fist, and with a pop, a milky white light circle spread out in his fist, and he punched towards Luo Fan. Blow. Luo Fan's figure flashed slightly and disappeared on the spot, leaving the shockwave missing and going straight along the Marine headquarters building behind him. Boom. Immediately, the left side of the Marine headquarters building suddenly shattered and collapsed. Damn. Whitebeard missed the target. Damn it. That was our Marine headquarters, and he destroyed it like this with just one punch. Is that old man Whitebeard blind? He couldn't even shoot the ball. I feel like that guy did it on purpose. All the Marines started cursing angrily. But there is nothing we can do about it. Whitebeard is indeed taking action to encircle and suppress Luo Fan. However, due to personal grudges, they could only endure it silently. Little brat, you're quite good at hiding. While speaking, Edward Newgate glanced at Luo Fan to indicate that his next attack direction would be to the right rear. There is a Marine artillery position. I didn't expect Whitebeard to be such a good actor at his age. Even Luo Fan praised Whitebeard's acting skills. If he hadn't deliberately let the sea go, he would have had no chance of dodging any of the attacks. Boom. At this time, Luo Fan had already hidden near the turret. Another shockwave suddenly hit the turret. Suddenly, a burst of fire shot up into the sky from the artillery position, and thick black smoke drifted out from it. The shells that were originally placed on the ground were blown up on the spot by the shockwave. Far away, Marco, Joes, Vista and the others all looked stunned. Why do I feel like Dad is acting? Hey, don't talk nonsense. My father was clearly helping Marine hunt down that guy. That's right, didn't you see that Dad was trying his best? At this moment, their hearts were filled with endless ridicule towards Marine. They know their father's strength inside and out. Yo, this guy Whitebeard wasn't like this when he fought me. Kazaru narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that the acting was a bit crude, much worse than his own. Advertisement, Sengoku old man. Look at what you've done. Didn't you tell Lousy that he wasn't playing us? Akainu gnashed his teeth and watched, his eyes reddened. Was Whitebeard clearly treating the Marines as fools? Was he sure he wasn't letting them go? Sengoku, who was being questioned, was sweating profusely at this time. He did not expect that Whitebeard would use the excuse of attacking Luo Fan to wantonly destroy the rear of Marineford. If this continues, the Marine headquarters will be demolished by him. No, we can't tolerate this any longer, Whitebeard, stop it. As countless golden Buddha lights burst out from Sengoku's body, he suddenly turned into a huge Buddha statue and rushed towards Whitebeard. Immediately, he raised his fist, accumulating a terrifying shockwave in his hand, and pressed it down hard at Whitebeard. Sengoku, didn't you ask me to kill him? Whitebeard sensed a powerful aura coming from behind, turned around and punched back. Boom. The moment the two powerful men of the old times fought, the sky and the earth changed color, and terrifying shockwaves blasted out, forming a terrifying airflow that swept in all directions. Thousands of people around were blown away by the airflow. Now, Edward Newgate didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the naginata and jumped high. A halo covered the tip of the blade, and he slashed down to the ice on the ground. Snap. The huge knife, accompanied by an astonishing shockwave, split the entire ice surface into two, and all the members of the Whitebeard pirates were separated by this gap. Dad, what's this? Marco was very surprised when he saw the chasm in front of him that was 50 meters wide. Little ones, hurry up, accompanied by a thunderous voice coming from Edward Newgate's voice. All members of the Whitebeard pirates were stunned. They realized something. Dad is planning to keep himself in Marineford. No, Dad, you can't abandon us. Marco's nose felt sore, and he spread his hands into flaming wings, preparing to rush towards Whitebeard first. But Edward Newgate scolded him harshly. Children, there is no ship that can carry me in this era. I hope you can survive. Let's go. Anyone who doesn't obey my orders is not a member of Whitebeard. Leave with Ace. Live with hope. Listen to the heroic and indignant voices echoing in the sky. Luo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, speechless. Why do you act like you're going to die? Just at this moment, a sudden voice broke the surrounding atmosphere. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard, long time no see, just see. Not far away. Advertisement. A group of people, coming from far away, walked towards Edward Newgate. Marshal D. Teach. When I heard this hoarse and familiar voice. The veins on Edward Newgate's forehead bulged, and his face was filled with anger. This damn guy. Kill his 4th Division Captain Thatch. And they captured Ace alive and handed him over to Marine. Heartache. It's so heartbreaking. Teach is his son, who has been with him since he was a child. What he can't tolerate the most is betrayal from his family. Seeing the figure appearing not far away, the Marines present were all extremely shocked. Look, each of those people is an ultimate criminal whose existence is concealed because they are too cruel. What on earth happened? How could they get out? Oh no, Impel Down must have been breached, especially Sengoku. These guys are. Could it be that Magellan from Impel Down has already? He was just about to dial Impel Down's Den Den Mushi to contact Magellan. At this time, the guard of Impel Down sent a message. Reporting to Marshal Sengoku, Magellan Warden has been seriously injured. The words fell. Sengoku felt a huge pressure falling on his heart. Impel Down has also fallen. This damn Teach. Tisk tisk, you're covered in wounds. Whitebeard, it looks like you're dying. Blackbeard walked in front, smiling sinisterly. Looking at the injuries on Whitebeard's body, he could be sure that the other party must be reaching his limit. All of this was part of his plan, however. Next, Edward Newgate suddenly smiled and said, "Teach, you are such a good boy. Come and be buried with me before I die." Accompanied by the fall of this voice. Buzz. A deafening wave sound rang out beside Teach's ears. Die for me. Chapter 61. Large-scale domestic violence scene. Don't be so chaste, old man. The next moment, next to Teach, a huge figure appeared like a ghost. All around, the members of the Blackbeard pirates saw a milky white light flashing before their eyes before they could react. Immediately following, a fist surrounded by a halo suddenly smashed into Teach's head. Boom. A huge shattering sound filled the entire space, and horrible cracks appeared on Teach's body. Puff. The next moment, Teach was pinned to the ground by the powerful shockwave. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Captain. Seeing this, the other members of the Blackbeard pirates all took up fighting stances. They were extremely shocked. Whitebeard still has such terrifying speed after experiencing a great battle. Is this definitely an old man dragging his frail body? Something's wrong. Logically speaking, Whitebeard's body should have reached its limit, but why? Sengoku's face was uncertain. He found it hard to imagine that Whitebeard had already fought a series of battles with the 3 Marine admirals. Moreover, even though he had a lot of injuries on his body, he still had such fighting power. Little did he know that his current injury was indeed a big problem for Edward Newgate. However, after taking the stamina potion, he was now at full strength. Even though he was not at his peak, his strength was still very strong. Dad, you are really an old immortal. I underestimated you. Teach stood up from the sunken ground with difficulty, wiping the bloodline flowing from the corner of his mouth. The sneer on his face still remained. I have to say, Whitebeard's attack was truly terrifying. After one shockwave, he felt as if his entire body was about to shatter. If it weren't for the fact that the dark fruit he was using had the ability to absorb everything and thus weaken the shockwave, he would have been shattered to pieces. Even so, Whitebeard now seemed to him to be nothing more than a dying man. Teach, don't call me old man. You are not worthy of being my son, Whitebeard. From the moment you killed Thatch, you are no longer a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Edward Newgate's eyes darkened and he punched Teach again. Dark water. I saw a ball of dark air in Teach's hand spinning clockwise like a fan, completely absorbing the light shield in Edward Newgate's hand. Kindness. Edward Newgate was stunned for a moment as he watched the shock force disappear inexplicably. Well, Dad, Lousy's dark fruit can absorb the power of any devil fruit and make it ineffective, so your power is useless in front of me. Teach grinned, his face full of disdain. If it were my old self, I wouldn't even have the courage to raise my head in front of Whitebeard. Advertisement things are different now. He is now the man who will replace Whitebeard. Boo. 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 After several fierce punches in succession, Edward Newgate's attacks were instantly resolved under Teach's dark water. Invalid. Totally ineffective. Then, Teach kicked Edward Newgate on the chest where a big hole was stabbed. This scene. It surprised everyone present. I'm not seeing things. Blackbeard actually dared to challenge Whitebeard head-on. And, what's even scarier is that Whitebeard's abilities seem to be ineffective in front of him. Oh my god, that's the strongest devil fruit ability in the world, and it was neutralized. At this time, Sengoku's expression gradually grew more serious. As a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, Blackbeard Teach had already reached an alliance with the world government. Now, they have breached Impel Down without authorization, severely damaged Magellan, and released a group of extremely evil prisoners. Damn Teach, unforgivable. As soon as he said that, Sengoku jumped high into the air, rushed towards Teach, stretched out his hands into palms, and slapped out. Captain, be careful. Shiryu, Pizarro, and Jod rushed forward, trying to intercept the sudden attack of Sengoku. Boom. However, he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was hit by the shockwave and vomited blood from the corner of his mouth. He flew out instantly. Shiryu held his chest and lowered his voice. Sengoku, the old man, is still as scary as ever. It was he who sent Lousy to Impel Down. I didn't expect that decades later, he is still the same. Pizarro stared at Sengoku with hatred on his face. After defeating the rest of the Blackbeard pirates with one blow, Sengoku turned around and punched Teach in the back. Wow. Teach had barely stood up when he was blasted aside like a dog. However, at this moment, Teach roared angrily. You despicable Sengoku, all you can do is sneak attack from behind. Advertisement in the next moment. Edward Newgate came to his senses, spun the naginata in his hand, and then split Teach's shoulder in half with one stroke. The latter suddenly burst into a rolling dark energy. Hey, Dad, this isn't fair. 1 against 2, Edward Newgate. I will kill you, you unfilial son. Min filled down pointing triangle. Sengoku. I told you to release the prisoners from Impel Down, Min. Boom. Blackbeard. Ah, it hurts so much, boom. Blackbeard. Help. Someone come quickly, boom. For a while, Teach suffered a mixed doubles attack from Edward Newgate and Sengoku. At this moment, everyone watched the two people's cooperation with relish. Large-scale domestic violence scene. It's over. I'm afraid our captain will be beaten to death. Bacchus shrank his neck in fear. feeling the deafening sound of the air vibrating between heaven and earth. As for the others, they all looked at each other and then chose to remain silent. Hey, what are you guys doing? Come and save Lousy. Teach was kicked around like a ball, bleeding profusely, and his few teeth, which were already few in number, were shattered all over the ground. Poison Q, do you think the captain can be saved? Lafitte looked at the only ship's doctor who was sick and half dead. I think. Everything depends on the captain's luck. We should run away quickly. If we are surrounded by the Marines, we will be in big trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, the other members of the Blackbeard pirates immediately decided to disband on the spot. When Teach was brutally beaten, he saw that the crew members not only did not come up to help, but instead fled in the opposite direction. At this moment, he collapsed and screamed, "Dad, I'm your son who has followed you for more than 20 years. You can't kill me." A cry for mercy was heard. Edward Newgate hesitated, paused, and stepped on Teach's body. Seeing the other person's terrified expression, he inexplicably wanted to laugh. "You are my son. How dare you?" But at this moment, he actually had the idea of letting Teach go. Just then, a voice shook Edward Newgate. "This kind of heart will only get you killed, old man." Chapter 62. Sink into the sea. Blackbeard, the owner of this voice, was Luo Fan. He stood not far away, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand shivering in the reflection of the scorching sun. In the original plot, Whitebeard could have killed Blackbeard completely before he died, but he missed the opportunity because of his soft-heartedness and was eventually killed by the Blackbeard pirates. Even the ability of Shock Fruit was taken away by it, and the ending was miserable and sad. Of course, what Luo Fan hates most are the saintly B*************, those who tolerate and forgive others without any principles, have a universal love for everyone and everything, do not pay attention to objective facts, and all their actions are centered around the words love and goodness. In his favorites list, there is a novel called The Three-Body Problem, and in the novel there is a character called Cheng Xin, who is known as the #1 Madam B******ch in the universe. Because of this Madam B*****'s unprincipled tolerance of everything, the human race was eventually wiped out. A word can wake a dreamer up, yeah. What right does he have to forgive this damn guy on behalf of the dead Saki? Edward Newgate's fleeting hesitation suddenly turned into anger, and his hand suddenly grabbed Teach's neck. "You killed my child, Thatch. He has been following me around since he was little, and you killed him just for a devil fruit. If it weren't for Brother Luo Fan's action today, I'm afraid Ace would have died here long ago. Teach, Whitebeard, must have a kind heart to tolerate you. If I don't cut you into pieces, how can I have the face to comfort Thatch in the underworld?" Angry roars accompanied by vibrations echoed throughout the sky. Anger. The anger burned to the extreme, this moment. In Edward Newgate's mind, memories of decades of interaction with Thatch surge, and the scene where Ace almost died at the hands of Akainu today also emerge. The culprit behind all this is Marshall D. Teach. Boom. A shock wave suddenly poured into Teach's head along Edward Newgate's palm. Suddenly, a huge wave of energy exploded wildly in his body, causing circles of cracks to form. The ice layer centered on it sank 1 meter downwards. Phew. 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 In the blink of an eye, Teach, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, looked like a bloody man. His eyes were red and bloodshot, and he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his body, making him look extremely embarrassed. He slapped the ice with one hand with difficulty, and the terrifying dark energy instantly spread over an area of 100 meters in radius, like a lifeless swamp. Dark Cave Road. Advertisement. Edward Newgate was not careful and his feet seemed to step into flowing liquid, and then a mysterious suction force was dragging him down. This ability is so weird. Sengoku, who was at the edge of the dark water swamp, immediately withdrew. Looking at the area invaded by darkness, he was filled with surprise. Blackbeard Teach's vitality is so tenacious. Even when he and Whitebeard attacked him together, he was still able to fight back. "Dad, you can't kill Lousy, ha 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 ha." Teach smiled grimly, still stubbornly shouting at Edward Newgate. He was able to absorb every attack at the fastest speed, but the price he paid was extremely heavy, which was the excruciating pain that followed. Want to kill him with the power of the devil fruit? Talking nonsense. Hearing this, Edward Newgate's mouth suddenly raised. "Oh? Really? Teach, you are still as conceited and reckless as ever. Then I will take you and sink into the sea forever?" These words seemed to send countless electric currents into Teach's body. He opened his eyes wide and tried to shout out hysterically, but found that his throat was tightly grasped. The next moment, from Edward Newgate's palm, shockwaves burst out madly as if risking his life. Boom. 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 Dozens of consecutive attacks in an instant. The entire surface of the ice was suddenly shattered into pieces, as if a giant beast was surging. Quickly retreat to the rear of the headquarters. Feeling the violent shaking beneath their feet, the Marines did not dare to stay for a moment and retreated to the rear. The Whitebeard pirates have basically retreated back to the ship. In an instant, the ice surface of the port began to collapse and disintegrate like a broken dam. Cracks continued to spread across the sky, like a broken mirror. The sea surface behind him was stirred up by huge waves that hit the ships in the area violently, almost capsizing them. "Hey, old white man, are you playing the suicide trick of Syria?" Luo Fan stepped on one foot and flew into the air, watching Edward Newgate's figure pressing down on Teach, and gradually sinking down. Advertisement, however. The loud noises of shockwaves continued. Finally. Snap, eventually, the entire port that was originally blocked by Aokiji's ice was completely scattered and the ice cover completely collapsed. In full view of everyone, the ice under the two figures in the epicenter of the earthquake completely shattered and fell directly into the deep sea. Dad. Watching Dad and Teach falling into the sea along with the ice, Ace, Marco, Joes and others stood on the bow, watching all this. Their hearts seemed to be tightly grasped by hands, and they were extremely worried. The members of the Blackbeard pirates who were fleeing did not forget to look back at the cracked ice surface. It's over, Captain Teach is done for now. Is Whitebeard crazy? He actually chose to die with the captain. Ahem, since there's no captain left, Pizarro, will take over. What do you think? Pizarro, do you want to be stabbed? At this time? Even the Marines were looking at the scene in shock. Whitebeard's time is over. Sengoku, who was somewhat confused about the situation, clenched his hands excitedly and took a deep breath. He could hardly believe that Whitebeard ended his life in this way. While the epicenter has not dissipated for a long time, Luo Fan suddenly felt that countless pairs of eyes were focused on him. His neck tightened and he subconsciously looked in the direction where this damn strong sixth sense detected him. Just see. At this moment, Sengoku, Akainu, Kazaru, Garp and the others all looked over here with murderous eyes. At this moment, Luo Fan felt a chill running down his spine and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Looking at the desolate rear area with no one around, he immediately realized that something was wrong. What the hell, old man, are you planning to let me fight the entire Marine team alone? Chapter 63. Single-handedly challenged all Marines. Standing alone on the scattered ice floes, a lonely breeze blew directly on Luo Fan's back. The next moment, Moshi Moshi, little guy, don't look ahead, you should worry about yourself. Accompanied by a lazy voice sounding behind my ears. Looking back, he saw light particles constantly condensing into a figure in the air. Then, Kazaru hung in the air with a listless look on his face, looking at Luo Fan with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Oh, I have to work overtime again. I only earn so little money a month and I have to work hard. We must not let him get away. Immediately afterwards, Sengoku and Akainu blocked Luo Fan on the left and right sides respectively. Especially Akainu, who now had a gloomy face filled with endless anger, with hot lava gushing out of his body, covering up the burn scars.
Sengoku, you guys just take action, I'm just responsible for stopping him.
Finally, a burly figure slowly walked over from the front. He had a head full of gray hair and walked over reluctantly while picking his nose. After this person decided to take action, the Marine officers and soldiers behind him shouted in unison. I didn't expect that even Vice Admiral Garp decided to take action. Great. I can finally see Vice Admiral Garp's iron fist in person. This is the man that even the Pirates King Roger despairs of. You know, Monkey D. Garp is a man who lives in legend. He has forced the Pirates King Roger into danger many times. And his most notorious deed is the battle in God Valley, where he defeated the evil king, Rox, who almost overthrew the world government. He never showed any skills during the entire battle. The other side, the Whitebeard pirates, who were looking across the sea, all had worried expressions on their faces. Especially Ace, he couldn't help but rush out to help Luo Fan, but was held down by Marco on the side. Ace, don't be impulsive. Do you want your dad's efforts to go to waste? Facing Marco's scolding, Ace gritted his teeth. For the first time, he felt how incompetent he was. I know I've done harm. I'm sorry for letting you brothers suffer with me. But now my father's life or death is unknown, and the benefactor who saved me is facing siege from all the Marines. If I don't help him, I'm afraid I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. In response, Marco frowned and punched Ace hard in the face. They had gone through untold hardships to rescue Ace. Not to mention how many brothers of the Whitebeard pirates sacrificed, even his father, who was in his 70s, dragged a terminally ill body to risk his life. He certainly doesn't want all these efforts to go to waste. This is the last thing his father wants him to do. That's Sengoku, Kazaru, Akainu, and your heroic grandfather Garp. What can we do to fight him? Advertisement. Every word was like a golden needle piercing Ace's ears. It is indeed as Marco said, almost all of them are injured now, and without the protection of their father, they can no longer get along with the Marine, and if things go wrong, all the staff will be buried with them. Snap. Ace's tears flowed down his cheeks, and he screamed loudly about his own incompetence. As I watched the ship moving farther and farther away from Marineford, the isolated figure in front of me, like a god of war, gradually became blurred. The war has begun. Have you ever been kicked by lightspeed? Kazaru took the lead in launching the attack. His figure flashed and he appeared on Luo Fan's side at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Then a diamond-shaped beam of light burst out from his right foot, which was extremely dazzling. He suddenly raised it and kicked towards Luo Fan's head. Bang! Luo Fan, whose whole body was covered with the golden light curse, was caught off guard and kicked 100 meters away. The light on his body shattered, and the power of just one kick almost broke the golden light curse. Damn, this Kazaru is too fast. Luo Fan found himself kicked aside before he could even perform Lingbo Weebu. However, before his body could stop in midair, a lava fist came at him at an extremely fast speed like a rocket. Ahem. This time, the golden spell on his body was completely shattered, and the lava directly burned through his clothes and impacted the armament Haki on the surface. Luo Fan only felt a sharp pain spreading in his abdomen, an extremely hot feeling, and he almost couldn't help vomiting blood. I saw a Kainu in front of me rushing towards me like a mad dog. Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire. Luo Fan suddenly opened his pupils, and a ball of green flames quickly burst out from his body. When feeling the temperature around me rising rapidly, Akainu's originally vicious face suddenly changed. He was so scared that he immediately stopped and stepped back 50 meters with 1 foot. Watch out for his flames, Sengoku shouted in great alarm. Hey, Red Dog has become a coward. However, Luo Fan only took out the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire to scare Akainu, in case he fell into the crisis of collapse the moment he released it. That's it. A duel between masters is often just a matter of a moment. A momentary flaw can lead to one's death. Advertisement, but if he continued to be entangled like this, he would really have to stay in Marineford forever. Taking advantage of this moment to settle down, Luo Fan began to frantically fiddle with things in the space ring. Then he found a bottle of pink potion and immediately opened the introduction. Open black lens bracket Virgin B *ch water close black lens bracket. A special potion that can turn anyone within a 500-meter radius into a Virgin B *ch, except for the user. They're tolerant and forgiving of others without any principle or bottom line, and have a fraternal heart towards anyone and anything. They do not care about objective facts, and all their actions are centered around the so-called love and goodness in their hearts. The most obvious characteristic is that in order to highlight their own goodness, they sometimes even stand on the moral high ground to force others to sacrifice the interests of others to fulfill their own kindness. Oh shit. This is a good thing, why did I ignore it? Without saying a word, Luo Fan immediately took out a conical glass bottle filled with pink liquid. But unexpectedly, call out, the next moment, a beam of light accurately knocked the glass bottle out of his hand, and the pink liquid inside splashed to the ground. The Virgin Mary spilled the water. We won't fall for the same trick a second time. Kazaru raised his finger, and a laser beam shot out with white smoke, with a triumphant smile on his face. They had already witnessed Aokiji's miserable condition, and then they thought about the many unexpected things that the little guy in front of them had. Therefore, the Marine, having paid a heavy price in succession, has learned its lesson. Humph, I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Sengoku's eyes gradually revealed disdain. He spun his right fist and a shockwave suddenly blasted towards Luo Fan. Bang! However, in the next moment, a figure jumped out of nowhere, immediately stood in front of the shockwave, and blasted the shockwave apart with a punch. Hey, how can you bully the weak with your numbers? I can't stand you guys. You don't have any sympathy at all. Garp inexplicably stood out and stood in front of Sengoku, looking at Luo Fan with a caring and kind face. Kindness? Marine sad face, D. 7 Warlords of the Seamahawk, Doflamingo, Hancock, Shang. Chapter 64. The drug is too strong, internal conflict among the Marine Saints. Vice Admiral Garp blocked Sengoku's blast for Luo Fan? This scene. All the Marines were stunned. What the hell is Vice Admiral Garp doing? Why is he helping that guy? Wait, am I seeing this right? Vice Admiral Garp is the mole? Could it be that that guy Garp is a relative? I think it must be because that guy saved Ace that Garp chose to stop Marshal Sengoku. Even now, the Whitebeard pirates and others who were watching the battle were all stunned. Grandpa? Ace was confused. Based on his understanding of his grandfather's character, his stance towards Marine would never waver. But what is the meaning of drawing swords against each other at this time? Has the Virgin B *ch potion taken effect? Luo Fan looked at Garp standing in front of him and felt delighted. In theory, the effective range of this Virgin B *ch potion is 500 meters, and anyone within this range will be affected. The people within the 500-meter range are Akainu, Kazaru, Garp, and Sengoku. If the Virgin B *ch potion was not a low-quality product from an unscrupulous merchant, these 4 people should have fallen for it. Yes, why do you think we should bully others, especially a child? He is still a minor. If you hurt the child's young heart, do you know what the consequences will be? Even Akainu, who had a fierce look on his face just now, changed his attitude at this moment. He became extremely amiable and walked to Garp's side. As a result, before Sengoku could react, Kazaru suddenly appeared behind him. Marshal Sengoku, I think that it is really disrespectful and immoral for you to attack a child like this, so I decided to stand up and seek justice. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Sengoku hard in the stomach with a light speed kick. Phew. Sengoku took several steps backwards and almost choked to death. Kazaru, how could you hit Sengoku? He's old. What if you kick him and his skeleton falls apart? Have you ever considered his feelings? Don't you have any conscience? Upon seeing this, Akainu fired a dark hound at Kazaru without hesitation. The 2 men started fighting each other at once. Don't be afraid, little guy. With Grandpa Garp here, these people can't hurt you at all. Garp rolled up his sleeves and stared at Sengoku fiercely. The main reason is that he inexplicably dislikes Sengoku, who takes advantage of his age to bully young people. Advertisement boom. Garp and Sengoku also started fighting. Looking at the 4 people fighting in chaos, Marine stared blankly in shock. It's a mess. It's a complete mess. Marine's top fighters actually started fighting each other. Marshal Sengoku. What the hell are you doing? Several vice admirals, including Flying Squirrel and Burning Mountain, rushed over and tried to interrupt the fight between Garp and Sengoku. Get lost. This black-bellied fat guy is bullying a kid. I must enforce justice. Garp punched Sengoku's entire huge body, causing him to retreat and spit out blood. Damn it, Garp. How did I bully a kid? Didn't I hurt him? Besides, I couldn't bear to hit him. I just wanted to help him teach Kazaru a lesson. Even the flying squirrel and fire roller who sneaked into the scene were unable to join in this level of war between the powerful. They could only turn their attention to Luo Fan. It's definitely you who did this. You must have done something to them. The flying squirrel said to Luo Fan with a gloomy face. No matter how bad their relationship was, the four marine masters would never fight each other. The only possible explanation is that Luo Fan gave them some kind of hallucinogenic drug. So what? Luo Fan smiled slightly and nodded undeniably. Then I'll kill you. The next moment, Flying Squirrel and several other vice admirals raised their swords and were about to kill Luo Fan. The next second, Luo Fan deliberately raised his voice and shouted, "You bastards! This is not fair. You actually want to use your numbers to bully the few." As this voice fell, blow, 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 advertisement. Four figures suddenly appeared in front of Luo Fan like a high wall. Akainu. Flying Squirrel, do you want to die? Kazaru, don't hurt the children. Garp. Take this from me. Sengoku. Shock, wave, boom. Several vice admirals were instantly knocked away and fell into the sea. This scene. The Marine and Whitebeard pirates were completely stunned. The four powerful Marines actually killed their own people. Marine. Oh, FKU, isn't this effect a bit too strong? Luo Fan felt that the effect of the drug on this saintly B***ch was a bit too perverted, and she was behaving like a saint without any principles. At the same time. Boom. Sudden. Behind Luo Fan, a shocking thunder sounded, and then a huge figure suddenly emerged from the deep sea, stirring up a splash of water tens of meters high. Then, he suddenly landed on the ice floe and kept running towards this side. Little friend Luo Fan, are you okay? Looking back, I saw Edward Newgate rushing towards me with a machete in hand. Old man bye, you are not dead after all. Luo Fan looked closely and saw that it was Edward Newgate, who was seductively wet. However, the next second, Edward Newgate's broadsword was suddenly covered with a milky white halo, and it suddenly slashed towards Garp, Sengoku, Akainu, and Kazaru who were blocking Luo Fan. Don't be afraid, my friend. I'm here to save you now. The words fell. Luo Fan's pupils shrank, trying to stop all this from happening. Don't come and make trouble at this time. Chapter 65. Micronuclear explosion. Destroy Marineford. But it's all too late. Edward Newgate slashed down with his sword, and the shockwave came towards Luo Fan like a sharp sword. Boom. Accompanied by a shocking loud noise. Luo Fan suddenly discovered that Garp, Sengoku, Akainu, and Kazaru were standing motionless in front of him, with their hands spread out into palms, using Haki to steadily receive the shockwave. Only. At the same time as the next shockwave, the eyes of the four of them suddenly narrowed, and their loving expressions instantly turned into anger. Damn it. You old white man, you wasted my bottle of virgin B***ch water. Luo Fan was shocked to find that after Edward Newgate's attack, the virgin B***ch water on these four people became ineffective. At that moment, he quickly retreated backwards and came to Edward Newgate's side, and directly scolded. Look at what you have done. Lousy just used a special potion on them and had already controlled them, but you woke them up. Edward Newgate acted confused, not understanding what Luo Fan was saying at all. I saw you were surrounded by four of them. He didn't know about the saintly B***ch incident, but he could see that Luo Fan was very angry. At the same time, after Whitebeard's figure reappeared in everyone's field of vision, the members of the Whitebeard pirates all cheered. Look, that's Daddy. Sure enough, I was right. Dad won't die so easily. Ha ha ha, Dad is back alive. That's great. Marco, Ace and the others finally felt relieved and couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. On the other hand, the Marine side was already in chaos. First, the four Marine warriors had an internal conflict for unknown reasons, and now Whitebeard has reappeared. For a moment, they couldn't find adjectives to describe how chaotic the situation was. Advertisement, however, the ones with the ugliest expressions naturally belonged to the members of the Blackbeard pirates. At this moment, Badgers had a sad face beating his chest in pain. Captain Teach, you are not really dead. They hadn't seen Blackbeard for a long time, and their mood plummeted. At this time, Lafitte seemed particularly calm. He said with great certainty, Badgers, you have to believe that our captain is not an ordinary person. I don't believe he died like this. We have seen many miracles in him. Miracle. This word is not uncommon to Blackbeard. Yes, our captain is going to be the king of pirates in the future. How could he stop here? Garp, Sengoku, Akainu, and Kazaru stared at each other. At this moment, their faces were filled with horror. Damn it, how could Lousy become like that? Akainu's fist burst into lava, and he gritted his teeth in shame. It must be that little guy's doing. I'm sorry, Sengoku, I didn't mean to do it. Garp also realized his behavior just now. It was completely out of his control and he actually took the initiative to attack Sengoku. Thinking of Aokiji's loss of superpowers due to grabbing a rock, Sengoku quickly let it go. He said calmly, everyone be careful, this guy has a lot of weird stuff on him. I think the reason why we fought with our own people just now might be because of the bottle that Kazaru broke. It seems that I did something stupid, Marshal Sengoku. I didn't mean to kick you with that kick. Kazaru's face was full of black lines. He felt a chill on his back when he recalled the scene where he kicked Sengoku away just now. That bottle of liquid was so strange that it could actually change their thoughts at the same time, making them extremely kind and merciful. Feeling the overwhelming anger coming towards him, Luo Fan could only accept the reality. He glanced at Edward Newgate beside him unhappily and asked, "Did you kill Blackbeard?" "Well, I sank him deep into the ocean. He is a demon fruit power. No one can save him." Edward Newgate said this with a very certain tone. Hearing Edward Newgate's breathing getting heavier, Luo Fan felt that it was time to put an end to Marine. It just so happened that he had a good thing in his space ring that he could use. The only prerequisite for using this good thing is to get Edward Newgate to help. Advertisement: micronuclear bomb. After being compressed by this system, the actual power of this nuclear bomb can reach 1/10 of a certain island. Then, in Luo Fan's hand, there appeared an extremely thick conical bullet with a typical danger sign marked on it. Oh my god, is this miniature nuclear warhead made in an adult store? Why does it look so much like that? Playing with the miniature nuclear bomb in his hand, Luo Fan inexplicably felt a sense of evil. Don't underestimate this small thing. You should know that the nuclear bomb little boy that the United States invested in me when I was living a good life was only 4,000 kilograms, but it blew an island into ruins. The entire Marineford area is not large at all, so this miniature compressed nuclear warhead is more than enough. Old man, can you use the shockwave to throw this thing at the Marine headquarters building? Luo Fan roughly measured the distance between himself and the Marine headquarters building, which was about 3 kilometers. If he threw the nuclear warhead with his own hands, it would be affected by wind resistance and might be blown back. If it affected him, he would be in big trouble. What is this thing? Edward Newgate squinted his eyes to see clearly what was in Luo Fan's hand. Because he was 6.6 meters tall, the miniature nuclear warhead was like a needle in his hand. Luo Fan explained. You can think of it as a bomb that can raze Marineford to the ground. As soon as these words came out, Edward Newgate thought Luo Fan was exaggerating and asked doubtfully, "Are you sure? Stop talking nonsense. Throw it quickly, and then we'll run away." Just at this moment, Garp and Sengoku had already attacked from both sides. Shock. Impact. The next second, Edward Newgate did not hesitate at all. A shockwave appeared in his palm, wrapped around the Inoki mushroom, aimed at the Marine headquarters building and blasted it out. Old white man, run! At the critical moment of throwing the micronuclear bomb, Luo Fan had already run several hundred meters away. Only Edward Newgate was left standing there in confusion. Circle.operator, oh circle.operator. Chapter 66. What a beautiful mushroom cloud. 5 elders, the Marine government is gone. Edward Newgate thought for a moment and immediately did as he was told, turning around and running towards the outside of Marineford. Because the strong sense of crisis brought by the damn observation Haki told him that he had to run quickly. And at this time, the Marine, who still didn't know the situation, was confused and excited when he saw Whitebeard blast out a shockwave and then turn around and run away. Look, that coward Whitebeard ran away. It seems like you were afraid of us Marines? Do you know you can't win? Isn't that nonsense? They're the 4 biggest guys who represent the strongest combat power of our Marine. But why did he attack our headquarters building before escaping? Everyone watched as the shockwave rushed towards the headquarters building at a high speed. Whitebeard pirates. They were all equally excited, but unlike Marine, they were more ecstatic. They watched as 2 figures, one big and one small, fled frantically on the ice floe and ran towards them, their facial expressions disheveled in the wind. Ha ha ha. Why did Dad and that guy suddenly choose to escape? It's good to be back. Otherwise, do you want Dad to stay in Marineford? Everyone prepared to bring wine to welcome Dad, especially Marco and Ace. They laughed heartily and wiped away the tears from their eyes due to being too excited. Ha ha ha. That's great, Dad and the others finally escaped. On the other hand, Garp, Sengoku, Akainu, Kazaru and others stood there speechless for a while. Sengoku. Could it be that they are afraid of me and ran away? Chase. We can't let them get away, but then, a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged in Garp's heart. Buzz. Garp's pursuit came to an abrupt halt. He turned around abruptly and looked behind him. He immediately stopped Sengoku and the others. Wait, Sengoku. The words fell. The other 3 stopped. What's going on? Didn't your damn observation Haki sense the danger? All the hair on Garp's body seemed to explode. This sense of crisis sweeping over his body was unprecedented. A word can wake a dreamer up. The next second, the expressions of Sengoku, Akainu, and Kazaru all changed drastically. Really? Why is the sense of crisis so strong? And it's right in the Marine headquarters building. Sengoku was completely stunned. The people present were all absolutely strong men standing at the top of Marine, and observation Haki had already cultivated to a point where he could sense danger signals. At this moment, the 4 of them all felt extremely uneasy. Could it be that attack? The next second, Akainu looked towards the shockwave that had reached the Marine headquarters building. Immediately following. Boom, at this time. Sabaody Islands. A group of people were staring at the live broadcast. Everyone was surprised and amused by the scene of Edward Newgate and Luo Fan running away. Run away if you can't win? Is this the strongest man in the legend? Advertisement, tisk tisk. I can't see much more than that. They're 4 strong men from the Marine. Even Whitebeard would be scared. Ha ha ha. Even though Marine didn't gain any advantage in this battle and Fire Fist Ace was rescued, at least he was able to beat Whitebeard away. Come on, Marine is already embarrassed enough. Not only did Ace get taken back, but Marineford was almost completely demolished. This moment, everyone has a certain impression of Whitebeard, a coward with only a reputation for nothing. What a coward. Rayleigh, who was standing by, noticed something was going on. Whitebeard ran away. I think there's something wrong with his expression when he ran away. But what happened next? But people from all over the world who were watching the live broadcast were shocked. Boom. Accompanied by an explosion that resounded through the sky. Marineford in the live broadcast. In the next second, a strange cloud descended like a golden mushroom cloud, and the layers of waves rolled and surged, raising huge dust columns. The rising dust columns connected with the smoke, like a piece of golden satin puffed up by the wind, full of interest, cold fragrance, clear and elegant, blooming freely in the void, unscrupulously tilting towards passion. Ah, my ears are numb. What's with the explosion? Look, there's a mushroom cloud over Marineford. Wow, what a beautiful mushroom cloud. How can there be such a beautiful cloud in the world? Mushroom cloud, oh mushroom cloud, at this moment I just want to recite a poem. I love you so deeply. I guess it must be a salute deliberately fired by the Marines after their victory. Is your salute this big? This is a salute that covers the entire Marineford. The mushroom cloud that filled the entire screen was so gorgeous. After watching it, many people were amazed. They had never seen a fireworks salute on such a scale. All nations. Inside the Cake Palace, Charlotte Linlin looked at the scene in front of her, the soap in her hand. The strawberry, mango, cantaloupe and grape-flavored donut in her hand fell to the ground. SGUI, amazing. What kind of cloud is that? It's so beautiful. Charlotte Linlin, who is full of girlish heart, stares at the screen without blinking. Why does it look like a bomb? Katakuri felt something was wrong. This is clearly a bomb, but its power is too great. Parasparrow swallowed hard. Katakuri broke out in a cold sweat when he thought of this. A bomb this powerful fell on Marineford. Are those Marine guys still alive? On the sailing route to Marineford, the Red Hair Pirates are coming at you at full speed. Bo, on deck. The members of the Red Hair Pirates were all packing their clothes. Having just experienced a fierce battle with the Beast's pirates, they all paid attention to their appearance before landing at Marineford. After all, it was in front of the whole world. How could they highlight the strength of their pirates group if they didn't act in a high-profile manner? I didn't expect Kaido to be so sinister. He actually wanted to sneak attack Whitebeard at this time. Usopp raised the corner of his mouth with disdain and dusted himself off. It was obvious that he had just been through a fierce battle. They're just a bunch of guys who only rely on the power of devil fruit. Advertisement. Beckman smoked his cigarette calmly, with almost no signs of fighting on his body. At this time, Lakilu came out with a piece of meat and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Beckman, you were really awesome. When Shanks was fighting Kaido, you just pressed Chin to the ground and rubbed him. He is indeed a man whose strength is comparable to that of Red Hair. It is a pity for Beckman to be willing to be a deputy captain on this ship. Of course, although their overall crew is small, each of them is very strong. Looking at any pirate's ship, it is no problem for them to be the top or second in command. Okay, we're ready to go to Marineford. Are you guys ready? Shanks stared straight ahead, his voice gradually becoming deeper. Ready. All members shouted in unison, just at this moment. Boom. A sudden explosion sounded from far away and quickly spread towards this side. Kindness. Then, the members of the Red Hair Pirates subconsciously looked up. I saw a mushroom cloud surrounded by raging flames hanging high in the sky. Shanks' pupils suddenly shrank. That's the direction of Marineford. It seems that we are late. Beckman was so surprised that the cigarette butt in his hand dropped to the ground. Red line, Holy Land Mariajoy. 5 elders who represent the absolute power of the current world government. At this moment, everyone stared at the live broadcast with frozen faces and couldn't help but take a breath. What's going on with this mushroom cloud? The bald old man Madara stared with his eyes wide open, and the muscles on his face were trembling. The old man in kimono had some cold sweat on his forehead. He was a little bit unbelievable. Where did this bomb come from? Who attacked Marineford? Marineford is probably in danger. A bomb of this power would be impossible without half a month of careful planning and ambush. Could it be? There's a traitor inside the Marine? Just as the 5 old men began to speculate, then the screen in front of me went black. The live screen went black. The bald old man Madara felt something was wrong and quickly picked up the Den Den Mushi in his hand to contact Sengoku. Hey, Sengoku, do you hear me? This is the Holy Land Mariajoy. Sengoku, please reply to me as soon as you hear the answer. Damn it, Den Den Mushi has no signal, after successive calls had no effect. The 5 old men realized the seriousness of the situation, which was completely beyond their control. The next moment, they immediately stood up and looked at each other. We must go see Lord Yim immediately. Marine government, gone. Chapter 67. Great turmoil. The whole world is in turmoil. The live broadcast disappeared half an hour later. People all over the world are anxiously waiting for the screen to be reconnected, but it has not happened yet. A sense of uneasiness is quietly spreading throughout the world. At this time, 170 allied nations under the rule of the world government. Kings of the allied countries including Alabasta, Solbi Kingdom, Luoxuang Kingdom, Sakura Flower Kingdom, and Ryugu Kingdom are trying to get in touch with the world government. They all watched the development of the battle closely. And now, they all felt extremely scared. Ever since the explosion in the terrifying mushroom cloud, the marine government's footage has not been connected. Why are they all worried about the marine government? Because they are originally a country under the leadership of the world government. The stability and development of every country is inseparable from the world government. The marine government, as one of the three major institutions of the world government and also the strongest backbone force, is a strong guarantee for their rule. Once they lose the protection of the marine government, their country will face the two most terrifying forces. Bandits and revolutionary army. Banditry naturally refers to some powerful forces, mainly pirates, and the revolutionary army that has risen like a gust of wind in recent years. Their main goal is to overthrow the rule of the world government, and they have overthrown dozens of kingdoms in a row over the past few years. The former will covet the marine government, but the latter will not. At this time, the first half of the Grand Line, Alabasta, one of the original 20 kingdoms that founded the world government, is a superpower with a standing army of 600,000. Inside the palace, Cobra had his hands behind his back, looking out the window with a sad face. He simply turned off the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi. At this time, a girl with long light blue hair like the ocean came walking in from outside. She said anxiously, "Father, there's a riot outside." After hearing this, Cobra just nodded, as if he had expected all this. He turned around and looked at the girl deeply. "Vivi, from now on, the situation will become more difficult. You must be prepared for both situations and face the darkest era ahead." "Father, what do you mean?" Vivi paused, somewhat confused. Cobra said earnestly, "The marine government is gone." "What?" Vivi took a deep breath and felt a huge chill coming over her. Now, advertisement Baldigo is the base of the Revolutionary Army on the White Earth Island on the Grand Line. The surrounding area is covered with yellow sand and rocks, looking extremely desolate. But it is on this inconspicuous piece of land that is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army that the current world government fears the most. In a building as spacious as a honeycomb, bursts of noisy sounds were heard. "Mr. Long, half an hour has passed and there is still no news from Marineford. First think the marine government is very likely gone, otherwise why didn't our insider at the marine headquarters contact us?" "What? Are you saying that the marine headquarters has been razed to the ground?" The Revolutionary Army is now in chaos. Standing outside the building was a man in a dark green coat, with a red square tattoo on the left side of his face, short black hair combed back, a menacing expression, no eyebrows, and stubble on his chin. This person is the current leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Behind him was a young man in his 20s wearing a top hat. He was the current chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. "Mr. Long, now that the marine government is gone, can we speed up the overthrow of other countries?" Sabo's face was full of excitement. Without the power of the marine government to restrain them, they could naturally overthrow the kingdom under the rule of the world government without any resistance. Shaking his head, Long, who was always very calm, said calmly, "Things won't be as simple as we think, Sabo. Sometimes, if you take too big a step, you may fall." Not only are they paying the most attention to the world situation right now, other forces are also making their plans. That's the world government that has ruled for 800 years. If we underestimate them, all the hard work of the Revolutionary Army will go to waste. But one thing is certain, that is, the world government has suffered an unprecedented blow. Their main strength is concentrated in the marine government, and the marine government has gathered the strength of all marines in Marineford this time. It is no exaggeration to say that once Marineford is razed to the ground, the world government will lose its powerful rule. Marine Division Base G2. What? What did you say? Say it again. The marine headquarters is gone. When Vice Admiral Gumir of the G2 base heard the news from the other end of the phone, his face turned pale and the Den Den Mushi fell to the ground with a snap. "Mr. Vice Admiral, what's wrong? What did you just say?" The other men gathered around and asked curiously. This moment, Gumir didn't dare to tell the truth directly and said through gritted teeth, "No. Nothing, Marineford just can't be contacted temporarily now." Now, it's not just him. Even the leaders of other marine branch bases are trying their best to stabilize the morale of the troops. No one dared to directly announce the fact that the marine government was gone. Advertisement at this critical point, we can only wait for instructions from our superiors. And at this time, world government, in the headquarters of the three armed forces. An old man, whose clothes were almost torn apart by his muscles, was sitting in the office. He has a broad chest, tan skin, and white hair in the shape of an inverted cone. There was a stitched scar under his left eye, and he wore a sleeveless black shirt decorated with medals, revealing his arm muscles, a dark green armband, a light yellow scarf around his neck, and a white and dark gray coat. This person is Kong, the former Marine Marshal and now the Commander-in-Chief of the world government's entire army. After seeing the live broadcast disappear, Kong was extremely anxious. He glared at the two generals standing in front of him and asked, "Still can't contact Marineford?" "Unable to contact, Commander-in-Chief. Also, kings from all over the world have been calling us, but we dare not answer." The two generals shook their heads, also looking grim. An unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly surged into Kong's heart. Impel Down has fallen, and many prisoners have escaped. Marineford has assembled the best forces of all the Marines, but still lets the Whitebeard pirates rescue Ace. What's even more terrifying is that Marineford has been submerged by a mysterious mushroom cloud that suddenly appeared. Great chaos. The world is in chaos. Kong muttered to himself like a soulless man, his eyes were dull, and he sat down on the ground. The Marine government is the strongest army built with countless efforts from generation to generation. However, from today on, the gears of history have changed dramatically. Marine government, Marineford is likely to have been razed to the ground. The world situation will definitely change from this moment on. The Marine government is over, which means the world government is over as well. The world is about to enter the most dangerous era. Just when Kong was a little dazed and pale, next to me, the Den Den Mushi suddenly rang. Yeah, it's Sengoku's. Kong perked up and answered the phone eagerly. Hey, Sengoku. Is that you? Then, bursts of sobbing sounds were heard from the other end of the phone. Ahem. It's me. Commander-in-Chief Sora. I'm sorry, to tell you some unfortunate news. Woo woo woo. I'm so sorry, the Marine government is gone. Chapter 68. The man who comparable to 4 emperors in the first bounty. 3 hours later, Marineford lost contact with the outside world. At this time, on an uninhabited island, Morgan's newspaper, which specializes in sending intelligence news to all parts of the world, is moving here. The president of the World Economic News Agency, known as Big News Morgans, is a guy in the form of a humanoid albatross. They make profits by selling news to all parts of the world. Most of their news content strives to be true and not false because it is not controlled by the world government. Therefore, the reason why the world's information can be open and transparent is inseparable from his efforts. Brothers, according to the report from my Seagull brothers just now, it is certain that Marineford has been razed to the ground. Morgans has the ability to communicate with seabirds and command their various actions. As he said this, he took out a photo from an old vintage bag. This photo was taken by his Seagull brothers in Marineford an hour ago. Now that Marineford has lost contact with the entire world, it is safe to say that the news and decisions they receive are the most authentic and fastest. When the members of the society focused their eyes on the photo in Morgan's hand, they all showed great shock on their faces. Is this Marineford? It's clearly a ruin. Oh my god, if I hadn't seen the island outline map of Marineford, I really wouldn't have believed it. I didn't expect that someone would actually blow up the Marine headquarters. It seems that the world is really going to change. Once this news gets out, the world will be plunged into an unprecedented chaos. Boss, are you sure you want to make this news public? Aren't you afraid that the world government will cause trouble for you? The members were talking among themselves. However, for his part, Morgans held his chin up in a nonchalant manner. We, the Morgans, have always been striving to pursue real explosive news and make the information public. Lousy has long been fed up with the world government, who like to hide the truth of history. Even if the world is in chaos, what does it have to do with us? To put it bluntly, the world government is nothing more than a running dog of the celestial dragons. This kind of government has long been rotten, and it is time for the people of the world to stand up. In less than a moment, a news report about the razing of Marineford, the Marine headquarters, was written, along with a recent photo of Marineford. Just as the Morgans were preparing to send out news seagulls around the world. Just at this moment, a white Den Den Mushi, which was half a meter in size, rang for the first time. Bulu Bulu. Boss, it's someone from world government calling. When Morgans heard this, he stretched and said nonchalantly, oh. Then he got on the phone with the world government. Advertisement. Hello, Morgans. What's up? Do I have to hide something for you again? Morgans thought that the other party would pay a sky-high price as usual to conceal the truth, but he did not expect the other party's next words, which made him feel incredible. No need to hide anything. You are free to publish all the details of the current Marine government. At the same time, we also require you to publish a bounty poster for one person, which must be sent to all parts of the world at the same time. Then, a photo of a person came out of Den Den Mushi's mouth. It's the troublemaker from Marineford. Is his first bounty this high? And, you asked to attach this text. Are you planning to make him the target of public criticism? Morgans took a deep breath, his eyes filled with passion. If the news about Marineford and the reward poster for this person were announced to the world, it would probably sell like hotcakes. Okay, I promise you, 6 hours later. At this time, the Beast's pirates were docked on an uninhabited island to take a truce. After a big battle with the red-hair pirates, the 3 calamities, Shintachi, and the Gifted Ones, who represent the strongest fighting power, all have varying degrees of injuries on their bodies. UB asterisk 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 D. Jin, how come you can't even handle Beckman? Quinn had a bandage on his right arm and looked at Jin with an unhappy expression. At the same time, there were several conspicuous bullet holes on Jin's body. The blood had stopped flowing out. After hearing Quinn's complaint, he glared at him and said coldly, "You are a loser and you have no right to criticize me. Beckman is as strong as red hair. Why don't you go up if you are so capable?" On the other side, Jack sat there in silence, not daring to say a word. He was the worst off. He was the first one to rush forward, but was chopped away by the red-haired guy. Then, when he tried to sneak attack Beckman, he was kicked away by the opponent. Later, when he fought against any fighter of the opponent, he couldn't even gain the upper hand. It can be said that his performance was the worst. On the bow, Kaido, who was unharmed, had a gloomy face. He turned around to look at these useless brothers, with an expression of disappointment. Humph. Trash. You are all a bunch of trash. You can't even take down the red hair pirates. What's the point of keeping you guys? He was so angry that his intracranial pressure soared. They claimed to have the most demon fruit power, but ended up being defeated again when facing the red hair pirates who only had a dozen crew members. Thinking of this, Kaido's tears flowed down like a waterfall, and he burst into tears. Ah, Lousy's good son-in-law. Why can't you obey Lousy? Is it because my daughter is not worthy of you? Why did you run away? If Luo Fan were willing to join them, the balance of victory in the battle against the red hair pirates would definitely lean towards them. For the first time, he felt like a failure as a father. Not to mention losing such a rich and promising son-in-law. What's more frightening is that people don't want to marry his daughter. Why? Is it because his daughter is too ugly? Advertisement just as the wailing sounds continued. Sudden. In the sky, the news seagulls flying in unison attracted everyone's attention. Crash. Newspapers were thrown down from mid-air. Jin was quite tall, so he raised his hand and took it. Didn't you send out the newsletter this morning? Why did you send it out again? Twice in one day? Seeing this, Quinn narrowed his eyes, feeling that it was a little beyond common sense. But when Jin saw the content of the newspaper, his face, which was as cold as ice, suddenly changed. His eyes stared and his voice became rapid. Boss Kaido, Marineford, is gone. What? As soon as these words came out, Jack and Quinn gathered around and stared intently at the news content and the photo attached. Damn it. Who the hell did this? They destroyed the Marine headquarters? And then, a reward poster slipped out from the inner layer of the newspaper and fell right at Kaido's feet. Kaido was looking depressed, but when he lowered his head, he saw a familiar face coming into view. His blurry vision gradually became clearer. Huh? Kaido bent down, picked up the bounty poster on the ground and looked at it carefully. Just see. The young man in the reward poster is very handsome, like a nobleman, and even more handsome than when he was young. He is holding a dark red sword in his right hand, standing on the execution platform, looking down at everyone. This damn pretentious angle makes people feel that it is taken too well. Moreover, there was a golden light emanating from his body, as if a god had descended from heaven. Most importantly, the words and information attached to the bounty poster made Kaido completely dumbfounded. Ah, is this true? Oh my god. Lousy just asked him to deliver a letter, but he took down Marineford by the way? And this bounty is actually on par with 4 emperors. Gundam. Chapter 69. The man nicknamed the Destroyer, Whitebeard. Wanukuni. Ghost Island. A plump woman, with a mace on her shoulder, was standing pretty on the shore. Her eyes were always looking towards the end of the sea, like a wife who was eagerly waiting for her husband. There are 6 circles drawn under her feet. Each circle represents the time someone left. That guy was gone for 6 days. During these 6 days, she felt like she was living a year in a day. The damn thing was that every night when she tossed and turned, the other person's face would always appear in her mind inadvertently. Humph. I obviously like girls, why does that stinky guy's face always pop up in my mind? Yamato pouted, his face full of unhappiness. He felt that this feeling was very strange, as if he was under some kind of illusion. If this continues, she will go crazy. It's strange that I didn't have this feeling when I saw Ace before. Could it be that the guy was better looking, so he left a deeper impression in my mind? Just as she was about to leave the coast, sky, a news gull dropped a newspaper, which landed on the beach. There are newspapers. Forget it. Even if I knew what was happening in the outside world, it would have nothing to do with me. Reading it would make me feel bad. Yamato had been imprisoned for too long. Sometimes when she saw what was happening in the outside world, she wanted to run away immediately. However, because of the handcuffs, every time an idea came to her mind, she was severely awakened by reality. Just as she turned to leave, a breeze blew the newspaper in front of her, and a reward poster just happened to appear from inside it. Kindness? When Yamato opened her beautiful eyes full of curiosity and looked down, the next moment, her pupils suddenly shrank and her breathing became extremely rapid. Yes, it's Luo Fan. Almost instantly, she picked up the newspaper and the reward poster. After quickly browsing the news, Yamato was so excited that his chest rose and fell, and tears began to flow down his cheeks. Luo Fan actually broke into Marineford and saved Ace. Portgas D. Ace was her only good friend in this world. She had never expected that he would be captured and publicly executed at the Marine headquarters. And Luo Fan, who left some time ago, actually saved her good friend Ace. The most shocking thing is, Luo Fan also razed Marineford to the ground, which was the headquarters of the Marine government. Next, it was on the reward poster. This guy really knows how to pose. He's still quite handsome. What did I just say? When Yamato looked at the photo on the bounty poster, his eyes were filled with emotion and he was so fascinated that it took him a while to realize that he had been staring at the photo for too long and noticed the text attached below. Name. Unknown. Nickname. The Destroyer. Reward amount. 4,050 Baileys. Attached description. Marineford Destroyer. This person possesses many mysterious treasures, including bombs that can destroy a country, potions that can seduce people, and means to maintain eternal youth. Note. This person is cruel, has committed many evil deeds, and has the power to destroy the world. Please be sure to contact the world government if you find this target. Unprecedented. This is probably the first man to be compared to the 4 emperors in his first bounty. You know, her father Kaido, who has long been famous all over the world and dominated the New World for decades, has a bounty of only 4.6 billion. Yamato couldn't calm down for a long time. A smile gradually spread on her face, and her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. Luo. I recognize your strength, but will you really marry me? Advertisement at this time. In a certain area of sea, the Whitebeard pirates' fleet was in a circle formation, sailing at full speed. Aboard the Moby DK. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates gathered around the seriously injured Edward Newgate, looking at him with concern. Marco, the best doctor on the ship, also inserted needles and catheters into his father's body, and applied the flames on his body to some of the wounds. Dad, your injury. Marco looked at his father, whose body was covered with bullet holes and blood holes, his face full of heartache and ugliness. It seemed that the situation was not optimistic. I know my situation. Okay, stop talking. Edward Newgate gasped for breath and forced a smile while looking at Luo Fan, who was sitting alone. The latter was leaning against a dark red broadsword, holding a newspaper that had just been delivered by a seagull. Ha 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 ha. My dear Luo Fan, your bounty order really refreshes my worldview. Edward Newgate stood up tremblingly, then walked to Luo Fan and sat down cross-legged. When the others saw this, they all looked at Luo Fan as if he were a monster. The first bounty exceeded 4 billion. This is definitely the first in history. And he's still so young. This guy has a bright future ahead of him. When I was as young as him, the bounty was less than 1 million. Until Edward Newgate said, "Shut up," only then did the scene fall silent. My dear friend, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my son Ace would have died at the hands of a Kainu. If it weren't for your bottle of urine. Cough potion, I might not have had the chance to see these kids again before I die. Edward Newgate held the bloody hole in his chest, endured the pain and expressed his gratitude to Luo Fan. There is none of the arrogance and attitude of the strongest man in the world. No, I'm just doing this for myself. Luo Fan shook his head and smiled, his eyes still fixed on his reward poster. It can be seen that the text attached below this reward poster is completely exaggerated. As for why, the reason is simple: praise to death. If you want to make someone the target of public criticism, then put him in the most conspicuous position. The world government wanted to divert the world's attention to itself, and it also deliberately emphasized the non-existent things about him. Methods to stay alive forever. This more or less made him feel that the people in the world government were really good at playing tricks. If this is the case, those powerful people entrenched in every corner of the world will probably come to him for tea. There was another thing that made him unhappy. Why is there a 50 yuan after 4 billion? Are you comparing him to a small pet that only costs 50 yuan? At this moment, Luo Fan was immersed in the shock in his mind. Open black lens bracket shock value, 1,156,000,000, close black lens bracket. The shocking value exploded to over 10 billion. At the same time, a long-lost voice also came from his system. Advertisement. The current system shock value has exceeded 100 million, and a higher level jar has been activated. Open black lens bracket white can close black lens bracket. 10,000 open black lens bracket blue can close black lens bracket. 100,000 open black lens bracket purple can close black lens bracket. 1 million. Gold pot. 10 million, holy jar. 100 million holy jar. Oh my god. Can I unlock more advanced jars? And it's a shocking 100 million? It's damn expensive. After a summit war, you can only draw 11. Open black lens bracket name. Luo Fan close black lens bracket age. 17, evaluation. The world famous peerless pirates. Fruit. Mythical beast cell fruit platinum form, initial awakening.
Skills. Light footsteps, golden light curse, top armament Haki, top conquerors Haki, intermediate steering technique, giganticization, cell bionic technique, bionic characters moves. Fusafu, Kaido, Katakuri, Charlotte Linlin, red hair. Title. Destroyer. The Destroyer. This world government doesn't even know how to come up with a name, it's not even as nice as I can. Just as Luo Fan was immersed in the information in his mind. Sudden. Phew. Edward Newgate, who was still talking just now, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body softened and fell to the ground with a thud. Dad. At this moment, Marco, Ace and others immediately rushed up. Marco put his hand on his father's wrist, cold sweat broke out on his head, and his voice was trembling as he said, "Dad is seriously injured, his pulse is getting weaker, I'm afraid he will soon." Aside, Luo Fan seemed quite calm. He took out a bean from his space ring. What the hell is this Senzu bean? Is it this big? He saw a yellowish-brown bean that just occupied his entire palm. Its color and roundness were similar to those of the bottled Luwei Dewang pills. He leaned in and sniffed it. Ah, it's really that smell. Ahem, I thought Senzu beans were something serious. Then he handed it to Marco and said, "Feed it to him. Maybe he can still be saved." Can this really save Dad? Marco was stunned when he saw the palm-sized, round, pill-shaped bean in front of him. But when he thought that Luo Fan was the savior of his father and Ace, he put the bean into his father's mouth without thinking. After all, Edward Newgate was more than 6 meters tall, and swallowing this palm-sized fairy would be a piece of cake for him. However, the moment he swallowed the beans, Edward Newgate suddenly opened his eyes, his whole body twitched violently, and he foamed at the mouth and fainted again. Seeing this, when Marco saw that his father was conscious, he was so excited that he wanted to wake him up, but when he got closer, he put his finger in front of his father's nose. The next second, he was sweating profusely. Oh no. Dad is dead. Chapter 70. Who was the big brother? Whitebeard. Sons, call me Big Daddy. Out of breath, after hearing what Marco said, Ace, Joes, Vista and all the other sons present felt their noses sore and began to wail bitterly. Dad, you just left us like this. I have followed you for 35 years. Can you bear to abandon us? Dad, if you die, I don't want to live anymore. Hey, Vista, don't be impulsive. Even though Dad is dead, don't let it get to you. We're going to hold a grand funeral for Dad. For a while, the atmosphere in the Whitebeard Pirates group dropped to freezing point. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their crying. Hey, the person is not dead yet, why are you crying? Luo Fan glanced at them speechlessly, then walked up to Edward Newgate and took a look at his face, which was white, purple and a little green. At this time, Marco wiped his tears and said, Lo Sang Sang. A respectful title for others. Didn't you say that the bean could save Dad, but now even the corpse Madara has come out. Madara usually appears 3 hours after death, reaches its peak after 13 hours, and becomes fixed and no longer moves after about 30 hours. You still say you are a ship's doctor. You don't even have this much medical knowledge. Luo Fan explained speechlessly, saying that he had seen this in a criminal investigation novel before, and he remembered it because it made a deep impression on him. He squatted down and checked Edward Newgate's physical signs. First, lift up the eyelids and look at the pupils, then place 2 fingers together and touch the carotid artery, and finally check whether the outline of the chest cavity rises or falls. The pupils are not dilated, the carotid pulse is normal, but there is no spontaneous breathing. The body is still warm, how come it is cold? The old man is not dead yet, why are you crying? Soon, Luo Fan was certain, and after some inspection, he came to this conclusion. Is Zoan also a doctor? Marco was extremely shocked when he saw Luo Fan's smooth operation. No, but my 8th ex is. Luo Fan particularly remembers his 8th girlfriend, who was taking nursing practice certificate exams and used him as a model every day. Isn't this just a way of being influenced by her? Wait, no, he remembered it wrong. It seems to be the 9th one. Then, Luo Fan covered his head, looked at Marco as if he was mentally retarded, and shook his head and said, It is certain that your father's respiratory tract is blocked by the bean, so he must be given first aid. Next time, before asking someone to take medicine, remember to give him some water. Okay, get out of my way. Following Luo Fan's shout, the Whitebeard Pirates members who had gathered together all tactfully hid aside. They didn't understand what was going on and just watched. After clearing a space, Luo Fan quickly mobilized all the cells in his body and said calmly, Giant. Snap. The next moment, Luo Fan's body began to make strange noises. His bones and flesh made crisp sounds like frying beans and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah, Luo Sang has grown bigger. Is this his fruit ability? Oh my god, is there a devil fruit in the world that can grow or shrink at will? Oh my god, if I get this fruit, can I fall in love with a giant? Advertisement. I'm so envious. How did this fruit fall into the hands of others? No, women on the boat please step aside. Under those eyes filled with fear, in less than a few breaths, a big man over 7 meters tall appeared before them. Giant Luo Fan. Feeling the strange look in everyone's eyes, Luo Fan's face was full of black lines. What on earth are these guys thinking? I want to save people, okay. First, he picked up Edward Newgate's heavy body. Luo Fan wrapped his arms around his sturdy waist, one hand stretched into a palm and the other into a fist, and placed them in front of his abdomen. Look, this is called the Heimlich maneuver. It can be used on patients with blocked breathing tubes. It works every time. The words fell. Luo Fan hugged Edward Newgate tightly, and his clenched fist suddenly pressed hard on his abdomen. Boom. The first violent collision between the two giants caused a commotion on the ship. Boom, boom, boom. ... The rapid pressure caused the boat to shake violently. At this time, seeing this strange and inexplicably familiar set of movements, the only 2 women on the ship, the Ice Witch Whitey and the captain of the 12th Division, Harda. The 2 of them looked at each other, felt hot on their faces, blushed, and turned away immediately. Harda, do you think this can really save people? N airy summation opening parenthesis D no. It's a bit unbearable. Ahem, I don't know, I'm quite innocent, what are you talking about? Sigma, Su degree D degree, Su. Marco saw that the 2 women were a little abnormal, and couldn't help asking, what's wrong with you 2, Whitey? Luo Sang is teaching us how to save people, shouldn't you learn it? After all, she has been single since birth and is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. I don't need to learn, I already know how to do it. Whitey wiped the cold sweat from his head. Marco frowned and didn't understand anything. He just watched Luo Fan holding his father up and down. It was clearly like he was saving someone. Of course, there were many crew members on the ship who had experienced a lot of romance and were now sweating profusely. Has everyone learned this move? Yes, I did. I learned it when I was very young, but I wasn't that rude. I really doubt whether Luosang is really trying to save his father. Stop talking. Stop talking. I have pictures in my mind. Just when everyone was shocked. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Ah, Edward Newgate coughed violently, spat out the magic beans in his mouth, and his face looked a little better. Advertisement. Then Luo Fan picked it up again and slapped it into Edward Newgate's throat. Gurgle. The senzu beans went down his throat almost instantly. All the wounds on Edward Newgate's body healed quickly, and after a short while, he was completely unharmed. Watching my father's body completely recover to its pre-war appearance. Everyone present was shocked. Even at this moment, Edward Newgate, whose complexion was rosy and seemed full of energy, had an extremely excited look in his eyes. My health has improved. Even my heart disease is gone. He clearly felt that his heart, which had been aching as if it was being pressed down by a stone, now felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. He has been plagued by injuries over the years, which are the side effects of using shock fruit, so he often needs to rely on some potions to maintain his physical skills. And now, a bean has given him a new life. Senzu beans, an improved version of senzu beans, the size of a palm, which can cure all diseases except injuries as well as congenital and acquired underlying diseases. Luo Fan took a look at the instructions for the senzu beans and finally understood what Whitebeard meant. Edward Newgate bent his knees slightly and was about to kneel down, but after realizing the gazes of his sons, he could only suppress his gratitude in his heart. My dear Luo Fan, I have no way to repay your kindness. How about you be my son? Ahem, how about we be sworn brothers? If you need me in the future, I will definitely take the lead. After all, he saved you and you asked him to be your son. That's too shameless. One is in his 70s and the other is in his teens. Become sworn brothers. What is going on? The other members of the white group didn't dare to speak, and each of them muttered to themselves. Luo Fan frowned and fell into deep thought. Since we are sworn brothers, who is the eldest brother and who is the second brother? At this point, a breeze of embarrassment blew over. Silence. Everyone on the boat was silent. The meaning of this statement is very clear. Luo Fan does not want to be a younger brother. The corners of Edward Newgate's mouth twitched for a moment, and he thought about it again and again. He is the strongest man in the world. How can you make him someone's subordinate? Putting aside the issue of age, Luo Fan has huge potential and is very strong. Although he is not as good as him, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses him. On the other hand, Luo Fan possesses many things that are beyond ordinary people's cognition. For example, potions to restore physical strength, beans that bring the dead back to life, and most importantly, that small piece of bomb that can destroy Marineford. If you establish a brotherly relationship with such a person, you will naturally receive many benefits in the future. According to the bounty, this person has the means to stay alive forever. If that's the case, then if their relationship reaches a new level in the future, will he get something that will allow him to return to his prime age? Everything is possible. Then, Edward Newgate raised a meaningful smile and shouted to the members of the white group present, well, I understand, young ones, why don't you come and call me daddy? Chapter 71. 10 consecutive draws. Legendary observation Haki with 2 awakenings. At the same time, on a warhead island in New World, in the second half of the Grand Line. All over the island, intelligent robotic creatures of various shapes and forms are busy moving things. Some genetically modified little giants are strolling around the video game arcade. The fully automatically operated technology city is a product of a completely different world compared to the outside world. And the owner of this island. He is known as the smartest person in the world. The most terrifying thing is the scientific ability stored in his head. It is said that he has mastered technology that is more than 500 years ahead of the current human history, but even after another 500 years, no one will dare to match him. In a towering experimental building, a group of scientists in high-tech uniforms sat together, and in the C position was a very beautiful woman with short hair. She had an extremely hot body and was wearing a pure white combat suit. There were several pneumatic devices on her body, and the number 2 was written on the left side of her chest. Mr. Vegapunk, the research progress of Seraph is currently 99% complete. In a while, the perfect bloodline factor synthesis will be available. Among them, a scientist wearing sunglasses and with an afro spoke up. In response, the short-haired woman nodded and said, very good. I believe that once the Seraph appears, the powerful people in the world will tremble. By the way, I just received a request from the world government and went to Marineford. She then gave the scientists present a brief account of what had happened at Marineford. Other scientists were shocked to hear that Marineford had been razed to the ground by bombs. What kind of bomb would destroy Marineford? At first Vegapunk also thought that it was caused by a bomb that the enemy had ambushed in advance. It was not until she eliminated the Tiano robot and went to the scene to extract data 2 hours later that she discovered something that even he felt was quite incredible. Everyone, I have extracted a large amount of radioactive material at the Marineford site. This is a technological means beyond our current human cognition. Even I cannot research this kind of thing at the current stage. Vegapunk number 2's face was filled with horror, but he also gave a high evaluation. Anyone who can create something like this must possess technological power superior to his. It seems that a new incredible monster has appeared in the world. Mr. Vegapunk, is there anything that even you can't figure out? This group of scientists were all stunned, and some found it difficult to accept the fact. In their view, Vegapunk is an extremely crazy scientist who invented most of the world's creatures, climate, devil fruit, sea stone and human weapons. It is no exaggeration to say that if there were no Vegapunk, the world's technological civilization would have regressed at least 400 or 500 years. If this radioactive material hadn't appeared, I might not have been able to create it, but now it's different. I have ready-made materials and data for reference. If nothing goes wrong, I can also create this extremely powerful bomb. No, to be precise, we should call it a nuclear bomb. Of course, once the nuclear weapon is released, the world will become a real purgatory. As Vegapunk said this, his emotions were going through a huge ups and downs. He did not make public the threat posed by this substance. Advertisement. Because this thing is too dangerous. As long as there are enough of them, destroying not only a kingdom, but even the whole world can be done in a moment by just moving your finger and pressing a switch. At the same time, he began to have some doubts about the rule of the world government. At this time, aboard the Moby DK, a flock of black crows flew slowly across the sky. Silence. Deathly silence. The Whitebeard pirates and others just stared in silence. Big Daddy. Marco looked at Luo Fan, who was only 17 or 18 years old, and his facial expression became extremely distorted. Even Luo Fan was stunned for a moment and broke out in a cold sweat after hearing what Whitebeard said. In his original world, among the same clan, only the younger ones who are older can be called Big Daddy, or grandfather. But now he just became brothers with Whitebeard, but was called Dad by a group of people older than him, which more or less shortened his life. Big Daddy. Wow, it turns out I have a boat full of sons. Forget it, don't call me Daddy, I'm still young. Luo Fan's face showed rejection and he fell into deep thought. Of course, he would not reject the Whitebeard pirates. After all, this is a team with 4 Emperors-level combat power. You know, now the world government has pushed him to the forefront. Even if you have many ways to save your life, you can't always be on guard against those guys hiding in the dark. A good bird chooses a good tree to roost in. No matter how powerful a person is, he must always have his own power and then develop his power so that everyone will be afraid of him. Only in this way can he seek stability. Celestial dragons. World government. Are those animals born noble? The answer is no. As the saying goes, are there any special breeds of kings, princes, generals, and ministers? He is just an ordinary otaku in the 21st century. He chooses to lie down in both life and work, but that is not his fault. Classes are rigidified and people without any background and ability can only become tools working for the class. Now that he has traveled to this world and has a life hanging on the wall, will he choose to live an ordinary life again? Advertisement. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Since there is no safe place in this world, he will rise up in rebellion. Okay, I'm going to find a place to open the can. Old White, let's find a secluded place to dock. I don't want anyone to disturb me during this process. Luo Fan looked at Edward Newgate on the side. Open the can. Edward Newgate frowned slightly, but said nothing and nodded. Not long after, the Moby DK docked on an uninhabited island. After finding a secluded place where no one would disturb him, Luo Fan sat down cross-legged. System, exchange 10 holy jars for me. When Luo Fan heard the news of the deduction, he felt his heart bleed. 1 billion shocking value is so wasted. Open the holy jar. It must be said that the moment the holy jar was opened, the jar, whose surface was covered with totems of the 4 ancient god-tier beasts, was shaking violently, and it was more impressive than any jar he had seen before. He is indeed a big customer, so he is treated differently. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Xuanwu fragment. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining Phoenix fragment 1. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Xuanwu fragment. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary observation Haki. Etc. Stop. Legendary observation Haki. At the same time, behind the note of legendary observation Haki, there are 2 dark attributes, each marked with awakening. Awakening observation Haki, you can control your own aura, making it impossible for the opponent to use observation Haki to foresee the future. Open black lens bracket awakening. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 72. The mythical beast Xuanwu. Jack is seriously ill. Crash into me. Awakening to predict the future, the host can predict anything that will happen within 1 minute, including any creatures and events. Limitation. Within 100 meters. Kill by seeing and hearing. This is Red Hair's ultimate move, and it can be said to be a natural counter to Katakuri's move. Moreover, people who can cultivate the observation Haki to the point of observation killing are even rarer. This is Haki that even Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Garp can't master. As for predicting the future, Katakuri can do it, but he can only see the picture for a moment and only for the target person. But he is different. He can predict anything that will happen within 1 minute, including not only living things but also events, and the range is up to 100 meters. It has the attributes of prediction and radar. So above the top level Haki is the legendary Haki. If I can draw the legendary armament Haki or conqueror's Haki, I will be truly invincible. Luo Fan was amazed and deeply shocked. Ding dong, Congratulations to the host for obtaining one Xuanwu fragment. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one Azure Dragon fragment. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one Xuanwu fragment. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one Xuanwu fragment. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Immortal Spring 1. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning the Enlightenment Platform 1. Xuanwu fragments. Gather 5 pieces to summon the mythical beast Xuanwu. Note: Xuanwu is too huge, please summon it in a suitable area, otherwise it will crush the host. Immortal Spring, a spring with the power to bring the dead back to life. It can only be placed in a fixed place and cannot be moved. Open black lens bracket Enlightenment Platform close black lens bracket. It can help people realize everything. It gives people a 10-fold faster cultivation speed than normal. It is suitable for cultivation, mind cultivation, Taoism cultivation, sword cultivation, Haki cultivation. Good job. It turns out that the contents of the 10 holy jars are not simple at all. The Immortal Spring, this thing is also a thing, but it's difficult to keep it fixed. The Enlightenment Platform, isn't this a trick? It can actually be used to practice Haki and swordsmanship. Every item made Luo Fan rub his hands excitedly. Of course, his favorite is the mythical beast Xuanwu. Big. How big is this thing? Can it crush me to death? Luo Fan left the place with great expectations and came to a shore, where he pieced together 5 fragments that were emitting a faint dark glow. Boo. Along with a slight sound, the 5 fragments suddenly merged together frantically in the next second and turned into a dark ball. This small ball exudes a mysterious aura from ancient times, making the entire space extremely stuffy and oppressive. Summon Xuanwu. Following Luo Fan's light shout. Advertisement. Snap. The dark ball suddenly burst out with a beam of black light, which went straight into the sky, causing the entire cloud layer to roll away and gradually cracking into a huge chasm. Tien. My F asterisk 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 G thing is cracked again FK dish FK. Boom. At the moment when the dark beam shot up into the sky and the earth lost their color and the entire uninhabited island shook violently. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates and others, who were unaware of the situation, all turned their eyes towards the black beam of light. This moment, they inexplicably felt an invisible pressure. This pressure, it was even more terrifying than when Luo Fan and Dad used Conqueror's Haki to charge. This is, Edward Newgate's observation. Haki felt the crisis between heaven and earth, causing the hair on his body to stand up involuntarily. Looking in the direction, it is certain that this is another work of Luo Fan. 1 minute later, the black beam of light dissipated, and Luo Fan stared blankly in the silent and sad cold wind. No huge monster was seen appearing in the sky. Even the sea surface is so calm and peaceful. System, you are tricking me. Where is Xuanwu? Where is my Diochin? Luo Fan narrowed his eyes and asked. In response to this, the system's answer was as outrageous and ridiculous as ever. The black tortoise is on its way. Please wait. Didn't the system tell you that your system rewards are randomly dropped? This black tortoise is so big, so it will naturally find a larger place to land. Convex FK dish FK. Really? Same as the beginning. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. At this time, 10 hours had passed since the Marineford incident. On a huge mammoth ship. Advertisement. Jack the Drow was standing on the bow, looking up. He said to himself indifferently, I wonder if the clown is still alive. If he is not, our arsenal will be in danger of shortage. After learning that Marineford was razed to the ground by Luo Fan. Under Kaido's instructions, Jack was arranged to act separately and led his team alone to Dressrosa to receive the newly ordered arms. Just as Jack fell into deep thought, suddenly, a silly roe deer behind him picked up the telescope and shouted to him, Master Jack, a moving island was found ahead. As soon as these words came out, the alpaca standing nearby slapped the gift giver in the face, trying to shut his mouth. But when he reacted, it's still too late. After hearing this, Jack turned around with a spirited look on his face and looked at him quietly. This moment, the alpaca gave the gift to the author and felt a chill in his heart. Oh, the game is over again. Now Lord Jack's old problem is coming back again. The next second, Jack pulled out 2 ivory knives from his waist, put one foot on the floor, and with his blood boiling, he let the waves hit him as much as they wanted. He pointed straight ahead and said, pull the boat over immediately. When the alpaca gifter heard this, he immediately hugged Jack's thigh in fear and cried, Master Jack, our priority is to receive new weapons and ammunition. We should not stay here. I thought that kind words of advice would be helpful. What he got in return was a cold and merciless slap in the face. Bang! The alpaca who gave the gift was knocked flying on the spot and hit a mast heavily, and couldn't be pulled off. Even the birds ignored him. But then, the silly spore giver gradually broke out in a cold sweat. He took a deep breath and said, Master Jack, I seem to have seen it wrong. That is not an island. To be precise, it was not a moving island at all. It was a gigantic creature with a dark brown shell mixed with mud and covered with green grass. Its head was lowered under the sea and could not be seen clearly. This is not an island. It's a turtle, Master Jack. Why don't we get out of the way? As soon as these words came out, Jack kicked him away and yelled, Who do you think Lousy is? Lousy is Jack the Drow. Then he grabbed the telescope and took a closer look. The excitement on his face suddenly surged. It's actually a turtle bigger than Wanukuni. Guys, move the boat over to Lousy. Chapter 73. After the nuclear explosion. The aftermath of the Marineford survivors. The words fell. The other members of the Drought Pirates looked at each other in bewilderment. After seeing the alpaca being beaten half to death, they naturally changed direction wisely. Rushed towards the mysterious giant turtle at full speed. Until it was less than 200 meters away from the giant turtle. Jack waved his hand and ordered his men on the boat, blow up this giant turtle. Moment. A large number of black cannons suddenly fired shells all over the sky, bombarding the giant turtle. Boom, boom, boom. ... Hundreds of shells were fired at the giant turtle, whose head was lowered in the seawater, without any reaction at all, as if a breeze was blowing past it. Hard. It's so hard. There is not even any trace of scraping. Jack's face gradually darkened. He had crashed into countless ships and killed giant creatures such as sea kings. But now, the giant turtle completely ignored them. Damn you, turtle. Lousy is so angry. How dare you ignore Lousy? Jack had been suppressing his emotions for too long. Not only had he been repeatedly pinned to the ground and rubbed by the red hair pirates, but now he was being ignored by this mindless giant beast. Naturally, he felt even more upset. And just at this moment, the giant turtle right in front of him suddenly shuddered, and his head, which was hanging in the sea, slowly raised up. What I saw rising out of the water was a dark head covered with stone scales. The nostrils alone were 10 times as big as those of Jack's mammoth. Its pupils were dark and revealed endless disdain, and then its nose raised. No way. Is there really such a big turtle in the world? At this moment, Jack felt cold all over, and he finally saw the true face of the giant turtle. At the same time, next second, yawn, boom. ... Advertisement. ... 1 day later. Marineford. On the island that had turned into ruins, a slight stench permeated the scorching hot air. Dozens of marine warships are docked here, and countless wounded on the island are being continuously transported to the warships. After experiencing the mushroom cloud, the originally prosperous marine headquarters was now covered with yellow sand. If it weren't for the marines walking on this soil, one would have thought they were in a desert. At this time, Garp, Sengoku, Akainu, and Kazaru all stood in a row with extremely grim expressions. Sengoku secretly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He hadn't had any water for 2 days, so his voice became very hoarse. This time, our marine government suffered heavy losses. Among the elite troops that participated, more than 30,000 were killed or wounded. Among them, our 4 vice admirals, 6 rear admirals, and other officers all died in this battle. These are the elite soldiers in our marines. They were trained with countless efforts, and they died in an instant in that explosion. Listening to Sengoku describing the battle situation, Akainu's eyes were filled with incomparable anger, and he clenched his fists. I must find that kid. Kill him with my own hands. Old man Sengoku, this time, you can't stop me again. After saying that, Akainu gave Sengoku a vicious look and left. Garp, who had lived with Sengoku for so long and had experienced countless life and death situations, was pale at this moment. Unforgivable. These are the elites I trained. The next time I see that guy, I will never let him go. As for Kazaru, he just mourned in his heart. Is it really worth dying for such a small salary? Now, Sengoku still has many problems to face. There were issues such as the new address of the Marine headquarters after the war, and where to replenish the elite Marines that the Marine had spent decades of effort to cultivate since most of them were lost. They were like invisible mountains, pressing down on Sengoku's heart. Aokiji contacted me not long ago. Fortunately, he is fine. Overall, the situation has not developed to the point where it is out of control. At least our Marine's top combat power still exists. However, the Marine government can no longer maintain world stability. This was the only thing that made Sengoku feel fortunate. The other side, Mihawk, Doflamingo, Hancock, and Bear all had varying degrees of mild radiation damage. They found a trace of burns on the surface of their skin. Perhaps it was caused by being too close to the epicenter of the explosion. What kind of bomb is that has such a terrifying power? Doflamingo, an arms dealer, was shocked when he saw the flame bird wings on his body were burnt black. Mihawk and Hancock suffered the lightest injuries. They only felt an inexplicable itching on the surface of their skin, but other than that, they did not experience any other discomfort. Advertisement. Next time I see that guy, I will make him a dead soul under the black knife. Mihawk looked indifferent and placed the black knife behind him. Just as the 7 warlords of the sea were preparing to evacuate. Suddenly, in the sky, a cuckoo bird made entirely of machinery suddenly fell down. Please don't leave if you are here. When everyone looked at this giant mechanical cuckoo that was 10 meters tall, they couldn't help but be stunned. On it, the word Vegapunk is clearly written. Vegapunk. When Sengoku saw the giant bird, he recognized it immediately. Mr. Vegapunk, what can I do for you? Then, the cuckoo bird opened its mouth and spit out bottles of green reagents, large and small, there were hundreds of them. Then his voice came out from the body of the cuckoo bird. I'm sorry to tell you some unfortunate news. You have absorbed a lot of harmful radioactive substances. You can't leave this place unless you eliminate the radioactive substances in your body immediately. Then the body functions of most of you will be destroyed by this substance, and at the same time, it will have a great impact on your lifespan. As soon as these words came out, everyone present gasped. Even Akainu, who was about to leave, stopped abruptly. Body functions are destroyed. Lifespan will also be affected. If you feel a burning sensation on the surface of your skin, it means that your body has absorbed enough radioactive substances. This substance is called nuclear radiation. Fortunately, I have developed a medicine that can eliminate this nuclear radiation. As long as you mix it with water and drink it, the effects of the radiation can be completely eliminated. After Vegapunk spoke, Sengoku didn't hesitate at all and immediately ordered the soldiers under him, go and prepare clean water immediately. Do as Dr. Vegapunk said. Soon, they poured the bottles of green reagents into the water and mixed out a large amount of potion. Some soldiers who were afraid of death wanted to jump into the potion immediately to eliminate the nuclear radiation in their bodies. Only, Vegapunk suddenly interrupted them. Wait, don't be impatient. Before you take the potion, I must let you know that once you take the potion, your body will undergo corresponding changes and will become very different from before. What changes? Sengoku frowned. He was also the one who had to take the potion. If the potion really had any side effects, it would be a big trouble. To this, Vegapunk said, that's it. Chapter 74. Side effects of the drug. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. That is, after taking the potion, everyone's body will react differently, because the potion contains bloodline factors that can stimulate your potential strength, making your body extremely hard, and your strength will also increase a lot. But at the same time, it will also bring different side effects. As for the side effects, there is no clinical trial data yet, so I can't make an assessment. I must let you all understand this clearly. Of course, if you don't take it, the radioactive substances absorbed into your body will always exist, and will continue to cause your body functions to deteriorate. So my personal suggestion is that you should still take it as long as you can accept the changes in your body. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Drinking it can not only eliminate radioactive substances in the body, but also improve strength, but it will produce different side effects. But if you don't drink it, your body's functions will fail. This is a choice that everyone cannot accept and has no choice but to make. Vegapunk has made it clear. After all, this was developed on an ad hoc basis, and there isn't a ton of clinical trial data to look at. Therefore, everyone present is a guinea pig for the drug's experiment. Drink it. I'm already old. If my body gets weaker, it will be troublesome. Sengoku was the first to stand up. As the marshal of the Marine government, he had extremely high prestige. If he didn't drink, first believe other Marine officers and soldiers would not drink either. If it really happened like Vegapunk, their bodies would suffer great harm. The decline in combat power is unacceptable, and by then the Marine will really collapse on its own. Gurgle. Under everyone's gaze, Sengoku filled a cup with the potion without hesitation and drank it in one gulp. 1 minute later, Sengoku didn't feel anything unusual in his body, and the frown on his face gradually relaxed as he said to everyone, I'm fine. If even the marshal is not afraid of death, then there is no need to say more to the others. They all stepped forward and drank the potion one by one. 7 warlords of the Sea Zhang, Mahawk, Doflamingo, Hancock, and Bear all walked towards the potion jar at the same time. This potion looks weird. Will I really be fine after drinking it? Hancock's clear, beautiful eyes flickered with indecision. Turn already. She saw the bear drink it without hesitation and burp loudly. Next came Mahawk and Doflamingo. After swallowing, both of them couldn't help but frown. It tastes terrible, they both commented in unison. Seeing this, Hancock shook his head and drank the glass helplessly. Time passes by second by second. Just when everyone had finished swallowing the potion, Sengoku's facial expression suddenly became extremely painful. He felt a swelling sensation in his abdomen. What's wrong with my stomach? Marshal Sengoku, what's wrong with you? Advertisement. Damn it, is there really something wrong with this potion? Vegapunk, you didn't poison me, did you? At this moment, all the Marine officers and soldiers looked at the cuckoo with their eyes wide open. In response, Cuckoo Bird spread his hands and said, you don't have to doubt me. This is just a different reaction that has begun to occur in Marshal Sengoku. As for what kind of side effects will appear, everyone is different. I can't give an accurate judgment. Tear. The next second, Marshal Sengoku's originally strong 8-pack abdominal muscles turned into a big belly that burst his clothes. In an instant, he became a dozen years greasy. My abs are gone. The abdominal muscles are gone. Marine. I'm so mad at you. N airy summation opening parenthesis D no. Confused. The whole audience was stunned. After taking a tube of medicine, will even the muscles melt away? At this time, Garp couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sengoku, you really become a fat man now, ha 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 ha. Before Garp could stop laughing, everyone's eyes turned to him tacitly. Mr. Garp, your side effects are truly enviable. Many Marine soldiers around showed envy and jealousy in their eyes. What's wrong with me? Why are you all staring at me? Suddenly, a sense of evil came over Garp, his hair stood on end, and he felt something was wrong. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. 10,000 alpacas suddenly galloped through his heart. Ha ha ha. Garp, it doesn't matter if I'm fat, but you'll probably have to wear iron pants from now on due to this side effect. Sengoku was originally depressed, but after seeing the side effects of Garp, he smiled with complete relief. And at the same time, Akainu and Kazaru were both stunned, and an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness came over them. Do you feel anything? Akainu looked at Kazaru beside him, feeling somewhat uneasy. If he really turns into a black-bellied fat man like Sengoku, it will damage his personal image. Kazaru took a deep breath, and felt his left hand begin to tremble constantly, becoming more and more violent, and completely out of control. How did I become like this? Advertisement. As if he had a seizure, Kazaru held his left hand tightly with his right hand. As for Akainu, the next moment the drug started to take effect, he felt the corner of his mouth suddenly tilted to the side, as if it was glued and couldn't be opened again. Bega, punk, you, FK. Oh my god, why did my hair turn green? Your hairstyle is so cool. God knows to send you a green grassland. How come I suddenly grew a sixth finger on my right hand? Damn it, why am I bald? Hina is so hot, who can cool Hina down? All of a sudden, all marine personnel began to experience side effects to varying degrees. Side effects vary greatly from person to person. All of a sudden, all marine personnel began to experience side effects to varying degrees. Side effects vary greatly from person to person. Gugu Bird looked at the people's strange expressions and could only comfort them quickly. Regarding the side effects after taking the medicine, I will follow up with the treatment and help you solve the problems caused by the medicine as much as possible. When Vegapunk said this, he was actually unsure in his heart. After all, everyone's genes are different, and the immune response mechanisms produced are also different. At this time, 7 warlords of the sea. Mihawk slowly raised his right hand, looking at the surface covered with a layer of extremely black armament Haki. While he had completely retracted Haki, he whispered, "Well, it's not too bad." On the other hand, Doflamingo's body showed something strange. A green grass appeared on his head, emitting a faint glow. What is this? He tried to pull the grass off, but found that a sharp pain instantly swept through his whole body from the top of his head. Hiss. Ouch. The incomparable pain was completely connected to his brain nerves. Vegapunk. Doflamingo clenched his fists in anger. Suddenly, an extremely magnetic female scream rang out. Everyone turned their attention to a beautiful figure, Boa Hancock. And when they saw the side effects of Boa Hancock. FK. What the hell? What the hell? Chapter 75 Kaido. Yamato is my father, please. This moment, the air in Marineford was filled with a strong smell of blood. Hey, why are you having nosebleeds? Look, you have bleeding too, look at the side effects of others. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Hey, someone come quickly, there's someone fainting here. Ahem, I am anemic, can someone give me a hand? 2 days later, aboard the Moby DK, Luo Fan sat at the bow, looking at the end of the sea. The sea is as blue agate. FK. Forget it, I can't write poetry, why hasn't my Xuanwu arrived yet? Is this thing moving so slowly? He had been waiting there for 2 days, but there was no sign of Xuanwu. System, did you throw my Xuanwu to the farthest place? Luo Fan asked. In response, the system was as indifferent as ever, and responded, Xuanwu is a giant turtle. It walks here, so it's naturally slower. Luo Fan, what's the difference between this and winning a $100 million prize and then telling you that you can't claim it right away? I'd better go out and look for it myself. Luo Fan couldn't stand sitting around like this any longer and hanging out with Whitebeard and his gang. Whitebeard also doesn't know how to recruit some young female crew members to provide massage services or something. What's the fun in being a pirate? Walking up to Edward Newgate who was drinking, Luo Fan said, Old White, I'm leaving for a while. Leave. Where to? Everyone outside is watching you now. You are safest here. Edward Newgate put the flagon down, his face worried. After all, Luo Fan is now a person in the limelight, especially after the world government issued a bounty order for him. It is estimated that many people are hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Don't worry about that, as long as I want to run, no one can stop me. Luo Fan said, and took out a stone from the space ring. The stone is emerald green all over, emitting a dim glow, with the word, Wu, engraved on it. It is filled with an ancient breath that makes people feel inexplicably relaxed and happy. Boom. Just throw it on the ground and the stone will quickly expand to a size of 10 meters. FK. Look, Luosang is doing something again. To create such a large stone out of thin air. Advertisement. How did this happen? When the huge enlightenment stone appeared, Marco, Ace, Vista and others on the boat all gathered around and stared blankly. Even Edward Newgate, who had seen a lot, couldn't help but take a breath. What kind of tricks are you using? I learned magic at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I can create many strange things out of thin air. They all like to call me Lollipop. The urine you drank earlier was also made by me. And the light a few days ago was also a kind of summoning magic. Don't worry about it for now. This stone is called the Enlightenment Stone. Just touch it with your hands and it will help you speed up your understanding of Haki and swordsmanship. It also has many other miraculous effects. To be my little brother, how can you be strong enough? Luo Fan glanced at Marco and others. Oh, is it really that magical? When Edward Newgate heard this, he immediately stood up from his huge throne and was the first to touch the Enlightenment Stone with his hand. Immediately, an extremely irritating sound came out. Ah, the words fell. Everyone present was petrified on the spot. Luo Fan. No. Marco. Dad, you scream. Ace. Is this true? Did I hear correctly? Dad actually has this side to him. Vista. Maybe it's because the stone feels good. It took Edward Newgate more than 10 seconds to realize his gaffe. He immediately let go of his hand, his face full of shock and his eyes shining with brilliance. This stone is so strange. It actually makes me feel extremely comfortable, as if it has suddenly discovered the flaws in my swordsmanship. What? Just touching it for a dozen seconds can have such an effect. The others all looked in disbelief. They had never heard of this kind of stone that could help people practice cultivation. Do you still have doubts about what Dad said? Marco placed his hand on the Enlightenment Stone without thinking. For a moment, the entire sea was echoing with the sounds of unbridled release. Advertisement. Wanukuni. Ghost Island. The Beast's pirates returned to their headquarters and began to rest. This time they almost went out in full force, but ended up failing. It was really unlucky. However, at the same time, Kaido had no time to rest. He immediately sent Jin to find Yamato. 2 hours later, Yamato was caught by Jin. Kaido, what do you want from me? Looking at Kaido, who was sitting in his seat with an indifferent expression, Yamato yelled at him without any good feelings. Kaido then stood up and walked towards Yamato, his eyes heavy, like a kind father. Then he grabbed Yamato's handcuffs with his hands and exerted force suddenly. Boom. At the moment when the handcuffs were about to explode, Kaido broke them and threw them aside. Daughter, you are free. Yamato trembled all over at Kaido's sudden action. She looked at her father's eyes, which had become inexplicably gentle, and felt that all this was like a dream. How is that possible? Are you willing to let me go? Did the sun rise from the west today? These handcuffs have bound her for more than 10 years. Ever since she can remember, Kaido has been keeping a close eye on her and restricting her personal freedom, hoping that he will allow her to replace Kurozumi Orochi and become the general of Wanukuni in the future. After a moment of silence, Kaido said earnestly, for so long, Dad has let you down. It was Dad who always made decisions for you and made you do things you didn't like. Now Dad knows he was wrong, so he wants to sit down and have a good talk with you. Kaido said, sitting down. Kaido, stop being so hypocritical. What medicine did you take wrong today? Yamato looked behind Kaido, wondering if there was a mace or something hidden, ready to hit him suddenly, but found nothing. Dad has never asked you for anything in my life, but today, there is one thing I want you to agree to. Dad can give you freedom and you can go wherever you want. Abnormal. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Yamato didn't agree immediately. You speak first. Then, Kaido took out a poster from his waist and placed it in front of Yamato. Do you know this person? When I saw the photo on the poster, of the man holding a big knife, facing all living beings alone, with Buddha's light emanating from his face. Yamato couldn't help but trembled softly and said, isn't this Luo, that guy? Huh, you know him. That's great. What Dad wants to say is that this guy is the fiancé Dad arranged for you. Now Dad needs you to find him. Chapter 76 Yamato's Determination. Laozi's Xuanwu was stolen. When these words came out of Kaido's mouth, Yamato originally thought that the old father's apology was from the bottom of his heart because he had felt guilty towards her for so many years. In the end, she was still a joke. Really? Or is it because I am useful? Thinking of this, Yamato's face inevitably dimmed a little. She shook her head and smiled. I always thought that you would change your attitude and opinion of me over time. Now it seems so ridiculous. After all, I still have too much hope for you. Yamato, what do you mean? Kaido raised his eyes, and the gentleness just now disappeared, replaced by seriousness. What do you mean? After all, am I not still your victim? From childhood to adulthood, have you ever asked me what kind of life I want? Have you ever cared about my feelings? Am I born to be your puppet? I don't care about being Wanokuni's general. I'll decide who to marry myself. Don't be so hypocritical in front of me. You want me to find Luo just to get what's on him. Yes, I know him, but so what? He is just a good friend of mine. If you want me to betray my friend because of this, I tell you to dream on. Yamato vented out the anger that had been hidden in her heart for more than a decade hysterically, and tears flowed uncontrollably from her beautiful red eyes. Every time, his father would only think of her when he needed to use her. Sorrow. How sad. It turns out that the price of freedom is to betray her friend, and it is the friend she has been thinking about day and night. Yamato, Laozi doesn't care what you think, and doesn't care if he's your good friend or not. If you don't agree to me, I'll put a new pair of handcuffs on you. Kaido stared at Yamato without paying any attention, and remained calm even though his daughter in front of him had already burst into tears. In his opinion, power and strength are the most important. As for his children and members of the Beast's pirates, they can all become victims of his ascension to the throne. Seeing Kaido's unrepentant look, there was only despair and loss in Yamato's eyes. Yes, after all, her father was a powerful and famous sea emperor, with powerful subordinates under his command and admired by thousands of people. He was so high up that he was unattainable. A strong man of this level would never care about personal relationships. Yamato, who had seen through all of this, forced a smile and nodded. Okay, I promise you, I will go find Luo for you. The words fell. Kaido immediately showed a satisfied smile on his face. He chuckled and said, "This is my good daughter. This is the Den Den Mushi I gave you. If you find any news about Luo Fan, notify me immediately." You know, Luo Fan is currently at the center of public opinion, and many people around the world are watching him. Advertisement. Methods to stay alive forever. Kaido couldn't help but be moved by these words. The reason why I believe this text said by the world government. It's simply because Luo Fan's performance was so terrifying. It is no exaggeration to say that the speed at which this guy's strength is improving is beyond all common sense. When he first met Luo Fan, the other party was just an ant that he could easily crush to death, an insignificant ant. But now, the opponent was able to break through his defense with one sword, break into Marineford alone, and raise the Marine headquarters to the ground, and then escape unscathed. Putting all of this together, it is enough to show that the statement is very likely true. After all, Kaido is not young anymore. If he can really get back to the top, he will definitely have the confidence to become the strongest man in the world. After leaving the beast base with a heavy heart, came to the beach. Yamato wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She gradually calmed herself down. Looking at the Den Den Mushi in her hand, she smiled coldly. Snap. The Den Den Mushi was crushed to pieces by her on the spot. Kaido, I won't betray Luo for you. I've decided to travel the world with that stinky guy. ... Maritime. A ship is like entering an empty land. Fishermen, pirates, and even some dignitaries of some countries passing by chose to avoid the ship when they saw it. This is a huge ship, and on its sails is the world government's cross and 5 circles flag, symbolizing the world government's absolute rule. Only celestial dragons, the world's nobles comparable to gods, are qualified to own such a prestigious ship. Residents of any country, kings of any country, have to bow down and pay absolute respect to them when they see them. And at this time, in front of this giant ship, on the sailing route. Just at this moment, they found a giant turtle in front of them, moving slowly in one direction. Advertisement. Ah, what a big turtle. This turtle looks like a moving continent. A marine holding a telescope saw a huge creature appearing on the route ahead. On the boat, a celestial dragon wearing a bubble mask, a white outer space jacket, and hair standing on end became interested after hearing this. Get out of the way. Let me see. He kicked Marine away, snatched the telescope, and looked in the direction indicated. Oh my god, there is such a big turtle in the world. It is much more interesting than the slave I just bought. If I bring it back to the holy land of Mariajoy, my father will definitely reward me well. I will build an amusement park on the giant turtle, a prison for holding slaves, and my own personal house. He started up, talking to himself excitedly. In his eyes, there is nothing in this world that they cannot get. If there is, let the world government take care of it. All in all, since they were little, there is nothing they cannot get. Sir, that turtle is too big, we can't handle it. The Marines all showed embarrassed expressions. Letting them cause trouble for the giant turtle, isn't that courting death? But the celestial dragons didn't care at all. He got angry and said, then you can go to hell. I said, I must bring the turtle back. Someone, capture that turtle for me immediately. At this time, on a dilapidated ghost ship, Luo Fan folded his hands across his chest and looked straight ahead. This ship is really tenacious. After stepping on the wooden board twice, Luo Fan couldn't help but sigh at the tenacious vitality of this boat. Fortunately, he took it back during the chaos of the fight, otherwise he would have to rely on moonwalk to find Xuanwu. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly sounded in my mind. Ives Wensheng landed in Xuanwu. What? Celestial dragons found Laozi's turtle. Chapter 77. Facial cleanser falls from the sky, what the hell, woman? Maritime. A brand new mammoth is sailing. At this time, in addition to the surviving giver, there was also Jack the Drow on the new mammoth. Every time I think of the scene where I was sunk by the giant turtle's spray a few days ago. The surviving gift givers couldn't help but feel terrified. At this time, Jack, with his body covered in bandages, was sitting obediently in a chair receiving an IV. Fortunately, he was a fishman, and sinking into the sea did not bring him any bad effects. After all, the devil fruit has an effect on most people, but for a fishman like him, it has no effect at all. Fortunately, his ivory was not destroyed, otherwise, he would have been disfigured. Captain Jack, in another 5 hours, we will reach the kingdom. The alpaca spoke to the gift giver very carefully. Oh, Jack gave him a cold look. Just then, Jack was about to take a nap. The gorilla who was on guard suddenly shouted, Master Jack, there is a broken ship at the end ahead, and it is heading this way. Click. All of a sudden, all the staff stared at the gorilla gifter with extremely angry eyes. Do you really want to die again? Do you think your life is too long? I finally managed to escape from the giant turtle, but you come back again. Don't you know what's wrong with Lord Jack? As soon as these words came out, Jack, who had stumbled several times in a row, suddenly became furious again. Where is it? Whose ship is it? This time, although Jack looked very resolute on the surface, he was obviously a little more reserved. What if I fail to show off? It's a very old ship, and it has no flag. I don't know which force it belongs to, but the ship is very fast. When the gorilla sentinel said this, the gift givers present all felt relieved. Advertisement. Very good. Not from the Marines, nor from other pirates groups. In this way, they shouldn't encounter any difficult guys. Master Jack, please follow your heart. Whatever you want to do, I will be there for you. Yeah, how about we smash it to pieces? No, I think we should use artillery fire to blow it to pieces. The gift givers on the ship all understood the ways of the world, and Jack felt extremely comfortable with the flattery. You guys understand me and know my faults. Little guys, hit them. Following Jack's order. Yes. Immediately, the speed of the entire mammoth suddenly increased and rushed towards the ghost ship. Visalia Sky Island. A group of meteorologists are anxiously looking for a person. Where did that girl Nami go? Have you seen her? No, she's been emotionally unstable since she saw the news about Marineford. Perhaps he chose to run away because he was worried about his captain. After searching every corner of Sky Island, they did not find Nami. When Harada returned home, he was shocked to find that some of his climate books in his bookcase had been stolen. He flew into a rage. Nami took away my most precious books. At this time, under the clouds at Sky Island, Nami is using the magic weather wand to continuously create enough white clouds that are moving towards the lower sky like steps. How scary. This place should be 10,000 meters above the ground. At this moment, endless regret filled Nami's heart. If she hadn't seen the news that Luffy had appeared in Marineford and learned that Marineford had been razed to the ground, she would not have taken the risk and sneaked down here. Now Luffy's whereabouts and life or death are unknown, and she has been unable to calm down, so she took this action. Advertisement. However, it was too late now. She had stolen so many meteorologists' books that if she returned them, she would definitely be tied up. As Nami continued to jump on the clouds, he gradually got used to his fear of heights and his speed increased. In less than 2 hours, she had passed through the heavy clouds and mist, and a boundless blue ocean appeared within her field of vision. I'm finally almost on the ground. After taking a deep breath, Nami's eyes revealed joy. Ever since she was hit and flew into the sky by the bear in 7 Warlords of the Sea, she has not seen the sea. As a pirate who pursues freedom and yearns for the sea, she still feels that the life of sailing on the sea suits her. If you stay with those old guys who only immerse themselves in climate research for too long, you will really get bored. Just when Nami was less than 100 meters from the sea surface. Suddenly, the wind direction changed suddenly. A gust of wind blew violently, causing her body to sway. Her feet slipped, and she lost weight and stepped on empty air. Nami, who was in free fall, screamed miserably, and used the weather stick in her hand to frantically create clouds under her body to reduce the impact she would receive during the landing. However, these clouds are of some use. During the falling process, Nami clearly felt that the inertia of his body was being weakened by the layers of clouds. With 20 meters left, her falling speed had slowed down significantly. Are you so lucky? As soon as I got down, I encountered Is this a ghost ship? Nami saw clearly that there was a shabby and gloomy ship passing by below, and she trembled with fear. And at the same time, Luo Fan, who was dozing with his head resting on the back of his head and facing the sky, suddenly heard an inexplicable sound of breaking through the air. When he opened his eyes, plop, a gentle feeling suddenly hit his face, and a faint body fragrance filled his nostrils. He felt as if his face was deeply sunk into a large piece of extremely elastic cotton and flour. Who the hell threw stuff? When he came to his senses and looked. Oh my god, how could facial cleanser fall from the sky? As a result, when he tried to push her away with his hands, he suddenly found that the moment his hands just grabbed the other person, actually. Asterisk. Holy crap. Chapter 78 I heard you were worth 1 billion. The girl who fell into his arms had brown eyes, beautiful orange hair, and a devilishly hot body. She was wearing a bikini on her upper body, revealing her white belly. The key is the unique body fragrance, which is really refreshing. When Luo Fan saw clearly the woman who fell from the sky and gave her a bottle of facial cleanser. The other party's information popped into his mind immediately. The navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, one of the 9 cadres, known as the Little Cat Thief, regards money as her life, and is a woman with certain violent and exhibitionist tendencies. What's the weather like today? How come she was released? Could it be that the system gave it to me? That's not right. When would the system give me a living person? At the same time, feeling an octopus flapping around on my body. Nami's frightened face instantly turned into furious mode, and just when she was about to raise her hand to slap him, the young man that came into her sight made her body tremble. This little brother is so handsome. Nami blinked her big eyes, and 2 love hearts were beating. Such beauty. Such a damn charming temperament. More handsome than Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Brook, Chopper, and any other man she had ever seen. In addition to her love for money, Nami also loves handsome guys. At this moment, a blush appeared on her shy face, and her mind was immersed in a dreamlike scene. Is this little brother a prince from a fairy tale? Hey, you're pressing me so hard that I can't breathe. Can you get out of the way first? Luo Fan felt as if his nose was blocked by something extremely soft, but he was too embarrassed to move his hands away. Realizing her own gaffe, Nami screamed and immediately stood up from Luo Fan's body. I'm sorry I hit you. My name is Nami. Please give me your guidance. Nami looked very polite and bowed to express her apology. Call. After taking a deep breath, Luo Fan recalled the time when Yamato murdered him. Advertisement. Now he once again encountered the scene of washing his face with facial cleanser. Do you think there is something wrong with these women? Do they know what is going on and just apply facial cleanser on others? Luo Fan. Luo Fan rubbed the sides of his nose and asked, how did you fall from the sky? In response, Nami immediately pointed at it seriously and said with a big smile, I escaped from a sky island called Visalia. Hey, where are the books I brought with me? When she came to her senses, she suddenly realized that the climate books she was carrying had all fallen away during the fall. Damn it, if this happens, all her work will be in vain. But thinking about the fact that she didn't fall to her death today and that she met a shockingly handsome boy, Nami felt much better all of a sudden. Victoria. Luo Fan was of course aware of this. In the original plot, this was the place where Nami practiced for 2 years. A group of bad old men lived there and studied meteorology every day. If you think about it this way, Nami's appearance makes sense. Firstly, because of his appearance, Ace and Whitebeard were able to survive, Marineford was razed to the ground, and Straw Hat Luffy was unable to reach Marineford to ring the bell, leaving a signal on his arm specifically to hint at his friends in front of the whole world. Therefore, the plot trajectory changed and everything developed in a normal way. Just as the two of them sat down and were about to get to know each other better. Bang! Suddenly, there was a heavy crash, and the entire Flying Dutchman shook violently. What happened? Did we hit a reef? As a professional navigator, Nami quickly stood up and walked to the bow of the ship. Just listen. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of sounds of huge objects falling to the ground. Just see. At the bow, a series of figures stood there upright, among whom was an extremely tall and strong man. He has a ponytail and 2 braids, a metal jaw, 2 ivory-like decorations on his head and shoulders, spiked rivets, a fur coat, 2 shortle knife-like weapons, and a belt with the beast's pirate's logo around his waist. Sir Jack, there is a woman here. Besides, this woman looks pretty good, with a great figure. Advertisement. Master Jack, you are in for a treat tonight. When a group of gift givers came out behind him, their eyes were all greedily focused on Nami, drooling, and they did not move. Don't talk nonsense. Lousy can see it. Jack wanted to slap to death the talkative gift givers behind him. When he saw Nami clearly, he was moved and asked, are you the owner of this ship? Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the other person, Nami shrank her neck in fear and quickly waved her hand. No, I'm just a guest of this ship. She thought about it carefully and decided that she couldn't say that she just happened to fall from the sky. Oh, Jack responded indifferently with one word, then quickly appeared in front of Nami, looking down at her with an arrogant attitude. Woman, you only have 2 choices now, either die or obey Lousy. Little girl, don't be ungrateful. This Lord Jack is the confidant of 4 emperors Kaido. Wherever he steps on, it dries up and decays like a drought demon, and eventually perishes. That's why he is nicknamed Drought. Our Lord Jack is a big pirate worth more than 1 billion. At this time, an orangutan who had given the gift came over and started to persuade him to resign by threats and inducements. 1 billion bounty. What a joke. This guy's bounty is more than twice that of Luffy. And that's more than the entire pirates group combined. Facing pirates of this level, does she still have a chance to escape? Deep despair arose from her heart, Nami's body softened and she fell to the ground, tears streaming from her eyes. She couldn't accept her bad luck, as she encountered such a high bounty pirates as soon as she landed. The most important thing is that he is too ugly. I don't want it. Nami bit her back teeth hysterically and took out the magic weather stick ready for a life and death fight. Idiot, are you trying to resist? Jack smiled coldly and was about to capture Nami. Just at this moment, a lazy voice came leisurely. Oh, big pirates worth 1 billion. Chapter 79 Jack. Brother, be gentle, the ivory is worth 900 million. As this voice sounded, around, suddenly there was silence. It was as if a gust of cold wind blew by, bringing the atmosphere on the scene to its lowest point. Who is talking? You don't know how to live or die, how dare you speak nonsense in front of Master Jack? After the orangutan heard the poem, he immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Just see. In the middle of the boat, a young man was walking slowly towards them. And when his face gradually came into everyone's sight clearly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock, their teeth aching from the cold. Wow, it's him. Lousy. What kind of G luck, how come I met this guy here? When he saw the young man in front of him, Jack's originally arrogant face instantly turned pale, and the whole person seemed to fall into an ice cave, and the nerves in his body were trembling unconsciously. So ripe. He is too familiar with this acquaintance. Governor Kaido's designated son-in-law, Luo Fan. The most important thing is that things are different now. The Luo Fan today is no longer the same as the one he met before, a scum with a combat power of only 5. Not only did he kill Kaido boss with one blow and escape unscathed, he also razed Marineford to the ground along the way. The current bounty is as high as 4,050 Baileys. What concept? This is a bounty amount comparable to that of 4 emperors. Jack is indeed a reckless and impulsive person, with a bit of a silly character. But he still had some idea of the value of this 10-digit bounty. Moreover, Luo Fan is now wanted by not only the world government, but also powerful people from all over the world are looking for this guy. As luck would have it, he ran into it. Grass. Damn me. What bad luck. Luo Fan. Ahem, it's you. It's been a long time since we last met. You look more handsome now. Jack's fierce eyes suddenly softened. He put down the scimitar in his hand and looked like he had no intention of fighting. However, as soon as these words came out, several people who were giving gifts nearby immediately jumped up. Brother Jack, isn't this the guy that Boss Kaido has been looking for? Yeah, the boss said he must be caught back. Humph, let's go together. If we capture him, Boss Kaido will definitely reward us well. Advertisement. I heard the gift givers behind me shouting. Jack. Oh, inner thoughts. If you guys want to die, don't drag Lousy with you, I'll FK you. I saw a strange and inexplicably harmonious scene before my eyes. Nami stared with her dark brown eyes in surprise, looking at Luo Fan while pointing at Jack. You know him. This forced her to take a closer look at Luo Fan. He even knows the billionaire pirates. This is so amazing. In response, Luo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't recognize him. Before he finished speaking, Jack walked up to Luo Fan and patted his chest politely. Brother Luo Fan, how come we don't know each other? I am the confidant of Kaido boss, and you are our boss's son-in-law, and his son-in-law is my eldest brother, so I can call you eldest brother, right? Luo Fan looked at Jack, whose personality had suddenly changed. So what do you mean by ramming my boat? I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. My boat's rudder broke down just now, and I accidentally bumped into it. You know, I don't usually bump into other people's boats. The words fell. The orangutan to the gifter. ODO winking face, did we order them to crash into it? Alpaca to the author. You are trying to pass the buck. You can't change your bad habit of colliding with other ships, but you blame us. Other contributors. _____, it was you who wanted to hit me, why are you giving in now? Seeing Jack trying to get close to me like this. Luo Fan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Oh, so you mean you don't have to pay for ramming this ship? As soon as these words came out, Jack was sweating profusely. Not really, we are all brothers, there is no need to be so picky. My brother, get out of here. Luo Fan kicked Jack hard on the arm with a whip kick. Bang. Jack was kicked by a whip kick and slid back 5 or 6 meters before he stopped. Mr. Luo, Lousy is at least one of the 3 big names, and the bounty on the pirates is as high as 1 billion. You don't even give Lousy this little bit of face. Do you think you are quite capable? Jack felt waves of burning pain in his right arm, and stared at Luo Fan with gritted teeth. Do I know you? Luo Fan responded indifferently. After hearing what the other party said, Jack realized that the other party had no respect for him at all, and immediately waved his hand. Guys, kill him for me. Lousy doesn't believe it. If I can't beat you, can I still outrun you? As soon as the words fell, Jack turned around and jumped towards the sea. FK. Brother Jack, what are you doing? Damn it. He ran away. He left us and ran away. Come back soon. Brother Jack, can you really bear to abandon us? He didn't hear the cries for help from his men behind him at all. Jack, who was full of desire to survive, was about to sink into the sea to escape. Sudden. The sound was like a biting cold wind that penetrated my whole body. Hey, where do you want to go? As the voice fell, Jack found that his body was suspended in midair, firmly fixed by a terrifying force. Advertisement. Oh my god. This is. When Jack turned around suddenly, he saw an extremely thick hand extending from the boat and grabbing him firmly. Giant's hand. Whoosh. The next moment, Jack felt his vision blur and his body swayed. Bang. He was thrown out by the giant's hand and fell back on the deck. Brother Jack, you come back to save us again. I told you that Big Brother wouldn't abandon us, you see. I'm really touched. When the gift givers saw Jack falling in front of them again, they were so excited that they burst into tears. FKU, it's over. Jack gave up struggling completely and felt his body go cold. Boom, boom, boom. 10 minutes later, on the floor at the bow, there were donors lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, all of them had lost consciousness. In front of them, Jack knelt on the ground in fear, not daring to move. His body was covered with hundreds of indented fist marks. Even his pigtails were torn off and thrown aside. His iron mask was smashed to pieces, revealing his long fangs. His face was covered with bruises and was swollen like a pig's head. The only parts that were still intact were the tusks on his head and shoulders. Luo Fan, you are amazing. Even the pirates worth 1 billion have been subdued by you. Oh, by the way, this white ivory looks so exquisite, it must be very valuable. Nami looked at Luo Fan with admiration, her heart filled with turmoil. For the first time, she felt that there were handsome men in the world who were both beautiful and powerful. If she wasn't already a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, she would really like to follow Luo Fan. Besides giving people a very reliable sense of security, its strong strength is mainly pleasing to the eyes. Luo Fan smiled slightly and said indifferently, "Do you like this ivory?" Yes, of course. Nami's Yanjing hat was shining with money symbols as she walked towards Jack step by step. In this regard, Jack broke out in a cold sweat. Sister. My tusks grow on my body, and I can't move them casually. However, when he saw Luo Fan smiled meaningfully, walked over and put one hand on his ivory. Jack suddenly realized something and nodded quickly. Brother, be gentle, this ivory is worth 900 million. Snap. Ah, a rough and loud scream echoed in the sky. Chapter 80 Activating Xuanwu's Awakening Skills. At this time, on Xuanwu's back, Saint Ives led a group of marines through rocky land, desert, plains, forests and finally mountains. I didn't expect that there are so many landforms on the backs of giant turtles. It is simply a natural country. But this country has no owner. Ha ha ha. Great. This place is simply amazing. It would be great if I could let my father come and live with me, and then establish a kingdom here and raise my female slaves. Saint Ives stood on top of a mountain, overlooking the vast land in front of him, his nose running with excitement. Then he picked up the Den Den Mushi and contacted his father who was far away in the holy land of Mariajoy. Hello, father. Guess what I found? I found a new world that moves. The moment Eve Wensheng answered the phone, he couldn't wait to share what he had heard and seen. In response, the man on the other end of the phone simply replied, a moving new world. Are you talking about Zo? Zo, a mobile continent that has existed for more than 1,000 years, is actually a country growing on the back of a giant elephant, and its original inhabitants are the Fur tribe. However, the Zo often moves around the seas with the giant elephants, and no one can find them unless they have the Fur tribe's life card. Zo. No, father, Zo is a giant elephant. The new world I have found is a giant moving turtle. We are on its back now. There are deserts, plains, forests, mountains and many animals here. Saint Eve became more and more excited as he spoke, but the problem that was bothering him was how to drive the turtle to the holy land of Mariajoy. Oh, a giant moving turtle. Does such a place really exist? Which sea area are you in now? I'll come find you now. After hearing the introduction from Saint Eve Saint, the celestial dragons on the phone seemed very excited. In their eyes, the more bizarre something is, the more they want it. After all, they have enjoyed the privileges of God since childhood, and have long been numb to women, money, fame, etc. Just follow my life card. Father, remember to bring more slaves so we can transform this place. At this time, the east direction of Xuanwu. A ghost ship is approaching. Advertisement. On board. Jack, whose tusks were all broken, was hiding in a corner wiping his tears. He looked at Nami standing at the bow without saying a word. In front of Nami, there were 2 sets of flawless white ivory. This feels really good, it must be worth a lot of money. Nami rubbed her hands together excitedly and gently stroked the tusks of varying lengths. Judging from the quality and style, it seems that it is not ordinary ivory, it looks like mammoth ivory. That's an extinct animal. At this time, Luo Fan, who was standing on the side, suddenly said, I finally found my great treasure. Huh, what? Oh my god, what is that? Nami, whose focus was originally on ivory, raised her head and looked forward following Luo Fan's gaze. Just see. A giant moving turtle was slowly moving towards this side. And when Jack, with a depressed look on his face, saw clearly the huge monster appearing in front of him. Shit, it's that giant turtle again. Jack felt desperate and couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat, especially when he saw that Luo Fan's navigation route was exactly within the movement range of the giant turtle. He was so scared that he stood up immediately, ran to Luo Fan and said, Brother Luo Fan. This turtle is not easy to deal with. Let's get away from him. He didn't dare to tell others about the social tragedy that happened a few days ago when he met Xuanwu and was sunk into the sea by a sneeze. Just giving vague advice. In response, Luo Fan glanced at him and said, Why? Have you ever annoyed him? As soon as these words came out, Jack's face froze, and he said with a forced smile, No, how dare I mess with such a creature, unless I want to die. This is not like your style as the ship king. Luo Fan raised his eyebrows. Jack. Oh, damn it, can you please stop provoking me? Lousy, don't you have any dignity? The boat was about to collide head-on with the giant turtle. Nami was so scared that she squatted down quickly and whispered, Luo Fan, is it really okay? Do you really know this turtle? Kindness. Advertisement. Luo Fan smiled slightly, then shouted to the giant turtle in front of him, Xuanwu. The sound turned into sound waves and spread forward. Xuanwu, can a turtle understand what you are saying? Jack said with a sullen face. Just as the boat was about to hit the giant turtle. The giant turtle suddenly stopped, less than 10 meters away from the boat. I saw that huge head covered with green grass slowly raised up, it opened its deep dark pupils and looked directly at Luo Fan. Then, a dull sound like thunder slowly sounded. Owner. Jack. What the hell? Nami. Oh my god. Is this true? The turtle is speaking human language. Then, Luo Fan nodded with satisfaction, stepped on one foot, and rushed out like an arrow. Snap. The moment your feet touch the ground. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding dong, the host and Xuanwu have successfully signed a contract. The Xuanwu attribute section is open. Open black lens bracket name close black lens bracket, Xuanwu. Gender, male. Age, 9,999. Attack power, 50,000. Defense, 99,999,999,999. Open black lens bracket language close black lens bracket. Mandarin, Cantonese, Dongbei dialect, Hunan dialect, Minnan dialect, English, Japanese, covering 99,999 dialects. Open black lens bracket awakening skill close black lens bracket, mysterious. Chapter 81 Celestial Dragons. I personally like to kill. Awakening skills, Xuantian armor, Xuanwu cannon, shield of the North Sea, longevity of the divine turtle, and sacred soil. Oh shit. 5 awakening skills. Isn't this going to take off? No wonder it is called a divine beast. This is a good thing that he spent 10 holy jars to draw. Xuantian Wujia, as long as the master is on the back of Xuanwu, it can give the master an extremely hard natal armor with a defense power of 99,999,999. Xuanwu cannon, order Xuanwu to fire the divine beast's innate cannon, with an activation time of 30 minutes. Shield of the North, when Xuanwu encounters danger, it can automatically activate the Shield of the North, forming a protective circle to prevent people on the island from being harmed. The divine turtle lives long as people are on Xuanwu's body, they can prolong their life and alleviate the aging of their body's functions. Sacred soil, unless the owner allows, the soil on the back of the Xuanwu can be transformed. Otherwise, no damage can be carried out. The soil has self-repair and protection functions. Isn't this definitely a guardian beast of the nation? When Luo Fan stepped on the ground with his left foot and flew high into the sky, he had a clear view of the terrain on Xuanwu's back. This place is really suitable for building a country. It has all kinds of natural landscapes. Moreover, there are beautiful rivers and mountains, and plains suitable for agricultural development. But where are those celestial dragons guys now? Luo Fan did not find any celestial dragons ships nearby, which meant that they might be docked on the other side. But it is almost certain that the other party is already on the island. Back at the Flying Dutchman, Luo Fan first glanced at Jack, then raised his foot and kicked him. Go. Bang. Jack fell onto the sea like a cannonball and completely disappeared from sight. Luo Fan, are we going up here? Nami pointed at Xuanwu's head, feeling somewhat uneasy, mainly because the head was too big. Well, this is my pet. Luo Fan nodded helplessly. At this time, St. Ives brought a group of Marines to a plain with a mixture of green and yellow. Burn the grass and crops here, lousy. I want to build an amusement park here. Immediately, he pointed to a large field of wheat waves blown by the wind not far away and gave orders to the Marines. As soon as these words came out, the Marines were stunned at first. That was enough food for tens of thousands of people, it would be such a shame to just burn it. But when I think about the fact that they are the supreme nobles of the world, the celestial dragons. Therefore, the Marine soldiers could only suppress their grief, light torches, and prepare to burn the land clean. The flames spread out instantly, and a sea of fire was surging before my eyes. Crash. The air suddenly became extremely hot and dry. After the crazy flames burned for 10 minutes, the momentum of the flames began to dissipate until wisps of black smoke floated out. Then, the scene before their eyes stunned everyone present. Just see. Advertisement. The rice field that had been engulfed by the sea of fire was now glowing with emerald green light, without any damage at all, as if nothing had happened just now. What's going on? Why aren't all the grains burned? We clearly lit it just now. What the hell? Not only did it not burn out, but the fire went out. Shocked. Extremely shocked. The Marines rubbed their eyes one by one to confirm what was in front of them. I'm not dreaming. Even Ives Wensheng had a look of astonishment on his face. He did clearly see the Marines setting fire to the crops, which also caused a huge fire. But the weird thing is, the wheat waves in front of me showed no signs of being burned. Lousy. I don't believe it. Keep burning it. St. Ives did not believe in evil and directly ordered the Marines to burn the grain. The Marines lit up a second batch of torches, ready to burn again. Just at this moment, a cold voice echoed throughout the sky. Hey, it's not a good idea for you to set fire to my territory. Accompanied by the fall of this voice, a man and a woman appeared before my eyes. The woman was holding a blue stick, while the man had his hands behind his back with a slight smile on his face. That girl looks pretty good, with a hot body. I can take her back and make her my 19th maid. Ives Saint's obscene gaze immediately fell on the orange-haired woman. When Nami felt a strong evil intent looking towards her, she couldn't help but look disgusted and revealed an expression of disdain. But when she saw clearly, there was a man surrounded by Marines standing not far in front of her. Nami's face turned pale, and she almost suffocated on the spot, and she exclaimed in a surprised voice, "Oh my god! Celestial dragons! How could the world's nobles appear in a place like this?" The last time she had a problem with the celestial dragons was on Sabayati Island. The Straw Hat pirates rushed into the auction and beat up the celestial dragons. Then Marine Admiral Kazaru came. Even if they gathered the strength of all the crew members, they were like ants in front of Kazaru and had no power to resist. If it weren't for the 7 warlords of the Sea Bears stepping in, they would have all been captured and taken to impel down. Luo Fan, let's go. That guy is a celestial dragon. If we PS him off, we'll be punished by the Marine Admiral. Nami, who already had a shadow in her heart, grabbed Luo Fan's right hand and spoke with lingering fear. This is my territory. Luo Fan disagreed and smiled faintly. And at this time, Ives Vincent walked towards Luo Fan and the other man with an old revolver in his hand, showing a mean expression and angrily scolding, "You two dogs. Why don't you kneel down when you see me? Don't you know who Lousy is?" Immediately, the Marines behind him all followed with their eyes wide open, loading their muskets one by one. Advertisement. Even the high and mighty king of a country has to kneel down when he sees celestial dragons. But two guys who didn't know how to live or die suddenly appeared in front of me. Not only did he not kneel down, he even had the audacity to speak so brazenly. Don't you two have eyes? Haven't you seen the celestial dragons? Do you know the price of angering the celestial dragons? Humph. Master Celestial Dragons has already given them a chance, but they don't know how to appreciate it. Aim at them. Next second, hundreds of gun barrels were aimed at Luo Fan and Nami. Nami was so scared that she shivered, and she used Yu Shang to stick closely to Luo Fan's back, and said in a low voice, "Brother, since you can beat up the pirates worth 1 billion, you should be able to protect me. She is just a weak woman, why does she have to go through so much torture?" First, he was spotted by an ugly elephant, and now he is being targeted by celestial dragons. Nami. Is it wrong to have a good figure? Just listen to the next second. Buzz. A dragon roar suddenly sounded in my ears. When Nami raised her head slightly, she saw a dark red dragon-headed sword slowly emerging out of thin air in Luo Fan's hand. Boom. The moment the sword fell to the ground, countless cracks appeared around it. Damn it. What do you want to do? Ives Vincent was very surprised when he saw the 3-meter-long sword in front of him. At the same time, he immediately pulled the trigger of the pistol towards Luo Fan. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets hit Luo Fan head-on, but a mysterious golden light shone all over them, causing the bullet shells to dent and fly to the side. How is that possible? When the others saw this, they looked at the young man who could not even be penetrated by bullets, and their faces were filled with horror. This guy's body can actually deflect bullets. Blow. Then, when Ives Wensheng was about to continue shooting, suddenly a sharp sound of breaking wind was heard behind him. Suddenly, he was frightened and looked back, and cold sweat broke out on his stressed body. He didn't know when. Luo Fan had been staring at him with a harmless smile, his hair standing on end. It's like staring at a lamb to be slaughtered. You can't kill me. I'm a celestial dragon. Eve Wensheng inexplicably felt a strong itch in his crotch. In response, Luo Fan smiled softly. Oh, celestial dragons, huh. I like to kill them the most. Buzz.
3KK Chapter 82 Celestial Dragons Killed. 5 Elders Shocked. The 3-meter-long dark red sword suddenly made an ear-numbing buzzing sound. A flash of knife light flashed by. Phew. Scarlet blood spurted out from the neck of St. Ives. His eyes were wide open before he died, his hands were raised as if to grab something, and there seemed to be something in his throat that he had not finished saying. The next moment, the head was completely separated from the body and rolled 7 or 8 meters on the ground. This knife was difficult to capture with the naked eye. All I know is that the flash of the knife made my eyes hurt. Then, the head and body are separated. Luo Fan, you killed the celestial dragons. Even though Nami had seen Luffy beating up the celestial dragons with his own eyes, his heart was already in turmoil. Incredible, he really killed the celestial dragons. Hiss. At this moment, the Marines responsible for protecting the celestial dragons were all terrified. Important. Something bad is happening, celestial dragons are dead. A chill of death suddenly surged into the Marines' hearts. They stared with their mouths open, as if something was stuck in their throats. If the news of St. Ives' death were to reach the Holy Land of Malihoa, Tianlong Blade would definitely vent its anger on them. Damn it, it's over, we are completely finished, the celestial dragons have been killed. What should we do now? If the 5 elders blame us, we will all be buried with them. In this case, we can only kill this guy, maybe we can get forgiveness. That's right. We have more people, and we can definitely kill him with the human wave tactic. The Marines were caught in a dilemma and had been forced into a desperate situation. To them, the death of celestial dragons means their dereliction of duty, and dereliction of duty means death. Want to come together? Luo Fan smiled coldly, and then his body shook, split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16. Cell division. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of Luo fans crossed their arms and surrounded the group of Marines inside and outside. Oh my god. Is this a devil fruit ability? Nami was dazzled by the Luo fans around her, and they all looked exactly the same. Nami. More than 10,000 handsome guys. How happy it would be to be his woman. What the hell? What is going on? Am I G dreaming? Tens of thousands of guys who look exactly the same. Is this an illusion? The Marines were completely stunned, looking at the number of people that instantly outnumbered them by hundreds of times. Except for the main one, who was carrying a big knife, the rest of the clones were staring at them like hungry wolves. Advertisement. Brothers, throw them out to the sharks. As Luo Fan raised his right hand, tens of thousands of cell clones rushed forward instantly, engulfing the more than 100 Marines in the sea of people. A few minutes later, the entire marine was thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. On the ground, the headless body of St. Ives was already stiff and cold. It really made my place dirty. Luo Fan was about to burn the bodies and heads of the celestial dragons. Suddenly, Bulu Bulu, in Ives Wensheng's arms, a Den Den Mushi sent a message about an incoming call. Kindness? Luo Fan frowned, walked forward and took out the Den Den Mushi. Luo Fan, don't answer the phone, it might be from other celestial dragons. Nami, who was very afraid of death, hurried over and gave a kind reminder. Wouldn't it be better if whoever litters the garbage is responsible for taking it back? Luo Fan smiled slightly and directly pressed the on switch of the Den Den Mushi. Ives Wensheng, what happened to you? How come the lifeguard that was responsible for guiding you suddenly disappeared? We are already halfway there. An old man's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of arrogance and questioning in his tone. In response, Luo Fan said calmly, when a person dies, the lifeguard disappears naturally. Is this guy a fool? Why ask when the lifeguard is gone? There is no other possibility except death. When the old man on the phone heard Luo Fan's response, he was silent for a few seconds, then he roared in anger. What did you say? My son Ives Wensheng is dead. Wait, who the hell are you? How did you get my son Ives Wensheng's phone number? And you dare to talk to Laozi in this tone? Do you know who I am? You won't kill my son, will you? Damn it, you're dead. Laozi will send someone to take care of you right now. Listening to the old man barking in the Den Den Mushi, Luo Fan yawned. Well, I'm waiting for your family bucket. Today should be Thursday. After hanging up the phone, Luo Fan stretched lazily with a nonchalant look on his face. At the same time, an idea gradually flashed through his mind. If the celestial dragon's family bucket comes here, killing them is a personal thrill, but it doesn't bring any benefits to myself. The shock value is now only over 100 million if you want to draw another divine beast. We need to create a big event, and it must be no less than Summit War. How about broadcasting the killing of celestial dragons for fun? Luo Fan pinched his chin, but the problem was, how could he connect to Den Den Mushi around the world for a live broadcast? Now, the celestial dragons, the Ives family, are already halfway there. Without the guidance of the lifeguard, the ship was forced to stop. On board, in addition to the CP-8 and a group of Marines who were responsible for protecting them, there were also members of the Ives family, big and small, a total of 11. Among them, the most respected is Saint Ivislav, the father of Saint Ivis. Advertisement: he is an old man in his 70s. Damn it, who killed my son? Saint Ivislav smashed the Den Den Mushi in his hand in frustration, his eyebrows raised in anger. When other members of the Ives family learned that Saint Ives had been murdered, they were all extremely surprised. Oh my god, who dared to kill my brother? The murderer must be caught and cut into pieces. No, he killed our compatriots. He must be made our slave for life and live a life worse than death. The celestial dragons on the ship were all furious and called for an attack on the guy who dared to murder the celestial dragons. At the same time, the CP-8 and Marines on the ship who were responsible for escorting the voyage were also shocked when they heard the news. How many years? It has been many years since there has been such a stupid guy. How dare you kill celestial dragons? The last time, the Straw Hat crew who dared to touch the celestial dragons were personally conquered by Marine Admiral Kazaru, and eventually disappeared. Saint Ivislav immediately summoned another Den Den Mushi, which had the function of directly connecting with the five elders, the leaders of the world government. Now, the Holy Land of Mariajoy, the center of power of the world government. The five old men are planning the post-disaster reconstruction of the Marine headquarters in a very important matter. That means launching a world conscription order. Recruit some powerful people from all over the world as quickly as possible. They do not need to be evaluated by senior Marine officers and can be directly admitted as admirals. Even powerful perverts can be directly promoted to Marine Admiral regardless of their military achievements. This conscription order was made as a last resort and with the permission of the owner of Pangu City. Now is the time. Sudden. A long-lost telephone rang, interrupting the discussion of the five old men. Huh? It's the call from the patriarch of the Ives family? The bald old man Madara answered the call without hesitation. Hello, is this the five elders? Hello, Saint Ivislav, I am. My son, Saint Ives, was killed, the words fell. The entire vast hall was instantly filled with deathly silence. The five old men all narrowed their pupils slightly. Who is the fool who is causing trouble at this critical moment? Killing the celestial dragons? Are you pretending that our world government no longer exists? Anger filled their hearts. Got it. We will make the murderer pay a heavy price. Then, the bald old man Madara pressed a yellow Den Den Mushi. Hello, is this Kazaru? Chapter 83 Kazaru. I will return after pretending to be cool. At this time, Kazaru, who had been transferred to the Marine G5 Division base, was sitting on the beach, leaning against an old man, crossing his legs, leisurely enjoying the sea breeze blowing in his face. Next to him was a small table with a pot of tea on it, from which he would take a sip from time to time. Away from the noise of war, and after Marineford was razed to the ground, the Marine government is currently relocating its base. How comfortable it is. I clock out on time every day, and it's almost the end of the month. As soon as the salary arrives, I go to the nearby town for a drink. When Kazaru picked up the teacup with his left hand, he was shaking so violently that the tea inside spilled out. Damn Vegapunk, when will they develop a potion to suppress this side effect? Ever since he took the potion to eliminate radioactive substances, his hands have been shaking all day long, and he can't even rest well. Just at this moment, the Den Den Mushi on his right wrist started ringing. Huh? A call from 5 elders. The golden Den Den Mushi on Kazaru's wrist is only responsible for receiving instructions from the 5 elders and the marshal. But apparently this time, it was the 5 elders who called. Moshi Moshi, I'm Kazaru. Kazaru? Someone has killed the celestial dragons of the Ives family, please go there. Someone killed the celestial dragons. When hearing the news, Kazaru frowned deeply. Incredible. Why are these celestial dragons always causing trouble lately? The last time was when he angered the Straw Hat crew, so he personally stepped in and defeated the supernovas one by one, but in the end they still ran away. Of course, there is definitely an element of him letting the sea go. But the nature of this time is completely different. Last time it was an offense, but this time it was killing. This is simply challenging the bottom line of the world government. Got it. I'll talk to Sengoku now and I'll be there right away. The reason why Kazaru was chosen to be sent is that as a Marine Admiral, Kazaru's strength is unquestionable, and the most important thing is that he is fast enough and can arrive at the battlefield as soon as possible. As for Aokiji and Akainu, by the time they arrived, the flowers were already cold. Advertisement: we arrived at the temporary Marine headquarters at the G5 Division base. I found Sengoku who was repairing the destroyed documents. Kazaru bluntly said, Sengoku-san, someone killed the celestial dragons, and I need to go there. Sengoku was stunned at this. What? Someone killed the celestial dragons? Garp, who was sitting nearby, couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Ha ha ha. Did someone kill those rubbish? That's great, isn't this getting rid of harm for the people? Garp, shut up. Sengoku glared at Garp, then looked at Kazaru solemnly. Do you know who did this? I don't know. Kazaru shook his head nonchalantly. Those who dare to challenge the world government at this critical juncture undoubtedly indicate a serious problem. Ever since the news of the bombing of Marineford came out, the ruling position of the world government has been shaken. Some forces around the world are undercurrents and have begun to challenge the world government. More than 50 years have passed, and the world has once again fallen into its darkest period of turmoil. That crazy guy started it all by killing celestial dragons. Speaking of this, Sengoku took a deep look at Garp, who was eating senbei. The crazy guys naturally referred to the pirates band led by Rox back then. Rox was the super overlord of Roger's previous era, known as the King of Evil. In the Battle of God Valley, this guy almost overthrew the world government completely, and the celestial dragons were slaughtered by him at will like chickens. Even with the collaboration of Garp and Roger back then, coupled with the internal disunity and each acting on their own, they were able to stop the King of Evil. Now, as time goes by, if another evil king is really born in this world, who else can stop it? Akainu, Aokiji or Kazaru? One can only lament that today's marine government is no longer as deterrent as it once was. Back then, under the leadership of Kong, he, Garp, and Zephyr were able to suppress the pirates so that they dared not stand out. At most, only powerful guys like Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion can cause some headaches for the world government. But what about now? Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Red Hair, Whitebeard, Shichibukai and the mysterious young man who appeared out of nowhere and robbed the execution ground not long ago. The current situation is turbulent, be careful on the road. Sengoku gave Kazaru a special reminder before he left. At this time, an adjutant brought over a stack of documents. Advertisement, Marshal Sengoku, this is the document sent over from the 5 elders. It's about world conscription. There are some candidates in here that have been investigated for many years. Nodding, Sengoku placed the meter-high pile of documents in front of his desk. Things like world conscription are not decided on a whim. As a world government with a history of more than 800 years of rule, it has a complete and systematic institutional system from top to bottom. Each department manages different things. Just like the decision made by the world government this time, they had already started planning many years ago, such as secretly monitoring and observing some of the powerful people in the world who lived in seclusion. After seeing the information of the first person on the file, Sengoku's tense face suddenly relaxed, replaced by joy. Fujitora smiles. Oh, Yishao? Is this guy still alive? Ha ha ha, I thought he was dead. Has he finally chosen to come out and join the Marine this time? When Garp heard the name, he was naturally very familiar with it. He was one of the best swordsmen in the world back then and was very powerful. Of course, the world government also specially invited him to the Marine government to hold the rank of Admiral candidate. Unfortunately, the other party refused. Later, for some unknown reason, I heard that he chose to retire after he went blind. And when this list reappeared on the table, that just shows one thing. That means the other party has most likely reached an agreement with the world government. Well, we suffered heavy losses this time. If we don't replenish our top combat forces, I'm afraid the world government will face the Valley of the Gods incident again. Now you're old, and Roger is dead. Can these young people really take on the responsibility? After the Marineford incident, Sengoku's confidence was greatly shaken. By gathering the entire army's strength, not only did they allow Whitebeard and his men to escape alive, but they also killed 1/3 of their lead troops and even lost the headquarters building. One day later, the celestial dragons of the Ives family finally got the Marine Admiral they had been waiting for. When Kazaru landed on this ship, Saint Iveslav immediately said to him, "Kazaru, really? My son Saint Iveslav was killed. You must bring back the murderer. I want to see him alive." Deep down in his heart, he wished he could cut the murderer into pieces himself. For this request, Kazaru naturally yawned helplessly. "Saint Iveslav, you said before that the murderer was on a giant turtle?" "Saint Iveslav. Well, I don't know the exact location of the giant turtle, so I can only trouble you to find it yourself." His eyes darkened slightly, and Kazaru radiated a dazzling light. "Well, I will be back soon." Chapter 84 Kazaru. Damn, it's you. Follow the clues provided by the Iveslav sanctuary. His son is believed to have died on a moving island, which is a movable giant tortoise. Oh, these celestial dragons are such a hassle. Kazaru was moving somewhat listlessly in the sky, flashing back and forth at an extremely fast speed. The view from high altitude is very broad. Soon, he found something suspicious. Just see, above sea level, a huge creature was swimming slowly. What species is this? A turtle, like the elephant that carried Zoe. Kazaru looked closely at the giant turtle. In his impression, he had only seen a country on the back of a giant elephant on the sea. That is the country of the fur tribe. He had seen it before, probably more than 20 years ago. Then, his figure emitted a dazzling light and suddenly turned into a beam of laser light. Call out, almost instantly, Kazaru appeared on the turtle's back. It's such a big island with many natural landscapes. Where is the murderer who killed the celestial dragons? After entering the island and taking a tour, soon, Kazaru found a suspicious location. There was some dried bloodline flowing on the ground, diffused in the air, and was particularly pungent. Following the direction of the bloodline, Kazaru saw it not far ahead. There was a woman with short orange hair and sexy clothes. She was holding a shovel, digging a hole and cursing. "Damn Luo Fan. Why do you want me to do the job of burying the bodies? Is being handsome enough to make you great? Oh, that's true. If it weren't for the fact that he was handsome and gave me 2 sets of ivory, I wouldn't have buried his body." Just at this moment, Kazaru walked over quietly, patted the woman on the shoulder, and asked kindly, "Hello, beautiful lady." Advertisement, This sudden greeting scared Nami so much that she screamed and fell to the ground. Don't you know that it is a scary thing if someone suddenly comes and pats you on the shoulder while you're burying a body? "A-hole. You're blind, how dare you touch me?" When Nami was so angry that he grabbed the shovel and wanted to hit the uninvited guest. The next second, the body froze. The uncle in front of me has short black hair that is slightly curly. He was wearing a pair of orange sunglasses, had a circle of stubble on his face, was tall and thin, and wore a yellow and white striped suit and a purple tie. Marine Admiral Kazaru. Nami was so familiar with the person in front of her that she felt a chill all over her body. "Oh, it's you? I think I saw you in Straw Hat Crew. Are you alive? I thought the bear killed you." Kazaru raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. He remembered that when he was on Sabaody Island, this woman was beaten away by a bear. Wow. That damn Luo Fan. Why did he provoke the celestial dragons? Why did he bring in the Marine Admiral? I've really gotten on his bandwagon. Nami knew that even though she regretted coming here with Luo Fan, it was too late. After hearing Nami's words, Kazaru tilted his head. "Who did you bury? And who is Luo Fan?" In order to survive, Nami could only quickly explain. A friend. Friends in space suits and bubble oxygen masks?" Kazaru pointed with his right finger, and immediately the laser beam blasted the pit that Nami had just dug. Then, the people buried in the pit were revealed. Although it had been charred black by the laser beam, the white spacesuit he was wearing on the outside was still clearly visible. "It is definitely the dead celestial dragons." The next second, Kazaru's eyes darkened and he raised his index finger. A cross-shaped light shone from his fingertips, which was extremely dazzling. "Last time you Straw Hat Crew beat up celestial dragons, I had to go to Sabaody Island to clean up the mess. But this time you killed celestial dragons directly. It seems that I won't have time to sleep peacefully until you die." After all, he is always asked to come from far away to work overtime without any salary increase. Who wouldn't be angry? Please listen to my explanation. I didn't kill the celestial dragons. I am just a weak woman. Please let me go." Nami, who was full of desire to survive, was so frightened when facing the laser beam right in front of her that she couldn't use any strength in her body. "If you didn't kill him, could it be someone else?" Kazaru looked directly into Nami's eyes, trying to tell if a person was lying. Eyes were the easiest to betray her. Obviously, the murderer was not this woman. Advertisement. "Hey, it's Luo Fan." In order to survive, Nami had no choice but to tell the truth. "Take me to find him." Kazaru slowly lowered his finger. In a secluded wood, the branches creaked in the wind, and a ray of sunlight filtered through the tangled leaves and fell on Luo Fan. At this moment, he was resting his head on the back of his head, wearing a black eye mask, and taking an afternoon nap. It was the season of revival again, and 2 green dragonflies happened to land on his head and began to reproduce. Not far away, Nami walked in front, bringing Kazaru to this habitat with a reluctant look on her face. "Luo Fan, please don't blame me. I was forced to do this." While praying inwardly, Nami soon saw Luo Fan lying on the ground resting. "Are you sleeping?" Kazaru smiled with interest. Then in the next second, his body changed into countless light particles and appeared beside the opponent in the blink of an eye. Are you still sleeping? Then try my light speed kick. Boo! A crisp sound was heard. Kazaru frowned, raised his right foot, and began to accumulate light, rotating in a diamond shape. Just as he was about to kick the young man lying on the ground, he was about to send him flying. An inexplicably familiar voice made Kazaru's feet stop suddenly. Hey, disturbing someone's sleep, do you have any manners? Then, the young man slowly took off his blindfold and opened his eyes calmly. The next moment, Kazaru's listless face suddenly changed, and his pupils shrank drastically. FCK. Chapter 85. Want to run? Stay with me. A look of astonishment spread across Kazaru's face. It's you again, looking at the young man in front of him. The tragic scenes at Marineford came to mind one by one. This guy once robbed a place of execution. This guy once knocked Aokiji away. This guy had used LSD on them. This guy once destroyed the Marine government's headquarters in Marlin. The man who destroyed the Marine government in a mushroom cloud. Sitting on the ground at this time, Kazaru looked at his left hand, which was shaking continuously. All of this happened because of this guy who dropped a bomb filled with radioactive material on Marineford. This forced him to take medicine only, which resulted in side effects. I have trouble drinking tea and eating. It's you be asterisk 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 D. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Don't think Luo Fan is taking a nap when Kazaru appears on the island? The system has already reminded him. Open black lens bracket. Kazaru logs into Xuanwu, close black lens bracket. Doesn't he know these 6 loud words? Besides, now that he has mastered the legendary observation Haki, he can sense any living creature within 100 meters even when he is asleep. It goes without saying that a marine admiral like Kazaru could be even more so. Light speed kick. Without saying a word, Kazaru kicked forward with hatred. Bang! Luo Fan, who had already used his observation Haki to sense the direction of Kazaru's attack, caught Kazaru's foot steadily. Huh? I am a flashman with the speed of light, how could this happen? Kazaru felt a little surprised. Before this, Luo Fan did not have the ability to face his attack head-on. But now, he actually blocked it, and then, what then? Luo Fan smiled slightly and disagreed. He is no longer afraid of the fast Kazaru because his observation Haki can predict what will happen 1 minute in the future. In other words, he could completely predict every move Kazaru would make next. Advertisement. Even if the speed cannot be kept up, 1 minute's advanced knowledge is like watching a movie at 0.1 times the speed. Wouldn't it be an instant win? Luo Fan. After just a few days of not seeing you, you surprised me? Kazaru. I haven't seen you for just a few days, and you've surprised me. Luo Fan. Why are you imitating my speech? Kazaru. Why are you imitating my speech? Luo Fan. Enough is enough, you lil brat. Kazaru. Enough is enough, brat. What happened next shocked Kazaru greatly. While he was speaking, Luo Fan could say the same words in sync with him. Oh shit. What is going on? How does he know what he is going to say? Sky Cloud Sword. Kazaru was furious. He put his hands together and slowly pulled out a lightsaber made of light particles from the palm of his left hand with his right hand. The funny thing about the process was that Kazaru's hands were shaking the whole time. Buzz. Luo Fan's eyes also darkened, and he lightly raised his index finger. A 3-meter-long dark red sword flew out suddenly with a dragon roar. In terms of style, Luo Fan is much better. Kill. Kazaru rushed forward and slashed out dazzling blades of light at close range with absolute speed. Whoosh, 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 the swords collided wildly, leaving many afterimages and blurry images. The sound of breaking through the air caused the surrounding air to constantly distort. This scene. Nami saw this and was shocked. Oh my god, Luo Fan's speed is not inferior to Marine Admiral Kazaru. To be precise, it's not about keeping up with the speed. You are not only imitating my words, you are imitating my sword as well. After more than 100 rounds of sword fighting, Kazaru discovered a very strange scene. That is, Luo Fan was fighting him with his own moves throughout the whole process, and every move could be predicted in advance. Gradually, Kazaru finally realized something was wrong. Could this guy have trained his observation Haki to the point where he can see a glimpse of the future? As a battle-hardened Marine Admiral, he has encountered countless enemies over the decades. There are strong people who have trained Devil Fruit to the point of awakening, and there are also strong people who have trained Conqueror's Haki to a new level. The Logia sparkling fruit ability he possesses is considered one of the strongest Logia fruits. With the power of this fruit, he successfully secured his position as one of the 3 admirals of the Marine. Of course, if one relies too much on the power of Demon Fruit, he will generally neglect to practice Conqueror's Haki. So when the opponent's Haki is superior to yours, you will become very passive. For a while, Advertisement Kazaru, who didn't have any advantage, was in a dilemma. To avenge celestial dragons, it seems not worth it since it won't increase my salary. On the other hand, the world government is now looking for this guy. As soon as there is any news about him, report it immediately. Mexi. In the blink of an eye, Kazaru retreated several hundred meters away. We have to tell Sengoku-san the good news. Luo Fan's performance in Marineford is enough to impress everyone. Because there are so many magical things in him. For example, there is a potion that can make people feel inexplicably full of love, and there is a bomb that can raze Marineford to the ground. We should consider this matter carefully. Kazaru decided to retreat first. He was a man who could escape unscathed even when the Marine government mobilized all its forces to encircle and suppress him. Can he really suppress it with his own strength? Obviously, difficult. Nami was in the distance, watching the two men fighting each other to an almost even score. Completely confused. Why? Luo Fan was actually able to challenge Marine Admiral in a one-on-one duel, and after hundreds of rounds, he did not lose.
Who is he, exactly? Why is there such a scary guy? She has never heard of him. Logically speaking, this kind of person should appear on the reward poster. Until a news seagull flew in the sky and delivered a newspaper. There is also a bounty poster inside. Oh, why didn't I see this reward poster at the beginning? After seeing the content of the news and the information about Nami and the reward poster, she couldn't help but tremble all over. Oh my god, the bounty on this guy is as high as 4 billion plus a chopper. Moreover, he is called the Destroyer by the world government. It turns out that she has found a big boss. Seeing Kazaru turning around and transforming into a beam of light that shot up into the sky and was about to leave. Luo Fan's eyes moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Xuanwu. Master, please give me your orders. Then, a thunder-like sound slowly responded. Xuanwu, open the beaming shield for me and cut off all contact with the outside world. Don't let this monkey get away. Chapter 86. Love is stronger than gold, 7 days of lock. Kazaru. No need to save dinner for me. Following Luo Fan's order, Xuanwu let out a low roar. Immediately, boo. Above its back, a prismatic barrier with a faint blue glow quickly spread out until it enveloped the entire Xuanwu Island. Looking at the light shield after it was opened, Luo Fan smiled coldly. Yellow monkey, I'll see where you can run. At this time, Kazaru, who was transforming into a beam of light and shooting out, did not notice any changes in the sky above Xuanwu Island. Just as he was about to leave, bang, suddenly, Kazaru seemed to have hit an extremely hard wall of air. He was instantly flung away and spun several times in the air before he finally stopped. Hiss. He covered his head in pain and was very surprised. What the hell? Why did I hit my head against the wall? Just see. Before my eyes, a pale blue semicircular prismatic light shield enveloped the entire island. Kazaru was a little skeptical and gently touched the light shield with his fingers. In an instant, a rebound force followed and pushed him back again. Weird. Very weird. How could an air wall appear on this island? Then, Kazaru raised his index finger and the laser beam shot out crazily like a Gatling machine gun. Thousands of laser beams were shot out and the moment they landed on the light shield, only a slight ripple appeared, and then there was no reaction at all. My attack is ineffective. Kazaru's pupils dilated, and the power of each of his laser beams was maximized. It could be said that it was easy for him to blast a hole of 100 meters in the ground. But right now, the light shield didn't move at all. It's outrageous. Kazaru noticed something was wrong and turned on Den Den Mushi, and he immediately contacted Sengoku. At this time, Sengoku, who was far away in Marine Division G5, received a call from Kazaru. Hey, Kazaru, what's wrong? Sengoku was sorting through the world conscription list, and he put a red mark on the name of a man named Aramaki. Apparently, this person has been included as a candidate for Marine Admiral assessment. Sengoku-san, I have something important to tell you now. Advertisement. Kazaru looked at the Den Den Mushi on his wrist seriously. What's up? Sengoku asked, stopping what he was doing. I found the destroyer. The destroyer. As soon as these 3 words came out, Sengoku's face immediately showed great shock. He really didn't expect that this time Kazaru would go and deal with the guy who killed the celestial dragons. This is actually the guy who turned Marineford upside down. No matter what, this piece of news is great news for them. Where are you now? Sengoku took a deep breath, lifting his entire chest. On the back of a giant turtle. This turtle, like the giant elephant that carries Zoe, moves on the sea all the time, so I'm not sure where I am. You can follow my life card to find me. And one more thing, I have to tell you now, I am trapped here now. Kazaru did not hide it, because this light shield was too powerful. No matter how he used laser beams to destroy it, it could not be shaken at all. That is to say, he is now a turtle in a jar. It's not difficult to guess that this must be that guy's doing. What? Are you trapped? When Sengoku heard the news that Kazaru was trapped, he felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. Then he looked at Garp on the side. Garp, the destroyer has been found. The words fell. A hint of anger gradually appeared on Garp's originally calm face, and he put down the senbei in his hand. Then he said in a deep voice, where is he? I can go over and kill him right now. Ever since he was exposed to radioactive substances, he has to wear iron shorts every day, otherwise he would be laughed at. For him, an old man in his 70s, this is indeed a great thing in some aspects. But this happens 24 hours a day, and anyone would feel desperate. We have to report this matter to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Also, Fujitora Isho and Aramaki are on their way here. The higher-ups have decided to promote these 2 to Marine Admiral. In this way, our Marine will have 5 admirals from now on. That little guy is very strong, but Kazaru should be able to hold out for a while. Sengoku knows very well that the reason why the destroyer is so powerful is that he has mastered many unexpected tools, which often make people take it lightly. But what Kazaru said next shocked Sengoku greatly. That guy seems to be even stronger than when he was in Marineford. After all, Kazaru had fought for hundreds of rounds without gaining any advantage, which was enough to show that the opponent's strength was no weaker than his. In that case, we can't wait any longer. I will immediately gather Aokiji, Akainu, and our two new colleagues, Fujitora and Green Bull. This made Sengoku feel deeply afraid. If Kazaru really falls into the hands of the other party, then the Marine government will lose a top combat force. Therefore, he made a decisive decision to immediately summon the Marine's top combat forces. Advertisement. Sengoku-san, you don't have to save me dinner tonight. Kazaru sighed. Now that he was trapped on this island, he was ready to fight to the death. After all, he hadn't intended to use his full strength from the beginning. But now it's different, as it involves my own safety. He has to try his best. As expected, soon, a young man walked over slowly with a big knife in his hand. Hey, yellow monkey, what are you doing up there? Come down and play. Luo Fan looked up and saw Kazaru, who was stuck in the sky and couldn't get out, and shouted at him. Tisk tisk, you are so arrogant. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. When Kazaru heard others calling him nicknames, his expression darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. He fell back to the ground, looking at Luo Fan coldly. The next second, the sword of Ama Murasakibara split into two, with one in each hand, but his left hand was shaking quite violently. Kazaru, the dual sword master. Could this old man have had a stroke? His hands are shaking so much. Luo Fan frowned. Call out. Then the next moment. Kazaru suddenly turned into light, and in an instant, he circled behind Luo Fan, holding the sword in both hands, and slashed down suddenly. Bang! Luo Fan spun around and blocked a lightsaber. But he never expected that in the next second, Kazaru sneered, and the sword in his right hand avoided the dragon-slaying sword and stabbed directly into Luo Fan's abdomen. HMPH. Boy, you are still a little naive to fight with me. The attack was successful, and a large amount of golden light immediately emanated from Luo Fan's broken abdomen, and the light particles inside began to heat up and cause destruction. However, before the smile on Kazaru's face faded. Whoosh! Suddenly, a pair of hands emerged from the ground and grabbed his feet tightly. What the hell? Kazaru instinctively tried to dodge with elemental transformation, but found that the hand on the ground was wrapped with armament Haki. Caught his entity. Immediately following. At some point, 4 Luo Fan rushed out from different directions and grabbed his limbs. A cold voice then sounded. Love is stronger than gold. 7 days of lock. Chapter 87. Who will guard the house? Marine's new reinforcements. Crunch. Next second. Kazaru's arms, legs and feet were directly held down by Luo Fan's 4 clones, and every movable joint of his limbs was firmly grasped. The 5 people were like a solid chain, preventing Kazaru from moving at all. Looking at the identical clone, Kazaru was very surprised. What kind of fruit ability does this guy have? The abilities displayed are too weird. He knew that some fruits could create clones, but he had never seen multiple clones like Luo Fan. And every clone will have armament Haki. This is a bit too outrageous. The old sick style of play. Despicable, shameless and obscene. It's this insidious trick again. Do you dare to let me go and have a fair one-on-one duel? Kazaru found that the gaze was staring coldly at Luo Fan in front of him. In response, Luo Fan yawned and said, one-on-one. Yellow monkey, you are so ashamed to talk to me about one-on-one. When I was in Marineford, you were not like this. At that time, Akainu, Sengoku, Garp and Kazaru, the 4 top Marines, besieged him at the same time. And now, how dare this old D Kazaru shamelessly negotiate with him? However, although it cannot escape through elementalization, it does not prevent Kazaru itself from being a light source. His body began to continuously emit extremely hot laser beams. Phew. All the cell clones that had originally held Kazaru hostage were shot dead one by one. Really, is Admiral still not that easy to deal with? His strength can suppress Kazaru, but it is difficult for his clones formed by cell division. Because Luo Fan will not allocate too many cells, otherwise, his strength will decrease accordingly. If that's the case, then I'll use you to join forces. But it just so happens that he can use Kazaru as a test subject. Summon Schwanti and Wujia. Immediately, a dark red armor flew from all directions on Luo Fan's body and suddenly stuck to his body. It is wrapped tightly from head to toe, just like a majestic admiral soldier wearing tortoise shell. A basalt totem emerged on the surface of the tortoise shell, emitting a dark light. FK. Why is this tortoise shell so weird? Luo Fan discovered why the Schwantian armor's defense was directly maximized. Because, except for the 2 nostrils and eyes, the rest of the armor is wrapped inside. However, the weight of the entire set of armor is very light, as if you were wearing a piece of foam. FK. This guy can even transform, but with this outfit, he really looks like a turtle. Kazaru was slightly stunned when he saw this outfit, but he was not envious at all. System, why is this Schwantian armor so light? Are you sure it's reliable? Advertisement. Luo Fan was a little skeptical. The Schwantian armor can be changed according to the size of the host and the required weight. In other words, after the host becomes giant, the Schwantian armor can also become giant. As for its weight, the Schwantian armor can reach a maximum weight of 10,000 tons. Sure enough, often the most awesome things are simple and unpretentious. Luo Fan stepped on one foot, and the whole person turned into a shadow, and rushed forward with the dragon-slaying sword in hand. Invincible defense. Am I afraid of you, a bird? Call out. Seeing this, Kazaru snapped his fingers without hesitation, and dozens of laser beams fell on the Schwantian armor like a rainstorm. Phew, phew, phew. Like rain hitting a rock, only wisps of black smoke emerged from the surface of the Schwantian armor, and there was not even a trace of a scratch on the surface. Oh my god, how is this possible? This armor is actually the same as the light shield outside. At this moment, Kazaru inexplicably felt a chill running down his spine. In this case, any attack he makes will be ineffective. I don't believe it. Light speed kick. He flashed and kicked Luo Fan firmly in the ribs. Bang. What followed was a dull sound of metallic collision. Kazaru just felt like he kicked a dense and thick piece of steel, which couldn't be shaken at all. Luo Fan chuckled, then spun around to get behind Kazaru, who hadn't landed yet, and directly locked him up. Schwantian Wujia, protect him for me. The next moment, the armor on Luo Fan was quickly peeled off and wrapped around Kazaru layer by layer. What do you mean by giving me this armor? Are you giving me equipment? Kazaru never expected the other party's actions. The armor was also given to myself. However, what responded to him immediately afterwards was Luo Fan's sneer. Increase the weight to 10,000 tons. Buzz. Following an order. The armor attached to Kazaru began to emit a slight vibration. Kindness. Boom. Next second, Kazaru fell to the ground like a meteor, creating a huge hole in the ground. What the hell? At this time, Sengoku has assembled the top forces of the Marines. Advertisement. Sitting in the office, the Holy Land of Mariajoy has already expressed this. No matter what decision Sengoku makes, we will give it our full support. If necessary, you can ask for help from the world government. Now, the situation is this. Kazaru has discovered the traces of the destroyer. Sengoku looked at Akainu, Aokiji, and Garp respectively. As for the other two new admirals, they are still on their way. The words fell. A flash of anger flashed across Akainu's expressionless face. He turned to look at Sengoku. Old Sengoku, are you serious? Of course, and Kazaru is now trapped on an island by the other party. The question is, who should we keep at G5 headquarters? At this point, Sengoku's expression became more serious. If the Marines were to go all out, there would be a void in their rear. If some other forces take advantage of this situation, it will be a big trouble. Guarding the house. Who will guard it? There can't be no top-level fighter left here. I must arrive at the scene in person. After all, I am responsible for the entire battle. As the Marine Marshal, Sengoku is bound to bear the brunt of the consequences. Lousy must go. Akainu slammed his fist on the table. Luo Fan had humiliated him in front of the whole world. As for Aokiji, who had been silent all the time, he also looked unwilling. When I fell into that kid's trap, I always wanted to find an opportunity to kill him. I will definitely go there too. Akainu and Aokiji were very determined. It looks like I have to go. But Fujitora and Green Bull. These two are new comrades who have just joined the Marine. They haven't even passed any assessment and are still in the observation period. It would not be appropriate to let these two look after the house. How about you stay here, Garp? It's enough to have you in charge. After racking his brains, he still couldn't find a good candidate, so Sengoku had to hand over this important task to Garp. But I also have vengeance to avenge. Garp was of course very unhappy and took a very tough attitude. Sengoku could see the anger of the crowd, but luckily he had thought of a solution in advance. If that's the case, let's go together. I have also prepared an emergency plan in advance. In this case, we can only let our old friend take care of the house. Old friend, who are you talking about? Just when everyone was in trouble. Tap tap tap. Suddenly someone came to the door. A familiar voice sounded. Everyone, long time no see. Chapter 88. Green Bull strikes. Yamato is captured. The second half of the Grand Line, New World. At this time. A lone pirate ship. A young girl carried a mace on her shoulder and looked straight ahead vigilantly. Astern of her, floating were the bodies of several sea kings. There are some sunken stick marks on the bodies of each of the sea kings. Huh, is this the outside world? It's really dangerous. I was almost swallowed by those big guys several times. Yamato wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. For this new world. She had only heard of it in Kazuki Oden's logbook. Moreover, since it was her first time going out to sea, she didn't know much about the climate and hydrology. So during this time, she could only rely on the compass and the map she got from Kaido, preparing to arrive at the next island to get some information. I wonder where Luo Fan is. Yamato muttered to himself. She was suddenly delighted until she discovered a long and irregular coastline at the end of the road. It's an island. I finally saw an island. During the days she wandered around, she didn't see a single ghost. An hour later, we arrived at Yamato near the coastline, folded up the sails, and easily threw the anchor weighing thousands of pounds into the sea with our hands. Crash. The anchor dropped into the sea, splashing water. This should be Borneo town. Dot 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 dot. Borneo town. The streets were in chaos at this time, and many local residents took shelter in their houses. Just see. On the ground, there were vines and branches growing everywhere, and a group of ferocious pirates were lying there with foam at the mouth and twitching limbs. Did you see that? All the members of the demonic snake pirates were defeated by that guy. It's really scary. The captain of the demonic snake pirates is a pirate worth 500 million, but he was defeated so easily. Advertisement. This is the new world, a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons are, so I don't find it strange. The most important thing is, how come so many vines suddenly grew on the ground? The only man standing on the street had high eyebrows, drooping eyelids and slightly thick lips. He had slightly messy black curly hair, wore sunglasses and had a cigarette in his mouth. He is very tall and strong, with long legs. He likes to be half naked. He has a tattoo with Sichuan Shin Shin on his left side. He has a samurai sword on his waist and wears dark pants with a petal pattern on the left leg. The most important thing is that he is wearing a cloak with the word justice written on it. Hey, you pirates, how dare you attack me without even looking at the clothes I'm wearing? Do you think I'm an ordinary marine? I'm a man who has just been promoted to Marine Admiral. Green Bull kicked a pirate's lying next to him with a look of disdain. These pirates were so shameless that they dared to provoke him while he was drinking. Just at this moment, Bulu Bulu, a telephone bug hidden at the waist started to ring. Hey, is that Green Bull? Hearing the voice coming from Den Den Mushi, Green Bull responded. Oh, it's Mr. Sengoku, it's me. As he spoke, a vine burst out from the palm of his right hand and pierced through the chests of the pirates lying on the ground. Then their bodies quickly dried up and nutrients were lost at a rate visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, he turned into a skinny old man with only one breath left. We are going to pick you up now, are you ready? Of course, I'm always at your service, Mr. Sengoku. Green Bull grinned. He didn't expect that he would have to carry out a mission so soon after taking office. According to Sengoku, he just had to wait in Borneo town for the warship to pick him up. I'm really excited to meet Akainu. The reason why he joined Marine without hesitation was, on the one hand, that Marine recognized his abilities. On the other hand, Green Bull himself admires Akainu very much. He considered himself to be a man who pursued absolute justice, just like Akainu. He tied up all the pirates with vines, and then Green Bull created a towering tree and hung them up. Next, he just had to wait for the Marine to send someone to escort the prisoners. Don't worry, folks, this Marine has already dealt with these ungrateful guys for you. Green Bull looked at the residents hiding in the houses and spoke. Advertisement. In response, local residents came out of their houses and expressed their sincere gratitude. Not far away, Yamato, who had already arrived in the town, happened to see traces of fighting on the street and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Did a battle just happen here? When Yamato walked in front, he happened to meet Green Bull who had just cleaned up the battlefield. Kindness. Green Bull's observation Haki instinctively sensed a powerful aura appearing in front of him. Just see. A girl wearing a kimono and a Shinigami mask was walking slowly towards me wearing wooden clogs. Wanukuni people. He naturally recognized the other person's dressing style at a glance. He immediately paused, walked up to Yamato and asked, Hey, little sister, are you from Wanukuni? Huh, how did you know? Yamato, who came to the outside world for the first time, looked at the harmless big one in front of him with an innocent face. But when she saw clearly that the other person was wearing a marine coat. As Kaido's daughter, she instinctively took a step back. Marine's people. Although she was not wanted by the Marine, her father was a mortal enemy that the Marine government was very troubled by. Seeing that Yamato was a little flustered, Green Bull couldn't help but ask, what are Wanukuni's people doing here? Can't we just go out and play? Do you care? Yamato raised his head, holding the pair of large weapons high. In her mind, none of the Marines were good guys, and they actually wanted to deal with her good friend Ace. This is something she can never forgive. Wanukuni is Kaido's territory, who knows if you might be one of the pirates, don't you think, little sister? As soon as Green Bull finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand into a palm, and an extremely thick vine instantly wrapped up Yamato's body. At this moment, Yamato's eyes widened with anger. Let me go. Chapter 89 Top Fighting Force Gathering. 6 Admiral's Strength. Yamato, whose limbs were bound by vines, lost the ability to move and the mace in his hand fell to the ground. She was very surprised as she watched the lush vines sprouting from the Green Bull. Demon fruit power. Come, let me take a good look at what you look like. Green Bull pointed a finger, and a vine flew out from the tip of his finger, taking off the Shinigami mask on Yamato's face on the spot. Immediately, a very stunning face appeared before my eyes. If the full score for appearance is 100, this girl would get at least 95 points. Oh, such a beautiful girl, why is she wearing such an ugly mask? Tisk tisk, this is really unexpected for me. Green Bull was slightly startled, and a hint of interest appeared on his face. He doesn't like to harm women, and every time he meets a beautiful woman, he will take the initiative to go up to her and make a few teasing remarks. And Yamato was considered the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Although her clothes don't look like those of a girl, her face gives people a sense of déjà vu, and she has a devilish figure. It is no exaggeration to say that if it is properly trained and educated, it will definitely be a top-notch creature. A-hole. Why did you take off my mask? Yamato gritted her teeth, and her whole body began to emit a faint light, and then she was about to show her fruit ability. However, she didn't know that the next second, the vines bound around her body became stronger like a python, making her completely unable to use any strength. Tisk tisk, you are also a demon fruit power. It's a pity that you are not qualified in front of this uncle. Green Bull looked at Yamato with love. He never killed him from beginning to end. Instead, love gradually emerged in his eyes. Then he said, I haven't eaten for a year. Little sister, can you feed me some food? You are so pretty, I'm sure I have a good appetite. As soon as these words came out, Yamato said with disgust, get lost. I would rather die than feed a wretched old man like you. Oh, who do you think I am? If it was Luo Fan, she might consider it. For everyone else, don't even think about it. Advertisement. 2 hours later, outside Borneo town, a marine warship docked at the shore. On the warship, the flying squirrel walked down with a knife, followed by a group of marines. The new marine admiral is in this town. I wonder if this new admiral will be easy to talk to. The flying squirrel pinched his temple. As a man who had worked in the marine for more than 30 years, he finally achieved success with his penultimate military exploits. He worked hard to rise from a soldier to marine vice admiral. Now we know that after the world conscription order was issued, the marine immediately gained 2 more marine admirals. For a moment, he couldn't accept it. Marine represents justice and raises a group of powerful soldiers who maintain justice and order. If you want to become a qualified marine, you must go through many tests. Only after passing the test can one get an official position in the marine government. But now, the 2 new marine admirals were promoted directly as exceptions and became their superiors without any military merits or qualifications. No one would be able to accept it in a short time. Came to town. The flying squirrel and his friends saw vines all over the street spread on the floor tiles. Along the middle of the road, there is a towering tree, and on the tree hang a group of skinny people. Vice Admiral, those are the members of the demonic snake pirates. Immediately, some of his men recognized the pirates hanging on the tree. The flying squirrel nodded, his face calm. This is the work of Admiral Green Bull. He is known as the source of life that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sea, and he is the user of the Mori Mori fruit. But no one expected that right after this admiral arrived, he easily wiped out a captain of the pirates group whose bounty was over 500 million. Normally, it is very difficult for these vice admirals to take down pirates of this level so easily. You guys are finally here. I was almost sleepy waiting. If it weren't for this little sister playing with me, I would have fallen asleep a long time ago. At this time, the green bull with his upper body naked walked out from behind the towering tree. In his right hand, he was holding a gray-haired girl who was tied up and unconscious. When he saw the girl in Green Bull's hand, the flying squirrel was slightly stunned. Admiral Green Bull, is this girl also a pirate? Advertisement. Naturally, he recognized Green Bull at a glance. After all, he had done enough work before coming to meet the needs. No, she is my little beauty, you can't take her away, you can do whatever you want with the others. Green Bull raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. He liked Tigress more and more inexplicably. After 2 hours of trying, she refused to reveal any information about herself. And judging by her strength, if she came from Wanukuni, she would have something to do with Beast's pirates. Evening. Above sea level, 6 warships gathered together at the same time. And on the bow of each warship stood the commander of the warship. On the warship where Sengoku was, there was a flag dedicated to the Marine Marshal. Is everyone here? Sengoku glanced at the other 5 warships. The commanders of these 5 warships will identify who they are based on the different colors of their flags. The one with the red marine flag is Akainu, the one with the blue one is Aokiji, the one with the purple one is Fujitora, the one with the green one is Green Bull, and the one with the black one is Garp the Fist. The 6 top combat forces of Marine appeared on the sea at the same time, making the surrounding space extremely depressing. Even the surging sea surface was as calm as a mirror at this moment. On the Marine warship where Green Bull was, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed when he saw Akainu, who looked dignified, standing upright with his arms folded on a warship opposite. I finally got to meet Admiral Akainu in person. I never thought we would meet like this one day. As for Fujitora, who was standing aside, he could not see the faces of his new colleagues because he was blind. He just said in a low voice, they are all a group of terrible monsters. It is such an honor to be able to fight side by side with them. And the aura of each person is equally matched. This is the most terrifying thing. After counting the number of people, Sengoku's eyes darkened and a stern voice shouted from his throat, now that everyone is here, let's go. Chapter 90 Whitebeard breaks through. Awakening of Armament Haki. At this time, Wanukuni, Ghost Island, Kaido, who drinks all day to drown his sorrows, has been waiting for news from Yamato. He sat on the huge throne, pouring wine from the wine gourd without stopping. This has been going on for several days. There is no news from Yamato. Brother Kaido, there's movement over there at the marine. Just at this moment, Quinn's clumsy figure twisted and turned as he walked into the base camp. He raised his head and looked at Kaido, his forehead covered in sweat. What are you making so much noise about? Kaido put down the wine gourd in his hand and stared at Quinn. After swallowing his saliva, Quinn quickly explained. Brother Kaido, according to our spies in the Marine, we have reliable information that all the top combat forces in the Marine have suddenly been dispatched. All top combat forces are deployed. Please explain it in detail. Kaido's eyes darkened and his face was slightly stunned. Didn't the world government suddenly issue a world conscription order recently? I heard that 2 guys were promoted to Marine Admiral without any assessment. But the problem is not this, but that this time, they actually dispatched 6 Admiral-level combat forces at the same time. 6 Admiral-level fighters. Quinn, are you crazy? How is this possible? Are they planning to wipe out Whitebeard? Or are they targeting Laozi? After hearing these words, Kaido's face was full of doubt. This kind of thing is impossible to happen. The Marine government has just suffered a heavy blow and is seriously injured. Why would they send out all their forces? Aren't you afraid that someone will take advantage of their situation and rob their home? It seems that the Marines are not coming for us. Anyway, I know that this time, even the 2 old guys Sengoku and Garp have personally taken part in the battle. Quinn was originally quite worried that the Marines were mobilizing in full force in order to weaken the power of the 4 emperors and thus achieve a balance between them. After all, in the Battle of Marineford, many of the Marines' elite suffered casualties. Just when Kaido was beginning to lose control, suddenly, next to him, a Den Den Mushi called. Hello. Kaido answered the Den Den Mushi call, and he chose to call at this time, which made him more credible in Quinn's words. Kaido, it's been a while since we last talked. I hope you are doing well. Then, an old woman's voice was heard on the phone. Immediately, the indifference on Kaido's face faded, and gradually tensed up. Damn it, Charlotte Linlin, is it you, an old woman? Kaido, don't be so disrespectful, you little brat. If it weren't for me, you would have died in the Valley of the Gods. As soon as they started chatting, the 2 4 emperors started to scold each other. But then, Charlotte Linlin on the other side calmed down. She took the initiative to say, Kaido, you know, times have changed now. The situation will become worse and worse in the future. I think we can shake hands and make peace. Advertisement. Old woman, if you have something to say it now, and if you have something to say, fart now. Kaido knew that the other party had the upper hand over him, so he had no choice but to sit down and negotiate. Then, Charlotte Linlin paused and said word by word, I have news that the Marines seem to have found the destroyer. As soon as these words came out, Kaido couldn't help but ask, what did you say? Marine found my son-in-law. Phew. Charlotte Linlin was enjoying afternoon tea while chatting with Kaido on Den Den Mushi. When I heard the word, son-in-law, I almost choked to death. Kaido, what are you talking about? That destroyer is your son-in-law. She never expected that the mysterious young man who was now at the peak of his career would actually be Kaido's son-in-law. Moreover, he escaped right under her nose. Of course, Luo Fan was Laozi's future son-in-law, but he ran away. So, are you saying that Marine's action this time was aimed at Laozi's son-in-law? When Kaido finished speaking, he showed off without any shame. Luo Fan. This was the first time Charlotte Linlin heard of this name. Well, I heard that he has been found, but the thing is, I am not here to listen to your story about your son-in-law. I am here to talk to you about forming an alliance. Alliance. Let's not talk about it. Why would Laozi want to form an alliance with a stinky woman like you? Get out. Kaido didn't want to pay any attention to the other party and was about to hang up the phone. The result is the next second. Charlotte Linlin's words finally made him change his mind. Don't you want to get what he has? He has the means to stay alive forever. If this opportunity is taken away by Marine, then we can only wait for our energy to run out. These words really touched Kaido's heart. He felt that it made sense. He originally wanted to eat alone and find Luo Fan as soon as possible. But right now, since the Marine government has already taken action, he can't wait any longer. Okay, Laozi promises you. Tell me, where shall we meet? ... 1 day later. Except for the 2 4 emperors Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, who took action. On another sea, the Moby DK, like a whale, was sailing slowly on the sea. On board, Edward Newgate, Marco, Ace, Joes and other captains were all touching a stone, closing their eyes, and meditating quietly. 7 full days and 7 nights. Advertisement. They all practiced through the Enlightenment Stone without sleep or food. Buzz. Accompanied by a slight trembling sound. The Enlightenment Stone emitted a dark gray light, instantly waking everyone up. When Edward Newgate opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed between them. Huh, this stone is really strange. In just a few days, it has made me clearly realize my shortcomings and gained some insights into Haki. As he muttered to himself, he looked at the captains of the squads who were waking up one by one. Marco, tell me what you think. Edward Newgate's eyes fell on Marco. Dad, this stone is really magical. My armament Haki was originally at an advanced level, but now it has directly broken through to the top level. Marco said as he casually punched out, emitting a thick emission. Tisk, tisk, not bad. Ace, Joes, what about you guys? Immediately following, a terrifying pressure suddenly burst out from Ace, making the air around him become extremely heavy. Yeah, Conqueror's Haki has been awakened. Wow, and he's already mastered it. As for Joes, he showed his awareness of the things around him. Obviously, observation Haki is a step up. The rest, including Vista, Izo and others, all achieved breakthroughs to varying degrees. You can say that, with the help of this enlightenment stone, the strength of all members of the Whitebeard Pirates group has been greatly improved. As expected, if you follow the big brother, you will get meat to eat. Marco was complacent, he felt that Luo Fan was becoming more and more mysterious. Just a piece of stone enabled these little brothers who followed behind to eat soup to make a qualitative leap. Guess what I have achieved? Edward Newgate deliberately left suspense and did not reveal his breakthrough in a certain aspect. Dad, could it be observation Haki? No, that must be armament Haki, right? Armament Haki. Half right. Edward Newgate did not keep it a secret. Okay, I won't hide it from you. I have awakened armament Haki, and this awakened skill is. Chapter 91. Armament Haki manifests. Jack. Master Yamato, have you been caught? The awakened skill is the manifestation of armament color. Realized. What's the meaning? Everyone present was stunned. It was the first time they heard this term. The awakening of armament Haki means that armament Haki has been cultivated to the legendary level. On this sea, there are very few people who can awaken armament Haki. Even the man who was rumored to have cultivated Vice Admiral Haki to the pinnacle, the red-haired Shanks, seemed unable to awaken armament Haki. Therefore, Edward Newgate, after awakening his armament Haki through the Enlightenment Stone, was able to reach this level in his lifetime. The meaning of manifestation is to be able to release armament Haki in a specific form through one's thoughts. Usually when we use armament Haki, we need to use a medium, such as our arms, weapons or other things. As he explained, Edward Newgate used his knife to cover a layer of armament Haki. This is the armament Haki that most people master, and there is nothing special about it. I understand, Dad, what you mean is that you no longer need this medium to release the terrifying armament Haki out of thin air. This is essentially similar to Conqueror's Haki, but the difference is that the lethality is not on the same level. Marco clapped his hands, as if something suddenly dawned on him. Nodding, Edward Newgate clenched his right hand violently the next second. He reached out and grasped the huge mast about 20 meters ahead. Boo! Immediately, a layer of extremely dark armament Haki quickly spread over the huge mast, and on the surface of the armament Haki there were even traces of lightning. Hiss! Armament Haki that can be released without touching. Marco, Ace, Joes and others were all stunned. They never expected that armament Haki could be played like this. The most important thing is. Followed by a sneer. Boo! Edward Newgate waved his hand around, and a semi-arc-shaped armament Haki appeared out of thin air, covering the entire Moby DK like a black curtain. FK. This is too cool. Oh my god, is this the manifestation of armament Haki? That is to say, this armament Haki can penetrate any hole within a certain range. With just a flick of the finger, such a terrifying armament Haki can be created out of thin air, and without any reaction from the person. Advertisement. Yes, it can penetrate anywhere. As long as I think about it, the armament Haki that has become a knife will pierce through your chest in the next second. Edward Newgate nodded slightly, obviously quite satisfied with this ability. The most exciting thing is, Dad is the strongest man in the world. And now, with a healthy body, armament Haki has awakened. Just as everyone was talking and laughing. Crash. Sudden, a news seagull along the roadside dropped a newspaper, which happened to fall into Marco's hands. Today's news. When Marco spread out the newspaper and saw the news inside, his pupils suddenly shrank. This is. Oh no, Dad, something big has happened. What's up? A bad premonition came over Edward Newgate at this moment. At present, the Marine headquarters has mobilized all its forces. They seem to have found Luoseng and are encircling and suppressing him with all their strength. What? When Edward Newgate heard this, he waved his hand and said, "Men, turn the sails." Then he took out a white piece of paper from his waist, which was the life card left by Luo Fan before he left. It can be said that Luo Fan gave him a second life, saved his son Ace, and improved the strength of the entire group. This was a great favor that Whitebeard could never repay no matter what he did. But if Luo Fan really encountered danger, he would not hesitate even if it cost him his life. At this time, on the 6 major marine warships, they were all separated by a certain distance. Among them, on the main battleship where Green Bull is located. He was sitting in a chair, drinking coffee and enjoying the sunshine. After reading the news about the destroyer, he was greatly surprised. Tisk tisk tisk, this young man is too powerful. He broke into the Marine headquarters alone and turned it upside down, and even put the top combat forces of the Marines to shame. Green Bull didn't expect that this time, his mission was to encircle and suppress the mysterious young man called the Destroyer. To be honest, he was quite surprised. Why? Advertisement. Would the Marine government mobilize all its forces for just one person, even abandoning their own homes? Is it possible that this guy has some secret? Little sister Yamato, where did this guy called the Destroyer come from? I have never heard of him before. Even if he was an unknown strong man, there should be some clues, but Marine knew nothing about this person at that time. This made Green Bull feel a little surprised. At this moment, Yamato, whose hands and feet had been tied, was full of anger. She stared at Green Bull and said, how should I know? Want to get something out of her mouth. Dream. Ha ha ha. Wanukuni is a closed country after all, it's normal that you don't understand. But I have to get to know you. I haven't met a beauty like you for a long time. If you don't chat with me, I will be very sad. When I am sad, I want to kill people. Of course, I won't kill beautiful women. Beautiful women are so precious. As Green Bull spoke, the vines binding Yamato became tighter. And under the ship of this marine warship, a murloc is following behind. This person is Jack the Drow, whose tusks were broken and whose pigtails were cut by Luo Fan. He was covered with wounds and searched the sea for a long time but didn't see a ship. Finally, we captured 6 marine warships today. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. I'll have to wait for Lousy to find Governor Kaido to avenge me. Luo Fan, just wait for me. He suddenly jumped out of the sea, creating a wave and jumped directly to the stern of the marine warship. Crash. The moment Jack landed, he immediately attracted the attention of other marines on the ship. Someone is invading. At the first moment, the marines on the ship shouted in vigilance. This boat belongs to Lousy now. Jack knocked all the marines behind him to the ground in no time. Until he reached the bow of the ship. The scene before him shocked him. Just see. Yamato was hanging from a tree entwined with vines. At this moment, he roared angrily, Master Yamato. Whoever dares to do this to you, Lousy will kill him. Chapter 92 I will kill your fiancé, Yamato. Jack's eyes glowed scarlet. When he looked clearly in front of Yamato, he saw a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, drinking tea leisurely. Seeing this, Yamato hesitated for a moment. Without his tusks and even his pigtails cut off, his mouth revealed sharp fangs, and he looked like a fish man. If it weren't for the Beast's Pirates exclusive pirate's flag engraved on his sword, I really wouldn't have recognized him. Jack. You are Jack. Yamato was shocked when he saw Jack's appearance was completely different from before. At the same time, Green Bull, who was enjoying his afternoon tea, slowly put down the teacup in his hand after his mood was ruined, and never turned back to look at Jack. When did a fly onto the boat? Wow, that's really interesting. Little sister, your name is Yamato. That's a good name. I like it. He talked to himself slowly and steadily, his tone full of disdain. When Jack heard this, he flew into a rage. Master Yamato, I'm coming to save you right now. The next moment, boom, Jack raised his fist, took a big step forward, and rushed towards Green Bull like a cannonball. But I never thought about it. Green Bull just waved his left hand, and a sharp vine shot out instantly, with a sharp sound of breaking wind, and suddenly attacked Jack. Mammoth. Strengthen. Feeling the vine containing terrifying power coming, Jack did not dare to be careless. His body expanded and transformed into a giant mammoth that was 7 meters tall. He swung out his trunk to block the vine. Zone Demon Fruit Power. Looks like it has some strength. Then, Green Bull turned around, looked Jack up and down, and used vines to take out a pile of wanted posters from the cabin. Let me see how much you are worth. Green Bull completely ignored Jack and started flipping through the bounty posters. This action made Jack very angry, and he rushed towards the vines that were entangled with Yamato regardless of everything. Mammoth charge. Bang, bang, bang. When Jack's huge body rushed towards Yamato, the vines began to dance wildly, turning into heavy whip shadows, whipping Jack fiercely. Advertisement. Intense pain spread throughout my body. Eventually, the vines intertwined into a large web, surrounding Jack from all sides. Phew. With a piercing sound, the vines broke through Jack's defense like a diamond and went straight through his abdomen. Jack. Seeing Jack, who saved him, lying in front of him, Yamato was helpless. Just see. As the vines entered Jack's body, they began to make twitching sounds. Jack, who was originally strong and sturdy, began to become skinny and shriveled within a few breaths, and his hair turned white. The vines stopped only when he turned into a malnourished old man with wrinkled skin. Huh, you are quite strong. I guess you must be a pretty strong guy, otherwise how could you provide me with so many nutrients? Green Bull enjoyed the nutrients entering his body and was somewhat surprised at the nutrients brought by the guy in front of him. Soon, he found some information about Jack on the reward poster. Haha, I found your bounty poster. You're from the Beast's Pirates. And you're one of the 3 biggest names. Wow, I actually subdued one of Kaido's favorites. A pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Looking at Jack, who had lost his ability to fight on the ground, Green Bull had a sarcastic look on his face. At the same time, he became more certain of one thing. That is, Yamato is definitely from Beast's Pirates. And the status is definitely not low. But after looking for some information about Beast's Pirates, Green Bull still couldn't find any information related to Yamato on the bounty poster. Therefore, he could only shift his target to Jack. Hey, Big Elephant, if you want to stay alive, you'd better tell me what this Master Yamato you're talking about has to do with you Beast's Pirates. Green Bull stepped on Jack's head and began to question him aggressively. Bullshit, I won't tell you even if I die. Jack knew that Yamato was now in Marine's hands, so it was impossible for him to reveal her true identity easily. Otherwise, Yamato will be given special attention by Marine. After all, she is the daughter of Kaido boss. You won't tell me, right? Then I'll have no choice but to kill you. Green Bull stretched out his right hand nonchalantly, and a vine as sharp as a knife spread out in his palm, and he was about to stab Jack's head. Advertisement. And in the next second, Yamato, who had been keeping his mouth shut, suddenly shouted, "Stop. Don't kill him, I say." The vine stopped abruptly when it was 2 millimeters away from Jack's head. Green Bull came back to his senses and looked at Yamato. Tisk tisk, little sister Yamato, for your sake, I will give him a chance. Master Yamato. Jack gritted his teeth. Yamato took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, I am Kaido's daughter. As soon as these words came out, hiss. Except for Green Bull, the other Marines on the ship were extremely shocked after hearing this and couldn't help but gasp. 4 Emperors Kaido's daughter. It turns out this woman has a very important background. Ha. Green Bull was slightly surprised and a little bit unbelievable. He didn't expect that he would catch a descendant of the 4 Emperors just by grabbing him. If he had not been promoted to Marine Admiral as an exception. Green Bull would never dare to provoke the other party. But now it's different, he represents absolute justice and is the representative of the Marine military, and his duty is to wipe out the pirates. Ha ha ha, that's good, I caught a big fish, but I still like you very much, it's a pity that you are a pirates. Green Bull spoke eloquently. Ah, bah, who told you to like me? I already have a fiancé. Yamato didn't have any good feelings towards Green Bull. She just felt that this wretched old man was looking at her with a certain look from beginning to end, which made her feel sick all over. Who? After hearing this, Green Bull's face looked a little ugly. He always felt that Yamato was quite to his liking. But he is still quite stubborn now, so he plans to catch him and train him slowly. Speaking of this, Yamato smiled brightly and said firmly, of course it's the destroyer you Marines mentioned. As soon as these words came out, Green Bull couldn't help but burst out laughing. The next second, his face darkened, and he put his face in front of Yamato, and said indifferently, oh, so that guy is your fiancé. Don't worry, our mission now is to kill him, and I will kill him in front of you. Chapter 93 Live Killing Celestial Dragons to the World. As marine governments begin to take action. On Xuanwu Island. Luo Fan's side did not calm down. Now, he is controlling his cell clones to perform different tasks. Open black lens bracket 62,343 cells have been fused close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 52,342 cells have been fused close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 42,391 cells have been fused close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 72,841 cells have been fused close black lens bracket. Among them, there are several cell clones, which kill sea kings in nearby waters during the movement of Xuanwu in order to fuse more cells. This is just a few days. He has absorbed nearly 200 billion cells. On the other hand, the cell clone that was sent out found a person within 2 days. That's Morgans, the president of the World Economic Times. A guy who dares to expose any ugly truth to the world. From time to time, high in the sky above Xuanwu Island, a hot air balloon bird's nest slowly descended. Boom. When the hot air balloon nest landed completely, an albatross in humanoid form, with his hands behind his back, walked down step by step. When Morgan came out, he was deeply shocked by the scenery and terrain before him. The scenery here is so beautiful. I didn't expect that besides giant elephants, there are turtles in the world that can carry such a large area. Morgan sighed from the bottom of his heart. Unbelievable. It's incredible. Such a natural landscape actually appears on the back of a creature. It is no exaggeration to say that this is definitely a perfect place to establish a kingdom. At this time, a very handsome young man came slowly from not far away. Hello, Morgans. Luo Fan came over, followed by Nami, who was dressed very sexy and was responsible for holding the umbrella. World Destroyer, I didn't expect you to be so young. The one behind you is Nami, the little wild cat from the Straw Hat Pirates. Morgans had only seen Luo Fan in the photo information provided by World Government, and today was his first time meeting him. But the young man in front of him was not as evil and unforgivable as the World Government said. Advertisement. For the Morgans who have already seen through the true face of the World Government. This is not surprising. I still don't know your name. Morgan stretched out his bird wings. As Luo Fan shook hands, he couldn't help thinking of the delicious grilled chicken wings, but he immediately dismissed the idea and raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Luo Fan, Luo Fan's Luo, Luo Fan's fan. Nami's inner thoughts. It seems like he said the name, but it seems like he didn't say it. You asked me to come here this time. Are you trying to give me some explosive news? Or do you want me to release some news to the world on your behalf? If you want to bribe me and block the news, I advise you not to do it. I only pursue the truth. Morgans took out a pen and notebook from his pocket and spoke bluntly. In response, Luo Fan snapped his fingers. Then, Nami pushed out a cart loaded with several bags of Baileys from behind a tree. It smells like money. Even Nami, a money grubber, couldn't help salivating. So much money. Don't forget, he is a man with a treasure trove. And before that, when he was in Sigro Town, he also took care of some pirates and earned hundreds of millions of Baileys. For him, money is something he has every day when he wakes up. Here is 200 million. I need you to help me with something. This matter is mutually beneficial for both you and me. What's the matter? Morgans walked to the front of the cart, flipped over the Baileys, and his eyes were shining with gold. Although he is a journalist who pursues the truth, he is also a businessman at the same time. As a businessman, money is naturally what he pursues. I want to do a live broadcast to the world. Luo Fan directly stated his plan. World Live Broadcast. What's the content of the live broadcast? Morgans thought to himself that if the content of the live broadcast was not attractive enough, it would not cause much theory. Like live streaming the abuse of a Marine Admiral. When Luo Fan said this, his face was obviously very calm, and it didn't seem like he was talking. As soon as these words came out, Morgans was shocked. Are you crazy? Live broadcast of torturing a Marine Admiral. He had never heard of this before. Of course, relative to razing Marineford to the ground. The topic and heat brought about by the abuse of Marine Admiral are obviously far less than the Marineford incident. It's crazy, but I personally don't think it's going to be enough to surpass the Marineford incident. Morgans offered his own insights. What if we add killing a dozen celestial dragons? The words fell. Morgans couldn't help but shudder. Advertisement. This sentence was like a bombshell, creating a huge wave in Morgan's heart. Kill celestial dragons. Is this true or false? This guy is crazy. What a lunatic. Mr. Luo Fan, stop joking. Do you know the consequences of killing celestial dragons live in front of the world? Also, I want to know how many you want to kill this time. At this moment, Morgans began to worry if he really did broadcast live for Luo Fan. Then he will also be assassinated by the world government. About a dozen. Luo Fan said, pointing to an open space in the distance, where a cage was filled with a dozen celestial dragons wearing outer space costumes. Oh my god. They really are celestial dragons. Morgan's eyes widened so wide that they almost popped out. Madman. An absolute lunatic. As for why these celestial dragons were captured. It was last night when he used GPRS to check the situation in the nearby sea area and found a familiar giant ship that had been staying on the sea. So he went to take a look along the way. Turn out. Wow, I found a celestial dragon's family bucket. And they were from the same family as the celestial dragons he had killed before. What is the Ives family? Now, their whole family was caught in one fell swoop. It's the highlight, so we have to plan it carefully, right? It's exciting, but I have to think about my safety and the safety of my fellow members. Morgans hesitated. This was a matter involving the world's nobility, so he had to think carefully before acting. You don't have to worry about your safety. You can live on this island from now on. It is safer here than anywhere else in the world. No one can break in unless they have my permission. Luo Fan snapped his fingers as he finished speaking. Immediately following, in the sky, a diamond-shaped light shield covered the entire sky in a semicircle. Morgan's pupils shrank when he saw the light shield appear. He was deeply shocked by Luo Fan's methods. I didn't expect that such a terrifying defense net would be set up on this giant turtle. He took a deep breath, made up his mind, and said, okay, I promise you, I will connect you to Den Den Mushi all over the world. After hearing the other party's answer, Luo Fan nodded with satisfaction. Happy cooperation, Morgans. Chapter 94. Announced to the world. 5 elders moved Uranus. On the sea, the majestic Xuanwu stood quietly like a huge dark island. From the turtle shell that was as vast as a continent, the roar of explosions could be heard from afar. A bright yellow laser beam hit the ground, causing a violent explosion. Thick smoke billowed, and in the blink of an eye the damage caused by the beam to the land was restored to its original state. Don't struggle. You can't destroy this tortoise shell. Why would you risk your life for such a low salary as the Marine? Luo Fan walked in front, followed by Morgans. In an open space, a wild beast was bound in a dark red suit of armor and was struggling violently. When Morgan saw the light radiating from the armor, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, could it be that the admiral you are talking about is Kazaru? Yeah, Luo Fan nodded helplessly. Morgan's face immediately showed shock. The dignified Marine admiral was captured alive. And he was trapped in this armor. In the earth pit in front of him, Kazaru was tightly bound by the Schwantian armor weighing 10,000 tons, lying stiffly on the ground. Even though he kept trying to use laser beams to blast open the strange armor that wrapped around him, it was of no avail. Even though he overused the Devil Fruit ability, he still couldn't remove the armor. The biggest feature of Sparkling Fruit is speed. But now the armor he was wearing seemed to be made of meteorite. The weight pressed Kazaru's chest so hard that he felt stuffy and could not exert any ability at all. It was quite difficult to just move twice. I can only wait for Sengoku-san and the others to help me out. Although Kazaru looked unwilling, he had no choice but to give up struggling. Finished. I need to send this one. In this way, this live broadcast will be an unprecedented one and will definitely cause a sensation around the world. I will now have my men deliver Den Den Mushi all over the world. Morgan's face was filled with excitement. This Schwantian armor is not only heaven-defying in defense, but also very effective in psychological tactics. I feel that this armor, even if not used by myself, has great potential for use in kidnapping and extortion. Luo Fan touched his chin and nodded with satisfaction. By the way, did you know that the Marine government has already mobilized all its forces? It seems that they are coming for you. Morgan suddenly forgot about this matter, according to the information collected by his men. Currently, 6 giant Marine warships are observed gathering together, and the flags on the ships represent different Marine generals. According to reliable sources, I heard that Sengoku himself and several admiral-level warriors are heading this way. Advertisement. Oh, really? Luo Fan didn't care at all. After all, it is entirely possible that Marine used Kazaru's life card and followed the direction indicated by the life card. As soon as I heard that the Marine force was coming here, Nami was so scared that she trembled behind him and dared not speak. She began to think about running away, but then she thought about how the members of their pirates group were now scattered all over the place and had no idea where they were going. If she were to drift alone on the sea, it would probably be much more dangerous than staying here. Of course, it's not that she doesn't have confidence in Luo Fan's ability, but that team has gathered the top combat forces of the entire Marine. Escape does not exist. There is never too much shock value. What Luo Fan is waiting for is to create the next big event comparable to Summit War so that he can make a fortune. Come on, better make the storm stronger. At the same time, under Morgan's orders, news seagulls began delivering Den Den Mushi and the latest news reports to all parts of the world. Not long after, Holy Land Mariajoy, the 5 elders are closely watching the Marine government's every move. We are going all out this time just to wipe out that guy. Isn't the price we pay too high? Among them, the blonde old man said with a worried look on his face. To this, the bald old man Madara, who held a different opinion, disagreed. The world destroyer slapped our world government in the face in front of the whole world. If we don't get rid of this kid, there will be endless troubles. The most important thing is, they were originally worried that the temporary headquarters built by Marine might be taken advantage of by some forces. But until Sengoku said that he had invited an old friend back to take charge. The 5 elders then breathed a sigh of relief. Zephyr, I didn't expect his heart is still with our Marine government. The bald old man in kimono was obviously quite satisfied with this practice. While they were discussing, suddenly, Lucci, wearing a white suit, walked in from outside. The sound of his footsteps echoed throughout the hall, and was audible. Advertisement. 5 elders, that Morgan's guy, is causing trouble again. As he spoke, Lucci placed the newspaper and a Den Den Mushi in his hand in front of the 5 old men. When the 5 elders opened the newspaper inside and took a look. Suddenly, almost at the same moment, their faces were filled with terrible anger. What? That guy actually captured Kazaru. And he also locked all the celestial dragons of the Ives family in cages. I saw 2 photos attached in the content. One showed Kazaru trapped in a suit of armor, struggling while constantly emitting laser beams. Another photo shows a group of celestial dragons with swollen pig heads, trapped in an iron cage. This is unforgivable. He is declaring war on our world government. And he is broadcasting it live in front of the whole world. Damn Morgans, why did he accept that guy's invitation? The bald old man Madara was so angry that he smashed the table in front of him. This moment, the 5 elders no longer chose to tolerate. Provocative. A naked provocation. In the past 800 years, there has never been such an arrogant person who dared to offend their world government like this. Even the rocks who almost overturned the world government. I wouldn't dare to do such a radical thing so rashly. How about this? Let's just ask Lord I Am for permission and launch Uranus directly to destroy him and the giant turtle together. The bald old man Madara was the most decisive among the 5, so when he judged that the situation was not favorable to them, he will make his own judgment and choice at the first time. Hearing this, the other 4 hesitated. But now Sengoku and the others are still on their way. I'm talking about a contingency plan. If Sengoku and the others can't take care of the destroyer, then let Uranus do it himself. Yayuki. At this time, all over the world. News. Seagulls dropped newspapers and Den Den Mushi. Therefore, all forces knew that something unprecedented would happen in the world next. Someone. Kill celestial dragons live in front of the whole world. Chapter 95. Im's response. Not long ago, the news that the Marine headquarters was razed to the ground by the destroyers, causing the dignity of the world government to be destroyed, has not yet subsided. Until now, all national forces and even ordinary people are still trembling with fear. The news broadcast by News Seagull and the messages conveyed by Den Den Mushi made people all over the world gasp. For hundreds of years, the authority of the celestial dragons has loomed over everyone. Now someone is actually going to live stream the killing of celestial dragons in front of the whole world. Is it true that the world government has no deterrent power at all now? Crazy. This is simply too crazy. The destroyer is so terrifying. People everywhere were in a panic and kept watching the live broadcast of the telephone bug. Everyone was afraid, but there was also a hint of indescribable expectation in their hearts. At this time, at sea, red hair pirates. This guy is really capable of making trouble. Reading the latest news, Shanks felt a headache. He did not arrive in time for the Battle of Marineford, and before the power of the face fruit could be used, Luo Fan blew up the entire Marine headquarters. Fortunately, Whitebeard, Ace and others escaped unscathed with the help of Luo Fan. The impact of the Battle of Marineford hasn't passed for long yet, and Luo Fan has captured Kazaru alive and killed celestial dragons. He announced so loudly that he was going to kill the celestial dragons live, the world government and celestial dragons will definitely not let it go. Beckman smoked a cigarette and flicked off the ash with his fingers. How about we get involved? He has the means to stay young forever. Just based on this sentence on the bounty order, now that he has revealed his location, he will definitely become the target of public criticism. Shanks groaned for a moment. He is now the center of the entire Uzumaki. If things go wrong, the balance of the entire world may be completely destroyed in this battle. No, that's not right. Shanks suddenly laughed. That's what he's doing. Let's go. Let's join in the fun. It seems that this arm may have been gambled too early. Advertisement. The other side. Two giant pirate ships were speeding along the sea surface. Ha 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 ha. You are worthy of being my chosen son-in-law. Kaido couldn't help but slap his thigh and laugh after seeing the news in the newspaper. Kaido, is your head filled with alcohol? On the side, Charlotte Linlin had a cold expression. Now that he's showing up so high profile, the world government and the Marines will definitely speed up. If they catch us first, our trip will be in vain. Even the so-called One Piece pales in comparison to the words, eternal youth, at this moment. As the strongest who have dominated the sea for many years, neither Kaido nor Charlotte Linlin will easily let go of this opportunity to renew their vitality. Stinky old woman, I don't need you to lecture lousy. Kaido was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and his beard, like a dragon's whiskers, moved without wind. Even though it was a short-lived alliance, the two four emperors did not give each other face. The invisible pressure from both sides continued to collide in the air, which immediately made the people from the 100 Beasts, pirates and the Big Mom, pirates feel more pressured. What are you all standing there for? Move forward at full speed. Although this is just information released on the Marine Bounty Order, it has not been confirmed yet. However, in the face of eternal youth, countless pirates groups, like Kaido Charlotte Linlin, are like sharks smelling blood, and begin to flock to the direction revealed in the news. For Marine, the news that Luo Fan colluded with Morgans and announced to the world was like a huge rock that once again shook their broken hearts. A large Marine force on its way to suppress Luo Fan, on the command ship. Bang! Sengoku was so angry that he smashed the desk in front of him with one punch, and Garp and the Marine admirals he had summoned all looked livid. Does this guy really want to disrupt the entire world situation? Sengoku gritted his teeth in anger. Kazaru was captured and celestial dragons were killed, which was another devastating blow to the morale of the Marines who had just experienced the destruction of their headquarters. It's damned. The violent Akainu exudes the hot breath of magma. Everyone recalled how they were humiliated by Luo Fan at Marineford, and how a giant mushroom was planted over the entire Marine headquarters. They also thought of the various side effects they still had from the radiation antidote, and with all the new and old grudges, they wanted to kill Luo Fan right now. That girl's fiancé seems to be quite resourceful. Green Bull, who originally looked down on Luo Fan, couldn't help but be surprised. Although he was promoted to Marine Admiral after the Battle of Marineford, he had never actually faced Luo Fan. Advertisement. However, seeing Marshal Sengoku and his colleagues gritting their teeth, they looked like they wanted to eat someone like a barbecue. It seems that they have suffered a lot at the hands of the other side. Interesting. Fujitora, who was also wearing a justice cloak but a pair of wooden clogs, smiled and just sat quietly beside him, with hideous knife marks on his closed eyes. Sengoku, if we don't hurry before he makes a move on the celestial dragons and Borsellino, the consequences will be disastrous. Garp reminded. Order the entire army to advance at full speed immediately. We must defeat the destroyer before other forces intervene and create a worse situation. Let the whole world see that the dignity of our marine cannot be destroyed by just one person. Everyone, this battle must avenge our previous humiliation. Yes. Several admirals stood up, their aura reaching the sky. The sacred place of Marinjoa is located among the flowers in the deepest part of Pangu City. The 5 elders who had been granted an audience were kneeling respectfully on the red carpet. In front of them, on the throne at the top of the towering stairs, a figure was holding a newspaper presented by the 5 elders. As the true master behind the world government and the sole owner of the throne, this figure is none other than Lord Yim, as the 5 elders call him. Even the 5 elders, powerful leaders of celestial dragons, have never seen the true face of Yim. Lord Yim, this guy is acting so perversely. If we don't take this opportunity to overthrow him, the consequences will be disastrous. Even if it means sacrificing a small part, it is absolutely necessary. The bald old man Madara looked solemn. The implication is that if Sengoku and his marine force are unable to subdue Luo Fan, they will completely kill Luo Fan even if it means sacrificing the marines present. Such cruel means are not uncommon. Please ask Lord Yim for permission to use Uranus. The 5 elders said in unison. On the throne, the unfathomable figure hidden in the darkness just stared coldly at Luo Fan's face on the bounty order, and the black circle in his blood-red pupils seemed to flow automatically. As you wish. Between the palaces, a voice that seemed to come from ancient times and could not be distinguished as male or female was echoing faintly. Chapter 96 live broadcast begins. Kazaru goes to the execution platform. As an absolute violent machine at sea, the speed of Marine's fleet ships is far superior to that of pirates' ships. 2 days later, a huge marine fleet led by Marshal Sengoku and composed of 6 marine admirals was the first to arrive at the waters where the Xuanwu Island was located. Hundreds and thousands of marine warships faced the front of Xuanwu from afar, and the solemn and murderous atmosphere could almost scare ordinary people to the point of cardiac arrest. But in front of Xuanwu's majestic body, countless fully armed marine soldiers felt like they wanted to kneel down and prostrate themselves under Xuanwu's vast aura. What should I do? I feel like I have no strength in my legs. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me if I tell you this, but I've already knelt down. Are you kidding me? Are we going to fight a monster like this? Is it my illusion? It seems to be slowly coming towards us. Damn it, I have parents and children to take care of. Countless marine soldiers clenched their rifles and whispered to each other. The entire marine fleet was in turmoil. What kind of monster is this? Where on earth did he find this huge creature? Sengoku and other senior marine generals looked at Xuanwu from afar, their hearts trembling slightly. Even the giant elephant carrying the Fur Tribe's kingdom was dwarfed by the giant turtle in front of him. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 235. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 189. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 212. Luo Fan was eating Poseidon meat grilled by Nami on Xuanwu Island, and the notification sound of gaining shock value kept popping up in his mind. Luo Fan grinned immediately. Here they come. Don't worry, everything is ready. The live broadcast you want can start at any time. Morgans chuckled and used his wings to prop up the gentleman's hat on his head. It would be impossible to say that Morgans wasn't a little excited about this live news broadcast that directly challenged the world government and the celestial dragons. This Times World report can almost bring his journalism career to a peak. The most important thing, Luo Fan gave so much. Don't worry, with my protection, exclusive news like this will be yours in the future, and you will gain both fame and fortune. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I will definitely live up to your trust. Morgan's eyes sparkled. Advertisement. You are really too brave. Ever since Luo Fan and Morgans reached an agreement to broadcast the killing of celestial dragons live, Nami has been sighing all day in recent days. For her, who cherishes her life so much, her life has never been peaceful since she met Luo Fan. Although Luo Fan is very handsome, I am afraid that my life will be lost following him. But he is really handsome. Everyone calm down. On the sea, Sengoku roared, raising the morale which had been somewhat low. The cloak of justice fluttered in the wind, making a rustling sound. Sengoku pointed his hand in the direction of Xuanwu and gave orders to the entire army. The destroyer is on board, all ships obey my orders. Fire volley. Bang bang bang. The fleet fired in unison in the direction of Xuanwu. The black rain of tens of thousands of shells, accompanied by a sharp whistle, fell directly on the dark and majestic body of Xuanwu. The deafening roar caused huge waves on the sea. The terrifying barrage of artillery fire could only cover a small part of Xuanwu's body. After 3 rounds of fleet salvos, all the marines stared straight ahead. Behind the billowing smoke and dust, the huge body of Xuanwu slowly emerged, as if the bombing just now was just a gust of wind that passed by and left it unmoved. There was not even the slightest trace of the place that had been bombarded by artillery fire. What's going on, little brother? Are you doing scraping here? This was a completely unexpected result for everyone, and it made countless marine soldiers on the deck drop their jaws in shock. How is this possible? Sengoku and Garp also widened their eyes with a look of disbelief. Then, it was Akainu who had the greatest destructive power who made the move. His fists continuously spewed out terrifying lava meteors towards the light shield. Boom boom. The lava falling from the sky landed on the light shield like a rainstorm, just like a stone falling into the sea, without causing the slightest ripple. Fujitora was not idle either. He summoned an extremely huge meteorite from outer space, which fell on the light shield and was shattered into pieces on the spot. Seeing this, Garp, Aokiji, Green Bull and Garp could only watch helplessly. If even Akainu and Fujitora couldn't break through this defense network, it would be even more impossible for them. Just then, Marine Vice Admiral Chaton ran over with a nervous look on his face and handed a Den Den Mushi to Sengoku. Marshal, the live broadcast has begun. What did you say? Advertisement. Sengoku was startled, and all the admirals turned their heads to look over. The Den Den Mushi in Chaton's hand played the live transmission effect. At the same time, people from all over the world who had been anxiously waiting for days also gathered in front of the live broadcast. Under Morgan's arrangement, the live broadcast first faced the overwhelming marine fleet on the sea, and then the perspective zoomed in from a distance. That familiar and handsome face, and that slender figure that made everyone tremble with fear. At this moment, he slowly appeared on the live broadcast screen. Luo Fan carried the more than 3-meter-long dragon-slaying sword across his shoulder. The blood-red blade shone brightly in the sunlight, like a god of death descending to earth. This guy actually dares to be so nonchalant. Looking at Luo Fan who appeared in the picture with sword drawn, all the marine generals including Sengoku Akainu were filled with hatred. The mushroom cloud over Marineford and the explosion that destroyed the marine headquarters are an indelible shame in the hearts of all marines. And the young man in front of us is the culprit of this shame. Thump, thump, thump. Every step Luo Fan took, it felt like a huge drum was vibrating in everyone's heart. As Luo Fan walked up the stairs, everyone saw. In addition to Luo Fan, there was a man in armor who was half kneeling beside him with his arms spread out, motionless and stiff. Come on, compete with the audience and your colleagues in front of the screen. Luo Fan leaned his elbow on Xuantian Wujia's shoulder and pursed his lips to look at the live camera. Where did this kid take me? Kazaru had a sour face, and a bad feeling came over him. Banana, you guava, I have been slacking off and working for many years, but I didn't expect to get into such a big mess this time. If I can go back alive, my salary and bonus won't be affected, right? That's not possible. Just when everyone was wondering what this thing was, Luo Fan chuckled and reached out to uncover the helmet of Schwantian Wujia. Exposed to all the live viewers was the exhausted and wretched man who was trapped in the Schwantian armor.
Hiss, countless people gasped in unison. Although we had already learned in advance from the newspaper that one of the Marine admirals had been captured by Luo Fan. But when this person was actually made public by Luo Fan as a prisoner, everyone still felt a kind of fear and shock as if they had seen a ghost. The Marines, led by Sengoku, were immediately furious. Everyone just felt like Luo Fan slapped them hard on the face, and it was burning with pain. The person kneeling on the ground was none other than Marine Admiral Kazaru. Chapter 97 Kazaru cried, Domination Fusion Technique. Does he dare to kill a Marine Admiral? Hey, that's the Admiral. He was planning to kill celestial dragons, so killing a Marine Admiral wouldn't be surprising, right? How dare you say such words? Hush. This B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** his fists in anger. As a fellow Marine Admiral, the humiliation Kazaru suffered was like rubbing his face against the ground. If he dares to kill Borsalino, I will bury him in the sea today, even if it costs my life. Unfortunately, Luo Fan couldn't hear Akaino's shouting. Otherwise, I would have to use the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire to give him another barbecue. The fun is just about to begin. Seeing that his live broadcast had entered the warm-up stage, Luo Fan smiled. Luo Fan pulled his hand out of the air and removed the Xuanshan armor that had bound Kazaru for several days. The dark red armor turned into streams of light and dissipated. This miraculous scene of mid-air operation once again made everyone more wary of Luo Fan. The heavy burden was finally lifted from him, and Kazaru breathed a sigh of relief. Just because the restraints of the Xuanshan armor were removed, it did not mean that Luo Fan would leave Kazaru room to continue resisting. A set of seastone shackles were firmly fastened on Kazaru's hands. Devil Fruit's ability was weakened by seastone, and it was also weighed down by Xuanshan armor's 10,000 tons of weight for several days. The fact that Kazaru can now maintain an elegant kneeling posture is his last act of stubbornness. In full view of everyone, Luo Fan pulled out a long whip. Before anyone could react, all I heard was a sharp gust of wind, and a black whip hit Kazaru on the back. The dusty cloak of justice was torn to pieces by the whip, and blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, Luo Fan's mind was bombarded with the shock value prompt sound over and over again. People all over the world were stunned when they saw Luo Fan whipping Marine Admiral. Countless jaws dropped to the ground. Luo Fan did not stop swinging the whip in his hand, and hit Kazaru again and again. Because of the seastone, Kazaru's physical condition is as weak as that of an ordinary person. Every blow from Luo Fan inflicted real injuries on Kazaru. Advertisement: Brad, if you have the guts, unlock seastone and we'll fight for another 300 rounds.
Ah, I will fight you. Come again. Don't come.
Ah, Kazaru's shrill wails and curses, like a pig being slaughtered, continued to echo throughout the Xuanwu Island. At Sabaody Archipelago, people gathered in front of the live broadcast of the square were dead silent. Although the videophone Mushi can only transmit images, it cannot transmit the sound of the scene. However, judging from Kazaru's miserable appearance with tears streaming down his face, everyone could obviously imagine the wailing scene. It feels so painful. Even if it's you, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with Borsalino, right? It seems that he felt that the scene of Luo Fan whipping Kazaru in the live broadcast was too rough. Shaki in the crowd frowned slightly, holding a cigarette in his hand and looking at the white-haired old man who was watching with great interest. When we were his age, we were far from being so popular. Rayleigh chuckled and didn't comment. It was a heart-wrenching shock, as if a viral epidemic was spreading to the whole world through the live broadcast. On the Nine Snake Pirates ship on the way to Xuanwu Island, Empress Boa Hancock covered her mouth with her delicate hands, her face full of shock. After the newspaper announced in advance that Luo Fan was going to broadcast the killing of celestial dragons live, Hancock, who was originally preparing to return home, ordered the ship to turn around and immediately rush to Xuanwu Island. Those who don't know just think that the Empress was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who responded to the Marines' call to go to Xuanwu Island to help defeat the destroyer. But the actual reason is, only the 3 Hancock sisters and Granny Nu knew. This young man is even more surprising than the Straw Hat Boy. Maybe he really dares to kill celestial dragons in front of the whole world. Granny Nu sighed and glanced at Hancock meaningfully. Hancock said nothing, only feeling a dull pain from a hidden and shameful slave mark on his back. His eyes were filled with anticipation, inside Dressrosa. The blond man sitting on the throne was wearing an exaggerated pink feather coat. He was Doflamingo, who had returned to the territory after the Battle of Marineford. Brother Ming, who was originally sitting with his legs crossed watching the live broadcast, could no longer hide the shock and surprise on his face. What a crazy guy. Advertisement: you've provoked Marine so much. I really want to see what expression Sengoku's old face has now. Those 5 old guys at Mariajoy must be mad as hell. Foo 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 foo. Under the sunglasses, Ming Jie grinned and revealed a big white mouth. Different from the forces that were shocked and surprised and even gloated over the misfortune. The Marines, who were now on Xuanwu Island and witnessed their own admiral being whipped by Luo Fan, were shocked for a few seconds before becoming furious. Marine, who has dominated the maritime world for many years, has suffered several humiliations from Luo Fan in a short period of time. All Marines have never been so angry as they are at this moment. Fire! Fire! Blow this damn thing up, all troops advance, and land on the island at all costs. Marshal Sengoku, in a rage, pointed in the direction of Xuanwu Island and gave orders. Suddenly all the marine warships opened fire again. Akainu, who had a hot temper, leapt forward and used his strongest skill directly in the direction of Xuanwu Island. Meteor volcano. Countless giant lava fists, along with dense artillery fire, bombarded Xuanwu Island together, but could only cause ripples on the light curtain. 1111. Miss. This amount of damage is completely unable to break the defense of the Xuanwu Beiming shield. Just as the marine fleet launched another futile attack on Xuanwu Island. The alliance fleet formed by the two four emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, also arrived at the waters of Xuanwu Island. Where on earth did my good son-in-law find this giant beast? It has such strong defense. Kaido on the boat looked at Xuanwu being bombarded by overwhelming artillery fire from afar, his eyes full of interest and desire. His physical defense is also terrifying, otherwise he would not have committed suicide so many times before. Now seeing the equally amazing defensive power of Xuanwu, Kaido could only feel the fighting spirit in his heart rising. Put away your desire to fight first and don't forget the purpose of our coming here, Charlotte Linlin glared at Kaido. Don't tell me what to do, old woman. That creature's defenses are weird. Even the Marines' large army can't break through. Kaido, let's use that move. Dominate the sea. Sure. Chapter 98. Killing celestial dragons is as easy as killing ants. Old woman, are you serious? Kaido exhaled 2 streams of white smoke from his nose and looked at Charlotte Linlin. The Marines haven't broken through to the island yet, so we have a great chance. Mama, take action. Charlotte Linlin laughed strangely. Kaido, who was standing on the bow deck with him, snorted coldly and also raised the thorn mace in his hand. Mom is going to take action. Boss Kaido is about to take action. Katakuri, Quinn and others felt the terrifying aura surging from the two four emperors and could not help but step back, fearing that they would be crushed by the pressure. The terrifying aura rising from the ship was quickly noticed by the marine troops that were bombarding Xuanwu Island. Damn it, it's Kaido and Big Mom. The pirates' four emperors flag is easily recognizable. Damn pirates, coming over here at this critical moment. Why are the two of them here together? What are they doing here? Something's wrong. They're trying to intervene. Garp was the first to sense the presence coming from the four emperors' ship, and his face suddenly froze. Sengoku also realized something was wrong and immediately gave an urgent order for the entire army to cease fire and enter a state of alert. Just see. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido jumped up from the deck at the same time, and the huge impact force even shattered the planks under their feet. 2 huge figures soared into the sky. Old woman, your legs and feet haven't become unsteady after all these years, have they? Mom, you are the one who shouldn't hold me back. Charlotte holds a giant sword transformed from Napoleon in a 2-horned hat, with flames rising above her head. As she swings the sword, pink and purple flames and lightning continue to gush out, wrapping around the blade of the sword and its surroundings. Kaido, who stood side by side with Charlotte Linlin, had ferocious dragon horns on his head, and his arms and most of his body were covered with green dragon scales. He had turned into a half-human, half-dragon form. The 8-step mace in Kaido's hand exuded terrifying power, and purple-black flames continued to erupt like a volcano. Bah! Hi! The 2 four emperors shouted in unison, swinging their great swords and maces forward at the same time. The 2 waves of flames that continued to gather and squeeze collided and entangled with each other under the swing of the weapon, and a loud noise broke out that was loud enough to burst the eardrums. Boom! Advertisement. A giant shockwave hundreds of meters wide blasted directly across the sea towards Xuanwu Island like a tornado. Wherever it passed, even most of the seawater was instantly evaporated. This is the combined skill created by 4 emperors Kaido and Big Mom back then. Dominate the sea. Even compared to the giant's combination skill, Hikoku, the power of this move is even greater. Such a terrifying shockwave was almost earth-shattering. Even Marine couldn't help but gasp when he saw Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's combined skills. Everyone felt a sense of fear. If their fleet encountered this move, even if Sengoku and others joined forces to resist it, the fleet would probably suffer heavy losses. However, this time, Bahai's target was not Marine. The shockwave, comparable to that of a starship's main gun, instantly shot in front of Xuanwu. The light column hundreds of meters wide, accompanied by a deafening explosion, hit the defensive light shield on Xuanwu Island directly. The violent aftermath of the impact directly stirred up the sea area where they were, causing a tsunami. For a moment, people fell to the ground and the boat capsized. A dozen Marine warships closest to the center of the shockwave were directly smashed by the aftermath, and hundreds of Marine soldiers fell into the sea screaming. Is it broken? On the violently shaking command ship, Sengoku, Garp and others looked towards Xuanwu Island nervously. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin both watched calmly and confidently. In their eyes, this sea domination was enough to break Xuanwu's defense. Buzz! A soft humming sound echoed through the sky, and the turbulent sea surface was instantly calmed down again. As one of the 4 divine beasts representing water, a mere tsunami is nothing to Xuanwu. Just see. There was a dim light in Xuanwu's huge eyes as he looked down at the tiny marine fleet and the 4 emperors' allied pirates on the sea, seemingly full of disdain like an elephant looking down on an ant. On its body that is as big as a continent, the diamond-shaped defensive light shield still flashes with strange light. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's attack was like a loud fart. There is not even a single crack on the shield of the North Sea. How is this possible? This unexpected result directly shocked Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. The expressions of the two people were almost as ugly as if they had eaten shit. Advertisement on the marine side, Sengoku and the others were relieved, but also a little disappointed. Is it possible that this turtle shell really cannot be opened? Everyone was confused. On Xuanwu Island, the defensive light curtain not only blocked the attacks, but even blocked the sound of the explosions. Luo Fan, feeling that he could no longer receive any more shock value from whipping Kazaru, smacked his lips. It seems we have to serve the main course, otherwise we won't make enough money when the atmosphere is over. While muttering, Luo Fan threw the torn Kazaru directly into the corner, and then pointed at Bingbing and grabbed one of the celestial dragons who were already scared to death. Grabbing the opponent's collar and throwing him to the ground, Luo Fan directly took out the dragon-slaying sword. In the live broadcast, seeing that Luo Fan actually caught the celestial dragons, everyone wanted to grab the screen immediately and go directly to the scene. Damn it, he actually did it for real. Whether it was the Marine, the 5 elders of the Holy Land of Mariajoy, or other celestial dragons, they all felt suffocated. But the next second, a shocking scene happened, then. Ivaslav Saint, who was picked by Luo Fan, he fell to his knees in front of Luo Fan, rubbing his hands together, his ugly face covered with snot and tears. Please don't kill me. I have money, I have a lot of jewels and slaves. I can give you as many Baileys, women and slaves as you want. Please, don't kill me, woo woo woo. The image of Saint Ivaslav constantly kowtowing and begging Luo Fan was transmitted to all parts of the world through the live broadcast. The Holy Land of Mariajoy was silent, the whole world was silent. Is this the celestial dragons that have always been so high and mighty? It turns out that they are also afraid of death. Ordinary people before the live broadcast had mixed feelings, as if some invisible shackles and concepts had completely collapsed in that instant. It turns out that celestial dragons are no different from us. Even worse than us. Facing Ivaslav's crying and pleading, Luo Fan just sneered. Holding the dragon-slaying sword high in his hand. Celestial dragons? They are nothing more than ants that can be easily crushed to death. Chapter 99 Ancient Weapon. Uranus arrives clang. The knife flashed like lightning, passing by Saint Ivaslav's tearful eyes. Saint Ivaslav's face, filled with fear and regret, froze in an instant. The world in my field of vision slowly tilted and turned upside down. Finally, he looked up at Luo Fan with his pupils dilated. Saint Ivaslav, who once threatened to kill Luo Fan to accompany his son, was killed with just a single blow. Heads fell to the ground. In an instant, the whole world fell into silence. Whether it is the lofty holy land of Mariajoy or the group of indignant celestial dragons. Or the ordinary people living on the major islands in the sea. Everyone seemed to be petrified in place, staring at the live broadcast in amazement. The headless body remained kneeling, with blood mist constantly gushing out from its neck. The gorgeous attire that symbolized the celestial dragon's status now seemed extremely ironic. Luo Fan, who was standing at the back, bathed in the blood mist with a calm look on his face. Let the blood splatter on the white shirt, embroidering gorgeous and dangerous plum blossoms. He actually dared to do it. By killing the celestial dragons, he is basically the enemy of the entire world government. Crazy, really crazy. Countless people stared with their eyes wide open, their lips trembling slightly as they watched this scene. Didn't he ever consider the consequences of killing a celestial dragon? Just as everyone was brainstorming, doubting life and thinking about a solution for Luo Fan. Luo Fan, who had just killed Saint Ivaslav, came over carrying another celestial dragons like a chicken. Who said I only killed one celestial dragon today? Luo Fan's brilliant smile, set against the backdrop of Madara bloodline, frightened celestial dragons so much that they were almost mentally collapsed. All I heard was a crackling sound. Celestial dragons has a large yellow patch on his crotch. The price was sold immediately without any room for bargaining. Luo Fan directly killed the second celestial dragons. Listening to the reminder sound that kept echoing in his mind, Luo Fan appeared calm on the surface, but in fact he was already beaming with joy in his heart. Although Luo Fan has not seriously looked at how much shock value he has collected from the live broadcast so far, he knows that it must be a very good number. Advertisement it's rich, this time I'm really making a fortune. Strike while the iron is hot. Adhering to the idea that one should increase investment when the trend is favorable, Luo Fan happily caught the remaining celestial dragons in the cage one after another. Some are happy and some are sad. Seeing Luo Fan chopping off 2 celestial dragons in just a few strokes like chopping chickens, the marine side was almost in a state of low pressure. The Den Mushi kept coming with calls of accountability from the 5 elders of the world government, who were practically scolding Sengoku and ordering Marine to immediately go to Genbu Island to rescue the other celestial dragons. Sengoku's face turned pale, but he could do nothing about it. Xuanwu's defense was simply impregnable. Even the combined bombardment of several marine admirals and the entire fleet was unable to break the barrier. Unable to break through the defense, the marine could only watch Luo Fan chopping melons and vegetables and killing celestial dragons across the sea like a tourist group. What can I do? I am helpless too. In the live broadcast, the crying celestial dragons fell to the ground under Luo Fan's dragon-slaying sword, and no one could even last a second. In less than 2 minutes, more than a dozen celestial dragons' corpses fell at Luo Fan's feet. Luo Fan leaned on the dragon slayer with one hand, stepped on the tall celestial dragon's corpse with one foot, and looked at the marine from afar. Morgan's live video was considerate enough to give a close-up. Luo Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and that meaningful smile shook everyone's heart. Damn it. Sengoku fumed. Seeing his colleagues all looking angry and helpless, Green Bull felt that the time had come for him to show off. Marshal Sengoku, I have a plan that will ensure that the destroyer will leave this island and face us. Green Bull said to Sengoku. Oh, are you serious? The others also looked at Green Bull. Of course. Green Bull smiled slightly, feeling confident. Before the troops assembled, I met a good-looking woman who was quite good at fighting. I defeated her and captured her on the ship. Not only did I find out that she was a pirate, but also. She is also Kaido's daughter, her name is Yamato. Green Bull revealed that he had captured Yamato and Yamato's identity. Even if she is related to Kaido, what does it have to do with the destroyer? Akainu frowned and questioned unhappily, but she also said that the destroyer we want to capture is her fiancé. I guess this must be related, right? Green Bull said with a smile. Humph, a mere fiancé. Advertisement, what did you say? Everyone who reacted immediately surrounded Green Bull, and Sengoku even grabbed Green Bull's shoulders and shook him wildly. Ahem, Marshal, stop shaking your head, what I said is true. You guy, why didn't you say it earlier? Aokiji complained unhappily. This blockbuster news is like timely help to Marine. It turns out that the destroyer's fiancé is in the hands of our Marine. Then why don't we just ask the destroyer to drop his weapons and come out obediently? It's a pity that we attacked for so long before in vain. So angry, bring that woman here. With her as a hostage, we can force the destroyer out of this damn shell. Kaido and his gang will also be afraid. Sengoku nodded and said to Green Bull, as long as the dignity of the Marine and the world government can be maintained, even taking a woman as a hostage and forcing Luo Fan to surrender would not be considered despicable. Just when Sengoku and the others were discussing and preparing to use Yamato as a hostage to turn the tables. Suddenly, the air over the entire sea surface became heavy. The sky was originally clear, but now it is covered with dark clouds. The rolling clouds covered Xuanwu's head, giving a very oppressive feeling. There were lightning and thunder, and the wind was rising. The Marines on the sea are all full of confusion. For a moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the strangely changing sky. Luo Fan, sensing some kind of aura, raised his head. Morgans and Nami, who was hiding behind a tree for fear of being caught on camera during the live broadcast, also raised their heads and looked towards the sky. I saw a huge dark shadow gradually appearing in the rolling thick clouds. What's in that cloud? This was the only question in everyone's mind. The huge shadow, hidden in the clouds, is filled with a heart-stirring atmosphere. Looking into the distance at the huge shadow disappearing in the clouds above the sky, Sengoku frowned hesitantly at first. Then, the outline of the shadow gradually became clear in my memory. Sengoku's face suddenly turned ugly as if he had seen a ghost, and he screamed out in shock. That's the ancient weapon, Uranus, Chapter 100 Uranus's attack. The huge shadow in the clouds seemed to fall slowly, and until the end it did not completely reveal its true form from the clouds. Through the 10,000-meter high sky and the layers of clouds, everyone seemed to be able to see the bottom of the shadow. It seemed like the bottom of a huge ship. It also seemed like a huge flying vehicle whose outline could not be seen clearly. What is that? It's so big, Nami said in surprise with her mouth open. She just made a rough comparison and was shocked to find that the shadow in the clouds was only 1/3 the size of Xuanwu. Even if it is placed on the sea, it is definitely a behemoth. Nami didn't know, but Luo Fan, who knew the information about this world well, knew exactly what was in the clouds. This shadow is one of the 3 ancient weapons with the title of God. Open black lens bracket Uranus close black lens bracket. One of the 3 god-tier weapons that is almost unrivaled in this world actually appeared in this place. I am really popular. Luo Fan spread his hands and smiled helplessly. Luo Fan knew exactly why Uranus appeared here. This powerful weapon is currently in the hands of the world government, and it is obvious that it is aimed at me today. It must be that his live broadcast of killing a dozen celestial dragons angered the Holy Land Mariajoy, and the 5 old guys were sent to complain to the biggest figure behind the scenes. Is this directed at you? Nami looked at Luo Fan. Beauty, if we both die here today, it won't be too lonely to have you accompany me on the road to the underworld. Are you kidding? I'm still having a great time? I don't want to die here with you. Nami, who was teased by Luo Fan, collapsed on the grass and cried, lamenting her misfortune. Apart from Sengoku and 1 or 2 other high-ranking officials who had heard of this, when other Marines first noticed the shadows in the clouds, they all thought that Luo Fan was doing some magical trick again. When bits and pieces of information about Uranus gradually spread, the Marine side was shocked and overjoyed. Uranus appeared, and Sengoku immediately understood the intention. This time, Marine's attack was fruitless, and they had to watch Luo Fan kill more than a dozen celestial dragons live to the world. The authority and dominance of the celestial dragons in the world government were almost pinned to the ground and rubbed again and again by Luo Fan alone. The world government mobilized Uranus not only because of its disappointment with the Marine's performance, but also because of its determination to completely eliminate the destroyer in this sea area at all costs. It looks like we don't even have to worry about hostages this time, Garp sighed. Advertisement under Uranus. Even the complete annihilation of such a large country was an understatement. They didn't believe that Luo Fan and Xuanwu had any chance of survival against Uranus. The outcome of this war is already clear. Immediately order all ships to retreat to the rear sea area and stay away from this vicinity. Sengoku waved his hand and gave orders to the entire army. Looking at the dark clouds over Xuanwu Island from afar, the city was about to be destroyed, and the huge dark shadow also shrouded the hearts of the two four emperors. Kaido, can you tell what that is? Charlotte Linlin asked Kaido. Humph, are there many things in this world that can make us feel threatened? White steam came out of Kaido's nostrils and his face was full of vigilance. With their powerful strength, they could sense the breath of that shadow from afar and feel their hearts tremble. It seems that the world government has taken out all the ancient weapons. Regarding ancient weapons, everyone has only heard of their history and horrific lethality, but it is enough to make people fearful. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were shocked, but also realized that the next situation could not be controlled by the two of them as a team for the time being. Let's sit back and watch the fight, and then look for an opportunity later. Charlotte Linlin suggested. I just don't know if your good son-in-law can live to see that moment, Mama. Humph, old woman, don't laugh too soon. If my son-in-law is gone, your plan will be ruined. Boss Kaido. There's another fleet behind us. Before Kaido and Charlotte Linlin could start arguing, Quinn came running over in a panic, his fat body shaking. Marine again. Kaido frowned. No, it's not. Quinn swallowed. It's Whitebeard. It's Whitebeard's ship. What? Is it that old immortal Whitebeard? Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked at each other in surprise. Behind the ships of the 100 Beasts, pirates and the Big Mom, pirates, 5 pirate ships were heading into the sea at full speed. The leading pirate ship was the Motibic. The old man with a black turban, a white pirate's admiral uniform and sturdy muscles like mountains is Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. At this time, Whitebeard was standing high on the bow, holding a machete in high spirits. Behind him, standing side by side were Marco and other captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement, sons. Come with me to kill these bastards and help your father out. Whitebeard held up the Kong Yunki high, and his loud voice resounded across the sea. Yes. Dad. After taking the magic beans given by Luo Fan, Whitebeard's body functions were fully restored to their peak, and he was completely freed from the shackles of many years. The Whitebeard pirates are now in full swing. Seeing that the Whitebeard pirates also joined the battlefield, the Marine side was a little panicked. Summit War Marine paid such a heavy price just to use Ace to bury Whitebeard in Marineford. As a result, Ace failed to execute the sentence. Whitebeard didn't die, but the entire Marineford was really scared. Sengoku, Garp, Akainu and Aokiji were almost vomiting blood when they saw Whitebeard. Weren't you beaten nearly to death in Marineford? Didn't you say that you were a remnant of the old era and that the new world has no ship that can carry you? How come you, an old man, are still full of energy? You old thief, give me back the Marine headquarters. Dad, what do you see that? Marco asked, pointing at the shadow above Xuanwu. As soon as they arrived here, they saw Uranus appear. The aura of Uranus shocked the entire Whitebeard pirates group. Without waiting for Whitebeard to answer, boom boom boom. In an instant, the roar that pierced everyone's eardrums resounded throughout the world. Hundreds of giant light pillars suddenly fell from the bottom of the shadows in the clouds, emitting a dazzling milky white light. All the light beams bombarded Xuanwu's back directly from top to bottom. Under the bombardment of countless light beams, the back of Xuanwu was directly gathered by the energy of the light beams, and an extremely huge light ball wave rose up, dispersing and impacting in all directions. The terrifying impact force directly rolled all the ships in the entire sea area into each other, and ordinary-level Marine soldiers were even knocked unconscious by the attack in large numbers. Open black lens bracket Uranus close black lens bracket 1 strike. Chapter 101 Yim's shock. The milky white ball of light expanded rapidly, like another sun rising above the sea. It was just a moment. Xuanwu's tall and huge body was enveloped by the entire ball of light. Boom. Buzz. The continuous roar of explosions made people dizzy. As for the live broadcast images, at the same moment when the light column fell and hit the island on the back of Xuanwu, the picture turned directly into a dazzling white. There is absolutely no other picture in sight. Is this a punishment from heaven? So scary? Why isn't it being broadcast anymore? Isn't it going to destroy the island and kill everyone? What kind of joke are you talking about? With the power of this explosion, not to mention the island and the people, even the fish on the bottom of the sea will be cooked. Super Administrator, please don't ban it, we still want to continue watching it. It feels even more terrifying than the bomb that hit Marine headquarters. So the Marine has hidden such a terrible weapon. Then why did they allow the destroyer to wreak havoc in Marineford before? Marineford, which had been reduced to ruins, was dragged out by the crowd and whipped. Anyway, this time, the giant turtle and the destroyer will definitely not survive. Everyone simultaneously focused their attention on the live broadcast screen, which was still filled with white light. People were so shocked by Uranus's terrible blow that they didn't think there was any chance that the island and its inhabitants could survive. I'm afraid it was reduced to ashes on the spot. Holy Land Mariajoy. Witnessing with their own eyes the astonishing light cannon fired by Uranus that directly covered Xuanwu and the surrounding sea areas, the 5 elders excitedly slammed the table and stood up. That's it, the bald old man Madara was very proud. Humph, you little brat, this is the fate you'll end up with if you dare challenge our authority. The old man in kimono from the 5 elders stroked the knife in his hand and said coldly. For the sake of a world destroyer, they actually had to ask Lord IM to use the ancient weapon, Uranus, which is capable of destroying a country, to suppress it. This is a shameful act for the world government. However, 5 elders is also full of confidence. The giant turtle of unknown origin and this terrorist who came out of nowhere are now definitely dead. Looking at the white light that was almost overflowing from the screen during the live broadcast, 5 elders suddenly felt happy. The 5 people opened champagne and prepared to celebrate the perfect conclusion of the operation. The red-hair pirate's ship was still moving quickly towards the sea area where the Marine and Xuanwu were exchanging fire. Because they were on different routes, Shanks and his crew were not even as fast as Whitebeard, who came to support them halfway. Captain, there is a firefight ahead, it looks like we are here. Advertisement Beckman, who was standing on the mast, jumped down and said to Shanks with a cigarette in his mouth.
Shanks stared forward. The sky above the sea ahead was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, but it did not look like a normal sea thunderstorm at all. Such a strong smell of gunpowder. It looks like the fighting is very intense. Lakelu sniffed. The air was filled not only with the salty smell of seawater, but also with the pungent smell of gunpowder. It seems we are not too late. Brothers, get ready. Yes, all the crew members said in unison. Shanks lifted one hairy leg and put his flip-flops directly on the bow of the boat. Behind Shanks, all the Red Hair Pirates crew members stood shoulder to shoulder, their morale high. However, it seemed as if some kind of flag had come true. Not long after Shanks said it was not too late, everyone was looking at countless white beams of light falling from the pitch-black sky. Then, the huge milky white ball of light continued to expand. 3 seconds later, a deafening roar accompanied by a strong shock wave covered the sea surface. The violent fluctuations made everyone in the Red Hair Pirates open their eyes wide in shock. Looking at the huge ball of light that was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye in the distance, Shanks' expression seemed to be wearing a mask of pain. Damn it, is lousy late again, on the marine ships that were retreating backwards and avoiding the bombardment range of Uranus. At this time, Sengoku and others were not in such a good mood. Are the people above me filled with shit? Garp cursed. If Sengoku hadn't noticed it in time, the marine fleet would have been affected by Uranus if they retreated a little later. With this kind of power, I'm afraid the entire army will be wiped out at the hands of friendly forces. Why so fast? Borsellino is still up there. Akainu gnashed his teeth in anger as he stared at the huge ball of light in the distance. All the Marines were shocked and filled with confusion and dissatisfaction with their superiors. Without any verbal warning, they directly launched a map attack on this sea area. Are all the soldiers in their fleet, including the captured Admiral Kazaru, so cheap in the eyes of the people above? This bunch of cold-blooded lunatics playing power games. Calm down. Look. Shouting to the indignant admirals, Sengoku held up the life paper in his hand in front of everyone. The piece of life paper that belonged to Kazaru should have continued to burn into ashes as the owner's vitality faded. Now, there is no movement at all. Advertisement. He's still alive, Sengoku said slowly with a serious expression. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the marshal's announcement. Then, everyone froze in place, staring at Sengoku, who had an extremely solemn expression. Kazaru's life paper did not wear out at all. Doesn't that mean? Boom. As the light ball expanded to its extreme, with a final dull roar, the light ball, which was gathered by countless rays of light, broke apart directly on the sea surface. The live broadcast screen was filled with white light for a full minute. The white color also faded away little by little. Marines. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Whitebeard and his sons. Shanks and his group. The whole world has been waiting before the live broadcast. Everyone held their breath involuntarily. Snoring. Snore. Harulu. At this moment, the entire sea surface was echoing with the loud sound of some creature snoring while sleeping. What's going on? Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the dense spots of light gradually dissipated. A blue-black body so huge that it could almost be described as a continental plate gradually emerged. It is like a series of mountains across the sea, towering into the clouds, deeply engraved in the memories of all who witnessed it. At that moment, some people even had the urge to kneel down and worship. Xuanwu half closed his huge pupils and lay on the sea from beginning to end, dozing lazily. Loud snoring sounds came in waves. That earth-shattering cluster beam cannon just now. It was like pouring a basin of comfortable hot water on its body, that's all. Unharmed. See this scene. Deep in Pangu City, the ruler of the world sitting on the throne of void was stunned. The hand that was resting on the armrest of the throne trembled unnaturally. Chapter 102 Yamato is injured. Remove the North Sea shield. The heavy dark clouds covering the sea then dissipated. The ancient weapon, Uranus, that had been hiding in the clouds has also disappeared. From the time he appeared and launched the attack to the time he left, he never revealed his true face. However, none of this matters. Along with Xuanwu's unbridled snoring while taking a nap, the live camera that had been still for a long time began to shake again. Hello, It's me again, are you surprised? Luo Fan popped up and waved to the live broadcast with a bright smile. Look at Luo Fan and the environment on the island around him. It was obvious that Uranus's earth-shattering attack just now didn't penetrate the target at all. Fire one shot and go away. Looking up at the clear sky, Luo Fan stabbed the dragon-slaying sword into the ground with disdain. Why don't I feel any pain or itch? One more shot. Bang! The celebratory champagne glass fell to the ground and broke into pieces. 5 elders were completely stunned when they saw Luo Fan jumping around in the live broadcast as if nothing had happened. What? Did Uranus miss the target? How the hell did you survive? The 5 elders, who were almost scared to death, would probably die of anger on the spot if they heard Luo Fan shouting for another shot. People who just saw Xuanwu suffer a horrific blow from Uranus, but was unharmed and could sleep leisurely, their bodies, minds and souls are still in extreme shock. After seeing Luo Fan's familiar face in the live broadcast, in an instant, people all over the world fell into cognitive frenzy. San value dropped rapidly. Some ordinary people whose brain circuits are not very developed simply faint. Ha, ha ha, it's fake, it's all fake. This world is fake, I am fake too. Someone laughed bitterly. Damn, I told you I shouldn't have drunk so much last night. Someone slapped himself in the face. However, the shock that surged in their hearts completely betrayed them. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 187. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 191. Congratulations to the host for getting the 211 shock value. Quote, quote. Advertisement. He whipped Kazaru, killed more than a dozen celestial dragons, and withstood Uranus's annihilating attack. This wave of live broadcast operations. Luo Fan's shock value directly exceeded the terrifying 2.4 billion. More than 2 billion shock value, enough to open the holy jar twice and draw 10 times in a row. Cool. It's a great business with no investment and huge profits. Luo Fan was just planning to directly exchange for 20 holy jars, to do a 20-draw streak of faith, to continue to grow bigger and stronger, and to create greater glory. On the marine side, there was movement soon. The hatred is forbidden. On the marine ship, countless huge vines and green plants rise into the sky as if they have life. The thick trunks of the vines are constantly twisted together, emitting a green glow. As the vines twisted and merged, a huge tree man with a clear face and extremely sturdy limbs and body soon appeared on the deck of the marine's landing point. The one who transformed into a giant tree man was the new marine admiral, Green Bull, who possessed the power of the Logia Morimori fruit. Wow, that's a big burning match. Luo Fan looked at the huge tree man standing on the marine warship and marveled at it. Destroyer, First and Marine Admiral Green Bull. Look who this is. The Green Bull transformed into a tree man and shouted towards Luo Fan on Xuanwu Island. He stretched out a hand, and dozens of vines shot out from his fingers with a green flash, flying into the marine's ship. When the vines were retracted, dozens of vines were seen tightly wrapped around a tall woman, who was caught directly in front of the Green Bull. The woman was wearing a white sleeveless tight-fitting kimono and a red long skirt, with a rope tied around her waist. The red devil horns and gradient white long hair on her head were very eye-catching. The one grabbed from the deck was Yamato, who was originally defeated and captured by Green Bull. Damn it, let me down now. The voluptuous body was tightly wrapped in the vines. Yamato gritted her teeth and twisted constantly, trying to break free. Don't waste your energy. Green Bull shook his head and looked towards Xuanwu Island. Destroyer, this woman is your fiancé, right? If you don't want to see your beloved woman die here, get out of here. With Sengoku's approval, Green Bull took Yamato as a hostage and threatened Luo Fan to appear. Seeing that the situation had changed again, the onlookers all kept their eyes on the live broadcast, fearing that they would miss even a single moment. What the hell? Why is it Yamato, that tiger girl? When was she captured by Marine? Luo Fan, who was standing on Xuanwu, was completely confused at this moment. After all, I am an outstanding and promising single young man. How dare you, a black mountain demon like Tree Claude, accuse me of having a fiancé in front of so many people? Advertisement. I'll use you as firewood later. Nami Robin Vivi Rebecca, you probably didn't hear it. Although it is not clear how Yamato, who was staying in Wanukuni, suddenly broke free from the handcuffs and appeared here, and was caught by Marine. However, Luo Fan couldn't just watch such a delicate woman die in vain because of him. Putting away the dragon-slaying sword, Luo Fan directly jumped into the air using moonwalk and soon appeared above Xuanwu's head, facing the Marine fleet from afar. On the other side, Kaido, who had been hanging out with Charlotte Linlin for a while, was also shocked and angry. Damn it, you Marines are really shameless to threaten Lousy with a woman. His own child appeared here inexplicably and became Marine's prisoner. Kaido stared at Green Bull in anger, and a terrifying aura burst out of his body. The weaker people on the boat simply bent down in pain. Seeing Kaido was about to attack, Charlotte Linlin directly pressed Kaido's shoulder and stopped him. Kaido, keep calm, calm down. Do you think Lousy has as many descendants as you? Marine is threatening your son-in-law, not you. Why are you interfering? Charlotte Linlin grinned, a cunning smile. Betray your daughter appropriately, and when they lure out your son-in-law, we'll have the chance to take action. You don't want to go head-to-head with that turtle shell anymore. Charlotte Linlin's words calmed Kaido's rage little. After weighing the pros and cons, Kaido snorted angrily and finally gave up. Women will only affect the speed of drawing the sword. Looking at Yamato, who was kidnapped by Green Bull, Luo Fan rubbed his temple helplessly. Luo, leave me alone. Yamato shouted at Luo Fan. Hey, a smug smile appeared on the face that was transformed from the Green Bull's tree trunk. Get out of this giant turtle, or else. The vines wrapped around Yamato glowed with a green light and immediately tightened, attempting to absorb Yamato's life force. Ah, stop. Hearing Yamato's painful groan, Luo Fan's eyes darkened. There was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, but he still gave orders to Xuanwu. Xuanwu, remove the Beiming shield for me. Chapter 103. The war between the four emperors breaks out. Following Luo Fan's order, the shield of the North Sea covering Xuanwu's majestic body quickly dissipated. Come on, shall I challenge one of you, or shall you challenge me? Luo Fan raised his hand and gave the marines in front of him a provocative middle finger, then flew back to the island. But this time, Luo Fan did not activate the defense and directly opened the door to welcome the guests. Do you want to go to the island? Then come up and experience it yourself. Green Bull, who had originally planned to threaten Luo Fan to wear Seastone and surrender, suddenly felt regretful. It seems that your fiancé doesn't cherish you that much. Green Bull teased deliberately. Yamato, who was captured by the vines, watched Luo Fan remove his defenses for her, and then he turned around and left without paying any attention to her after-provoking marine. While I felt relieved, I also felt a little aggrieved. Ha, man, well done, Green Bull. Seeing Luo Fan obediently remove the protective shield, Sengoku nodded and gave Green Bull a thumbs up with satisfaction. Other marine officers were also full of admiration for the new marine admiral. The entire marine fleet was overjoyed. Without the protective shield, they can finally advance straight ahead. The whole marine is listening. Sengoku used Den Den Mushi to give orders to the marines whose morale was high. The fleet will surround the coastal waters, and the entire army will land on the island. Once the destroyer is found, he will be killed without mercy. Yes, destroyer, this is where you will die today. Akainu Sakazuki looked at the island with cold eyes and hatred. Beside him, a group of marine officers all had grim expressions. Motobic. Dad, what should we do? Seeing that the marine had already rushed to the island, the captain of the third squad, Jose, asked anxiously. Humph, we must not let our savior be persecuted by them. Stop these marines, we'll also land on the island. Whitebeard swung his knife and was about to attack. Wait, a black figure leapt directly into the air onto the deck of the Motobic and stood in front of Whitebeard. Without waiting for any chance for action, several squad leaders attacked the uninvited guest. The overwhelming pressure from the aura made some of the crew members present feel dizzy. Advertisement. Those who are weaker may even fall to the ground on the spot. What a strong Haki. Marco was a little surprised. The newcomer stood still, and his eye-catching fiery red hair caught everyone's eyes. It's red-haired Shanks. Whitebeard, long time no see. Shanks waved hello. What are you doing here, kid? Whitebeard frowned. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause you trouble. I'm here to cooperate with you. What's the meaning? Shanks' expression turned serious. That young man made too much noise. Kaido and Big Mom came for him. My friends and I will help and hold Kaido and Big Mom back, but we'll need a little help from you. Although they cannot be called enemies, Red Hair, who has always been a rival of the four emperors, actually discussed cooperation with Whitebeard in person. Whitebeard raised his head slightly and looked down at Shanks. Why? Shanks shrugged. Just think of it as me losing to him. I don't want this young man to fade away too soon before I win back. Shanks downplayed his defeat to Luo Fan in Kendo. Everyone was once again shocked by Luo Fan. Gulala, if that's the case, then let my children go with you to stop Kaido and the others, and I will go to help brother Luo Fan. Whitebeard burst into laughter. Since someone is helping you, why not be happy? Marco, you led all the squad leaders to follow Red Hair. I will go to the island first to meet up with brother Luo Fan. Yes, Dad, we'll be there soon. Marco and others nodded. Whitebeard swung the Kusugawa Kree in his hand hard onto the deck, and a terrifying aura burst out from his whole body. As the strongest man on the sea, after taking Senzu beans and fully recovering his peak strength, Whitebeard has yet to truly experience a satisfying battle and feel his new changes. It seems that you got a good opportunity from that young man. Shanks sighed inwardly as he sensed the aura of Whitebeard. Mom, it seems that your son-in-law really loves his woman. Charlotte Linlin was beaming with joy when she saw the protective shield being gradually removed on the deck. Kaido, who was originally so angry at the marine captive Yamato that he almost turned hostile to him, was now happy instead of angry. I wonder if he likes any of my daughters. I really want to win them over, Mom. Stinky old woman, don't think about Lousy's people. Advertisement. Kaido had murderous intent in his eyes as he glared at Charlotte Linlin and the members of the Big Mom Pirates. Now that the shield is open, there is absolutely no need for us to continue to unite. HMPH, then let's all rely on our own abilities. Don't get in my way, old woman. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin turned against each other immediately after seeing Xuanwu's protective shield removed and realizing that they had a chance to seize Luo Fan's secret of immortality. The alliance is just a passing cloud. Only the interests in your own hands are long-lasting. The two sides shouted at each other and ordered their pirate ships to fire at each other. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin rushed to land on the island before the other. Amidst the chaos, a speedboat came speeding from the side of their fleet. The pirate's flag flying on the ship is actually the symbol of another 4 emperors at sea. Red-haired Shanks. Shanks' ship moved at an unstoppable speed and blocked Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's fleet. Ships collide. The fleet that was originally rushing towards Schwanwu Island was suddenly blocked halfway. When they ran into Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's fleet, Shanks on the boat was the first to jump up. Following closely behind were Marco and his companions, who were ordered by Whitebeard to join forces with Shanks to launch an interception operation. The people who rushed onto the boat attacked their chosen opponents without saying a word. It is obvious that the purpose of coming here is to fight. Red hair. And those sons of Whitebeard. How did the two factions come together? Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were immediately angry and surprised. Hey, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Shanks stood in front of the 4 emperors. Where's Whitebeard? Kaido asked warily. He has other things to do. Shanks smiled meaningfully. Humph, you can't stop us. Let's try it. As soon as the words fell, a loud noise was heard on the boat. Haki crash. 3 shock waves of different colors collided with each other directly above the ship. The Haki fight between the 4 emperors at sea directly blew the ship under their feet into 3 pieces. The entire sea surface was stirred by wind and clouds. Just as several waves of pirates were entangled with each other. The Marines, which had gathered a marshal, all the admirals and vice-admirals, finally managed to reach the island on the back of the Schwanwu. Chapter 104. Duel with Marines 6 Admirals. Thanks to Luo Fan's order, Schwanwu remained unmoved when the Marine approached the landing. Otherwise, with its noble status as one of the 4 sacred beasts, this group of small fish and shrimps would be easily crushed to death by a single turn of the Schwanwu. Under Sengoku's command, all the ships of the Marine fleet were distributed directly near the island, swarming around the outrageously huge Schwanwu-like shrimps. Led by Admirals Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, Green Bull and Fujitora, all the Marine officers and generals landed on the island to hunt down the destroyer. As for Sengoku, he walked at the end, taking charge of the command while also preventing the world destroyer from escaping. In addition, he can keep any forces other than the Marine at sea. As a violent agency that has dominated the sea for countless years, the entire Marine, under the command of Sengoku, slowly and methodically encircled the central area of the entire Schwanwu Island. Let me go, put me down if you dare. Yamato, who was caught by Green Bull and brought to the island, kept shouting like a lioness with its fur standing on end. Green Bull remained unmoved. Now without the protective shield, Luo Fan had nowhere to hide on this island. Girl, just stay here and I'll let you see with your own eyes how vulnerable your man is. It is not a pity to kill 1,000 or 10,000 of these filthy pirates who commit all kinds of evil. Then you'll find that men like me are the best. Green Bull had a smug smile of victory on his face, which almost made Yamato vomit out of disgust. I believe Luo will kill you. In Yamato's heart, he had some inexplicable absolute confidence in Luo Fan. Ha ha ha, let's just wait and see. The ability of the Mori Mori fruit was activated, and countless resilient vines directly wrapped Yamato's body tightly into a cocoon, leaving only his head, tied to the trunk of a thick tree. As for the island, after Luo Fan really accepted the threat and removed the defense shield, Nami was in a mess. Nami hurriedly packed her things and prepared to run away, but when she saw Luo Fan coming back, she immediately grabbed Luo Fan's hand. Hurry up, come with me. Although you can handle one Marine Admiral, the entire Marine is out in full force, and you definitely can't handle it alone. Let's go. Nami's voice was slightly tearful. Although she was afraid of death, she did not abandon Luo Fan and run away selfishly. Morgans was just as panicked as Nami. There is no part of our deal where you remove the shield. Morgans was sweating profusely and looked like a drowned rat. Advertisement. Don't worry, this is all in my plan. Luo Fan comforted the two. You guys should find a place to hide first. I'm going to fight later and won't be able to take care of you. Are you crazy? You still want to deal with them? Nami looked incredulous. What are you doing? One man versus Marine. The person in this world who can successfully threaten me has not yet been born. If he is born, I will strangle him to death. Thinking of the Green Bull's smug look just now, Luo Fan felt furious and murderous. Dare you threaten me with a woman? Even if you beg for mercy, I will cut down your tree. It's impossible to escape, not in this lifetime. Besides, Yamato is still in the hands of the other party, and Luo Fan can't really cause the other party to run away. Luo Fan directly used his ability, and his cells split into a clone that appeared in front of Nami and Morgans. Give the Den Den Mushi to my clone. The live broadcast cannot be stopped. You guys should follow and hide. Luo Fan signaled to Morgans. Morgans was still in shock of Luo Fan splitting into two. The clones directly took the live Den Den Mushi, held one person under each armpit, and quickly left here with Nami and Morgans. Luo Fan. Be careful. Nami's worried voice came from afar. As soon as the three of them left, Luo Fan heard a sharp whistling sound of wind behind him. A group of Marine admirals came here aggressively. Die. Akainu Sakazuki, who had been waiting for a chance to take revenge, rushed forward and roared. The two iron fists turned into rolling magma, and dozens of magma fists were fired towards Luo Fan's back. Luo Fan did not look back, but his figure trembled inadvertently like a leaf blown by the wind, and he directly dodged all the punches. The magma iron fist shot towards the ground, blasting out potholes one after another, and then returned to its original state the next moment. Garp the fist, and 4 marine admirals stood side by side. Luo Fan, holding the dragon-slaying sword, stood on the opposite side. Without any unnecessary nonsense, the marine admirals, who had already suffered at the hands of Luo Fan, took action directly. Fujitora, who had his eyes tightly closed but was extremely sensitive, instantly drew out the cane knife in his hand. The knife flashed, and Fujitora raised the cane knife and drew a circle in the direction of Luo Fan. Advertisement. Paramesha Gravity Fruit, ability activated. Gravity waves. With Luo Fan as the center, the gravity in the entire area instantly increased dozens of times. An extremely heavy invisible force instantly pressed on Luo Fan, causing his body to bend slightly. Fujitora took the lead and used gravity to constrain Luo Fan's movements. Dozens of times the gravity failed to crush Luo Fan to the ground and made him into a pulp. The blind Fujitora exclaimed in surprise. It's not enough, but it's enough to create opportunities for others. Aokiji pressed his hands to the ground, and the cold breath extended directly from the ground to Luo Fan's feet, instantly freezing Luo Fan's legs. The 2 admirals attacked so quickly that there was less than a second between them. On the hillside far away from the battlefield, Luo Fan's clone took Nami and Morgan's to hide behind the rocks. The Den Den Mushi used for live broadcast was lifted up by the clone, bringing the entire battlefield into the screen. From Luo Fan whipping the admiral live, slaughtering celestial dragons, Marine's fruitless attack, using mysterious weapons to bombard the island, to finally threatening with hostages, forcing Luo Fan to give up defense. The hearts and eyes of the audience who were watching the live broadcast were repeatedly hit. Seeing several admirals and Luo Fan fighting in the live broadcast is like watching the climax of a movie. Viewers from all over the world were frantically looking towards the screen, fearing that they would miss even the slightest bit. How dare you continue the live broadcast? Then let the whole world see your fall with their own eyes, and this will completely restore our Marines' lost dignity. Sengoku clenched his fist while watching the live broadcast, and ordered all Marines to assemble towards the battlefield. This time, we must not miss any opportunity. The center of the battlefield. Luo Fan, who was restrained by both gravity and freezing, did not move at all, as if he was frightened. The one who was heading towards him was Akainu, who was already approaching and very close. Akainu's face was full of murderous intent, and his huge fist had completely turned into hot magma. With a temperature and hatred that could almost burn through everything, it slammed into Luo Fan's chest. Dark Hound. Chapter 105. This green bull's cells are kind of cool. Bang. The hot magma splashed down on the grass and burned through black holes. Dark Hound hit Luo Fan right in the chest. Seeing Akainu hitting Luo Fan on the screen, 5 elders slapped his legs and stood up suddenly. The people gathered in the square to watch the live broadcast exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, no. Akainu's face changed and he cried out in surprise. In the past, enemies would even have their chests pierced by his fists when attacked by his Dark Hound. However, Luo Fan flew backwards. Luo Fan's body was not only covered with the pitch-black armament Haki, but also enveloped by a huge bell-like golden light. However, the protective golden light is now covered with countless cracks. With the help of Akainu's Dark Hound, Luo Fan was knocked back by the impact force, and escaped from Fujitora's gravity field suppression and Aokiji's ice. It was a close call. I almost fell into the trap of these old soldiers. Several Marine admirals are indeed veterans who have fought at sea for many years. Combat experience and reaction can be seen in Madara. As soon as they met, they cooperated with each other tacitly and directly controlled Luo Fan's movements to deliver a fatal blow. If Luo Fan hadn't activated the golden light spell to protect his body in time and activated the top-level armament Haki to cover his chest. Not to mention blocking Akainu's punch, he was afraid that a hole would be punched in his chest so that he could see the scenery behind him. The backward body was forced to twist in midair, stopping its backward momentum and landing steadily on the ground. The next second, a sturdy figure rushed out from behind Luo Fan. Boy, watch my fist. The wind was whistling behind his ears. Luo Fan, who had just taken down Dark Hound, had no time to react before he was hit hard on the back by Garp's punch. Bang! The golden light curse is broken. The golden light protecting Luo Fan's body shattered instantly, and the back of Luo Fan's shirt was directly broken into dozens of pieces under the bombardment of Garp's iron fist. Wow! Luo Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the huge impact of Garp's fist, Luo Fan flew out like a cannonball. Blocking Luo Fan's backward flight path was Marshal Sengoku, who commanded the entire marine. Die! Sengoku roared to the sky, and the marine uniform on his upper body was directly shattered by his muscles. Then his whole body kept changing and turned into a giant golden Buddha. Advertisement. The big Buddha was like a furious King Kong, his face full of murderous intent. He clenched his huge fist and swung it towards Luo Fan, who was still gliding in the air. The giant fist blasted into the air, sending out a shock wave. Damn it, you guys really treat me like a tennis racket. Seeing the golden shock wave growing bigger and bigger in his field of vision, Luo Fan cursed with gritted teeth. Schwantian Wujia. With a thought, The dark red Schwantian armor component directly wrapped around Luo Fan's body, tightly wrapping Luo Fan's body. Sengoku's shockwave hit Luo Fan, and golden light exploded directly in the air, creating a ripple visible to the naked eye. The remaining power of the shock wave turned into a raging gale that swept around. Hit. A group of Marine admirals stared into the sky. The audience in front of the live broadcast held their breath and dared not breathe heavily. Nami, who was hiding in the distance and watching Luo Fan being beaten up by the Marine admiral as a punching bag, felt suddenly distressed. As everyone watched with different emotions, a dark red figure fell directly from the sky. Luo Fan, wearing the Schwantian armor, slammed hard to the ground, and his feet directly pressed out two big holes. He took a hard punch from Buddha Sengoku, but Luo Fan was fine. I knew you wouldn't be defeated so easily. Sengoku snorted. A group of people challenged a young man like me. It's unethical. Let me put on my armor and shield first. Luo Fan patted the Schwantian armor on his body and immediately felt much more at ease. Even though he vomited blood after being punched by Garp, it wasn't to the point where he needed to drink potions to recover. Looking at the Marine admirals in front of him, Luo Fan looked extremely serious. When the Marines saw Luo Fan's cool dark red armor, they suddenly felt that it looked familiar. Isn't this the one Kazaru was wearing just now? Everyone be careful, there's something strange about that armor. Akainu warned the others. Red Dog, you're the only one who talks so much. Luo Fan raised his middle finger to Akainu from a distance as a sign of respect. What did you call me? Hearing Luo Fan's mocking name, Akainu was so angry that he screamed and punched dozens of magma fireballs at Luo Fan. Luo Fan kicked off his boots, dodged the lava, and rushed forward. Luo Fan's target was the green bull. The dragon-slaying sword cut through the air around it, making waves of dragon roars. You dare to attack instead of running away. Advertisement. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Green Bull snorted coldly, transformed into a giant tree man and glared at Luo Fan. With his hands waving, countless stretched vines shot straight towards Luo Fan like spears. Luo Fan did not dodge or evade, but rushed forward. With both hands flipping, the dragon-slaying sword made thrusting and chopping movements, directly blocking the vine spear. It's useless. Green Bull roared. More vines appeared like dense arrows, directly covering Luo Fan. Dozens of vines, sharp tails pierced Luo Fan's body. But as the light flickered, Luo Fan remained unharmed. The vines that pierced Luo Fan couldn't even penetrate the Schwantian armor on Luo Fan's body. As long as he stepped on Xuanwu's body, Luo Fan, wearing the Schwantian armor, completely shared Xuanwu's terrifying defensive power. If the Green Bull's vines can break the Schwantian armor, then just let the Green Bull become the four divine beasts. Facing Green Bull's shock, Luo Fan remained expressionless. Gripping the hilt of the dragon-slaying sword tightly with both hands, Luo Fan took a deep breath and slashed forward with countless visible blade lights. The sword flashed like rain. The sharp sword light formed a huge and dense sword net in front of Luo Fan. The vines that stabbed Luo Fan were all cut off by the dragon-slaying sword without exception and fell powerlessly to the ground. Looking at the vines that had fallen to the ground, Luo Fan suddenly had an idea. Previously, after Kurozumi used the power of the Orochi fruit to transform into the Yamato no Orochi, he could directly absorb the heads he cut off into cells. Although he cannot directly absorb the demon fruit power, he seems to be able to absorb the inanimate objects created by the fruit power. Could these vines be used as well? Thinking of this, Luo Fan tried to absorb the severed vines on the ground. Suddenly, the vines on the ground disappeared. 1,012 cells have been fused. 999,965 cells have been fused. 999,688 cells have been fused. Quote. Each vine can actually allow Luo Fan to absorb up to 1,000,000 cells. Oh my god, how can this be an ordinary vine? This is definitely the result of eating the magical vine that is very nourishing. At this moment, Luo Fan only felt that the prompt sound in his mind was so pleasant. Looking at the green bull in front of him who was still releasing vines crazily, Luo Fan also felt that the other party was a little pleasing to the eye. Chapter 106. Treat others in their own way. What are you talking about? This is a machine that can continuously create value for itself. A great opportunity to make some money. At this time, Luo Fan discovered a sustainable development strategy and immediately stopped rushing towards Green Bull. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand was like a huge cutting machine, constantly chopping off the vines released by Green Bull and absorbing them around him. During the battle, Sengoku and others noticed that Xuanwu Island would strangely restore all the damaged environment, and they thought that the vines that were cut near Luo Fan were refreshed by Xuanwu Island. No one realized that Luo Fan was quietly absorbing these vines and making a fortune in silence. It's useless. My Sen fruit ability can directly connect to the plant power of the entire world. The power of plants is as endless as the sea. You can stop it for a while, but you can't stop it forever. Seeing Luo Fan constantly cutting the vines, Green Bull not only did not feel distressed but instead said it with a mocking tone. Green Bull is absolutely confident in the ability of his fruit. Luo Fan wastes a little effort every time he cuts a vine. As long as he stands in any corner of the world, he can communicate with the power of plants and create vines continuously. His creativity is limitless. No matter how many you cut off, it will be in vain. Green Bull pointed his 10 fingers in the air at Luo Fan, and more vines kept flying out from the tree trunk in his hands, either wrapping around or flying towards Luo Fan. Luo Fan said nothing, absorbing the vines frantically. In my mind, the prompt sounds of absorbing vines came one after another, almost forming a pleasant and melodious tune. In just a few minutes, Luo Fan had absorbed hundreds of vines and directly accumulated billions of cells for himself. And Green Bull's speed in releasing the vines never slowed down. If I don't squeeze you dry today, I won't be named Luo. If he wasn't afraid that Marine would notice something unusual, Luo Fan would be laughing like crazy. When you are thirsty, someone will bring you water. Or we can just rent the entire reservoir for you. What kind of spirit is this? This is the international spirit of love that burns oneself to serve others. Green Bull, what a good man. Advertisement. While Luo Fan was frantically absorbing the cell value converted by the Green Bull vines, the other Marine admirals did not stop attacking Luo Fan. While Green Bull transformed into a giant tree man and attacked Luo Fan, Aokiji also exhaled icy breath from his mouth and spread his palms towards Luo Fan. Countless ice particles condensed in the air into ice spears more than 10 meters long. Gripping the ice spear tightly, Aokiji threw it with all his might, shooting it towards Luo Fan. The ice spear carried a cold breath that could freeze everything, and pierced directly into the Schwandian armor worn by Luo Fan. The ice spear collided with the armor. The extremely hard ice spear at absolute 0 degrees shattered into pieces of ice with a bang. How can this be repaired? Aokiji cursed secretly. The two veteran boxers, Akainu and Garp, would rush forward from time to time, and their fists would rain down like machine gun bullets. Luo Fan was busy cutting the Green Bull's vines, and simply gave up the fight and left the defense entirely to the Schwandian armor on his body. He just pretended to dodge a few times and kept running around on the battlefield, creating a situation where he was constantly surrounded and entangled by Green Bull's vines, and took the opportunity to absorb the vines. It's a pity that Akainu and others didn't notice Lao Lu's behavior at all. As it turned out, Schwandian Wujia did not disappoint Luo Fan. The iron fist of the hero Garp. Admiral Akainu's magma fist. No one can break the defense of Schwandian armor. After fighting for a long time, Luo Fan was still running around vigorously, and Garp suddenly felt numb. What the hell is this B********* D wearing? The armor he's wearing seems to be similar to the protective shield we saw on the island before. Akainu replied with a cold face. It is absolutely the hardest thing I have ever encountered in my life. Garp blew his beard and glared, throwing several punches at Luo Fan in defiance. The fist wind hit the armor like cannonballs. Exclamation mark. Still nothing happened. Several Marine admirals were furious. Located above the battle between Marine and Luo Fan on Xuanwu Island. Hundreds of meters high in the clouds, there was a giant cuckoo bird made entirely of machine parts, staring closely at the battle on the island below. The mechanical electronic eye transmits the images of the island to another island not far from this sea area without omission. Advertisement. In a research institute located deep in the island, Vegapunk, wearing a white work suit, was staring at the screen, watching the transmitted images. The mechanical cuckoo flying over Xuanwu Island was sent by this scientist, who is said to have surpassed human intelligence by 500 years, to collect research data. At this moment, Vegapunk was like a cat seeing its beloved fish, staring at Luo Fan in the picture with an intoxicated look on its face. To be precise, it was the Schwandian armor attached to Luo Fan. It's terrifying and fascinating. It can completely withstand the attacks of several Marine admirals. And it seems like we're far from reaching our limit. What on earth is this armor made of? Is there any hard substance in this world that I haven't discovered yet? This is really terrifying. No matter the defensive shield on Xuanwu Island that can even block Uranus's attacks. Or the armor on Luo Fan that can resist all attacks. All of this made the scientist curious. Let's conduct more experiments and collect more data to facilitate the subsequent research. Baker Punk's eyes sparkled. He had extracted enough radioactive material from the ruins of Marineford, and used his own abilities to successfully research and manufacture the bomb that blew up the Marine headquarters. Yes, Vegapunk relied on its own capabilities to replicate a nuclear weapon with 80% of the power of the nuclear bomb that Luo Fan used to blow up Marineford. However, Vegapunk has not had the opportunity to test this nuclear bomb until now. Under Vegapunk's control, the mechanical cuckoo fell directly from the clouds and flew towards the battlefield on the island. On the island, deafening bombing sounds and the angry shouts of several Marine admirals could be heard from time to time. Suddenly, Sengoku looked up and saw the mechanical cuckoo falling towards him. Vegapunk. Sengoku recognized the symbol on the cuckoo bird. It was the same one that Vegapunk sent to deliver potions to the survivors of Marineford, and frowned in surprise. Marshal Sengoku, I am here to assist you. The sound of Vegapunk comes through the mechanical cuckoo bird. That armor is made of an unknown organization. I'm afraid even your combined strength won't be able to cause any harm. What can I do, Mr. Vegapunk? I studied the radioactive materials left in Marineford and successfully made the bomb that the destroyer used to blow up the Marine headquarters. I call it a nuclear bomb. Maybe I can use it for a try. Sengoku, why do you have to bring up the bombing of the Marine headquarters? Chapter 107. Save Yamato and send her a facial cleanser. Luo Fan discovered the mechanical cuckoo, but did not disrupt the rhythm of the battle. Although I don't know what Sengoku and the mechanical cuckoo are discussing in the corner. But the most important thing now is to generate income. The overwhelming vine net with sharp thorns smashed down on Luo Fan on the ground. Luo Fan took Garp's violent iron fist with his back without any damage, and the blade of the dragon-slaying sword in his hand was wrapped with a light purple light. Looking up at the pressed-down vine trap, Luo Fan chopped with a knife. The crescent-shaped arc of light turned directly into 3 visible blade beams, slashing directly towards the fallen vine trap. All 3 blade beams hit the vines without exception, sparks flew and most of the vines were crushed into pieces, creating a gap. Luo Fan jumped up and reached out to absorb the severed vines. Suddenly, another few 100 million cells worth are in hand. Is this guy a monkey? Why can he jump up and down like that? Garp's teeth were grinding. No matter how many times his proud pair of iron fists hit Luo Fan, they did not cause any real damage. Take off this turtle shell if you're brave enough. Akainu roared in anger as he hit Luo Fan with a dark hound without leaving even a mark. Aokiji, Fujitora and the others also had grim expressions on their faces. Several marine admirals joined forces and ended up in this situation. His lifelong fame was completely ruined today by Luo Fan. Oh no, some people have already failed twice. Fujitora pointed his gravity knife at Luo Fan, and the power of the gravity fruit was activated. The 100 times gravity instantly created a deep pit under Luo Fan's feet and the surrounding ground. The next second, Luo Fan jumped out of the pit with all 4 limbs intact. Your Excellency is truly a strange man. Fujitora slashed forward with his staff sword in a cross shape, but all of them were blocked by Luo Fan's sword. After brushing off the dust from his butt, Luo Fan turned around and continued to chase the green bull. Take off this turtle shell if you dare. Akainu gritted his teeth and roared angrily. You stupid fool. Who takes off armor during a fight? Luo Fan rolled his eyes at Akainu and remained unmoved. Damn it. Don't run away. Come at me head on. Come at me. Seeing Luo Fan rushing towards him again and again, Green Bull began to get a little annoyed. Advertisement. Is there something wrong with you, man? If you can't break through my vines, don't even think about defeating me. The giant tree man transformed by Green Bull angrily smashed his fists to the ground. The earth cracked, and countless huge vines as thick as stone pillars rose into the sky from the cracks, blocking Luo Fan and the Green Bull. Countless sharp thorns grew on the vine, shooting towards Luo Fan like arrows. The dense wooden thorns hit Luo Fan directly, making a tinkling sound. Facing the attack of the wooden spikes, Luo Fan bent his body slightly, holding the handle of the dragon-slaying sword with both hands, with the blade across his side. The black and purple light gradually enveloped the entire blade of the dragon-slaying sword. The light was dim but full of danger. Haki armament. The top-level armament Haki was wrapped around Luo Fan's hands and the blade of the dragon-slaying sword. As Luo Fan roared with all his might, he swung it directly at the vine barrier in front of him, dealing a residual amount of blood. The whistling sound of the sword pierced the sky. The huge vine barrier blocking Luo Fan was instantly broken in half. Behind the vine barrier that fell with a loud bang, Green Bull's pair of astonished big eyes were revealed. Luo Fan. Yamato, who was tied to a tree behind Green Bull, also saw this handsome and sharp knife, and her pretty face flushed with excitement. Damn it. The shocked Green Bull hurriedly tried to activate the power of the Sen fruit again to stop Luo Fan. But there came from him a heavy feeling as if a drop in the ocean. A dim green light flickered on the Green Bull's tree man body. The vines that were born no longer had the terrifying shape they had just had, and were only as thick as an arm. Luo Fan cut it gently and the vine was cut off. Weak and powerless. How is this possible? My ability. Green Bull could no longer suppress the shock and fear in his heart. It was not until now that Green Bull discovered that his power to give birth to green plants was constantly dissipating, and that the Sen fruit, which was supposed to provide him with a constant supply of vitality, was now completely unable to replenish it. The only explanation is the destroyer in front of us. Green Bull realized that he had discovered Luo Fan's secret. This guy can actually eat cells. Calm down, Green Bull, what's going on? The other admiral shouted. He's draining my strength. This guy has the ability to devour my vines. Green Bull screamed. What did you say? Advertisement. Before the other marine admirals could recover from their shock, Luo Fan, who had cut off the vine barrier, had already appeared in front of the Green Bull's tree trunk. Luo Fan kicked Green Bull's huge tree man directly in the face with all his strength. Green Bull screamed, and his remaining strength was no longer enough to support his huge tree man body. He returned to normal and was kicked out, falling to the ground. You're just realizing it now, aren't you too slow? Luo Fan laughed and carried the dragon-slaying sword on his shoulder. Luo Fan had never thought that his ability to absorb cells would remain hidden forever. But I didn't expect Green Bull to react so slowly. At this moment, the cell value he absorbed from Green Bull has reached an astonishing level. 300 billion. Luo Fan absorbed a total of 300 billion cell values, no wonder Green Bull looked drained. The knife flashed past Yamato and directly cut off the vines that bound Yamato. Luo. Freed from his restraints, Yamato happily spread out his hands and hugged Luo Fan into his arms. The huge snow peak almost suffocated Luo Fan. Luo Fan quickly held down the excited Yamato and broke free from his embrace, taking a deep breath of fresh air. I knew you would save me. Yamato looked into Luo Fan's eyes, which were filled with indescribable emotions. If Kaido and Quinn's gang saw Yamato's current appearance, they would definitely be shocked. So this is how you repay your savior. Luo Fan looked resentful. The danger is not over yet. Follow me closely. The dragon-slaying sword pointed diagonally at the ground, and Luo Fan directly protected Yamato. Since this guy immune to death, let's change our strategy and force him to surrender. After hearing Green Bull's exclamation, Marine was already afraid of Luo Fan's strange devouring ability. Seeing Green Bull being knocked down, Akainu had a cruel thought in his mind. In order to subdue Luo Fan here, they can do whatever it takes. Several people used their strongest moves and attacked at the same time. The target of the attack was Chapter 108. Anywhere door sends Garp away. Lao Lu. Lao Lu. Several marine admirals came charging towards him aggressively. Luo Fan turned his head and was about to swing his knife to stop them. The next moment, scenes suddenly popped up in his mind of himself being suppressed by Fujitora's gravity, Yamato being besieged by Marine, and finally being killed by Akainu. Legendary observation Haki. Predict the future. Luo Fan directly predicted what would happen on the battlefield within the next minute. Seeing that there was no way he could kill him in a short period of time, Marine turned his target to Yamato. You want to kill me? Have you asked for my opinion? Golden light continued to bathe Luo Fan. In the blink of an eye, the Conqueror's Haki, which was as black as armor, kept clinging to Luo Fan's body, and a layer of golden light spell was suspended on the surface of his body. Facing all the marine admirals, Luo Fan Haki was exposed, and he raised the 3-meter-long dragon-slaying sword in his hand. The dark red cyclone continued to compress and wrap around the blade, emitting bursts of creepy roars. Bionics, Weiguo. The sword moves stolen from Charlotte Linlin were directly used by Luo Fan. A thunder strike. The giant blade light swept along with rolling air waves, and flew out directly under Luo Fan's powerful chop. The terrifying residual power directly split the earth into deep gullies wherever it passed, and continuously produced huge explosions. Not good. Disperse. Akainu and others were horrified when they realized that the sword light before them was unmatched. Several people dodged the attack with difficulty and awkwardness, looking back to see a hill being split in half by the unstoppable sword light, and a deafening roar was heard in the distance. What a pity. If he transforms into a giant of light and holds a giant sword, his power will definitely be much greater than this. Not caring about the astonishment of the crowd, Luo Fan shook his head with a bit of regret. Reaching out his hand towards Yamato, the Schwantian armor on Luo Fan's body disintegrated directly under his mental command. The next moment, pieces of Schwantian armor were directly attached to Yamato. Luo, what are you doing? Yamato looked surprised. They are going to kill you. This armor is for you to protect yourself. Luo Fan dragged the knife and chased after Green Bull. Because his strength was squeezed too much by Luo Fan and there was no way to replenish it, Green Bull is now in a weak state. After being kicked down by Luo Fan just now, he lay weakly on the ground. Seeing Luo Fan chasing after him with a knife, Green Bull gritted his teeth and propped himself up. The fruit's ability was activated, and countless vines and green plants grew from the ground, trying to tie up Luo Fan's steps. Luo Fan stomped hard, shattering the green plants, then stabbed down with a knife, piercing directly through the Green Bull's abdomen. Ah! Blood splattered and Green Bull screamed in pain. Advertisement. Help. Garp and the others felt nervous and rushed forward again. Luo Fan drew his sword and kicked the injured Green Bull to Yamato's feet. He is yours now. You can do whatever you want with him. After saying that, Luo Fan went straight to Garp and the others and started fighting again. Stroking the Schwantian armor on her body and looking at the Green Bull lying in front of her, Yamato felt her heart tremble. This man actually gave me his personal defensive armor. He also caught the people who bullied me and asked me to deal with them. Love. Looking at Green Bull who was still holding his abdomen and vomiting blood in pain, Yamato suddenly showed a devilish smile on his face. How dare you catch me? How dare you, such a disgusting fellow, use me to threaten Luo Fan? How dare you tie me up for days? Ah, for a moment, screams were heard. The ice spear was shattered. The magma fist was blocked by the dragon-slaying sword. Fujitora's gravity knife directly collapsed the ground, but failed to trap Luo Fan in time. Seeing Luo Fan put his armor on Yamato, he could only rely on armament Haki to fight against the golden defense. Several marine admirals couldn't help but become more determined to fight. Without this turtle shell, I don't believe I can still immune to death you. Boy, take my punch. A strong wind blew, and Garp's burly body leapt up, clenching his fists and raising them high above his head. Luo Fan's eyes were sharp, and he held the dragon-slaying sword in one hand. Not only did he not avoid Garp's punch, but he rushed towards Garp himself. This guy. Garp's eyes jumped. In Garp's mind, he just thought that Luo Fan wanted to challenge his strength head-on. Then let me see your true power. Next second, the light shone into Garp's eyes. Luo Fan took out something he had never thought would be useful from his space ring. One-time arbitrary door, you can select any location in the world you are in. After the door is opened, it can maintain the passage time for 3 seconds. Currently used 0/1 times. A pink door that looked exactly like the one in Doraemon was taken out by Luo Fan out of thin air and stood upright on the ground. Seeing the strange red door next to Luo Fan, several Marines frowned immediately. Advertisement. Everyone's expression was one of caution and confusion. There was no way. Luo Fan's endless strange abilities had caused Marine to suffer many losses, so they couldn't help but be nervous. Ha ha ha, you guys can catch up slowly, I've escaped. Luo Fan deliberately raised his head and laughed, waving at Akainu and the others. Anywhere door, locate the farthest and coldest place in the world. Luo Fan thought to himself, and directly set the other end of the door to an extremely cold place, then opened the door. A cold icy wind blew directly out from behind the door. Marine and others who witnessed the scene behind the door were so shocked that they almost bit off their tongues. WTF. What the hell kind of ability is this? Which one is this guy's fruit ability? Seeing Luo Fan trying to escape to another place behind the door, Garp, who was the first to react, rushed over directly after Luo Fan's back. Although I don't know how Luo Fan managed to do such a magical thing. But he absolutely could not let Luo Fan escape from Marine's hands a second time. Don't try to escape. In an instant, Garp chased Luo Fan and crashed into the door one after the other. Garp turned over and stopped his charge, then turned around and saw that he was no longer on the Xuanwu Island. The surrounding environment was filled with layers of terrifying icebergs, and the air was filled with a coldness that could freeze the blood amid the howling wind. Bye-bye. Luo Fan's body and mind came. Luo Fan, who was just pretending to step over, put one hand on the door handle, with half of his body still on Xuanwu Island, and gave Garp, who was still confused, a cool smile. Then with a click, the door of the random door was closed from the other side. You little b***************, D, how dare you cheat me? Garp was shocked and angry. He chased after him but it was too late. The moment Luo Fan closed the door, the portal disappeared from its original location. The dignified marine hero, Garp the Fist, was tricked by Luo Fan into entering a portal in a very frustrating way, and was directly thrown into this extremely cold place. On the other side, watching the arbitrary door closed by Luo Fan disappear, Garp, who rushed into the other side of the door, did not come back and also disappeared without a trace. Sengoku, Akainu and others just felt cardiac arrest. FK. I've been fooled again. Chapter 109 The End of the Five Elders. A-hole. Where did you take Garp? Sengoku angrily questioned Luo Fan. As a good friend of Garp who has fought side by side with him for many years, Sengoku is well aware of Garp's strength. But now, Luo Fan used incredible means to make the dignified marine hero disappear. Maybe he is making a snowman now. Luo Fan smiled. How about it? Do you want to try it too? Seeing the sly smile on Luo Fan's face, the remaining Akainu and Aokiji all became alert. No one knows whether Luo Fan's door, which can lead to other places, will trick him into entering. Unfortunately, this was the only door Luo Fan drew. I originally thought it was a useless prop, but I didn't expect it to be quite effective when used as a trick to trick people. Vegapunk, who sees everything through the electronic eyes of the mechanical cuckoo, is even more excited. This is a technology that involves space theory. This young man really has too many secrets. Now, the gap in strength between us is not that big. Luo Fan pointed the dragon-slaying sword in his hand to the sky, and cyclones continued to rise under his feet, and his overall momentum reached ultimate. Don't get complacent too soon. Sengoku and his companions leapt forward, some transformed into golden Buddhas, some covered their bodies with magma and ice, and some directly used gravity to pull a meteorite down from the sky. The remaining 4 people went all out, intending to take down Luo Fan with the most violent attack. Garp disappeared, Green Bull was subdued by Luo Fan again, and Marine, who had originally had the advantage, was suddenly full of passivity. They absolutely cannot tolerate Luo Fan escaping again this time. Next second, the whole space was like a piece of glass, suddenly making a crackling sound. Visible cracks appeared in that space. The air shattered, and a horrific explosion erupted, forcing Akainu and his companions to retreat again. Shock fruit. It's Whitebeard. Sengoku was shocked. Gulala, it seems Lousy is not late. A hearty laugh was heard, and Whitebeard's burly body, which was more than 6 meters tall, fell directly beside Luo Fan, and his big feet made the ground shake violently. Brother Luo Fan, how can you not call me for such an exciting battle? Whitebeard said with a smile. You are stealing my limelight. Luo Fan said unhappily. Last time in Marineford, you tried to bully the minority with your numbers. This time, Lousy will play along with you. Advertisement. Whitebeard, who has fully recovered to his peak condition, stomped the ground fiercely, and faced Sengoku and other marine admirals with fighting spirit. Sengoku could only curse his bad luck. Garp disappeared, and Green Bull's strength was drained away. He was subdued by Luo Fan and thrown directly to Yamato for disposal. He was tortured so hard that he has not stopped screaming until now. As for Luo Fan, he now has the help of Whitebeard. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. In a 4-2 situation, Marine completely lost its advantage. Mama, a strange laugh came from afar, and everyone looked sideways. Charlotte Linlin was standing on a black thundercloud, with flames burning above her head. The Emperor Napoleon's sword in her hand had become extremely huge and was also wrapped in flames. She was rushing over with great momentum. Following closely behind Charlotte Linlin was Kaido, who had transformed into a dragon man, waving his mace and thunder rumbling in the sky. Oh no, how come these guys are here too? Sengoku was horrified. The pirates' 4 emperors are all together, and now the entire Schwangu Island is bustling with activity. On the contrary, their marine seems a little weak. Damn troublemaker. Akainu raged. Damn you old woman, how dare you cheat lousy. Kaido, who was being restrained by the red-haired girl, yelled at Charlotte Linlin angrily. Originally, both of them were restrained by the red-haired guy, but unexpectedly, Charlotte Linlin directly sold out Kaido and rushed to the island first to get there first. Kaido swung his mace down, only to be hit directly by the red-haired man's kick. Haki charged in, and the huge impact force directly separated Kaido and the red-haired man, and they fell to the ground at the same time. The dragon's whiskers fluttered, and Kaido Haki glanced at everyone present with great concern. Seeing Whitebeard standing next to Luo Fan, Kaido's pupils suddenly trembled. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked at each other and they both understood what the other meant. They felt a thriving breath of life from Whitebeard. Looking at the way Whitebeard took the initiative to protect Luo Fan, it clearly revealed a fact. The so-called means of eternal youth are real. Good son-in-law, it's time for you to come back to Wanukuni with me. Kaido looked at Luo Fan, his tone full of dominance that could not be refused. Shut up, do you think I'm stupid? Luo Fan sneered. In that case, Lousy will have no choice but to beat you down and take you and Yamato back. And me, mama, advertisement. Charlotte Linlin, with thunderclouds and flames covering her head, stared with 2 terrifying eyes, as if she wanted to eat Luo Fan alive. It seems that I can't persuade him by relying on face this time. The red-haired man sighed and also stood on the side of Luo Fan and Whitebeard. For a time, the 3 forces were clearly divided. Hey, Marine over there, join forces with Lousy, or else Lousy and them will kill you first, and then fight you slowly. Kaido squinted at Sengoku, Akainu and other Marines. Fart. Akainu, who believed in absolute justice, was furious and wanted to refuse the attack, but was held down by Sengoku. Humph, we are just joining forces temporarily. Sengoku's expression was equally ugly. Although he was reluctant to join forces with the vicious pirates, and the scene was broadcast live to the whole world, Sengoku understood the interests involved. Marine is currently in a weak position without 3 powerful generals, Garp, Green Bull and Kazaru. If they refused, they would definitely become the primary target of everyone present. For now, we can only find a way to make them fight each other. Sengoku looked up slightly towards the sky. A huge mechanical cuckoo disappeared among the clouds, but never left. The 5 elders, who were far away in the holy land of Mariajoy, also saw the pirates' 4 emperors intervening in the battle on Schwangu Island. These guys are really good at creating chaos. The old man in kimono snorted coldly. It seems that it is unlikely to rely on the power of the marine to annihilate the destroyer. If necessary, should we go down and kill him ourselves? After all, the abilities he has demonstrated may pose a threat to us in the future. The bald old man Madara supported himself with his hands, his expression serious. Second, there's no need to rush. In the eyes of the world government, which has dominated for hundreds of years, no matter how much the destroyer jumps around, he is just a lone wolf. So the 5 elders remain calm and composed. Anyway. The advantage is mine. Chapter 110 Great Changes in the Times, Bullet is dispatched. The group of celestial dragons in the holy land of Mariajoy are now far from being as calm as the 5 elders. Inside the luxurious palace, celestial dragons from 19 king races were cursing at the live broadcast screen. Being so high and mighty, they never imagined that one day someone would dare to challenge the absolute authority of celestial dragons in front of the whole world. However, Luo Fan really did it, and slapped all the celestial dragons in the face. Watching the live broadcast where Luo Fan, like a killing god, cleanly and neatly chopped off the heads of more than a dozen of his compatriots including Saint Ivislav. Mariajoy's celestial dragons were all filled with fear, and the woman almost fainted on the spot. After the Marine launched a massive attack and landed on Schwangu Island, they were expecting to see with their own eyes the destroyer being killed by the Marine. However, until now, the destroyer has not been eliminated. This made the celestial dragons, whose hearts were filled with fear and anger, completely angry. What's going on? What on earth did these Marine idiots do? Is it possible? Several people can't even kill a lowly bug that is worse than a pig or a dog. How dare you, a mere lowly slave, challenge us? They can't even handle such a small matter. The Marine government is really a bunch of losers. Do they want us to face the God Valley incident 40 years ago again? The celestial dragons of various races were sitting on the luxurious seats, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Their ugly faces were filled with anger and looked even more disgusting. They kept spewing all kinds of dirty words, cursing Luo Fan and denouncing the Marine government for its incompetence. In their opinion, it seemed that it was because Marine did not have enough ability to control the situation that a destroyer was able to jump around for so long. When the so-called God's Valley incident was mentioned, the celestial dragons became even more indignant. The Marine was defeated on Schwangu Island and lost 2 admirals. Luo Fan heroically saves the damsel in distress. Afterwards, the 4 emperors, who were famous on the sea, appeared one after another. The ups and downs of the plot made everyone in front of the live broadcast tremble with fear, as if they were watching an extremely exciting movie. Are those the four emperors? Each one of them seems so terrifying. I feel like I'll die on the spot with just a glance. This is terrible. With so many pirates, won't the Marines lose? Someone in the crowd exclaimed, and this immediately made all the ordinary civilians look gloomy. If the Marine admirals were really defeated there, the entire sea would be ruled by the pirates from then on. Advertisement. For ordinary people, it would be an absolute disaster. For a moment, countless people put their hands on their chests, nervously watching everything that happened on Xuanwu Island. Inside the ancient castle on Krikon Island, the man in a black windbreaker and a burgundy-patterned shirt sat on the throne with his hands propped up, carrying a gorgeous black sword behind him that looked like a huge cross. Under the brim of the black hat decorated with white fluff, a pair of yellow eyes as sharp as an eagle constantly flashed with sharp light. Hawkeye Dracul Mahawk. After the Battle of Marineford, Hawkeye directly resigned his title of 7 Warlords of the Sea to the Marine and drove the coffin boat back to the castle. Hawkeye is also following Luo Fan's live broadcast. As the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye's eyes are as sharp as his title. When Luo Fan was fighting with Sengoku and other Marines, he vaguely felt that there was a familiar smell in the way Luo Fan swung his sword. It's obviously a knife, but it's full of shadows of sword moves. At the same time, Hawkeye also realized that the dragon-slaying sword in Luo Fan's hand was no ordinary object. At the very least, it should be comparable to the Supreme Sword, Black Knife Knight, behind him. When Hawkeye saw red hair appear on the live broadcast screen after Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, his calm face finally revealed an expression of unexpected surprise. Another island far beyond Xuanwu Island. In the nameless town with many houses, countless people gathered in the pub, each holding a glass of wine and watching the live broadcast. Look, that's Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and 100 Beasts, Kaido, and Big Mom. Shit, is that the red-haired Shanks? These are the 4 emperors. So many powerful people worth billions of Baileys all appeared at the same time. In the pub, several men kept sighing. This is what a strong person is like. It's a pity that we will never be able to reach this level in this lifetime. You're thinking too much. You won't be able to achieve it in your next life, ha ha ha. Everyone in the pub burst into laughter. Bang. At the far corner of the bar, a large hand suddenly placed a wooden wine glass on the counter, causing the wine to splash everywhere. The sudden sound interrupted the laughter in the tavern. Advertisement. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a terrifyingly burly man sitting in the corner of the bar. He had fluffy light yellow hair that looked like a lion's mane, wore black headphones, and had a naked, inverted triangle-shaped upper body with muscles that looked like a solid rock. There was a scar on his left chest that looked like a flame. The man's originally drunken face was now filled with a different kind of blush. Under the angular eyebrows, a pair of eyes stared fiercely at the 4 emperors in the picture, as well as Luo Fan holding the dragon-slaying sword. Wayhahaha, 4 emperors. The destroyers. The man's eyes swept across the 4 emperors' faces, finally stopping at Luo Fan. This young man who was known as the destroyer of the world was so dazzling as he killed everyone. Kill you. Kill all the 4 emperors and I'll be the strongest, ha ha ha. Douglas Bullet. This is the man's name, and along with this name, there is also a title that once resounded throughout the sea and made the Marine tremble in fear. Devil's Offspring. As a member of the pirates King Roger's ship, Bullet possesses overwhelming and terrifying strength, strong enough to rival Pluton Rayleigh, the pirates king's right arm. Bullet used to surrender to Roger's strength and devoted himself to training himself in an attempt to surpass Roger one day. After Roger surrendered himself and was sentenced, Bullet was also captured by Marine and eventually taken into custody and promoted to level 6. Until recently, during the Impel Down riots caused by Blackbeard Teach, Bullet, who was at level 6, also successfully escaped from prison like other Impel Down fugitives. However, Bullet, who lost the power to surpass his goal, has been staying in this unknown town and drinking all day long since he escaped from prison. Now, he finally found his goal again. This guy is drunk and crazy, haha. Someone in the tavern sneered. Bang. The next second, the laughter stopped abruptly, and countless pieces of meat and blood splattered. This scene shocked everyone in the tavern. Slowly retracting his fist, Bullet looked at Luo Fan on the live broadcast with fanatical eyes, extremely excited. It's decided. I will kill you myself. Chapter 111. Strange fire bombing. Heavy damage to Akainu. Compared to Marine, who was reserved in front of the worldwide live broadcast, the 4 emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, had no scruples at all. In order to get Luo Fan and his secret of eternal youth, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin took action. Thunderclouds rolled, and orange-red flames appeared above Charlotte Linlin's head. She swung the 40-meter-long Emperor Napoleon sword in her hand and slashed directly at Whitebeard and Luo Fan. Kaido was not willing to be outdone and attacked with his huge mace. The red-haired man moved, and the scabbard of the famous sword, Griffin, and Kaido's mace suddenly collided with each other, directly blocking Kaido's mace. Seeing that he was being obstructed by the red-haired man again, Kaido became furious and his dragon whiskers danced in the air. You're having a fight with Lousy, aren't you? Don't be so impatient. Shanks grinned. Lousy is reminiscing about the past with his son-in-law, so stay out of the way. Kaido in dragon form smashed down with a stick, and a purple-black cyclone hit the front. Shanks' pupils shrank slightly, and his haki instantly collided with Kaido's breath. Amid the strong wind caused by the impact, Charlotte Linlin's fat body rushed out, raised the Emperor's sword in her hand and slashed in front of Luo Fan. Luo Fan and Whitebeard stepped aside to avoid the terrifying attack. Hand over your secrets. Charlotte Linlin stared at Luo Fan with horrified eyes and spoke harshly. Gulala, you have to get past me first. Whitebeard swung Kusugano with one hand, and the sword created a gust of air that blew away the blazing flames on the Emperor's sword. Mom, mom, mom. Charlotte Linlin laughed arrogantly, but her eyes were full of coldness. Whitebeard, I'm your rival. Sengoku on the side transformed into a giant golden Buddha and attacked angrily with his fists. In the Battle of Marineford, Marine should have won the battle, using the Ace of Fire Fist as bait to annihilate the entire Whitebeard pirates. However, the result was that Whitebeard was safe and sound, and the Whitebeard pirates successfully rescued Ace and left. The dignified naval headquarters was reduced to ruins by a huge explosion. Now, just seeing the two culprits, Whitebeard and Luo Fan, standing together, made Sengoku want to beat them to death immediately. You blew up my naval headquarters and killed so many of my men. Today I will completely wipe you out. Advertisement. Sengoku was so angry that he didn't care about joining forces with the pirates to provoke criticism, and he and Charlotte Linlin also attacked Whitebeard. On the other side, the remaining three marine admirals, Akainu Aokiji and Fujitora, were entangled with Luo Fan. Facing the siege of two powerful warriors, Charlotte Linlin and Sengoku, Whitebeard stood still like a tower. Drink. Whitebeard roared, grabbing the air with his big hands. The black armament Haki unexpectedly transformed into a huge semicircular barrier out of thin air, covering Whitebeard underneath. At the same time, Whitebeard clenched his other hand into a fist and punched the air hard, instantly activating the shock fruit ability. The exploding space directly repelled Sengoku, who was swinging his fist. The Emperor's sword, with incredible power, slashed hard at the pitch-black barrier covering the air, but it only made a deafening roar and did not even break the barrier. What? Seeing this weird scene, Charlotte Linlin's crazy eyes froze instantly. So, armament Haki can actually be released. Armament Haki, it can actually be used like this. The other strong men on the battlefield were shocked when they saw Whitebeard release armament Haki out of thin air to condense a barrier to block Big Mom's sword attack. I didn't expect that Marineford didn't seriously injure you in the battle, but your strength increased greatly. Sengoku said unwillingly. Gulala, this is all thanks to brother Luo Fan. Whitebeard laughed. Without Luo Fan, he would have died in Marineford, not to mention being able to awaken armament Haki and reach a new level of strength. When Charlotte Linlin heard this, her desire to get Luo Fan became stronger. Whitebeard was seen sweeping in all directions with his left hand Kusukimi-ri, and with the assistance of the power of the fruit in his right hand, he was fighting against Charlotte Linlin and Sengoku without losing at all. On the other side of the battlefield, Luo Fan was also fighting fiercely with three marine admirals. Akainu was filled with murderous intent, and almost every punch he threw contained his anger towards Luo Fan. Akainu's half-body was elementalized, hot magma kept dripping, and his huge fist slammed into Luo Fan's face with scorching heat. Luo Fan leaned his upper body backwards to avoid Akainu's fist, and at the same time held the blade of the dragon-slaying sword across his back to block the staff knife in Fujitora's hand. Since Akainu had completely lost his mind in close combat, Fujitora didn't dare to use large-scale gravity pressure easily, and could only concentrate the power of the fruit on the staff sword to attack. Every slash of the sword was filled with thousands of times the force of gravity, almost the weight of an entire mountain, instantly smashing down on Luo Fan's dragon-slaying sword, causing his palm to go numb. Advertisement. Suddenly, the entire ground was covered with smooth ice. Luo Fan stumbled and was caught by Fujitora. The blind Fujitora pointed the cane knife in his hand at Luo Fan. Gravity command. Luo Fan only felt that the gravity around him weakened several times in an instant, and his whole body floated up out of thin air. As Fujitora raised his staff knife, Luo Fan floated into the air uncontrollably. Seeing this, Aokiji and Akainu leapt up at the same time. Aokiji opened his palm towards Luo Fan through the air, and a huge ice spear stabbed at Luo Fan. Akainu approached Luo Fan, raised his right fist, and his entire arm turned into rolling magma, and slammed down towards Luo Fan's chest with the momentum of burning through everything. Dark Hound. Akainu thought he could kill Luo Fan with one shot at such close range, but he saw Luo Fan just grinning. Damn it, you've fallen into the trap. Luo Fan was lifted into the air by gravity, and at this moment, an invisible and elegant lotus slowly blossomed on his chest. The moment it blossomed, the scorching breath directly burned the surrounding air, making a sizzling sound. With the foresight of the legendary observation Haki, Luo Fan set up an ambush in advance, waiting for Akainu to get close. And this lotus flower is one that Akainu is very familiar with. Akainu's pupils contracted violently, and he didn't have time to retract his fist, which hit the azure lotus earth core fire on Luo Fan's chest. The clear and colorful flame instantly bit Akainu's right hand, and continued to wrap around Akainu's body along his arm. Ah! Akainu let out a shrill scream as his body was burned by the blue lotus earth core fire. The ice spear thrown by Aokiji also pierced Luo Fan's arm at the same time. Fujitora's gravity wave followed closely, pressing Luo Fan directly into a deep pit on the ground. The two tried to rescue Akainu, but it was too late. Akainu was burned by the Blue Lotus Earth core fire, and half of his body was instantly evaporated. His charred and rotten body fell to the ground, with only half of his breath left. The person who possesses the lava fruit ability was severely injured and on the verge of death by the fire that he was so proud of. Chapter 112 Nuclear Explosion. Throwing Thunder Mother. Luo Fan took the attacks from 2 Marine Admirals and severely injured Akainu with the Blue Lotus Earth core fire. Enduring the stab wound on his right arm and the pressure of gravity, Luo Fan struggled to climb out of the deep pit and spat out a mouthful of blood in embarrassment. Luo Fan took out a 10-fold stamina potion from his space ring, and before Aokiji Fujitora could react, he put it in his mouth and drank it all in one gulp. It's really hard to drink. Luo Fan swallowed the potion while suppressing his nausea. The recovery effect of the 10-fold stamina potion was terrifying. It instantly restored Luo Fan's stamina that had been drained when he cast the Green Lotus Earth core fire, and at the same time it increased it several times. After being hit twice by Marine Admiral, not only did I survive, I became more energetic. Luo Fan wiped the remaining bloodline from the corner of his mouth, spread his hands, and 2 clear-colored flame lotuses instantly bloomed in his palms. Luo Fan threw 2 Blue Lotus Earth core fires directly at Aokiji and Fujitora. Aokiji and Fujitora, who were still in shock from Akainu's near-death attack, were nearly frightened to death when they saw the terrifying and strange flames flying towards them. Aokiji and Fujitora didn't even think of resisting. They decisively dodged to other places and didn't dare to face the strange fire directly. With such terrible means, Aokiji and Fujitora did not dare to approach Luo Fan casually. Damn, this level of strength is still not enough to handle it calmly. If I could absorb more cells, it would be safe. Luo Fan is not a stubborn person. He knows that only by giving priority to development can he carry the team. The Green Lotus Earth core fire can now only be used as a trump card to restrain the enemy. It would be great if it could be used randomly like a machine gun. Looking at a corner of the battlefield, Luo Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. The Green Bull, with fist and footprint marks all over his body, was lying on the ground with a bruised face and nose, screaming from time to time, and he looked very miserable. The arrogance he had when he defeated Yamato was gone. Humph, if I didn't think your crime deserved death, I wouldn't just beat you up. A few drops of sweat flowed down Yamato's beautiful face, and she glared at Green Bull, who was almost unrecognizable after being beaten up by her. Although Yamato thought Green Bull was really hateful, he ultimately decided not to kill the Marine Admiral who had captured him. On the one hand, he felt that the crime did not deserve the death penalty, and on the other hand, Yamato also felt that perhaps Luo Fan wanted to deal with Green Bull personally. Seeing that he could still save his life, Green Bull, whose eyes had been swollen to the point where only slits were left, nodded frantically. Advertisement. Even though it is very humiliating, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. One day, I will definitely return this shame to Yamato and Luo Fan. Just as Green Bull was thinking this, he caught a glimpse of a dark red light passing in front of him. In an instant, the Green Bull's head rolled to the ground. Yamato was shocked by this sudden scene, and stared dumbfoundedly at Luo Fan, who suddenly ran over and killed Green Bull with one knife. The destroyer. On the other side, the Marines were all furious. Luo Fan didn't have time to deal with Marine, who was so angry that he just put his palm on Green Bull's broken body. Suddenly, the cells in the body of Marine Admiral Green Bull were madly devoured and absorbed by Luo Fan. Sengoku was devastated to see so many of his beloved generals and subordinates in Marineford being killed on the spot or left with horrific aftereffects by a nuclear bomb explosion. At this moment, it was like a furious King Kong statue tens of meters tall, raising its head and roaring. This was the second time that Marine suffered heavy losses at the hands of Luo Fan. The death of a Marine Admiral made countless people who supported the Marine elimination operation before the live broadcast feel cold in their hearts. Faced with Sengoku's rage, Whitebeard released armament Haki directly in midair, and a pitch-black barrier directly blocked Sengoku from rushing towards Luo Fan. Don't stop me. Sengoku's golden martial uniform fluttered wildly in the wind, and he instantly swung dozens of palms at the Haki barrier in front of him with murderous intent. The golden shock wave emitted from the palm carried anger and directly blasted the Haki barrier full of cracks. Aokiji and Fujitora also chased after Luo Fan and attacked him. While Whitebeard was fighting to contain Charlotte Linlin and the angry Sengoku, he activated the ability of the shock fruit, shattering the air to slightly stop Aokiji and Fujitora. Sudden, emerald green light continued to appear on the ground, and the light spots gathered together densely and turned into hundreds of light vines, which directly drilled into the broken head of the green bull that rolled to the side. The green light continued to gather, and finally, under everyone's gaze, a new body was generated under the green bull's severed neck. Green Bull is not exaggerating. The power of the Mori Mori fruit gives him endless power. He can directly absorb the power of the earth to prolong his life. Although it is not a health-locking hack that can be used all the time, at least Green Bull really saved his life this time. Seeing such a magical scene, the live broadcast audience exclaimed in amazement. It turns out that every Marine Admiral has special skills. Advertisement. Green Bull rebuilt his body and came back to life, but it seemed that rebuilding his body almost drained all of the strength that Green Bull had just recovered, and he became extremely weak. Luo Fan, who had already absorbed Green Bull's entire body and thought that the other party was dead, now looked at Green Bull with even brighter eyes. The look in his eyes, as if he was staring at a treasure trove, made Green Bull tremble in his heart. It was almost wasted. I didn't know this sadistic guy could come up with such a trick. If we catch him and lock him up, and then chop off some of his flesh and absorb it when he recovers his strength, wouldn't that mean we can fleece him endlessly? Luo Fan was ecstatic. At this moment, Luo Fan just wanted to give Green Bull one more blow to see if he could continue to regenerate. However, seeing the other party's weak and pale state, Luo Fan temporarily gave up the idea. If you accidentally kill the opponent with a knife, it would be a waste of time and effort. After absorbing all the cells from Green Bull's previous body, Luo Fan used some of the cells to directly recover from his injuries and attacked again with the dragon-slaying sword. Sengoku gritted his teeth unwillingly as he saw that Luo Fan not only did not surrender, but became more and more courageous as the battle went on, and was about to drag everyone into a protracted war. For the sake of world peace, we must not fail this time. Finally, Sengoku hardened his heart and decided to carry out the plan that Vegapunk told him. Aokiji, Fujitora, save Akainu. Listen to my orders, all marines in the sea area, evacuate the island immediately. Run as far as you can. Vegapunk, do it. As Sengoku raised his head and roared, the mechanical cuckoo, which had been dormant for a long time hidden in the clouds in the sky, opened its belly and dropped a black warhead straight onto Schwanwu Island. Vegapunk researched and imitated the nuclear bomb, and finally used it. Seeing the warhead from afar, the smile on Luo Fan's face froze instantly. It's over. It's my turn to throw Lei Lumu away. Chapter 113. 10 consecutive draws. S*X change potion. Compared to the miniature nuclear bomb that Luo Fan threw at Marineford, the nuclear bomb that Vegapunk developed through studying radioactive materials is much smaller. Although it was small, it made everyone present tremble with fear. Aokiji, who had experienced the Battle of Marineford, shuddered subconsciously. Run! Aokiji turned and shouted to Fujitora. Aokiji decisively used the ability of his fruit to form an ice bed to lift up the seriously injured Akainu who was struggling to breathe on the ground, and then ran away with Akainu without looking back. Fujitora had no doubt and followed closely. The 3 marine warriors turned their heads and ran away, and the 4 emperors who were fighting also noticed the black nuclear bomb falling above their heads. Observation Haki is like a radar, constantly conveying a sharp sense of crisis to the 4 emperors. Run! Thinking of Sengoku's nervous look as he ordered all the marines to evacuate, Whitebeard suddenly remembered something, and immediately turned around and left with his sword in hand, no longer wanting to fight. Red Hair, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin also left very decisively. In the blink of an eye, the 4 people who were fighting fiercely stopped tacitly and ran away in 4 directions. Kaido transformed into a giant blue dragon, roaring and rising into the sky. Kaido flew in the direction of Yamato. With a swing of his big claws, Kaido wanted to grab Yamato and take her away with him. Unexpectedly, Yamato actually grabbed the half-dead Green Bull on the ground, dodged Kaido's dragon claws and fled in another direction. Kaido almost had a heart attack because his claws hit nothing. Women's big failure. Brother Luo Fan. Whitebeard kept looking at Luo Fan while running. The next moment, the black bullet landed not far from Luo Fan. Boom. An explosion that resounded through the sky sounded immediately. After the explosion, there was another period of extremely depressing silence. A cloud wave that looked like white and yellow continued to roll up from the ground of Schwanwu Island, rising continuously towards the sky into a huge and thick cloud column, with dust and smoke billowing. Finally, a beautiful, dangerous and charming golden mushroom cloud bloomed directly at the top of the cloud pillar, covering the entire sky. The area around Luo Fan was directly covered by the mushroom cloud. As the mushroom cloud rose, a huge shock wave also rolled up visible air waves, rolling in all directions. Compared to the big mushroom planted by Marineford, the mushroom cloud on Schwanwu Island in front of him is only 1 or 2% of its size. However, the power is already shocking enough. Advertisement. People watching the live broadcast only felt that the mushroom cloud brightened the entire sky. Isn't that the big salute that blew up Marineford earlier? Someone exclaimed. That's a bullshit salute, that's a bomb. You have no sense. How come the Marine government also has this thing? This is called reciprocity. The destroyer blew up the naval headquarters. The Marines will definitely not let him off easily. I feel like there shouldn't be even any ashes left after such an explosion. People who could vaguely feel the power of the nuclear explosion through the screen suddenly felt that the heavy stone in their hearts had finally fallen to the ground. If such a terrifying destroyer were still alive, it would definitely cause chaos in the world. Our Marine is indeed reliable. The people who had run far away in a short time stretched out their arms to withstand the aftermath of the impact coming from the center of the explosion. Just feeling the gusts of air from afar was enough to move Shanks and the others. What kind of weapon is this? It's terrifying, Shanks said with a serious expression. It's so beautiful. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were full of bubbles as she looked at the gorgeous mushroom cloud in the distance. Kaido, it looks like your good son-in-law is in danger this time. It seems that the secret of eternal youth will be buried along with Luo Fan in this explosion. Snort. Kaido snorted coldly, white steam coming out of his nostrils. Everyone present stared at the center of the explosion with their own thoughts and feelings. As the mushroom cloud on the back of Schwanwu Island slowly dissipated, the center of the entire nuclear bomb explosion gradually appeared behind the rolling dust. A huge dark pit came into everyone's sight. Countless people gasped at once. In the very center of the pit, there was a human figure whose entire body was charred to the point of blending into the surroundings, and he was staggering as he tried to get up from the ground. Damn, I almost thought I was going to fail. Luo Fan stood up from the ground and felt his ears and head buzzing. Without the defense of the Schwantian armor, Luo Fan had to use his body to forcibly resist the nuclear explosion. Although he was not killed by the nuclear explosion, he was covered in wounds. Fortunately, with the awakening ability of Xuanwu, the longevity of the divine turtle, Luo Fan was able to offset the huge amount of radiation at the center of the nuclear explosion. Otherwise, the radiation from the nuclear explosion alone would be enough to cause Luo Fan a lot of trouble. Standing in the crater of the nuclear explosion, Luo Fan's figure was bleak, but he still stood steadily. Advertisement. The live broadcast room was completely silent. Kill him while he's weak. Don't let him go. Sengoku gritted his teeth and rushed towards the explosion area with Aokiji Fujitora. Countless marines on the island rushed here at the same time. Under Luo Fan's feet, the crater created by the nuclear bomb was filling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xuanwu's sacred soil passive skill is restoring the traces left by the bombing of this area. It seems that we should not be too careless. Let's quickly draw some good things to see if they can come in handy. System, exchange 10 holy jars for me immediately. Taking advantage of the opportunity when everyone was far away from the nuclear explosion range, Luo Fan directly spent his 1 billion shock points and exchanged 10 holy jars from the system. In the previous live broadcast, Luo Fan had accumulated enough shock value for 2 consecutive draws of the holy jar. Coupled with the scene of the nuclear explosion he just experienced, he must have gained a lot of shock value. With such a large family and great wealth, I don't feel sorry for it at all. Open the holy jar. Ancient golden light patterns continued to appear on the holy jar, and then it opened. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Magic Circle 1. The first pull of the holy jar made Luo Fan's charred face reveal a Sema expression. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning the 24-hour rejuvenation experience card. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for getting Senzu Bean 1. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for getting Senzu Bean 1. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for getting Senzu Bean 1. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for getting the Dayuna Star 1. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sword Slash. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 110 times Strength Potion. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 110 times Strength Potion. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for getting the Gender Change Potion 1. Did the nuclear explosion drain my damn luck? Looking at the props that came out of the 10 holy jars, Luo Fan's mouth twitched constantly. A little luck, but not much. Chapter 114. Whitebeard returns to his 20s. No matter what, at least the Senzu beans he drew were what Luo Fan needed most right now. After learning the newly drawn sword skill, sword drawing, Luo Fan put the 2 Senzu beans and other props into the space ring. In his hand, a magic bean, just as big as his palm, lay quietly. Damn, whose beans can be this big? Luo Fan cursed speechlessly. He didn't have Whitebeard's 6-meter-tall and burly figure to eat the magic bean in one big mouthful. Isn't it possible that this thing can only be eaten in one bite and can't be chewed slowly in several bites? If there is such a crappy setting, I will definitely complain. Sorry, this system is not responsible for after-sales issues of the items drawn. The system's voice sounded in my mind. Luo Fan. Delta. Before Luo Fan could take a bite of the beans in his hand, he saw Sengoku Aokiji and Fujitora chasing after him. Facing Luo Fan, who was almost turned into charcoal by the nuclear explosion, Sengoku fiercely sent out 2 golden shock waves. Even if the nuclear explosion didn't kill him, they wouldn't let go of this good opportunity to injure Luo Fan. Bang! The space vibrated and collided directly with the shock wave emitted by Sengoku. Gulala, didn't I tell you that if you want to take action against brother Luo Fan, you have to get past lousy first? Whitebeard punched into the void, and the terrifying power of shock fruit directly shook the space of the entire area, causing cracks to appear. Aokiji was unable to dodge and was nearly hit by the space crack. He could only transform into an element in a panic to avoid the attack. With his eyes closed, Fujitora swung the cane knife in his hand accurately, pointing it at the area where Whitebeard and Luo Fan were. 100 times the gravity instantly enveloped the head. Whitebeard released the awakened armament Haki, which turned into a semicircular black barrier covering his head, and hit the space that was constantly distorted by the increased pressure of gravity. Whitebeard, I'll give you something good. Block it for me for a few minutes. Luo Fan shouted. The space ring flashed, and Luo Fan threw a golden card directly at Whitebeard. Whitebeard gently pinched the flying card with 2 fingers. On the golden rectangular card, there was a picture of an immortal with his hands raised high. Before Whitebeard could express his doubts, the golden card shattered with a snap and turned into countless golden light spots that penetrated into Whitebeard's body. Advertisement. Whitebeard felt so comfortable bathed in the golden light that he wanted to lie down on the grass right there. He closed his eyes unconsciously and let out a somewhat awkward cry. Ah, 24-hour rejuvenation experience card. This card can restore the user's physical age to a younger stage, and all functions will be restored to a youthful state simultaneously, and the effect will last for 24 hours. Note: please do not use on young children. Under the effect of the rejuvenation experience card, Whitebeard was constantly enveloped in dazzling golden light, attracting the attention of everyone present. The Whitebeard pirates, who had followed Red Hair to stop Kaido Big Mom, were now fighting with countless marine soldiers who had been ordered by Sengoku to surround Genbu Island, and were late. Dad, seeing Whitebeard shrouded in golden light from afar, Marco and other members of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly became nervous. As the golden light completely merged into Whitebeard's body, a surge of energy suddenly surged like a huge wave on the sea, hitting everyone present fiercely. Gulala, I haven't felt such a vibrant vitality in a long time. Whitebeard's hearty laughter resounded through the sky. His long light golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his sturdy figure was no longer as big as a mountain, but instead looked slender and majestic, full of vigor and vitality. Above the mouth, the signature moon Whitebeard disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Whitebeard looked like a young man in his 20s or 30s, handsome and cool. Not only that, the life force emanating from Whitebeard was almost several times stronger than before. Edward Newgate, back to his youth. How is this possible? Watching the scene happening in front of them, whether it was Kaido, Sengoku and others on Schwangu Island, or the countless people in front of the live broadcast, they were all in ultimate shock. An old and powerful man who had roamed the sea for decades actually regained his youth in front of the eyes of the whole world. Thank you for the generous gift from Wardfake. It turns out that the secret of eternal youth really lies in this kid's hands. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were both shocked and ecstatic. Even Whitebeard can be made younger by him, so the means of immortality is definitely not fake. Must get him. Oh my god, have I been dreaming all day long? Advertisement. Is that really a younger Whitebeard? Is it magic? Now, it must be magic. This must be another person, right? How else is this possible? Ordinary people before the live broadcast had their worldviews completely attacked over and over again by Luo Fan today, and were completely dumbfounded. Even the method of rejuvenation can be achieved. Is it really possible for the marine government to eliminate the destroyer? How many tricks does this guy have hidden? Is this technique the ability of the devil fruit? Then he has too many abilities. No matter what, this guy can either be eliminated or controlled by us. We must not let anyone else get him. In the holy land of Mariajoy, the 5 elders witnessed Whitebeard's return to youth and were shocked beyond words. At the same time, the idea of obtaining this method was also growing in the minds of the 5 people. On Schwanwu Island, Whitebeard has fully recovered to his youth. Holding the Kusunokiri sword in his hand, he looks like a giant sword that has been sharpened to an extremely sharp edge, and his momentum is as strong as a rainbow. He single-handedly formed an insurmountable barrier between Luo Fan and Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and Sengoku. The peak state of youth, the awakened armament Haki and the powerful ability of the shock fruit simply made the other 4 emperors and marines present secretly frightened. Whitebeard. Amid Charlotte Linlin's crazy roar, Emperor Napoleon's sword collided heavily with Kong Yunchi, making a loud noise of metal colliding. The shock wave rushed out from around the 2 people. A confident smile was on Whitebeard's angular young face. The shock fruit ability was activated, directly shattering the surrounding space and stopping Kaido, who was trying to attack Luo Fan. Armament Haki was released and condensed into swords and spears, which were sent towards Charlotte Linlin by Whitebeard, suppressing Big Mom, who was also one of the 4 emperors, and forcing her to retreat continuously. With one punch, Big Mom's body exploded with flames and she flew backwards screaming. Now Whitebeard was rubbing Charlotte Linlin on the ground. While Whitebeard was fighting fiercely, Luo Fan hit aside and ate the palm-sized beans in 2 or 3 bites, almost choking to death. Chapter 115. Sexual Transformation Potion activated. Target locked. Right now, everyone truly saw what it meant to be the strongest man on the sea. Although Whitebeard's physical age has become several decades younger, it does not mean that his combat experience and ability to develop the shock fruit have regressed accordingly. The body functions are at their peak and youngest in their 20s. Combined with decades of actual combat experience at sea, as well as the understanding and development of Haki's abilities. 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. At this time, Edward Newgate was much more powerful than Charlotte Linlin and others present. Seeing that she was completely suppressed by Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin screamed madly, with flames surging in her open mouth. With thunderclouds under her feet, Charlotte Linlin seemed to have an ecstasy attack. There was a mad fighting spirit in her eyes. She swung the Emperor's sword and slashed at Whitebeard with a powerful blow. Mew Dada, Whitebeard shouted. Whitebeard gripped Kusugawa Kirei's hilt tightly with both hands, and armament Haki covered the blade. Kong Yunchi swung in front of him in a perfect arc, and the arc light was dyed into a curved black blood by armament Haki, and it collided with Wiguo's shock wave with unstoppable force. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded. Whitebeard held the Kusunokiri sword in his hand and stood there like an iron tower, allowing the residual force of the explosion to hit his sturdy body without moving. Thunderclouds were rolling in the sky. Long dragon roars continued to echo between heaven and earth, and a terrifying pressure enveloped Schwanwu Island. Kaido transformed into a 100-meter-long blue dragon, twisting his body and emerging from the sea of clouds, his dragon scales constantly flashing with sharp light. In front of the live broadcast, people who saw a giant dragon for the first time in their lives opened their mouths wide, feeling extremely shocked. Xuanwu raised his head slightly and looked at the blue dragon hovering and roaring above him, his dark eyes filled with deep disdain. As one of the 4 sacred beasts, Xuanwu's majestic body is comparable to the entire continent, and his abilities make the pirates and marine governments despair. And how could the Azure Dragon, which is also one of the 4 divine beasts, be comparable to the little dragon in front of him that is playing with the clouds and rain? That's it. That's it. A mere insect, claiming to be a dragon. If Luo Fan hadn't given the order, Xuanwu would have wanted to slap Kaido, who was flying on his back and acting recklessly, away. The dragon roars turned into sound wave attacks, but they could not shake Whitebeard at all. Advertisement. The dragon head swooped down, and the 100-meter-long blue dragon fell to the ground and turned back into the half-human, half-dragon Kaido. Kaido held the huge and ferocious mace in his big hand, and lightning bolts coiled around the mace like electric snakes. Huh, you're so lucky. Kaido snorted coldly as he looked at Whitebeard, who had regained his youthful aura. The bitterness of the tone is self-evident. This is all thanks to brother Luo Fan. Son-in-law, you are biased. Laozi said he is your father-in-law, why are you so ungrateful and not respectful to your father-in-law when you have such a benefit? Kaido immediately pointed at Luo Fan and said with great sorrow. Kaido was extremely envious and jealous when he saw Whitebeard regaining his youth. It's a pity that Laozi married his daughter to you. Stop arguing, old man. Why didn't you tell me about the time you put me in jail? Luo Fan retorted incoherently with a gun stuffed in his mouth. Do I care? I love you so much, and I even married my daughter to you. Marry your uncle. I'm in my prime. Have you ever asked for my opinion? Then you just stuff your daughter here. Woo wow wow wow. Take Laozi's thunderous 8 trigrams, believe it or not. I'm not afraid of you. It's not the first time you've used thunder 8 trigrams to hit me. Come on, who's afraid of who? If you beat me, I'll see where you can get young. You. An old man and a young man were arguing with each other from a distance. Kaido from 4 Emperors even got a little shameless and acted like a spoiled child, which stunned everyone. A group of strong men looked at the 2 people bickering in silence with black lines on their heads. What are you doing? You are fighting. How can you be so frivolous? Stop talking nonsense and capture him to interrogate him about his secrets. Big Mom, who was on the verge of an episode of bulimia, was annoyed by Kaido Luo Fan's noise and angrily swung the Emperor's sword to attack again. Whitebeard decisively stood in front of Luo Fan, who was still chewing the beans frantically, to buy him some time. Luo Fan felt a little uncomfortable after being choked by the beans. He hid behind and kept hitting his chest with his fists in an attempt to speed up swallowing the beans. Sengoku was furious when he saw Luo Fan's face flushed red, coughing and beating his chest. Damn it, this kid got into such a big trouble and yet he still wants to commit suicide. We must not let him succeed. Advertisement. Luo Fan, who was mistakenly believed to have committed suicide by taking poison, suddenly choked and rolled his eyes speechlessly. Even though I look a little panicked now, I am actually quite calm. Suicide. How is that possible? Seeing Sengoku and Aokiji rushing towards him again, Luo Fan raised his fist and smashed it hard into his chest. Cough. As Luo Fan swallowed the last mouthful of senzu beans with difficulty, streams of warm currents instantly flowed into Luo Fan's body. Senzu beans take effect. Sensa beans, an improved version of senzu beans, the size of a palm, you call these beans, which can heal external injuries as well as congenital and acquired underlying diseases. In an instant, Luo Fan, who was originally charred and covered in wounds in the nuclear explosion, began to shed Eshar at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin was as white and tender as before, and in a short while, all the wounds on Luo Fan's body were healed. Not only that, Luo Fan's face was rosy and his whole body looked full of energy, more energetic than before the nuclear explosion. Although its palm-sized size is a bit disappointing, it has to be said that the recovery and healing effects of the senzu beans are simply amazing. She pulled out a new set of clothes from the space ring and put them on instantly to avoid exposing herself during the live broadcast. Immediately, Luo Fan swung his dragon-slaying sword at the mechanical cuckoo that was still hovering over Xuanwu Island, and a ray of sword light pierced through the sky. How dare you imitate me in throwing little boys? Next time I get a chance, I will definitely go to your research institute to grow mushrooms. Along with Luo Fan's roar, the knife light directly chopped the mechanical cuckoo into pieces that fell to the ground in a pile of parts before it could dodge. Although Vegapunk was not present in person, the feud was established. After slicing Vegapunk's mechanical cuckoo into pieces in anger, Luo Fan turned his head and stared at the other side. The other hand behind his back had already taken out the potion that he had just drawn from the holy jar 10 times. The transparent round bottle contains half a tube of light pink potion. SX changing potion. After using this potion, the user can change to another gender within 8 hours and maintain a youthful state, making men handsome and women beautiful. During use, the outside world's favorability will be +30. Snap. Luo Fan popped open the stopper of the S*X changing potion bottle with his finger, and Luo Fan, hiding the S*X changing potion, burst out. The target targeted by Luo Fan is Chapter 116, Feminine Aokiji, with an explosive temperament. FK. Aokiji, who was about to attack Luo Fan, was so frightened when he saw Luo Fan locking his eyes on him and rushing towards him that he started to spit. He slammed on the brakes and stopped. Aokiji exhaled a breath, and the cold air instantly condensed into an ice knife. With the previous experience of Green Bull Garp Akainu and others, Aokiji didn't think that Luo Fan was just rushing over to attack out of sheer stubbornness. Who knows if this guy has any weird props and abilities hidden on him. Holding the ice blade in hand, Aokiji opened his palm in midair towards the rushing Luo Fan. Frozen time capsule. The cold air bullet shot towards Luo Fan from the palm of his hand, releasing extremely cold air that was about to freeze Luo Fan instantly. Luo Fan flicked his wrist lightly, and the sharp blade of the dragon-slaying sword was slanted directly in front of him, deflecting the cold air projectile fired by Aokiji to other places. The cold air bullets hit the ground nearby, instantly freezing the entire lawn. In just a few breaths, Luo Fan appeared in front of Aokiji. Seeing Luo Fan approaching, Aokiji, the Marine Admiral, looked strange and nervous. Aokiji, fearing that he would fall into Luo Fan's trap, did not attack but retreated and took direct defensive measures. Suddenly, an ice wall rose up and blocked the two people. Luo Fan condensed armament Haki in his fist and punched the ice wall with a bang, directly shattering the entire ice wall. Ice Cube. 2 thorns. As the ice wall shattered, Aokiji quickly stepped back a few steps and jumped far away, and the icy air gathered into sharp ice spears that shot out. Luo Fan unleashed the golden light spell to protect his body, and with the dragon-slaying sword in his hand he chopped, stabbed, cut, or blocked the dozen or so ice spears that were flying at him. There were clanging sounds, and all the ice spears were blocked by Luo Fan. The dragon-slaying sword was even covered with a thin layer of frost due to the extreme cold air. Luo Fan shook it hard, and the dragon-slaying sword made a sharp clanging sound, instantly shaking off the frost covering the blade. What a tough opponent. Aokiji smacked his lips. Luo Fan, whose fatigue and injuries had been recovered from the battle, was full of fighting power and had no intention of letting Aokiji go. Fujitora arrived in time, and the staff knife in his hand blocked Luo Fan's dragon-slaying sword with a clang. Advertisement. Armament Haki covered the staff sword, but Fujitora still felt the pressure from the dragon-slaying sword. What a great knife. Fujitora couldn't help but sigh. Thank you for the compliment, but I still want to chop you up. Luo Fan kicked Fujitora in the chest. Although Fujitora was blind, his hearing was extremely sensitive. The wind whistled in his ears, and Fujitora immediately turned the blade. The cane knife accurately blocked Luo Fan's kick towards his chest. Gravity rebound. Fujitora activates the power of the gravity fruit and releases a gravity circle centered on himself. Luo Fan kicked Fujitora in the chest and immediately felt the force being bounced back, causing him to explode backwards under the impact of the reaction. Without waiting for Luo Fan to steady himself, Fujitora used gravity suppression again, directly strengthening the surrounding gravity field and pressing Luo Fan's body heavily in place. The golden light spell on Luo Fan's body kept shaking under the pressure of the gravity field, making a crisp sound of cracking. Aokiji released icy air from the air, accurately freezing the ground under Luo Fan's feet. The ice solidified, freezing Luo Fan's legs in place again, just like at the beginning. Ice Cube. 2 thorns. At this perfect moment, Aokiji decisively condensed a dozen ice spears, which whizzed towards Luo Fan, whose ability to move was temporarily restricted. Ice Cube. Pheasant Mouth. Not only that, more ice energy gathered on Aokiji's right arm, and he actually shot a huge ice bird directly at Luo Fan. The ice bird's sharp nose was facing Luo Fan. As it spread its wings and flew, ice crystals continued to condense in the surrounding air and ground. Fujitora followed closely behind, also pointing his staff sword high into the sky, and using the power of his fruit to pull down a huge meteorite that was floating in the sky, and it smashed down in the atmosphere with a tail flame. In front of him, a huge ice bird surrounded by ice spears flew towards him. Above my head, there was a huge meteorite falling with a sharp whistling sound and burning fiercely. Slowly exhaling a breath of foul air, Luo Fan finally moved. Luo Fan raised the dragon-slaying sword in his hand above his head and held it in the air. The extremely black armament Haki was released, covering the blade of the Dragon Slayer sword at an extremely fast speed, while a dark red cyclone continued to wrap around the blade. Invisibly, there was a powerful pressure that continued to vibrate from the dragon-slaying sword in all directions. Although it was slightly weak, it continued to emit a pure buzzing sound. Advertisement. Ba-chan. Luo Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he swung the dragon-slaying sword above his head diagonally in the air forward. In an instant, a dazzling knife mark slashed directly towards the sky. Ever since he practiced sword skills with Red Hair, although Luo Fan could not fully understand the meaning of Red Hair's sword, he had gained some insights of his own. With top-level armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki intertwined, and with Luo Fan's little understanding of Kendo, Luo Fan directly slashed out his strongest sword. The momentum and brilliance of this knife made everyone look away. The knife mark was unstoppable, and the ice spear and ice bird were chopped into ice powder. Then the knife mark, which was 100 meters long, drew a diagonal line and continued to fly towards the sky, directly piercing the meteorite and splitting it into two. Boom. The violent explosion resounded directly through the sky. This kid is simply a genius in swordsmanship. The red-haired man looked at the sword marks that were still flying upwards through the clouds from afar, and sighed sincerely. Ever since the nuclear explosion, Red Hair has not continued to intervene in the battle. Instead, he and Marco and others have become front-row spectators outside the battlefield. This sword move was quite similar to his own, and even Red Hair felt that Luo Fan was truly an evildoer. Fujitora and Aokiji were slightly dazed, obviously not expecting such an outcome. Snap. The ice shattered, and Luo Fan's figure disappeared without a trace in an instant. Aokiji thought to himself that something was wrong, and subconsciously released terrible ice energy from his body to form a field to prevent Luo Fan's surprise attack. However, it was too late. Luo Fan's handsome face with a triumphant smile was almost stuck to Aokiji, and the light pink potion in his hand slammed onto Aokiji's face. The potion was poured, and pink smoke immediately burst out, surrounding Aokiji. As the pink smoke disappeared, Aokiji transformed from a middle-aged uncle into a young beauty with smooth skin, a big chest and long black curly hair. Looking down, Aokiji saw her breasts protruding from the ground. She covered her chest and screamed like a woman. Kaido, Sengoku, Shanks, Marco and the others were stunned upon seeing this, as if they were hit by Hancock's petrification skill. Final preview. I plan to finish this book. Currently, there are only a few chapters left. Crocus is born. 72 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1452. 71 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1453. 70 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1454. Neptune was born in the Grand Line, the Fishman Island Ryugu Kingdom. 69 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1455. 68 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1456. Charlotte Linlin is born. Gon Fowl is born. 67 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1457. Haradas built the artificial Sky Island Visalia. Zapu is born. 66 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1458. 65 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1459. 64 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1460. Advertisement. Shaggy was born in Grand Line. 63 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1461. Because of her huge size, Charlotte Linlin was abandoned by her parents on the Grand Line giant island Elbaf, and was later taken to the Lamb's house by Sister Galmoro. 62 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1462. Sister Galmora and the children of the Lamb's house celebrated Charlotte Linlin's 6th birthday, but Linlin suddenly developed bulimia and swallowed everything around her. Only 2 people witnessed the truth of this incident, and even Linlin herself was not sure what was going on. Charlotte Linlin also inherited the ability of the soul fruit. A giant who witnessed the whole incident told his experience to the entire giant tribe, and the name Charlotte Linlin became hated by the entire giant tribe. Another person who witnessed the whole process was called Longbread, who formed the Big Mom Pirates group with Charlotte Linlin. 61 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1463. 60 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1464. Zephyr joins Marine. Fisher Tiger was born on Grand Line, the Fishman Island. Liku Dold III was born in Grand Line Dressrosa. 59 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1465. Kazuki Oden was born in Grand Line Wanukuni. Kaido was born in the Grand Line Vodka Kingdom. 58 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1466. Advertisement. Borsalino was born in North Blue. 57 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1467. Vinsmoke Sanji was classified as a failed experiment and was locked up in the basement by his father, Vinsmoke Judge, for 6 months. During this time, he read the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and learned about the existence of All Blue. When the Germa Kingdom attacked the Korkia Kingdom, Vinsmoke Sanji was taken to East Blue. During this time, with the help of his sister Vinsmoke Reiju, he left the Vinsmoke family and escaped on the cruise ship Orbit docked on the shore. He then became an assistant chef. 12 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1512. Monkey D. Luffy eats the rubber fruit and becomes a rubber fruit ability user. Shanks lost his left arm while saving Monkey D. Luffy, and entrusted his straw hat to Luffy, then left East Blue and set sail again. Monkey D. Luffy met Portgas D, Ace and Sabo, and the 3 of them became sworn brothers. Sabo went out to sea, but was hit by the celestial dragons visiting the Goa Kingdom. He was rescued by Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and others, but he lost his memory unexpectedly. Shanks came to Sabayati Archipelago and met Silver Rayleigh unexpectedly. Crawl returns to his hometown Grand Line Freshat Island on the Pirates of the Sun. Fisher Tiger is ambushed by Marines on Freshat Island and is seriously injured. He refuses to accept human blood and dies. Arlong is captured by Marines. Jinbei becomes the new captain of the Sun Pirates, and the world government invites Jinbei to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Dongat was trapped on a high stilt on a long chain of islands. World Government Conference, the Fishman Island was banned from attending. Guild Tessero successfully seized and ate the golden fruit during the Don Quixote family's golden fruit auction, becoming the user of the golden fruit. 11 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1513. Chapter 117, 20 Ice Coffins in Pangu City. Unexpectedly, the feminized version of Aokiji is not a burly ST, but is as curvy and beautiful as Nico Robin. Those long legs, that wasp waist and big curly hair, and that perfect skin that is as smooth as a baby's. Some of the Marine soldiers present looked at him meaningfully. Although it is very rude to the Admiral, but some people hesitated to speak. So beautiful, I feel a little moved, what should I do? Some people find it difficult to speak. Hu Lixi, I'm done. Some people showed satisfied expressions. Suddenly, this comrade attracted contempt from countless people around him. Swoosh. Luo Fan looked up and down at his masterpiece, grinned, and simply whistled at Aokiji. Such murderous and heartbreaking behavior made Aokiji extremely angry. What on earth did you do to me? Aokiji questioned Luo Fan. Covering the heaviness on his chest with one hand, Aokiji continuously released ice energy towards Luo Fan with the other hand, turning it into various attacks. The originally strong baritone voice now became like the coquettish voice of a sexy woman, extremely soft and tender. Her pretty face flushed with anger, more like the shame and anger of a little woman. Ha ha ha, I think it's better for you to stay like this. You should be quite popular, ha ha ha. Luo Fan stepped back to avoid Aokiji's attack and laughed out loud. Hateful. Aokiji gritted his teeth and kept silent, not daring to speak again. Aokiji's scalp tingled just by hearing his own voice now. Aokiji looked back and saw the strange expressions on Marshal Sengoku and Fujitora's faces. Some marine soldiers were looking at him like crazy. He felt that his life was over. A lifetime of fame, a lifetime of fame. Although Aokiji was furious, he could only glare at Luo Fan hatefully. His psychological defenses had been shattered by Luo Fan's endless and bizarre attacks. At this moment, Aokiji had only one thing on his mind. I won't be like this from now on, right? Well, are you still going to fight? Advertisement. Luo Fan raised the dragon-slaying sword and pointed it at the remaining marine warriors. Of the marine's top fighters, only Sengoku and Fujitora of Buddha were left intact, plus Aokiji, whose mentality exploded after Luo Fan sprinkled him with AS*X changing potion. Kazaru Akainu was seriously injured, Green Bull was captured, and even Garp was exiled to Luo Fan somewhere in the world. The losses suffered by the marine today are even more tragic than those suffered at the Battle of Marineford. Looking around, seeing the marine officers and soldiers looking extremely nervous as if they were facing a powerful enemy, Sengoku looked at Luo Fan with indignation. The giant Buddha's body, shining with golden light, slowly took a step forward and then stopped where it was. The anger in his eyes eventually turned into deep resentment. The golden light faded, and Sengoku returned to his original form. The remaining marines all had frustrated yet relieved expressions. They lost this battle again. Destroyer, you won't always be so lucky. The world government has been able to stand for so many years, and its foundation will never be shaken by you. Sengoku deadpanned, you haven't really defeated Marine yet, you haven't really defeated the world government yet. At least I have slapped you hard in the face now. Luo Fan shrugged. Luo Fan's calm but resounding declaration was heard on Schwanwu Island and around the world where the live broadcast was transmitted, including the Holy Land of Mariajoy. One day, I will attack the Holy Land of Mariajoy and kill all those useless celestial dragons. It's a wake-up call. Marshal Sengoku, we can't just retreat like this. Aokiji's voice sounded like a silver bell, revealing a sense of anger. Sengoku turned his head with a grim face, and almost broke down when he saw Aokiji's pretty face. He forced himself to keep a distorted expression and waved his hand. All soldiers retreat. In an instant, the marines that had rushed to Schwanwu Island with a surging tide and a rage for revenge withdrew from the battlefield filled with shame and unwillingness. The defeat was already decided, and Marine could only accept the fact of the crushing defeat and leave. New Admiral Green Bull was captured alive, Marine hero Garp's whereabouts are unknown, and two Admirals Kazaru and Akainu were seriously injured and their lives are unknown. It is still unknown whether the gender-changed version of Aokiji can return to normal. If we don't stop the losses in time, the remaining troops won't even be enough to resist the pirate forces at sea and maintain social order. Only then will it be a real disaster. Luo Fan didn't stop him either. Just by watching Sengoku and others rescue the unconscious Kazaru and Akainu, and the remaining marine fleet evacuating the sea area in disgrace, he achieved his goal. Advertisement. Outside the live broadcast, all the people who watched Marine evacuate Schwanwu Island in a panic once again gave Luo Fan a wave of shock. The celestial dragons in the Holy Land of Mariajoy were so angry that they were jumping up and down, cursing the Marine and world government for their incompetence. Tisk, what a bunch of cowards. Kaido sneered as he watched the Marine retreating. Why, do you want to continue fighting? Luo Fan raised his eyebrows. Gulala, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Whitebeard's Kusugano knife shook the earth violently. No more fighting. Lousy might as well go back and drink instead of wasting time. Kaido picked up the huge wine gourd hanging around his waist unhappily, tilted his head back and took a big gulp of the wine. Good son-in-law, if you have a conscience, remember to visit me when you have time to reminisce about the past. Lousy has entrusted his only daughter to you. Oh, then you take Yamato back to Wanukuni. Bullshit. Watch out or Lousy will give you a thunderous 8 trigrams. Quote. Let's go. The next second, Kaido transformed into a green dragon and soared into the sky, leaving without looking back. Seeing her ally abandon her and walk away, Charlotte Linlin was furious but could do nothing about it. Brat, we'll have a chance to meet each other someday. Charlotte Linlin retracted the Emperor's sword, the flame went out, she looked at Luo Fan deeply and turned away. Although they covet Luo Fan's means of eternal youth, Kaido and Big Mom both understand that the chances are slim. At 2h at carat at plus. If you want to succeed, you have to take it step by step. Ha! Watching the ships on the sea leave one after another, Luo Fan held high the dragon-slaying sword and cheered for victory towards the sun. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates were smiling happily, shouting the names of Daddy and Luo Fan, and surrounding the two of them. Sacred Mariajoy, Pengu among the flowers. Sitting on the void throne, I am watched coldly as the live screen finally turned dark. The tall and slender black figure finally slowly stood up from the throne. I am walked deeper into Pengu City. This is a forbidden place that even the five elders, the leaders of the world government, are not qualified to know about and set foot in. The blood-red pupils looked steadily, and Im's cold gaze finally stopped at the end. Here, in the deepest place of Pengu City, 20 huge ice coffins were lying quietly. Chapter 118 Summoning Joyboy. 20 ice coffins, watching over each other, formed a circle and lay quietly in a huge room at the deepest and bottom of Pengu City. The material of the ice coffin is very clear, and you can even roughly see the figure sleeping inside the ice coffin. The identities of these 20 deceased people, if announced, would be enough to shock the whole world. They are the 20 founders who once created the world government. The ancestor of today's celestial dragon's race. However, even the five elders, the leaders of the world government, did not know that the body of the celestial dragon's ancestor had been hidden in the Pengu City in the holy land of Mariajoy. Im's tall figure passed the ice coffins that sealed the 20 celestial dragon's ancestors and walked straight to the end of the room. Behind the ice coffin stands a starry sky cross that is full of age. The sky is dotted with stars, and is filled with an ancient and sacred atmosphere. Below the starry sky cross, a magic circle radiates with a wide range. The lines of the magic circle that flickered with fluorescent light were like an exquisite yet complex and obscure painting, and the lines contained all 20 ice coffins inside the magic circle. Hiding in the shadows, I.M. looked expressionlessly at the starry sky cross standing in front of him and raised one hand slightly. The fingertips suddenly cracked, as if they were cut by an invisible blade. Immediately, a drop of blood fell from the wound on the fingertip and landed on the lines of the magic circle. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, the originally dim lines of the magic circle shone brightly, revealing the entire outline of the magic circle in the room. The series of runes engraved on the magic circle seemed to have some similarities with the obscure historical text. Not only that, the 20 ice coffins that had been dormant deep in Pengu City were also constantly vibrating as the magic circle awakened. The ice coffin vibrated and rubbed violently, making a buzzing sound. However, this is the deepest part of Pengu City, and it is impossible for anyone to sense what is happening here. Joey boy, Joey boy, Joey boy. From the ice coffin where the ancestors of celestial dragons rest, the sound of people chanting the name Joyboy continued to be heard, and the ice coffin began to vibrate more violently with the sound. It seemed as if the next second, the 20 celestial dragons' ancestors would rise from their coffins. Despite the strange movements of the magic circle and the ice coffin, I.M. just stood quietly in the center of the ice coffin. A pair of blood-red pupils without any emotion seemed to look through Pengu City, through the holy land of Mariajoy, and freeze on a certain sea. The 4 words, Joey boy, are like an ancient voice constantly coming from the abyss. Although it is not loud, it is full of distant penetrating power. Advertisement. It echoed for a long time in the deepest part of Pengu City. On Xuanwu Island. The forces that once surged onto Xuanwu Island like a rising tide are now returning in defeat like a receding tide. Come and go in a hurry. Seeing Marine fail again and lose several admirals, Luo Fan felt very happy. As for Big Mom, there is also Kaido. 4 emperors. Laozi is fighting against the 4 emperors. Wow, Luo Fan, you are so awesome. Before Luo Fan could strike a handsome pose and watch the enemies flee in disgrace, a figure suddenly bumped into him from behind. Yamato rushed over from behind Luo Fan and hugged Luo Fan in her arms with her jade hands. It would be fine if he used the pair of surging breasts as a pillow, but the key point is that Yamato is still wearing Luo Fan's Schwantian armor. This bear hug almost broke Luo Fan apart with Schwantian armor, causing him to grimace in pain. Alright, girl, why do you always hug me every time you see me? Aren't you afraid that you will have to marry me? Luo Fan rubbed the back of his head that was hit by the armor, and reached out to remove the Schwantian armor that was still wrapped around Yamato. Hearing Luo Fan's words, Yamato showed a rare shyness on her face, but it disappeared in an instant. I didn't expect that your strength has improved so quickly after such a short period of time. I really want to fight with you. Yamato looked excited. Stop, if it weren't for me you would still be on the marine ship. Now everything is fine, hurry back to Wanukuni. No way, Kaido has already left me to you, and since I ran away, I won't go back. I want to follow you to see the outside world. Quote. Nami and Morgans, who had been hiding in the distance of the battlefield and broadcasting live, also came over at this time. I didn't expect you to actually beat Marine. You even dared to mess with Kaido and Big Mom. Nami had a complicated expression. Looking at Yamato standing next to Luo Fan, arguing with him but looking very familiar with him, Nami felt suspicious. Damn it, someone got there first. Looking at Yamato's tall but curvy figure, Nami secretly compared it with herself. Suddenly, a strong sense of frustration came over me. Advertisement. Mr. Morgans, are you satisfied with today's live report? Luo Fan smiled and looked at Morgans. At this moment, Morgans looked at Luo Fan as if he were a baby, with a flattering expression. You are worthy of being Mr. Luo Fan. You are the only one who can achieve such results. It is a great honor for Morgans to work with Mr. Luo Fan. Morgans is not a fool, on the contrary he is a very successful businessman. Luo Fan's performance today and the terrifying protective shield on this island are enough for Morgans to decide to continue investing. Then my members and I will choose a location on the island and work there from now on. Morgans respectfully asked Luo Fan for instructions. This is part of our cooperation, isn't it? Luo Fan smiled. The man and the Birdman shook hands, which marked the signing of a real cooperative partnership. Luo, what should we do with this guy? Yamato pulled a limp guy over from the side, threw him in front of Luo Fan and asked. Hey, isn't this our Marine Admiral Green Bull? The figure lying on the ground was the Green Bull who had been killed by Luo Fan once but survived. When Sengoku ordered all Marines to retreat, the Marines only rescued Kazaru who was knocked unconscious by Luo Fan at the beginning, and did not have time to rescue Green Bull who was caught by Luo Fan. Although the Marines were unwilling to accept this, they could only helplessly watch the new admiral become a prisoner. Green Bull watched the flag of the Marine fleet disappearing into the distance, without even the energy to shout for help. There was only despair left in Green Bull's heart. The mission is not accomplished before the death. Green Bull was promoted to admiral not long ago, and had intended to defeat the destroyer in this battle to become famous overnight. But now he will probably have to live in the hearts of people all over the world with another reputation. Don't look at them. They can't save you if you look at them. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why are you hesitating? Green Bull looked at Luo Fan hatefully. Who said I want to kill you? Luo Fan looked innocent. What? Your fruit ability can continuously provide me with nutrients. How can I bear to kill you so quickly? You are my most precious golden leek. I can always harvest you. Luo Fan's smiling expression was full of devilish aura in Green Bull's eyes. Chapter 119 Luffy Crisis, Who is calling me? Luo Fan has made plans. As long as Green Bull is detained and harvested as soon as he has just recovered enough strength, the number of cells that can be devoured from Green Bull will definitely be considerable. Anyway, Green Bull can use the power of the Mori Mori fruit to rebuild his body. Otherwise, he can let Green Bull transform into a giant tree man, and then cut it into pieces himself. As long as you don't kill the other person. After finishing one crop, there is always another one to come, it's perfect. In addition, Luo Fan earned a shocking 3.8 billion in this live broadcast. It is conceivable how shocking Luo Fan's actions are in the eyes of people all over the world today. Whipping the Marine Admiral, kill celestial dragons. Challenge the Marine senior management. Withstand nuclear explosion. It dealt a heavy blow to the Marine top brass. Defeat the second of the four emperors. This series of achievements will surely spread to every corner of the world within a few days, causing Luo Fan's fame as the destroyer to soar once again. Luo Fan was delighted when he thought that he still had more than 2 billion left to do 2 10-draw runs of the holy jar. In the past, you had to search hard to open a purple jar, but now you can open a holy jar until your hands are numb. No wonder in the past world, a certain beautiful country always liked chaotic situations. It's really fun to make money from war. Coming over with his fellow pirates, Red Hair greeted Luo Fan Whitebeard. Looking at Luo Fan, the red-haired man smiled helplessly. You have been able to increase your strength to this level in such a short period of time. Where on earth did you come from? Although he was shocked by Luo Fan's talent in swordsmanship when he delivered the letter last time, his actual strength was not enough to make the red-haired man afraid. Luo Fan's aura is much stronger now than it was back then. Dad, is this really you? Damn, Dad was so handsome when he was young. Advertisement. On the other side, the members of the Whitebeard pirates excitedly surrounded Whitebeard with shining eyes. Whitebeard has suddenly become several decades younger, and is now even younger than some of his godsons. A bunch of big men surrounded the handsome young Whitebeard and called him, Dad. The scene seemed a bit funny. As the ship's doctor on the Motobic, Marco was the first to examine Whitebeard. Dad has really gotten younger. Marco was very surprised. Whitebeard's current body functions are completely normal for a man in his 20s, and not just for show. As one of the four emperors, the red-haired man was also full of curiosity and confusion. Could it be the devil fruit that can change age? Gulala, I can feel that my body has really returned to the state of my youth. Whitebeard was also looking at his body with great delight. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Whitebeard said. Dad, will you always be this young in the future? Asked Diamond Joes. For a moment, everyone's attention shifted to Luo Fan. Everyone has seen the bounty on Luo Fan and knows that the Marine government said that Luo Fan possesses the means to remain young forever. Now that Whitebeard has returned to his youth, could this really be the reason? Don't look at me so expectantly. If I really had this method, why did I let you use it at Marineford? Why did I drop a nuclear bomb and run away? Luo Fan spread his hands and said to Whitebeard. Then I will now. That was the effect of some special ability. I can't explain the details. It's the same as Aokiji being turned into a woman by me. It's temporary. Short. How short? Hearing that it was time limited, Whitebeard stared and asked quickly. 24 hours. Luo Fan raised his hands, one hand indicating 2 and the other indicating 4. When Whitebeard heard Luo Fan explain that his return to youth could only last for 24 hours, his face instantly fell. His originally cheerful expression suddenly turned gloomy. Brother Luo Fan, you are too unreliable. I thought I could keep this up forever. You should be content if you can experience the feeling of youth and enjoy it for a while. Then Brother Luo Fan, can you please give me another pleasure next time? Advertisement. Whitebeard's handsome face also showed a hint of flattery, and he winked at Luo Fan. It's no wonder Whitebeard is addicted to rejuvenation. Everyone who has used this thing says it's good. Okay, I'll do it next time. Luo Fan curled his lips. Can this ability be used on anyone? Marco asked. Luo Fan nodded. Next time I can also use my ability to turn into a woman on you, who wants it? No, no. A bunch of idiots all shook their heads and waved their hands, politely declining the offer. They don't want to become a sexy beauty like Aokiji. Who knows if any of the brothers on the boat will want to try the forbidden taste at that time. Just thinking about that kind of scene gives me goosebumps. At this time, they were on Nine Snake Island, far away in another sea. Luffy, who played a supporting role in the Summit War because of Luo Fan's interference, was wrapped in white bandages and staying with Seaman Jinbei. Although he failed to rescue his brother himself, after seeing Luo Fan and the Whitebeard pirates successfully rescue Ace, Luffy fell unconscious in Marineford. Luffy was almost exhausted from taking too many adrenaline injections. Fortunately, this time, he did not suffer a serious mental trauma from Ace's death in front of him. After Luffy fell unconscious, Jinbei rescued Luffy from Marineford and left before the nuclear bomb exploded. With the consent of Empress Hancock, although it is not convenient for Luffy Jinbei to enter Nine Snake Island, he can also stay on the cliff near the coast. Luffy looked through the recent reports but still didn't see any news about his friends, which made him feel anxious. Jinbei, my injuries have completely healed, I'm going to go find my friends. Luffy spit out the bones in his mouth, swallowed the meat and said to Jinbei. The marine government is at war with that world destroyer. It's so chaotic right now. You'd better not leave easily after you've just recovered. Jinbei dissuaded. No matter what, I have to find a way to get Zoro, Nami and the others back. Luffy stood up stubbornly and quickly tore off the bandages wrapped around his body. Jinbei wanted to reach out to pull it away, but saw that Luffy's hand movement stopped abruptly and the whole person froze in place. Luffy. Jinbei looked confused. Luffy's whole body was stiff on the edge of the cliff, his pupils were trembling slightly, and his mind became dazed and chaotic. In his mind, there was a distant, faint voice that kept calling out to Luffy. Chapter 120 Uranus attacks Luffy. Death. The strangeness of Luffy attracted the attention of Jinbei and Empress Hancock. Because of the voice that kept echoing in his head, Luffy had a splitting headache all day long. He had already been exhausted from excessive damage in the Summit War and had not yet recovered, and now his spirit was becoming even weaker. The voice calling out, Joey boy, did not subside for a long time, causing Luffy great pain. On Nine Snake Island, even the knowledgeable Granny Nu was helpless with Luffy's situation. 2 full days. For 2 whole days, Luffy held his head in agony, trying to drive away the evil voice in his brain. Damn it, did he get hurt in Marineford? It would be great if Supernova Trafalgar Law was here too. Maybe he could help with the treatment. Jinbei frowned and looked at Luffy worriedly. After 2 days of mental torture, Luffy no longer had an appetite for meat. He lay on the ground, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Could it be possible that Luffy was also harmed by the radioactive material produced by that bomb? Empress Hancock thought of Marineford's nuclear bomb. At that time, Marine and Shichibukai were both affected by the radiation produced by the nuclear explosion. If they hadn't received Vegapunk's antidote, the consequences might have been disastrous. Because of the side effects caused by the incomplete research of the antidote, Hancock's breasts are now so huge that they can hardly be described as majestic. Hancock was almost annoyed by having such a heavy pendant hanging on his chest all day. Jinbei pondered for a moment and shook his head. It's unlikely. I rescued Luffy before the bomb exploded. What on earth is going on? It would be great if Trafalgar Law from Supernova was here, so he could heal Luffy. No need. Luffy's weak voice sounded. Luffy staggered to his feet, supporting himself with his head. Several beauties from Nine Snake Island were about to help him up, but Luffy refused. It's just a small problem. I have to hurry to get out of here and meet my friends. Straw Hat Boy, in your current state, it will be difficult for you to even leave Nine Snake Island. Granny Nu shook her head. That's right. At least take care of your health first. Then it won't be too late for me to go out to sea with you to find companions. Advertisement. The marine government is currently overwhelmed by that world destroyer. You don't have to worry about the safety of your companions. Maybe they are waiting to meet you again somewhere now. The dissuasion of Jinbei, Granny Nu and others still failed to stop Luffy. He still dragged his weak body and stubbornly wanted to leave. Several people tried to stop Luffy but failed. At this moment, the originally clear sky above Nine Snake Island was suddenly covered with clouds, which continued to gather and obscure the sky and earth. The sky and the earth suddenly changed, and the people near the cliff looked up. Between the dark clouds, there was a heavy humming sound as if some kind of aircraft or ship was sailing. What is that? Jinbei was stunned. A huge shadow whose actual outline could not be seen was hidden in the layers of clouds, far above the sky, directly below the Nine Snake Island. The terrifying pressure made everyone present feel their scalps tingling and goosebumps all over their bodies even though it was 10,000 meters above the ground. Oh no. Hancock and others' faces changed instantly. Recalling the recent live broadcast of the destroyer's fight against Marine on Schwanwu Island, the Marine government once deployed a secret weapon hidden above the clouds. Although no damage was caused to Schwanwu Island at that time, the real and terrifying attack still hung like a haze over the heads of all forces. Who knows if Marine will use this secret weapon in a battle that will destroy himself next time. Right now, that secret weapon seems to be really heading towards Nine Snake Island. Could that be the weapon that the Marine government used to attack the destroyers before? That seems to be the legendary Uranus. Don't scare me, it seems to be coming towards our Nine Snake Island. For a time, the entire Nine Snake Island fell into panic. Empress Hancock was even more shocked. Could it be that the Marine lost to the destroyer and is afraid that the balance of power at sea will be disrupted, so they want to attack us? After all, the Nine Snakes pirates are also the 7 warlords of the sea. Now the Marine government's secret weapon is rushing towards its own ally, which does not look like a good thing no matter how you look at it. That thing was coming for me. Advertisement. Luffy gritted his teeth and looked at the huge shadow hidden in the clouds above his head, and became alert. Jinbei, carry me out to sea quickly, otherwise Nine Snake Island will be in trouble. But, hurry up. Good. Without saying a word, Jinbei carried the still weak Luffy on his back and jumped off the cliff. Jinbei, a fish man, is known throughout the maritime world as the Sea Knight. Jinbei jumped into the sea carrying Luffy on his back, and soon the two swam hundreds of meters. On the cliff, Hancock and other beauties from the Nine Snake Pirates lowered their heads to look, only to see Jinbei and Luffy moving further and further away. As Luffy expected, when Jinbei carried Luffy out to sea away from the Nine Snake Island, Uranus that was originally floating above the Nine Snake Island actually began to move in the direction of Luffy. Uranus was very large. Even though Jinbei was carrying Luffy and moving forward with all his might, he was soon caught up by Uranus. A huge shadow followed closely behind Luffy and the other man, covering the sky. The entire sea surface is directly covered in shadow. Luffy, riding on Jinbei's back, felt the voice in his head calling, "Joey boy," become more frequent and louder, causing him a headache. Luffy raised his head, his eyes seemed to see through the clouds, and saw a huge cannon muzzle that was gathering light, ready to fire. Jinbei, go. Luffy pushed Jinbei, wanting Jinbei to leave. The muzzle of Uranus' gun was clearly aimed at himself at the sea. At the very least, don't let your partners get hurt. I won't leave you alone. Jinbei refused outright, still holding Luffy on his back, and tried to swim forward to avoid the shadow above his head. Luffy tried to struggle free, but found that the huge shadow that had been looming over his head suddenly disappeared. It's not so much disappearance as it is that a more dazzling light suddenly occupied the shadow. Uranus in the sky mercilessly fired a shot directly at the sea where Luffy was. Countless huge, dazzling white beams of light shot down from the clouds, threatening to destroy the entire area. Luffy gritted his teeth and jumped off Jinbei's back, opening his mouth wide and taking a deep breath. Luffy blew hard, and his entire rubber body instantly expanded into a huge ball in the air, facing the beam cannon falling from the sky.